Doesn't make any sense for you to ask me to back up an argument I didn't make either. Does it?
So what happens? The Earth's flat. That's what you believe, right?
Take it away,
No.
Clippo.
The Earth is flat. You believe that, right?
No, it's not.
Oh, I thought you were flat earthers.
I think that the Earth is generally planar and lacks general curvature. It's a topographic-
What's non-general curvature?
Ditches are curving, right?
Yeah, so on average, it would have to curve at 8 inches per mile squared, and I don't think it does.
Well, if it's a sphere, does that mean Australians are walking upside down on the globe?
What's a sphere?
Sorry, what? If it's a sphere, does that mean what?
Does that mean Australians are walking upside down on the globe and airplanes are flying upside down?
Yeah, that's why there's hemispheres and the water spins different ways.
Oh, you think Coriolis? Wow.
Was that
okay.
a no or yes?
So when someone flushes their toilet, that proves that the Earth is spinning.
Proves what hemisphere they're in.
But that's not actually true. That's not even an observed effect.
Yeah, it is. There's actually a place where you can observe both the north and south at the same time.
But no, you can take a toilet bowl. Someone did this on YouTube. Took a sink. Sorry, not a toilet bowl. He took a sink, flushed water down the sink in the northern and the southern hemisphere, in London and in Sydney, and it went down the same way. Went down in the same direction. And he wasn't a globe or a flat earther. He just didn't care. He was just testing that claim, and it's not true.
I have a question. Why hasn't
Any reaction, any response to what I just said, or just going to ignore it and pretend I didn't say it?
I mean, that's the troll, right? Toilet flush. That's a troll. No?
No, here's a video of it.
No, he genuinely thinks that proves that the Earth rotates. That's why we're talking about it.
All right, go ahead.
So you know that there's a guy on YouTube that did that. He took a sink.
I literally just linked to a video of a guy doing it in the north and south hemisphere and the water spinning opposite ways.
So you're not going to address what I said.
What you're saying is nonsense, bud.
It's not, though. Like, this guy wasn't a globe or a flat earther. He didn't care. He was just testing a claim. And he did it in London and he did it in Sydney. And the water spins the same way both times. And you can even test this yourself. There are sinks in houses where one sink will go left and one sink will go right, and they're right next to each other. But this is so easy to test. It's such a fundamentally stupid argument.
I guess that guy just photoshopped his video.
He did provide video evidence, though. So,
I mean, you're just ignoring all of my arguments. Cool. I mean, you can do that if you want.
are you dismissing his evidence?
Well, I haven't seen your video, but you haven't
See
seen
the
mine.
difference? You just claim a video, whereas I provide one, and the guy shows you in the video that the water spins different ways, and he shows you in the middle where it's zero that it just goes straight down.
Obviously, I don't believe you because I've seen tons of evidence to the contrary. But regardless, it's actually an argument that seasoned globers don't make anymore because they know it's a bad argument. And have you noticed how your Glober friends aren't leaping in to back you up because they know it's a bad argument?
My argument is, film me a video of you walking in one direction, and when you encounter new land or the edge, and if you don't believe in an edge, you'll just keep going. You'll be able to show me new land, then I'll believe you.
That's already been addressed, and you just ignored the rebuttal. So I don't even know why you're here. I actually don't know why you're here because you're just ignoring rebuttals.
Because you're not providing evidence for your rebuttal, whereas I did.
But that argument
show me your video. Show me your video. Shut up and show me your video.
That argument has already been addressed by Larry, and you just ignored that as well. So I just don't think you're here for any good reason. Like, I heard Larry rebut that, and you just didn't respond.
He didn't rebuttal anything.
Yes, he did.
He did not show me a video. I didn't ask for a rebuttal. I asked for a fucking video of him going straight in
You're
one
just not here.
direction and
You're
showing
not
me this new land that we have not fucking seen, or new waters.
It's a waste of time. You're just a waste of time. You're not here to
The
discuss.
truth is you'll end up on the other side of the earth because it's a fucking globe, you retard.
Yeah, I know that that's your opinion, bro, but you understand that just coming in, spouting assertions, then calling people retards doesn't mean anything to anyone. You are meaningless. If you want to have a discussion, then actually have the discussion.
Show me your video.
Yeah, again, you're not listening to the rebuttals or the arguments. If you're not going to do that, you might as well just pop yourself on mute.
I listened to your argument. You said you seen a video of the water spinning the same way. So show me, because I just showed you a video of the water spinning
I'm
opposite ways.
driving. I told you that as well.
Enjoy being delusional, bud.
Right, I'll just pull over, shall I? Wow, what a moron.
So we're delusional. What do you say?
So flushing toilets proves Earth is a globe. Interesting.
We're delusional. How did the Earth start spinning?
People do realize you can build a toilet different ways. You know.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, of course. You can have different bowls and different sinks, different toilets in the same house, spin opposite directions. Like so easy to test.
You know, you can always just go trolling all the fucking channel.
Why hasn't anyone shown a video of airplanes flying upside down in Australia from space?
You can just make one. Just flip your camera upside down and take a video.
No, I mean,
Or
like,
airplane
you know,
assembly.
like, I mean, showing the whole Earth, the sphere Earth. Why haven't we seen upside down people walking upside down?
Yeah, when you go from
Because
Europe
nobody
to
cares
Australia.
about making such useless videos.
That would be like the most famous video. That would debunk
Yeah,
everything.
wouldn't it be great? Like,
That would debunk the whole debate, right?
like the airplane goes from Europe, I guess, to Saudi Arabia, then it flips, and you go to people are upside down. I mean, how dumb do you have to believe that shit, man?
I mean, at the camera distance where you see the entire half of the globe, the smallest objects you would see would be entire islands or cities. So I don't think that seeing an airplane would exactly work.
The ISS could easily like figure that out. Just go to Australia or something.
There was this one time. Fucking
yes,
enough
but
is
if
enough,
the
man.
ISS would be
Enough is
currently
enough,
orbiting above Australia, then like it would be in same orientation as Australia itself, and you
Is that
wouldn't
right there?
see it as
right there?
upside down. You would simply
you're right
see it
there.
as land below you.
Fucking shut up, Evo.
But what if you're outside the globe, if that makes sense, and then you have like a high zoom camera zoomed in and see their planes flying upside down?
I mean, if you have a fucking Hubble telescope, then you can do that, but I don't think anyone cares about making such photo like that if
that would
the
never
biggest
happen.
telescopes exist.
I mean,
yes,
I think
that will never happen because nobody cares about something like that.
I mean, if someone could provide a video of that, that would be pretty good
proof.
evidence. Maybe not proof, but evidence.
Yes, I mean, if you have some satellites, like the spying satellites that have enough camera resolution to resolve such like single objects, then these satellites aren't orbiting as far as these geostationary satellites to cover the entire globe, but rather they like float above some particular country or a region. And because of that, you will no longer see these things as upside down, but simply like the land that is currently below you, the same way as you were like be flying in an airplane and then you look down, you would simply see like bird eye view.
Himbo, do me a favor. Play the 24/7 back and listen to yourself. Just do it.
I have done that before.
Just listen to yourself, bro.
Yeah, how many quailers
Bro,
did you take?
I'm not the one that is arguing that the Earth is a fucking pancake. And you're trying to say
Yeah, maybe don't take 10 or whatever.
I'm a retard
like,
because I'm
Hey, we didn't give a model. We didn't give you
anything.
anything. So you can't say we gave you anything.
We're not
Who
saying
said
it's
it
a
was a
pancake,
pancake?
you dumbass.
It's
I didn't hear anybody say
straw
it.
man, then it's soul, and then just gaslight.
Did
Embo,
you say
change the
pancake?
record. Change the record. So boring.
I didn't say pancake. Did you say pancake?
Embo said pancake. So it's boring.
It's obviously a crepe.
You're right. That objection is
Fucking
factual. I
three-dimensional-
think the
three-dimensional-
snow globe would be a better
Boring.
description.
More gaslighting. Just boring. Bro, just bring
Embo.
something. Bring something better than this. This is like like basement dwelling tactics. Just really, really dull.
Yeah.
Bro, if you think
I agree.
like basic jokes are
I
gaslighting,
agree,
then
Embo.
you have no life.
Listen,
Embo, you're
You're on a
I'm
flat
sorry.
Earth Discord talking about how it doesn't exist every day, and
yeah.
people trying to discuss it don't have a life. You're
And,
fucking
like,
insane.
You are on Flutter of Discord
You know-
discussing how it exists
Can I
every
just
single
check
day.
that for a second?
You know
Embo,
that every single
you
objection
know
you have to me could be said about you.
Embo,
But contrary
Embo,
to
you know, Embo,
contrary
Embo,
to you, my position is true and factual.
there is a point where you can stop talking. That's great. You know, I'm actually paid to attend parties, and you sit in a Discord server talking to people who you think are morons, wasting your time arguing with them, and you think I'm the one with no life.
That's priceless.
Are you paid in
I'm
NFTs?
to attend parties, bro. You're the one with no life.
interesting.
Okay, so talk to me when you will find a sentence like that is supposed to insult me that you couldn't apply to yourself at equally right. Because right now every single thing that you say about me could be equally declared as projection.
You made the claim that I have no life. So how am I projecting that when you said it?
Because you also sit on Flutter Discord 24/7. You also discuss with people that you think are retards.
I love balls.
Oh, this guy's a waste of time. He's lost.
I love balls. That was good.
So I love balls. Have you got any globe proof?
If I did, I would be a Glober.
Well, you're in the clan. You're in the crew, the gang.
Yeah, they haven't. Boats over the horizon.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I never thought of that one either.
Yeah,
That's
wait.
a good one.
Does he get a nitro on it? I think you deserve that nitro, bro. Get that free nitro going.
Thanks, bro.
I think this
appreciate it.
discussion is starting to get so boring that we should make things like that. For example, like LARPing the opposite side and trying to argue for the opposite position. I think that would be funny.
Then we do better than them. They know
You're
it.
just boring, dude. You're just boring.
Really,
Like,
really boring.
Topo's asked me a question that was obviously in jest, and then I answered it in jest, and now you're complaining about it. Just dull.
It's
I'm not
fucking
complaining
Sunday,
about
man.
anything.
Come on, dude. Embo, chill, man. It's Sunday. Speculate all you want.
It can only mold.
It's actually Monday, but yeah.
Wait, time zones?
I mean, technically it's Monday. I think we're going off the meridian, right? The prime meridian. So I apologise.
And why would we do that?
I'm no longer speculating.
Because England is better than the USA, that's why.
Yeah, we.
Well,
we
I
colonised
can
England.
agree with that, but that doesn't mean that it's the only right time.
Universal Standard Time. There we go.
God save us.
Stinky
Life
King.
could be so much simpler if the Earth was really flat. Like, imagine it's the same time zone for every single person.
Yeah, that wouldn't be the case, though, would it? Did you know that China has one time zone?
Yes,
Right.
I think like they forced the one single time zone, and it makes like very big discrepancies between the actual solar time.
No, it
and the
doesn't make
Tyson
any
time.
discrepancies whatsoever. They live their
Oh, no,
life
he's
just
talking
normal.
Yeah, Larry. He's talking about China's time zone. So China has one time zone, and obviously it's an issue because China should have, I don't know, 5, maybe 6 time zones.
Yeah, I think it's
based on
spread over like 30, 35, 15 degree. Yeah, it's spread over like 3 latitude lines, isn't it? So it's like Australia, essentially.
Yeah, exactly. So it's only got one time zone because time zones are political and not necessarily based on the physical realities.
Solar noon, on the other hand, that's a different story.
Yeah.
Yes, the sun doesn't care about politics.
But the time zones are political. And so it's not about what the
It
sun
always
cares about.
rises and sets at the predictable manner.
Do you think the time zones are based on the physical reality?
I would say that they are in like partially. The general basis for them is physical reality in the form of solar time, but
So are they political then?
they're political and not political at the same time, because like the small differences can be like a couple of hours at best, can be due to politics. Like, for example, one country doesn't like another country, so they don't adopt the same time. But like, you don't make a time zone that is, for example, 15 hours off. That would be the element that like keeps it connected to the actual physical reality. That there are some discrepancies due to political problems, but the general idea for the time zones is natural.
So
like
go ahead and finish.
So it's political then. Thank you.
It's both at the same time.
Both at the same time. That's a violation of the non-contradiction, right? So is a girl pregnant or not pregnant both at the same time?
No, it's simply a violation
you have a
of the
married
false dichotomy you established.
Do you got any married bachelors in your country?
What bachelors?
Married bachelors.
I get what he's saying.
Married
He's saying there's
bachelors.
political reasons and there's non-political reasons. Like, stop being an ass, dude.
I'm not being an ass. It's a binary question.
No, he's clearly saying that there's political reasons and there's non-political reasons. Like, that's obviously what he's getting at. He's just wording it incorrectly. Like,
I
you're
think
acting
you
like
worded it
English
fine.
not
You
your
got
fucking
it.
first language. Like, what the fuck?
He said time zones is a natural idea. That's a contradiction.
It's grounded in nature, but shaped by the politics. I don't know what's so complicated about it. I think you exactly know what I'm supposed to mean, but at the same time you try to like poke holes in it in order to make the discussion. To try
you
me
can
so
think
stupid.
whatever you want. I don't care if you think I'm a little bit on the TISM spectrum, right? I'm taking it as, is it political or is it not? It is political, right? That would be
And there's
a
non-political
answer.
reasons.
It can't be both.
Yes, he's saying that there's two reasons. There's political reasons and there's non-political reasons.
Okay, maybe I'm incorrect. I'll think about it.
But that's all he's saying.
But how are
The
time
word
natural if it's a concept?
they aren't natural, like they are some natural phenomenon, but they are based on nature. They are a
You mean they
human-made
describe
concept that
nature?
uses natural phenomenon in order to like grant them on something.
Do you mean that they describe nature, like the movement of the sun or the earth?
Yes, they describe the solar time.
Yeah.
Using
Okay.
a man-made construct.
Okay. I thought you meant time zones themselves were natural.
No, that doesn't make any sense.
Right.
But this
Glad we
entire
figured that
argument
one
doesn't
out.
make sense. Nevertheless, because you can just substitute the time zones for the solar noon and the argument will still be sound. You won't have any semantic objections to them. And it still wouldn't work on the flat earth.
This is a deeper one. Is time natural or is it a concept?
This is too deep for me, I'm out.
You couldn't answer that one.
Welcome to the flat Earth.
Is there such thing as a minute, an hour, a second?
Yeah.
So, time is necessary based on phenomenon of motion. That when something moves, it changes its position relative to time, and that's how time is defined. You have some object that is moving cyclically, and you measure time using that. But the question about is time natural or not, or like man-made concept, to think about it, I think you would have to think if these phenomena that are happening about emotion would still happen if humanity wouldn't exist. And I think they still would happen, like if all of the humans disappeared right now, like the sun and the moon and all of that would be still moving, but simply there would be no one to interpret that. So time would still exist. There would be simply no one to read it.
Time exists? So is it a concept or not?
Yes.
So it's not a concept.
It exists naturally.
How?
Following that
How
conclusion.
How does time exist?
Because
What's an example?
motion exists regardless of the presence of humans. And motion requires time as one of its variables in its equation.
So, what is time?
Time. I don't know how to define it specifically.
You repeat the question, doesn't actually answer it. Time.
You said it exists.
You could describe it like in a physical formula that it's like the distance divided by the velocity. That would be like a specific definition.
It's another equation.
An intuitive one.
A physical formula? Formulas are physical?
Apparently time's an
in the
equation,
meaning that they are used in physics and describe physical concepts. The word physical has multiple meanings, either that it's a part of physical world when you can touch it or something like that, or that they are some kind of phenomena that affect the physical world. For example, forces that aren't a physical object by themselves, but are a phenomena that happen to these objects. That something moves because you push it. So it would be physical or non-physical at the same time, depending on the definition you use.
Okay. You said time was something, distance and velocity. What does that mean?
It means that when something moves, then time
motion
the time during which it moved would be the distance it traveled divided by its velocity.
But you know that
Motion-
distance is conceptual. It's not a thing.
Yes,
Physical thing.
you could apply the same logic to every single physical quantity, and it would still reduce.
There's no
to
such thing
that.
as 1 meter or 2 meters. Those don't exist. You know that, right?
Yes,
Well, it
it's
actually
just
does,
the
though.
same question about multiple definitions of the term physical.
I can measure it.
All of these
Like, if
physical
we make a
quantities
mug,
just
does that
disagree
mug
on
not
there.
exist because we
and
made
their
it? That's fucking
definition.
retarded. Of course, meters exist. That's not how
Yeah,
it works.
No.
I can
I
measure. I
mean,
can
you'd say
measure a
that
meter.
a
There's no
meter
such
is a
thing.
thing
No,
in this
that's-
world.
that's
A meter is
crazy,
not a
yeah.
thing. That does not mean it doesn't exist. Yes? What do you mean no? You
If-
can't just say no.
If you can measure something, it exists.
No!
That's it. Yeah. No. Hey. Wait. If you can measure something, it exists. That's the definition of measurement.
Where can you, okay?
Right,
Where can you
precisely.
find a meter in nature?
Right here, I have one right in front of me, dude.
Yeah. Just
No,
fucking,
you have
tape
to-
here, probably.
I also found a year and a minute and a
That was the
piece of air
strangest
right
thing
in
to
front
say.
of me.
Like you can measure shit. Measurements don't actually
It's
exist.
literally the
That's-
least strange thing to
That's
say.
kind of strange. Like,
We made up a mathematical system to describe things, but they don't actually exist.
No, well, like
no,
those
that's
things do
bullshit, bro.
exist because the whole point of math is that it describes reality. Like, yeah, those things exist.
Yes, it
Like I
describes.
said, bro, just because something exists doesn't mean it's a thing in its nature, right? Like, you could
Well,
say
I can
it
measure
exists,
something,
and that
it
doesn't mean that
exists.
thing is a thing. Like, what?
I have no idea what you
Yeah.
just said.
Really? You don't? Do you need me to say it again? I'm confused. Like, wait, jeez, dude, do I need to slow down more than
Me
that?
too.
Like, alright, here's an example, right?
What?
Like air, is that a thing, or is that like a substance? You know?
Oh, we can measure air, right?
Oxygen and
No, I'm
nitrogen
asking the other guy. I'm asking the other guy.
are real things.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah. But is air a thing? Is air a thing? Like the concept of air, is that a thing? Just asking, you know?
Is the
Because you said you
concept-
don't understand what I just said. It doesn't make any sense, right?
I mean, air is just nitrogen and oxygen, right? Those
Yeah.
things exist.
Right,
Yeah.
sure, but is it a thing? Like if I have an axe and I'm holding it in my hand, that thing is a thing that is in my hand, right? But like
Yeah.
the air in front of me, is that a thing?
Yeah.
Or is that just a
it
substance
exists,
that
if
exists?
that's what you mean. Yeah, it's a thing as in it exists. Yeah.
A
Who
thing
said
doesn't mean it
that?
exists.
But who said
Does
you
anybody
can?
disagree
Who
with
said
this?
that
I just wanna make
measurements
sure,
don't
first of all.
exist? Who said that? That's
Measurements
the
only
strangest-
exist once they're made. Of
You
course,
can
right?
feel the air around you. So
Wait a minute. Was
Yeah.
it you?
Right, you can feel
So-
all sorts of things that don't exist.
Something doesn't
You can
exist
also
until
feel
they
things
measure
that are
it.
not things.
Is that what you're saying? Stop fake laugh.
Yeah.
What the?
I
fuck?
mean,
no, I'm
whatever.
saying that,
We're
no,
getting
I'm
too
sorry,
deep.
No, I'm sorry. I'm saying the measurement doesn't exist until it's measured. Sorry, my bad. I
Huh?
made that mistake. I didn't really listen to what you
Think
said. I mean,
that
I
through?
listened, but I didn't register it properly.
Okay.
Yeah, like the thing you're measuring exists, right? No matter what, but the measurement only persists into existence once it's created as a measurement, right? Meaning once the thing is measured.
Doesn't
with the
exist.
measurement
It's
to be
imaginary. It's imaginary.
what is imaginary to measuring?
There, 1 meter. 1 meter is imaginary. 10 meters is imaginary.
It's not imaginary.
But
No,
does it
at one
exist
point it
until
was
they measure it?
imaginary, but then it was
What the fuck, bro?
imaginated, which is a different word, and it means that we literally put it into reality by taking it out of our minds. So at one point it was imaginary, meaning it was in our minds, and then it became imaginated, meaning we literally created that thing out of our minds and put it into this
you took
reality
something-
for it to be
you
there
took
and interact with
something
other
out
things.
of your
so we could
mind.
use it, right?
You took
Yeah.
something
Crazy.
out of
We
your
can take
mind and
things
made
out
it
of our mind,
physical.
yeah. Of course, you
Are
can
you
take
on
things out of your
mushroom?
mind. What kind of?
Are you on
Are you
mushroom?
on mushrooms?
No, I'm on something better than that. But dude,
fucking
listen, do you
mushrooms
not
you
understand
on?
the concept that you can take something out of your
But
mind?
is mind
Is that like
physical,
something you're
though?
struggling with right now?
You're definitely
Hold on,
on
is that something you're
shroom,
struggling
but
with to
you-
understand? I just need to check real quick. I'm just trying to check if you're like not understanding.
Things
that. I, mean,
don't
I could be
exist
totally
until you
wrong. I mean,
measure.
you might not be, you know. But
my
like, I'm just curious if that's not a concept that you're struggling with, or you know, that maybe is a problem. It's problematic to
wrong.
introduce. Like, of course, you can take things out of your mind. First of all, like everything we created was taken out of our mind, dude. But then, like, second of all, like that doesn't mean you have to create it, right? Like, you can take something out of your mind. That's what I'm trying to check if you're struggling with that concept. Like, like first of all, you have to establish the understanding that you can take something out of your mind and it not be created, right?
What
Like,
drugs
that's a
did you
separate. They're not
take?
mutually exclusive,
Like,
right? Those are separate
what
things
mushroom
that
are you
occur.
sniffing,
You know
bro?
what I mean? Penis envy is the best strain. They're the buttload strongest. Like, they will slap you in the face. They will not come back proud after that. I'm telling you. But anyway, Yes, that's my go-to. Just so you guys know.
Did you go on a trip one day and not come back?
Bro, like, of course you can take something out of your mind, bro. Like, what is this new concept, Steven? We're on Earth. Come on, like, ground yourself, bro. Like, like, pick up some earth out of the ground and smell it, dude. It smells like dirt. Like, you know, like, of course you can take things out of your mind, man.
Are you schizophrenic?
Why do you think people say like this thing got into my mind? Like, I put this thing into my mind. It came into my mind, and then it came out of. You know what I mean? Like,
bro, you need to stop
Just
spiraling.
becoming Eminem.
You're
Finally, he got muted.
Okay, guys, I have a very big philosophical question according to the topic he was saying. So, do you think the Earth was flat before it was measured to be flat?
Who's measured the Earth, bro?
The person who measured it to be flat. I mean, it's a pretty frequent topic here that the Earth is measured to be flat. So, if the
It's not
measurements,
measured
like
to
the
be
human
flat.
interpretation,
It's observably flat.
oh, I mean, it's differently defined by different.
Hey, Embo, I got a question for you.
My God.
Just see if you really could. If this is too much. If it's too heavy, if the question's too heavy, just say pass or something. Okay. So if the Earth is flat, then is the Earth flat or is the Earth not flat? If it's flat. Pass or what? What?
If he dies, then he dies.
It bricked. That was a brick event. A breaking. So you can follow the same logic. You just say, if this pencil is a blue pencil, then it's a blue pencil is a blue pencil. And suddenly it makes sense again. But you just invoke anything to do with the surface of the Earth, and they brick.
Okay, but you would have to first observe the pencil to be blue in order to determine if it's blue.
No, if it is. If it is, right? This pencil is is colored blue. Okay, so the paint on the outside of the pencil is blue. So if it's colored blue, then it's blue if it's blue. If it's not blue,
know if it's blue before the observation?
Yeah, if you say if.
Okay.
So if today is Sunday, then today is Sunday or not Sunday. If today is Sunday.
Okay, but after you make the observation, then you can.
Yeah, well, which one? Can you follow that though?
Sure.
Like, if today's Sunday, then what? Then it's not Sunday or it is Sunday? If today's Sunday.
Then it's Tuesday.
This is just randomly Tuesday? Taco Tuesday on Sunday.
What are you trying to expose here, Crit?
Well, just if you can follow a logically consistent idea.
You can't do it.
Like, if this, then that. Is that possible? But he can't. He can't do it.
He still hasn't answered, by the way. If your name is Embo Gaming, is your name Embo Gaming?
Or not that?
I guess it is.
So if X, then X, or if X, then not X, if X.
If X, then X.
Now watch what happens if you switch it to the Earth. So if the Earth is flat, then what?
Then it's flat.
Okay. What you got there, dude? I'm surprised.
It's painful.
Yeah, congratulations, but remember that the logical argument has to have a premise that is true in order to be true in the first place. And you started with a premise there. You can imagine arguments that are logically sound, but the statements that they are made of can be completely imaginary and disconnected from their reality. So an argument can follow a valid and logical syllogism, but contain a completely invalid presuppositions. Like, for example, if there's a rainbow in the sky, then your mom is fat.
Well, no, then there's a rainbow in the sky.
In the sky, therefore your mom is fat.
There's a rainbow in the sky, therefore the rainbow in the sky.
Yes, it's a completely different type of argument. But both our arguments followed a valid logical path. In my case, it was modus ponens. So, according to that logic, that argument should be valid, but it isn't, because the relationship between your mom's fatness and the rainbow in the sky doesn't exist in reality. So, in order to apply an abstract construct which is logic and mathematics to reality, these arguments have to reflect the actual reality. That's why, for example, arguments like the black swan are completely irrelevant, even though they follow a valid logical syllogism, which is the modus tollens, because they don't follow when you apply them to real world. These predictions aren't implied by the premise.
Do your parents have any children that lived?
You're saying he's dead? That's weird.
That's really dark, dude.
I agree. That's all, folks.
That's why when you make an argument, it's nice if you have some kind of derivation, a logical process which led you to the conclusion that that hypothesis makes that kind of prediction in reality. Because if you don't do that, then you can just make whatever shit you want. Use that as your argument.
That's tough.
What, logic?
No, that you could get a contradiction through non-contradiction.
What?
If the Earth is a globe, then is the Earth a globe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got there.
That sounds like
Started
a
there.
Bev. That's like a Bev question, you.
It's not a Bev question. It's tautological. Then
Yeah,
then
you
again,
start
maybe
there.
Bev is quite tautologically oriented.
See, the problem is that the people are so against the flat Earth, they can't even say if. So if the Earth is flat, then what? Well, no, it's not. It's not flat. Well, even if it's flat, it's not flat? They're like, yeah. Wow. Amazing. That is truly amazing.
I have not heard a single glober decline to go with the hypothetical.
I would say that in reality it's the direct opposite, where the globers often try to make some predictions based on the hypothesis that the Earth is flat, but in that case, flat earthers say that we shouldn't do that because we simply imagine what the Earth should look like and behave if it was really flat. And we shouldn't do that because it's flat nevertheless. So, according to flat earthers themselves, at least most of them, statements like if the Earth is flat are invalid.
What's going on with it? Hold on, this dude tagging me here.
Can I clarify, Embo? Are you saying, for instance,
Yeah,
when
real quick, Brett. Hey, something of Dynasty or whatever. What's going on with you? I too long didn't read.
I don't know what is going on with me, man. You seem to know.
I don't know. I have no idea. Why do I know anything? I've never talked to you before.
Well, I don't know. I got muted. Somebody in this PC apparently clearly seems to know what the fuck is going on with me.
Okay, so let's troubleshoot here. So.
Oh shit! Oh, let me open the fucking control panel. Wait.
Yeah. So
don't have a
okay.
clue, bro.
It is Speculation Sunday, so you can talk about you smoke weed, but it's not intoxicant. Okay. Prove me wrong, Crit. I really didn't say much.
Hey.
I wasn't trolling. Can I be unmuted the next?
Oh, it was Veritas. Oh, fuck my life. My bad, bro. Sorry, I had that dude muted. It's probably why. I was probably over talking to him at some point. My bad. I didn't mean to ping you. My apologies, bro. I'll stay on you now.
Oh yeah, no problem. I just wanted to troubleshoot what's going on. I didn't want. Okay, there we go.
I was taking a shot apparently. All right, my bad. My bad. I'll shoot him.
Can I clarify the thing with Embo now?
Yeah, well, generally it's okay to assume that because I generally have a working thing with other mods that if somebody comes at them and say, "Why'd you mute me?" they always say Crit did it. Because I kind of get a kick out of them melting down in my DMs.
I'm sorry. I kind of figured it wasn't you. I kind of had that same reason. I'm not gonna lie. You're spot on.
All right, so
But
yeah, let's go back to.
For some reasons.
Okay.
Britt had a concept he wanted to articulate.
Well, I just wanted to clarify with Embo. Embo, what you just said there, are you basically saying like if a glober says the sun does this, the moon does that, and a flat earther responds, well, the Earth is flat, so that's what you see on a flat Earth, right? Are you saying that the problem there is that a glober will try to make sense of observations on a flat Earth, and a flat earther will just accept those observations to be the case on a flat Earth?
Yes, that's basically what I mean.
Okay. Fascinating.
Thank you for translating Embo Gaming.
Yeah, that really works out. So then you have if the Earth is flat, then it's not flat because some random observation of the sun. Because the sun, therefore, it's not flat now.
I think he means to say like if the Earth is flat, then you should see this. You don't see this, so the Earth is not flat.
Yes, modus tollens basically.
That's what he confirmed it. So.
What is Earth?
Oh boy.
The flat and stationary
flat, bro.
Flat and stationary plane.
You got a source for that definition?
Dude, PD, man. Like, seriously. Okay, it is Speculation Sunday. How about, do you got a speculation you can make?
Oh, no. This is the perfect time. Wait, who said that? Who asked the question?
Yeah, it's PD.
Alright, PD, use any answer you want for any purpose you need it for, and then drive to your point, which will be no point at all.
Ah, brilliant.
Ah, that was perfect.
No, it wasn't
perfect. No dictionary is going to say that the Earth is flat and stationary, bro.
And what does that mean inside your worldview?
It's just some random definition that I guess was made up. I don't know.
You should look up level.
Have you found Sasquatch, dude?
Are ditches level or are they curving?
Where is Sasquatch?
In a ditch, apparently.
No, the question mark guy, he knows.
I've got a dictionary that says the that horizontal means flat and level with the ground.
You can have an horizontal tangent.
Can I ask a question to the flat earthers? Do any of you think that the dictionary divines truth at all?
I was just addressing what PD said. No dictionary. No dictionary. Well, actually, I've got a dictionary, and the definition for horizontal in that dictionary is flat and level with the ground, or with a line considered as a base.
Are there any definitions in the dictionary you disagree with, T-Dub?
There would be.
So I know there's some definitions in the dictionary I disagree with. I don't think the dictionary really... I think it's just useful for like a general description, personally.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, But how you feel?
Yeah. I mean, I remember you saying, I am, that nobody contends the dictionary definitions in academia. Everyone just goes off the dictionary definition, right? And obviously you've never written an argument before, because nobody fucking does that.
Are you stupid, bro?
You said that I had an argument with you where you said, "Oh no, you'd be laughed out the room if you didn't use the dictionary definition."
Yes, you have.
You've never wrote an argument.
Okay, I need to go get a
Oh
shirt.
my God.
Fuck.
When it comes to nuanced understandings of language and semantics, the purpose of academic inquiry is to have a precise language.
Yes, to define and set your terms. Yeah, but you don't use the dictionary.
For basic or common meanings of words, and over reliance on them in academia is literally paramount.
You do define your terms, yes, but you're under the misapprehension you define them from the dictionary.
Who defines the terms then? So is a tree a freaking apple if we all agree to it?
For instance, I'll give you an example. When I was doing my studies, when you wanted to know what democracy meant, you might just well use Lincoln's by the people, for the people understanding. You could use some other understanding, right? That comes from elsewhere, or like a definition of a state or a nation. Loads of people have different definitions for that, and none of them were ever just the dictionary, right?
This is why you're silly, Mr. Yui. The standardization of language in academia is the most important thing.
English is not standardized. Even like as a baseline.
Dictionary definitions provide a standardized reference for language.
Yes, it's useful as a general descriptor, but when it comes to academia, it's not the holy bible of setting terms.
Okay, so when it comes to concepts like democracy,
what did you say,
or entropy, right? Yeah, so when it comes to, like you mentioned, democracy, right? When it comes to concepts like democracy, feminism, or entropy, dictionary definitions offer a baseline understanding that scholars can build upon, right? That's fine to say. But for debates regarding these complex, they have to be grounded in a shared comprehension of key terms.
Obviously.
And the shared comprehension of those key terms are dictionary definitions.
Not necessarily. So, for instance...
Hey, you know what I call that? Here, let me jump in real quick. I call that read words.
Yes, read words.
Hold on. Add no words.
So here's an example.
No words away. Remove no words. And read words in the correct order.
Yeah. So for instance, if you disagree on the terms, you can do a number of different things to resolve that, right? Say, because if you're in the affirmative, the benefit of being in the affirmative position and defending your claim is you set the terms, right? But if you're debating someone and you disagree on the terms, there are a number of things you can do. One is you can appeal to the dictionary, right, and try to agree upon the dictionary definition. Two, you could the person opposing could say, I don't think your definition adequately describes what we're talking about, and they could explain why. So, for instance, if I said to you, a state is X, Y, and Z, and you said, well, do you consider Palestine a state? And they say yes, but Palestine doesn't have X, Y, and Z, then they might add more qualifiers. They might flesh out their definition to make it more agreeable
Well, who
to
gives
the
a
other
shit what
person.
qualifiers there are if it's not recognized internationally? Like the whole purpose of
There's
state
no
is to recognize.
international recognition of dictionary terms.
How do you?
English isn't French. We don't standardize our language.
Is academic? So let's say academia in England. Would that be the standardization of English?
Sorry, say that one more time.
If we are doing academia, studying and doing work in England, wouldn't the standardization of the language or the standardized language in that country be English?
That's the language of our country, but we don't speak we don't have the same vocabulary. Like, you know, the South, the North, they don't say the same terms, they don't use the same terms, they don't mean the same thing when they use different terms. English is not a standardized language. Even you just based on
you're wrong, though.
French tries to centralize their language. English doesn't. English is well known for not doing that.
So, my entire premise was effective communication relies on shared understanding of languages, right? Dictionaries provide.
No, that wasn't your argument.
I'll continue arguing. Give me a second. So, with the standardization of English, right, we use dictionaries to provide the information and definitions for baseline understanding, right? So, for example, in legal documents, right, precise definitions of terms can be the difference between clarity and ambiguity, and that's relevant in academia.
You've never wrote a paper in academia, then, because an argument anyway. Because in an argument in academia, there are words that are difficult to describe. You know, like words like state, nation, country, democracy, authoritarianism, whatever it is. You're going to find that each paper you're going to read will, at the very beginning, the first part of that entire paper will be to say, this is what I mean by this, and if it's trivial, something we all agree on, then you know, you might say, well, yes, okay, if that's what you want to define something as, then yes, it's trivially true, but we don't think it's an adequate representation of reality.
Dictionaries do their utmost. Dictionaries do their utmost to give a comprehensive definition, a list of definitions that can be used if that word can be applied in different contexts. It will try its best to address that.
I agree. It's a pragmatic book for understanding our own language, right? But it's not the end of terms defined in our language.
Okay, so you keep mentioning I haven't written a paper of the sorts, and that is like a premise for most of these arguments. You mentioned this 100 times, right? In academic discussions and writings, they necessitate a very high level of precision in language, right? You cannot accurately convey complex ideas and findings without dictionary definitions to provide standardization.
Why do you think high precision in language means the dictionary has to be involved?
Because the dictionary gives you a standardization of understanding of this.
And so does setting your terms in the argument to say what I'm talking about is this, and I will define the terms and clarify the terms to mean this, and why you've set the terms as they are. That's fine. That's used. That's the norm, right? Doing the dictionary, like if I use a dictionary definition, I'd be laughed at, right? Because that's so simple.
Freaking wrong. The integrity of academic work relies on the precise use of language. Like dictionary definitions are the only thing.
Nobody's disputing that you have to be precise with your language, but you can set the terms of the debate.
You cannot, because this integrity maintained by agreed upon meanings for terms, for example, validation or replication of research that comes only from the dictionary. The dictionary definitions aren't merely convenient references, right?
You've never written an argument, obviously.
Shut up, bro. The dictionary definitions you're mentioning are merely convenient references, right? In reality, they're foundational to the pursuit of knowledge in academia. They ensure clarity. They enable interdisciplinary communication. They support inclusivity. It's the whole basis of integrity of scholarly work.
What subject? What discipline do you study?
An example. Give us an example of a paper that you've read where there was a word used where a dictionary didn't. It wasn't covered.
Democracy.
That in which
the way I define
in which it was being applied was used. Right?
Yeah, and the way I define democracy usually in an academic paper, I prefer to use the definition Lincoln's understanding and government by the people, for the people, of the people, so on, right? I like that one, right? You will not find that in a dictionary, right?
You would freaking laugh that.
Unfortunately, I laughed at, bro. I've got my master's degree. You don't.
Show me your.
The overall atmosphere of in that manner, right? In that context, the overall atmosphere of that meaning of that term is not covered in any dictionary whatsoever.
Yes, I would guarantee it isn't. But not only that, right? The point of a definition is to describe the concept, the reality of the concept you're talking about. It's just a descriptor, right? You're trying to use words to describe reality, right? The dictionary
you couldn't
does that on
find
a
a
baseline.
dictionary where the
I know of no dictionary that does that.
definition of democracy, right? Where the definition of democracy could be applied to that statement.
I know of no dictionary that does that.
This
I know
guy just
no dictionary that does
reworded the
that.
definition to suit his agenda. Like literally, when it comes to scholars debating on whether certain topics are relevant or constitute certain meanings, for example, ethnic cleansing, right? When it comes to how we define ethnic cleansing in scholarly terms, they start from the freaking dictionary and they build their arguments effectively from the dictionary.
What paper have you read that says
Every
that does that?
paper.
Just tell me a paper you've read that does that.
That does what? That comes
does exactly that describes ethnic cleansing as is described in the dictionary.
Are you okay? Are you? Do you know what I said?
yeah,
Can you repeat what I said, Ewan?
You said every academic paper describes ethnic cleansing as is defined in the dictionary.
I did not say that. I said scholarly opinions. The debate on scholarly opinions for example, for ethnic cleansing, right? I use that as an example. It starts from the dictionary definitions, and they start to build the arguments effectively based off this dictionary definition. That's what I would say, right?
So stupid, right?
Do you
Listen,
do you disagree with that?
I think that no, people will look at the words, right? That the people use to describe things. You'll look at people who've coined terms before, how it's changed over time, and they might say, "Okay, this one's the closest one I could use towards that reality," but it's not adequate to this instance, which I would think of as ethnic cleansing. So it might need more qualifiers, right?
The first result I get for fucking democracy meaning, English meaning, Cambridge Dictionary. Belief in freedom and equality between people or a system of government based on this belief in which power is either held by elected representatives or directly by the people themselves.
Yes,
it fucking explains your by the people for the people.
No, that's not the same thing.
Literally what you fucking say.
Not the same thing. Not the same thing.
It can be applied.
I hear you saying that it's not the same thing, but can you accept that it could be the same thing?
Because
taken in certain terms.
Let's all stop, right? T-Dub, can you say that definition again, and I'll tell you to stop when you've added a qualifier that I've not mentioned.
Belief in freedom and equality between people or a system.
Stop. Freedom and equality. What do they mean?
Right, so now we've got to go into the definitions of freedom and equality.
Yes, and they are
so
not.
You can ignore the rest of it.
Are we positive? Have you ever heard of Isaiah Berlin, who defines positive and negative liberty? Right, he defines them in his own way. Right, and if you search freedom in the dictionary, it will not be exactly what Isaiah Berlin, a scholar who talked about freedom and liberty, would define it.
What are you talking about? The next word is.
The point is that you can set terms to describe reality.
Or. The next word in the sentence is or.
Does it matter?
Okay, skip the first three words.
You can ignore the entire first part if you don't agree with the first part and you agree with the second part. That's how or works.
Skip the entire part and go to after or.
Likening philosophies to applied practical terms used in practical application.
What was the part after the or? What was the statements after the or?
System of government based on this belief in which power is either held by elected representatives or directly by the people themselves.
Yeah, okay, so elected representatives. Now, look, I consider that democracy. But that's by the people. Is it? For the people, of the people. Would you say that representative democracy fits into that because it's defined in the definition, right? What does a representative mean?
Hello.
Directly by the people themselves.
The entire basis of academia is the pursuit of knowledge in a collective endeavor that relies on shared languages. You cannot just say, bro, relax. You cannot just say, I'm going to give my own definition. Why are you interrupting me?
Why are you talking shit, bro?
Oh, I'm not talking shit. I'm not talking shit. This is normal.
I didn't say you.
No,
I was talking
Nesta,
about I am.
go. Speak,
But
Nesta,
if
since
you'd
you want
like
to
me
speak so badly.
Yeah. This is 24/7 flat
Is
Earth.
by the
Why are you
people
talking
for the
shit
people
about?
fits in there.
Why are you talking
I
politics?
can tie it into flat Earth, right? So when people talk about what level means, for instance, you could go off what's simply in the dictionary. But if you read a scientific paper that defines level in some other way to mean something else, then yeah, like the dictionary doesn't matter because that's the describe. Or if you're in the affirmative, and you're trying to if you're in the affirmative and you're trying to conceptualize this part of reality, and you're trying to say, well, no, it's not in the dictionary, but that has no bearing on the word you're using to describe that part of reality, then you're just wasting everyone's time, right? You're just arguing semantics and being, I don't know, incredulous towards someone else's usage of a concept in reality that we experience.
Yeah.
My issue with your definition is that it's not
are
precise. Your definition is more vague than most definitions given. Like your definition gives an ideal rather than what it actually is. And so yeah, plenty of things can apply to your definition. That's my issue with your definition.
Yeah, you might give further qualifiers further down the line. It doesn't matter. It's just a general starting point.
If I'm a fucking idiot, I could apply fucking, Nazi Germany to your definition through whatever convoluted means if I needed to. It's just your definition.
Yeah, you might give
too
further
many vague
qualifiers.
ideas for the people, by the people. Well, yeah, Nazi Germany was for the people of Germany, by the people of Germany to benefit Germany. So yeah, it's a democracy. No, obviously not. So I don't like your definition being so vague like that.
Like I said, this is when you might add further qualifiers or whatever. I mean, I don't really think that could fit into Nazi Germany, but
otherwise it's not a good definition.
I don't think that could fit into. I don't think that could fit into the definition. But like, if you,
how would it not?
Well, a government of the people, it's a dictatorship, right? So it's not elected.
It's not a dictatorship. Nazi Germany was
Next
not a
one
full
in my
dictatorship.
Next one in my list is Merriam-Webster. The meaning of democracy
Hold
is
on, we don't need
government
multiple definitions.
by the people.
We don't need to mention multiple different definitions.
Yeah, shut up! Shut up! The meaning of democracy is government by the people, especially rule of the majority.
What Merriam-Webster says, it's just by the people, especially in the case of a majority.
It probably that's just I haven't gone into it's just the
so it's missing at least two other qualifiers there that I've inserted into my definition. It doesn't matter. The point is a definition. The only point of a definition is to use it to describe reality, right? That's the point of a definition. There is no standardized English language that you can appeal to.
There is, you literal clown. The entire
what do you study? What do you study?
It doesn't matter what I study, right?
No, it does, because it's going to be the case that you've never written an argument before.
99% of academia disagrees with you.
You obviously are wrong, because I've studied. When I studied, I have never run into a paper, philosophy, history, or politics, or international relations. All the things I studied.
Must be fun to play Scrabble.
One time did someone appeal to a dictionary.
Dude,
not one time.
Wrong and you're stupid. You're welcome. Every single word.
Yeah, you obviously do computer science. You do computer science, and you've never written an argument.
I don't do computer science, clown. Every single word.
What do you study? What do you study?
You would go away. I'm not telling you what I study.
You're just saying everyone does this, but you can't even tell me.
Because it doesn't matter what I do. Because 99%.
Can you name a paper that does this?
Every single paper uses
just one.
Never heard this done. I think he's right in this that most arguments don't appeal to some other authority to give them their definition. They say this is my definition, and this is what we're going to be using during this paper. That's what they do.
Yes, that is what they do. Everyone knows this who goes to university, not people who pretend to, like you.
Maybe they'll get what they're trying to say from that paper, but
the entire basis of academic discourse thrives on shared understandings of terminology.
Yes, and it's stipulated. It's stipulated.
Shut up. Having personal definitions disrupts shared understandings, which leads to confusion and misinterpretation.
But it doesn't.
You're so narrow-brained.
Which means you're stupid.
No, you're being so narrow-brained. Like, if they have a dispute with with how they've understood it, right? For instance, they say, "Oh, I don't think you've adequately explained this because I think that this could apply to that situation, that word or that understanding." Then they might have to rework their definition. Add qualifiers, be a dispute, right? If someone wants to say, for instance, if someone wants to say something like, "You've been so trivial with your definition," to say that it's obviously the case if you define it that way, which people do say in papers, then they might argue based on those terms as well. There's lots of reasons for why people would try to come to a more coherent understanding of things that we use words to describe reality of, right?
What about when you don't know what a word means? Where do you go? Do you sift through
He makes
piles
it up
and piles
himself,
of
the
fucking
clown.
academic papers? Or do you go to a fucking dictionary?
There's lots of different. If you're writing a paper, you probably know what all the technical terms mean or how you might disagree with different
That's not
terms.
true. Now you're being disingenuous.
Why do you know what the technical terms mean? Explain that to me.
I mean,
real
like,
quick.
for
Why do you
instance,
know what they
for
mean?
instance, expertise. That's not
No,
the
no,
case.
Yui,
Everybody knows
why
the
do you-
definition.
no,
not
why do
everybody,
you know
not
the
everybody.
technical-
I said
Nobody
people,
knows the definitions of everything. They have their own
yeah,
beliefs about it, but nobody
yes,
knows.
of course. In my
Listen,
discipline, I know the terms, the technical terms of my discipline, and so
where
I
do you
don't
learn these
need to
terms from?
struggle. I don't struggle necessarily with, oh, should I appeal to the dictionary? I could just tell you what I define things as.
And where do you read the terms from?
Papers past.
Papers that came from?
Well, no, definitely not the dictionary.
So these academic papers, do they go through scholarly rigor?
Of course they do.
And how does scholarly rigor go on? How does scholarly rigor?
It's an argument, bro. You've never written one. You define your terms in an argument.
But hold on, hold on. What is your name? Flat Earth Sun Theory. Would you say it's fair for if they don't define the terms for themselves in their paper, for you to go to a dictionary and use that definition? Because generally, the dictionary definition of any dictionary is supposed to be a definition used by a lot of people.
Look, if it was the case, right, and someone said a term that that we're trying to make sense of what they mean, which, in philosophy that happens a lot, right? You have people set terms, you either use the context of what they're talking about, other places where it's been used around the same time, or you might say, okay, let's just go with the dictionary definition. Now, the dictionary definition will not always be that helpful.
Wouldn't you say those two things are the same thing, though?
No, not necessarily.
The context of when and where they came from in the dictionary definition?
Well, the context of what you situated that word.
I would argue that if the dictionary definition isn't that, then it's not a good definition.
Of course not. It's not that.
Yeah,
like
if you situate a word, specify the author would have to specify why they are using it outside of the context of what's been detailed in a dictionary.
The author
justify why they can use it in that.
Well, let me rephrase the question.
The author, like, this is a rare occasion. Usually, like older literature, which there isn't necessarily a dictionary for or obvious context for. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know if that would even be applicable, because all academic papers I read, when they put a term in there, a technical term, they will define it. War is defined not in a dictionary, but by Clausewitz, right? Defined by Clausewitz, not a dictionary. War. Conflict.
Sure. But it's not always the technical terms that you're having troubles with. It's less technical terms that you're having troubles with that apply to these technical terms that actually affect it, right? And my question would be, if you had a question about a certain term, about a definition of something in a certain time period in a certain place, where would you go? I think the argument would be a dictionary definition from that area.
Well, dictionaries weren't really around in that area, but especially in classical periods in antiquity, which is where most of the hard philosophy is. We had to try and figure out what they mean. Well, like Aristotle.
Okay.
Freaking Aristotle.
I don't know how true that is, but I'll take your word for it.
Most people just look at, okay, well, Aristotle used this word here. Where else did he use it in his other
What about
literature?
modern day? Would you say that applies to modern day? Would you not say that dictionary definition generally try to morph to what the common parlance is?
The point of a dictionary for me is not like an academic research. Academic research really goes way beyond a dictionary. I think, obviously, IAM's never studied before, so he doesn't know this. But
my balls, you talk way too much
in debate.
Someone has no idea what you're talking about.
Flat Earth or anything else. When you're in a debate, and maybe you aren't quite clear on the technical terms, you might appeal to the dictionary for you both to agree on some sort of idea of what that means, right? Because it's pragmatic for that purpose, right? But the English language does not stop at the dictionary. It's not a centralized language. Those are the rules of the English language.
He will never answer your question.
You didn't answer my question, though. I asked if you were trying to, if you didn't know, you were reading a paper, you didn't know what a specific word meant in that paper, for his usage, where would you go to get the context of this paper in this location at this time? Where would you go? My argument would be the dictionary. You're saying something else. Where would you go?
I mean, like if I was, being a good academic, I would read around the literature that person's talking about. So, for instance, if they're talking about democracy, that paper is usually going to reference other people. I could read those other people, see what they've understood democracy to mean, and see if they've actually contended that definition. And if they haven't, I could probably figure that they're actually contending with their definition of democracy or agreeing with their definition of democracy. I wouldn't just go, I'm just going to make up my own sort of like, I'll go to the dictionary, whichever dictionary I want, right, and just go, that's what they mean, right?
We'll still
I
have
think that's.
some
I
form
think it's
of
personally quite fair to do the
relationship
dictionary
to the
definition argument.
dictionary
I think it's unreasonable to say that you have to read 18 other papers by people that they reference for you to understand what the word
Yes, but this is the
fucking certain means, rather than just looking at the dictionary definition of this person, of his
It's not
location,
reasonable.
where he lived at the time
I
he
agree.
lived.
It's not reasonable if you're just dipping your toes into the subject. I think the dictionary is fine if you're kind of just having a baseline sort of understanding, sort of vague understanding of something, not a precise one. But if I'm talking about my discipline, which would be politics and international relations, I would do that investigation. That's part of the point
Your
of me
entire
being
job
an
relies
expert
on
in that field, right?
undermining
Every
and
single
lying to
moment,
people,
on every
Yuri.
single time, I don't think that's true.
It's
I think
rare
if you
that
were
ever
trying to make a
happens,
point about the
obviously
thing that you're
find that
looking into,
term.
sure, you do that. But I don't
It's
think on
rare
every
that
single
that
paper
ever
that you read,
happens.
you're
You
actually
never
doing
really
that. I
have
don't
to raise
believe
that
you.
issue.
Gentlemen, sorry to interject. Can I ask a question?
No.
Why are we talking about nitty gritties of definition?
Well, this is
Because
the point. I'll bring it back up, right? The term level, right?
I just jumped in, so I have no idea.
I'll bring it back to flat
Yeah,
Earth.
so
Right? So
let
the
me
term
explain
level
it to
phrase.
Mick first, right? So Mick, that the reason that we're talking about the nitty gritty of semantics and definitions is because we have someone here called Flat Sun Theory, who's an idiot that has to be very disingenuous with everything he says, right? So that's the
No.
problem we have here.
The problem is pretends that in academia people always appeal to the dictionary, which is obviously not the case. Nobody does that, right? It's a complete opposite. But it's just fine. He obviously doesn't study. That's fine. No, you can lie.
There isn't even one dictionary. So, like, what happens when two different dictionaries have slightly different definitions of
Show me
something?
two different dictionaries.
Show me which dictionary you go for, because there's only one.
Yeah, shut
one
up. Answer this
understanding.
question,
That is the
retard.
dictionary.
Show me two dictionaries with two different definitions. Go ahead.
He did it earlier with democracy. Two different
the same
definitions.
shit, bro. They mean the same thing. I don't want it to be reworded to have the same
Every
meaning.
new
I want
term
two
you insert
complete
to a
different definitions.
Every new term you insert to a definition, right, will have consequences for the overall description of what you're using the word for. So if you add, for instance, what the first, I think there's a Merriam one, which is government of the people, right? Or something like that, right? And then they had the other one, which was equality or liberty, or a representative government, or a direct, like all of these other things. Then you've expanded the description to a lot more things, right? And they're obviously not the same thing, because the description now has a lot more new words that you can use to include other things, or be even more precise depending on which definition you're going to use, right? So obviously, two different definitions in the dictionary could have two different descriptions for reality.
You do realize variations in definitions are just complementary perspectives, right? They still come to the fundamental aspect.
Right. So now we've
shut up.
We've got to synthesize the dictionaries.
Shut up, dude. So two definitions offer slightly different definition terms, right? That we just mentioned in democracy. They were like literally the same shit. They just worded a bit differently, right? It doesn't alter the actual meaning of the term. They both meant the same shit. So if you find me two dictionaries which have completely two different meanings, I'll concede my point. But until you do that, keep grinding and winding, bro.
Well, you know that happens,
like
though,
an
right?
opposing.
Everybody knows you can find definitions.
No. Clearly, there's multiple definitions for the same word, right?
Definition.
Yes, they're worded differently.
There's literally different
Did you listen to what I
definitions for a
said,
single
dude?
word, right?
Did you listen to anything I said, or just yapping out of your mouth?
So let me guess. It's a wild speculation here. The reason why we're talking about this is because, wait for it, people are debating on the definition of what level means.
Yes, correct.
Oh wow!
It was based on the whether or not level means this or that. But the point I'm trying to make, is the point of being in the affirmative in a debate. The only benefit you get, right, the only benefit you get from being an affirmative is that you get to set the terms. Basic philosophy, set the terms of your debate, right? And I am, for some reason, thinks it. There's a rule in debate, never seen this one before, that says you must appeal to the dictionary.
You are actually a clown, dude.
Stupid.
Man, what do you think about what he just said?
He's a
Like
liar.
not insulting, like actually.
Yeah, sure. So he's a liar because my initial premise 3, 4, whatever days ago was in academia we rely on dictionary definitions to have an understanding of because if you claim to be academia, you're in the same boat as me. You liar.
I wrote arguments, right? And philosophy.
You haven't
history, and
wrote
politics.
shit. You are a
I don't know.
political
You
science
do
major,
computer
which
science.
undermines
You've never written an argument before.
I don't do computer science, you clown.
Why does this matter?
Because he's a liar. He's disingenuous.
Just finish your response though. Like
what?
I said, just finish your response.
Yeah, sure. So academic discourse thrives and depends on shared understanding of terminology, right? Academia is literally the pursuit of knowledge in a collective endeavor. For him to sit here and say, I don't care, I'm going to make up my own terms and definitions, that defeats the whole purpose of academia. He's literally lying to you guys.
So arguably that would therefore suggest that before anything can move forward here, that the terms be set, right? Rather than arguing over the fact that they should or should not be set, right? It does seem to me reasonable that if there are ambiguities between terms, that they be set, right? So why is it not that people are focusing on setting the terms instead of arguing whether they should or should not be?
Yeah, I don't see. It almost seems like you guys are talking past each other a little bit. I am. It seems like he's saying that when you create a paper,
he's lying to everyone.
I don't think that's the case. I think I kind of agree with what he's saying. It seems like what he's saying is when you.
Stupid, right? He's just being disingenuous. You is a smart guy. He's just lying to everyone.
I don't know about that, but I think what he's saying is when you give a paper, let me finish. When you give a paper or you put a paper forward, you do define your terms, and maybe they're not close to the definition of the dictionary, maybe they're far away from it, whatever it might be, at least you're defining your terms. So you could define your terms and maybe you could use one, made up word to define what you're trying to mean. At least you're just saying what you're trying to mean. I think that's the important part. I think it's a little pedantic to say that, oh, well, that doesn't align close enough to the dictionary, so your paper didn't make sense, right?
No, you're wrong. Because we're talking about academia, not two friends talking about balls and shit.
Well, yeah, I think in academia, even if they said red and they mean something completely different than what red is, people would understand what they're getting at because they define their terms, right?
Understand, because academia is a comprehensive understanding of what? Of collective knowledge and endeavor. Right? So if you say to me that I'm going to define my own terms, academia will laugh you right out the door, and you will claim to have a master's in political science, which is obviously not true, because he would know this. If he tried to say, I believe democracy is this, this, and that, and it completely undermines the dictionary definition, they'd laugh him at the door, and every single professor would discredit his paper.
Never experienced this in my short time in college. I've never experienced this, that to where you define your own terms and somebody's argument against you is that's not close enough to Merriam-Webster. I've never heard this before in my life.
What's your highest level of academia?
Master's.
You read in a paper?
No.
Okay, so what type of master's degree allows you to get your master's without the dissertation or at least a thesis? How does that work?
Well, yeah, I've written papers. I haven't written I think there's a very different, like scientific papers versus just writing papers.
A paper is a paper. You have to present your paper
written
to a
papers,
board
of course.
So did you present your paper to a board of professors?
No, I don't need that. I'm not a doctorate or anything. I like it's accounting. I have a master's in accounting.
Who accredited your master's degree? Who said, yeah, this is a good paper, you have a master's? Who gave you a master's?
My school.
Give me his name, his phone number.
School shit. I've never heard of a master's degree get folded and approved by someone who read a paper that wasn't
whether you
submitted
heard of it
anywhere.
or not doesn't really
Can I
matter.
read the paper? Do you have any terms outside of the dictionary in your paper?
I don't know what this doxing is you're doing. I don't know what this has to do with the conversation.
Okay, it's not doxing. I'm asking you, in your paper, do you have any definitions used which didn't derive from the dictionary?
Yes, constantly. If you're writing any paper, you use definitions.
Write one. Name one. Go ahead.
Name a definition of ever used in any paper ever.
Name
Like
something
what?
you wrote in your paper that defies the dictionary. Go ahead.
I never claimed that my paper defies the dictionary. What are you talking about?
So your paper contributes and literally is like your entire paper is based off dictionary definitions. And I asked you, does it defy the dictionary? Did you use anything that wasn't stated directly in the dictionary? You said no. So what's your entire point here? You just agreed with me
Given my
in
point, I
long
don't see why
layman
what
terms.
your argument you just gave had anything to do with our conversation.
You just
About me.
accepted that your entire paper was based off dictionary definitions, and now you're trying to tell me I'm wrong. Bro,
Yeah,
I'm so
I
confused.
already agreed with you that dictionary definitions generally, if they don't define in their paper, that you should probably use dictionary definitions. That's why I disagree with the other guy. But I disagree with you in saying that you have, like, if you define something as a way that's not traditionally correct with dictionary definitions, that your paper is just mute
Did
or
you do
moot.
that?
I think that's completely incorrect.
Did you do that?
No, I didn't do that.
Then I don't care
Well, I
about
mean,
your
I
point,
might. I
then,
don't know.
bro.
I don't think so, but I might have.
Then I don't care about your point,
I don't
okay?
think
Because you
anybody
can't give me an
intends to do that,
example.
but if they disagree with a definition wholeheartedly, like if they disagree that the definition of, like, I don't know, say the
Okay,
Communist
reverse.
Manifesto's definition of X, Y, or Z is this, and people have generally in the past seen it as to being something else, if they disagree with it and say this is what I define it as, then that's perfectly fine. They're not going to say this
Okay,
paper is
now let
completely
me
silly
ask
just
you
because they
this,
defined it as
right?
something else.
Now let me ask you this: is the Earth a globe?
I don't know. I would assume not, but I don't know.
How do you not know?
I'm agnostic, just like I'm agnostic with religion. I'm agnostic when it comes to flat Earth.
So not only a clown and disingenuous in other topics, on this one too. Crazy.
Well, can you go to space? Can you leave the Earth?
Have we done it before?
No, I'm asking you personally.
I don't know. I've never seen it happen before.
I'm asking you personally. Can you personally leave Earth
I
and
don't
go
know.
to
I've never
space?
done it before.
Do you think you can?
I don't know. I've never done it
You
before.
think you will ever have the means to?
I don't know. I've never done it before, bro. Is that not an answer?
Yeah, I think you're dodging the point that I'm making here. The point that I'm making is that I don't think you will ever have the ability to leave Earth or, determine that. So yeah, I think you probably should be agnostic as well.
So you're basing my beliefs on future beliefs? The hell's wrong with you?
Yeah, if you would never, just as I'll never be able to know if God created Earth or God created the world, I'm not gonna have an opinion whether
Your
God exists
entire
or not.
basis here is you don't know if you can do it in the future, therefore you believe now. What are you talking about?
No, I have a lack of belief now. That's
You
how
told me
agnosticism
you
works.
think you could do something in the future to prove today's argument. Do you
I
understand
just
how
want to
stupid
interject
you
here.
sound?
I think it's worth pointing out that the God analogy doesn't work. You need to make an analogy with something else. That analogy doesn't work.
Why doesn't it work?
False equivalence.
Well, it's because it's just an incomparable thing.
How so?
Well,
Anyways.
wait. First, remind me. What were you comparing? Like you're trying to say, like to him,
I
you
was saying
can't
that
know
I'm
what
agnostic.
exactly.
I was saying that I'm agnostic when it comes to flat Earth in the same way that I'm agnostic when it comes to religion. Religion claims that a God exists that created the world, and I'm not sure of that. I have no way of knowing that on my own with my own senses, and so I'm agnostic on that. In the same way with flat Earth, it seems to be flat in some way. It seems to be non-flat in some way, and so I can't claim to know unless I can go to
Which you
a faraway
enforced.
place
You
from Earth
enforced
and
that onto
identify
I
it.
am. Yes, and you enforced your standard, your only standard, onto I am. It was a loaded question.
What did I enforce on him?
Have you been to space to look
No.
down and see the Earth and know that it's flat?
No, I have not.
Know that it's a globe? Yes, you enforced that onto him as if that's your only standard and that should be his only standard. It was a loaded question and a begging the question fallacy.
Oh no, I wasn't enforcing it on him. I'm saying I would assume he has the same
I don't care about your assumptions, dude.
traits as me, to where he's never been to space and he could not identify whether Earth is flat or not. So to claim whether it's flat or not, I think the best option would be agnostic on that opinion. You can lean one way based on the facts, but unless you can see it on your own, based on your own senses, then you probably shouldn't decide. Yeah, it's my standard. It's my belief, and I could be wrong. Sure, I'd admit that.
Yeah. Just sit quiet and stay wrong. How about that?
I don't know why you would say that. I think I'm being very fair. I mean, was there like an underlying conversation before we got into that definition argument?
No, I just got trolled for 40 minutes.
Interesting.
It all started because PD came in and said, you won't find a dictionary that describes the Earth as flat. And I pointed out that I have a dictionary right here, a Collins dictionary. It's a few years old, I'll admit, but it says
Who's
that
PD?
horizontal is defined. Never mind. Don't worry about that. It says that horizontal is defined as at and level with the ground, with a line considered as a base.
Okay.
That's all I was pointing out. I was just refuting his statement that you will find no dictionary that describes the Earth, and in his case, his standard of Earth is dirt, soil, ground, right? I was pointing out, yes, I do have a dictionary that actually describes the ground, the Earth, the soil as being flat in reference to horizontal. It all started, and then Jekyll jumped in with the dictionary, pale the dictionary definitions.
There's always a stipulation with Britnat. There's always some way to wriggle out of everything.
That's life, right? How do we work around that, you know? How do we nail people down in a fair way?
Well, that just shows what's going on in his head. Like, he can't commit to anything. So he has to, say everything is stipulative and conditional. Ain't that right, Yui? Oh, he's muted. Poor guy. Poor college boy.
Who?
You know, I don't blame him. The entire degree political science teaches you how to lie and be manipulative anyways. Like, realistically, right?
You have a political science degree?
No, that's why I'm not manipulative and lying to you, everyone. Like someone here named Flat Earth Sun. Flat Sun Theory. Beware, Australians on Discord are trolls.
I'd say beware of arts degree majors, making assertions about what a political science degree makes you into. Not saying that's what you have, but in
let's
theory.
read this ChatGPT definition he just posted. No, you don't necessarily have to use a dictionary to define terms in academic paper. While it's one option, you can also define terms through contextual explanations, references to authoritative sources, or by providing your own interpretations based on relative literature. So can you tell me where that says define it yourself, you freaking clown? We're in that entire relevant literature. What is relevant literature, bro?
It's the providing your own interpretations part.
Yeah.
Let me have a look where it says that again. Where is that? Your own interpretation based on relevant literature, bro.
Yeah, that's the providing your own interpretations part.
Mean?
Well, relevant literature. Don't know how
what
you
does that mean?
Break it down more than that.
What
Similar
does
papers.
relevant literature mean?
Papers on the same topic.
Yes, right. Existing research, publications, and scholarly articles that reference what?
Or the relevant literature.
Which references what, dude?
Or the relevant literature.
You're just using
sources.
Relative literature references relative literature. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
You're an idiot, bro.
No, you're an idiot. How many sources need to be provided that you can define your own terms in an argumentative essay?
Saying relative
you just ignore it all. You're wrong. You're wrong.
You are saying relevant literature means to reference relevant literature. How more circular
you can reference relevant literature. It says you can provide your own interpretations. What do you think that means?
It doesn't say. Are you stupid, dude? Where does it say?
What do you think provide your own interpretation means?
Based on relevant literature, you clown.
Yeah. So what do you think the provide your own interpretation part means?
When it says provide your own interpretations based on relevant literature, it means give us your understanding of what these papers say. You freaking clown.
So what's the issue?
The issue is a clown, dude. That's what the issue is.
It sounds like you're saying give a definition based on what papers say in your opinion about it.
He's trying to say provide your own interpretations, and he ignored the based on relevant literature part to strawman and lie again. You clown.
Well, yeah, that's completely subjective, though. You can
No,
read
it's
something
not,
one
because
way and
there's no.
interpret it another way. It's completely subjective.
In English, if you put a comma, it separates. If there's no comma, it means it's meant to be read in one go, based on interpretations on relevant literature, right?
I don't know, man. I'd rather talk about flat Earth, to be honest.
Me too.
How do you what is your what are you? What would you say you are? Flat Earther,
I'm a
globe
freaking
earther?
human. That's what I am, dude.
You're a fucking retard.
Yeah, keep talking
Oh,
shit, mate.
jeez, dude. No. What would you say you lean towards? Flat Earth or globe Earth or?
I lean to shit I can observe and prove, dude. How about you?
Is that the whole conversation? I feel like that's a straightforward question.
Yeah, just like how you answered my question straightforward, I'm doing the same thing with your
I
question,
did.
dude.
I said I'm probably globe Earth leaning.
Yeah.
You said shit that he observes. I guess that would make him a born earther.
Jeez. Should have.
I need to get some food, bro.
Sure. Can you not say whether you're flat or globe leaning?
Yeah, the Earth is flat, dude.
All right. Okay. And so if you can't observe, if you have if there's
Here we go. Bro, if it's not flat, show me a curve. Go on.
Jeez. Calm down. I'm saying if there is some.
There is no. I don't need ifs or whats. If you want to say it's not
Jesus
flat,
Christ.
show
Okay.
me a curve. I don't know why we're beating around the bush.
I'm not beating around the bush. I'm trying to set a question. You're not letting me.
No, thank you. I don't want the question.
All right. Anybody else in here want to talk about flat Earth?
Yeah, he's too cool to answer your question.
Well, if his question is going to lead to what ifs and hows and whys, instead of just saying, hey, it's not flat because this, I don't want to answer it. It's ridiculous.
You literally just named like half of all possible questions you could have. What ifs, hows, and whys? Are you kidding me?
I don't want your what ifs, hows, and whys, because we've been going in circles about what ifs, hows, and whys for an hour. So if you want to present to me evidence that shows it's a curved globe, a sphere, or anything relevant, you can present the evidence. Beyond that, I mean, speak to someone else. I'm not in the mood for ifs, buts, and whys right now.
That's fine. Talk to somebody else. That's fine. Anybody else here?
Just you.
You're here, Jerry.
I bet you
What do
just
you want to talk about?
say what you want to say, and then someone will reply.
I don't have anything specific I want to say. I want to talk about flat Earth in general. You know, I just came from the what the fuck did they call it? They said SE. What fucking street epistemology. They had the
That shit was
the
stupid
live
as well.
thing or whatever today.
What did you think
thought
of
it was
that?
pretty stupid. I listened to one conversation he had, and I was just like, "Oh yeah, you just noted all the things he had to say, and then let him leave. Like there was no conversation being had." So I didn't like it personally.
I'm glad we can agree that was stupid as well.
But they did mention that they talk about flat Earth, or at least talk to flat earthers a lot, or that's one of the hot topics lately.
Yeah, okay.
And look, I love flat Earth. I love the idea of it. I love what it brings forth. Maybe I don't love a lot of conclusions a lot of people make, but I love the idea of it. I'd like to hear about people's opinions about it. Why they have their opinions? Is it based on good foundation or not?
Well, according to flat sun theory, there is no firm foundation.
For what, sorry?
It's all the definitions are just meaningless, right?
Definitions are given meanings. They don't inherently have meaning.
And who gives the meaning, Huey?
The person
Can we not do this?
setting the term.
The person.
Like, look,
so not the
Oliver. Listen, Oliver. I've given you.
If I got a dictionary and I started changing all the terms, and I said, Huey, this is my definition. Here's my dictionary. If we ever talk, we're gonna go by these. Would you accept?
Of course, yes.
No, now you're just lying, bro.
No, I've done that many
That's
times.
fair.
If you say, for instance, I don't know, like let's say I'm going to use the word stupid to talk about I am, right? And then when I say like I am is stupid, I am
But no,
actually
you just say
speaking in
stupid.
tautologies, right? Because obviously it's defined as stupid, right? Then
So
yeah,
what if
I
I
would say it's
said red is
tautological. It's
blue,
basic
green is
fact.
pink, purple is red, and all these things? You still agree?
Purple is red.
Purple is red, green is blue, orange is yellow. You'd agree with all these?
I
Well,
don't
it would be a
I
silly
think you're
thing to do.
misunderstanding him saying he
I
agrees
think
with
you need to stop
versus he can
talking with her.
understand.
What was that?
Yeah, I think it's there's a point to a definition, and that's to be pragmatic, to understand each other, right? That's the point, and to understand the argument. It's not just to have fun and be as wacky and wild as you want. That's not the point of them. So if you can understand the terms that are set, the argument makes sense, then and you agree with the argument, that's fine. That's all you need.
Okay, you're cool, bro.
You're stupid.
Yeah. Go back to political science, bro. I'm sure it's going to be very good for you.
Yeah, I've got a master's in it, and not only that,
You got a
but I've
master's in
actually
being a
written
retard.
arguments before.
Yeah, can you post your paper in chat so I can read them?
I'm not sure you would understand it. You need to at least have 10 IQ.
Send me one of your papers, you and I guarantee that you defy every single. Hey, your mic, please. Your whole mic in.
It's not my
Hey,
fault you
Have
went to
10
the
IQ.
shittest
Has
university
that
in
ever been
America.
registered?
I go to the top 3 universities in
Community
Australia.
college.
Number 8 in the world for architecture and design technology. You clown.
So I knew it, right? You don't do a subject where you write an argument. There you go.
I wrote many arguments. My entire thesis is based off arguments, dude.
I doubt it.
And I doubt you have a brain that actually functions correctly, dude.
Yeah.
Let's relax, ladies and gentlemen. The updated Einstein formula has been posted in the chat. This
Shit.
Hey, Glory, do you need 20 Australian?
That's a good definition we just changed. Bro, H, you're hot micing. I'm gonna mute you. Just either push the talk or stop. Thank you.
And that's
How to come up with your
another good quote
definition.
for you in the side chat I am, by the
Okay.
way.
So now my definition includes the Earth is flat. Do you still agree?
Sorry, just what's your argument? The Earth is
So
flat, and
my
the
definition
Earth
for
is
Earth
defined as flat,
equals
right?
my definition for Earth equals a flat plane that lacks curvature. Do you agree?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay,
That's
beautiful.
fine.
I'm glad now
Where are you
you
going
believe
with
the
it?
Earth is flat. No, that's
That's
it.
not
My
true.
definition
Then
has
I
been
would just
agreed
say
to.
that you're whatever you mean whenever you take the Earth to mean, I don't agree with that conclusion.
Oh, so now we don't agree on definitions.
You'd be taught if you were going to say, "Do I think we live on an Earth?" and you define Earth as a flat plane, then no, I don't live on Earth.
So where do you live?
Well, I live on Schmurf, right, where it's a spherical object. Right?
You sound ridiculous, bro.
It's just basic philosophy. It's not
No,
that
it's
deep, right?
basic ludicrousity, man.
If you this is the
what are you
problem.
guys debating over?
If you
What
define
are you guys
because you think because I think we live
We
on
haven't
Earth, which
came to anything.
changes the definition
We're
of
just talking
Earth,
about
that
definitions.
means that I'm going to agree with your definition, right? It doesn't mean that. I can disagree with the definition. The whole point of semantics is to set your terms that we could agree upon.
Do you think you need some like okay, here's the question. What level of evidence do you think you ought to have to go against mainstream belief? Is it A, I don't know, less than, better evidence, or is it B, like just as much evidence as the mainstream has, or is it more than the mainstream evidence? Because I think there's the issue of appeal to authority that's not great, but authority does matter, right? Authority tends to have some level of evidence or intelligence behind it. So like, would you say that you should have better than that before you change your belief around it? I think it's fair for people who don't want to put in a lot of work to just say, I'm going to go with whatever the default of society is. I think that's a fair thing to say. They have limited time in their lives. It's a fair thing to just go with the default.
Very. You're very loud, Jerry. Thank you.
Any opinions? Nothing?
Talking about?
You said, what am I talking about?
Yeah.
I was saying, what level of evidence do you think is needed for you to change your opinion from, or make your opinion on a topic be against the grain?
Yeah, freaking number.
So, like, if I've never heard of the Earth being flat or spherical or whatever else, what level of evidence do I need for me to say, okay, I Google it, the default is the Earth is a globe because, most people believe that. What level of evidence do I need to say, okay, I don't agree with what most people agree with? Does it need to be past neutral? Does it need to be just as much evidence? Does it need more evidence? Like, what level do I need to go past that? Because in my mind, I'm fallible, right? I could make mistakes. Even if I believe something, I could be wrong. So it seems like, in my mind, I need more evidence than just neutral. More evidence than just being just as much evidence as what the default believes, what the general public believes, I don't know how much we're allowed to talk about COVID, but like, if I want to be anti-vax, I would hope that I had more evidence than just what the general public believes about vaccinations for me to be anti-vax.
I would say to answer that somewhat, kind of reminds me of the black swan proposition that a lot of us have probably heard more than
The photo or some other.
It's a logical kind of thing that is supported by a photo, right? Where it goes something like a statement being made, I guess in this context, by an authority, right? Where they say all swans are white, right? So that's just one statement, right? And it's backed up by n incidences of whatever phenomena to support it, right? You go around, you see a million swans, they're all white. Okay, interesting. You go around some more, you see one more swan that's white. Okay, very interesting. That seems to be sufficient, right? And it adheres to the statement because so far we've only seen white swans, right? But if you, depending on the statement being made, right? If all swans are white, and then you turn around and you see one black swan, that negates the entire statement, right? So I don't know if it's so in that case, just one incident of an opposing viewpoint or whatever you want to call it is sufficient to negate the entire statement. So I don't know if it's fair to generalize the question as much as you have to say, oh well, how much evidence do you need? Because it is context dependent, depending on the statement being made, right? Like what I said, if you have a million swans that are white, well, they all look white, so therefore all of them are white, but just
I think
one
we got it, bro.
off, Yeah, I'm just kind
No,
of.
I get what you're saying. I think that's a specific example when you say all things are one thing, right? I don't think Flat Earth is claiming that.
Right.
I think Flat Earth is more about the Earth not being a globe, or it doesn't seem like that. It's a lot more vague with their claim. But I will say, in that situation, when I see a swan, yeah, it does. I think if that so in reference to my point of I would need more evidence than just the neutral, right? So I see a swan that's not white, right? I think because that swans are supposed to be white, you should try to gather not just a opposing belief. You should try to gather something more than just that opposing belief that swans are white. You should try to gather, say, something to say that, like, I know swans are supposed to be white. Why in this instance is it not white? Am I hallucinating? Did I have a bad lens for what I was looking at it through? I would go to those things before I jump to what the default position is, because I think the default position, although yes, fallacious to say appeal to authority, it does have some power because multiple many people have this belief, and it's been backed up through their experimentation to some extent. So maybe I should have something further than just I saw one single swan in my life for half a second, and now I believe that belief is completely incorrect, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, so you can dig into the weeds, right, and ask yourselves all sorts of questions to validate your supposition, right? I turn around, I see a black swan. Okay, well, if it's let's say it's confirmed, right? One confirmed incident of something that goes against a previously established narrative, right? Mm-hmm. That is enough, right? So the only reason why I brought that up is because it seemed like you were trying to quantify, or question what is a proper quantification to support a move to an opposing side, right? Not necessarily how much how much of a depth of validation is needed per individual incidences. Right? I don't know if I'm saying it right. It's kind of confusing, but my point being, it is context dependent, right?
Of course, sure.
If you assume that an incident of an opposing side is valid, right? However, to whatever degree you want to look into it, that can often be, or maybe not often, but that can be sufficient to negate an entirely pre-established premise, right?
No, I agree with you on that. I'm just saying, like, I'm trying to enforce this idea that before you jump on board with something, you should have reservations, especially if it goes against the grain. And I don't think I don't necessarily think that most people have that belief to where just because it goes against the grain that maybe you should have reservations. I even intellectual people, right? I do think that is a not necessarily widely held belief, right? Because of the whole, fallacy of, authority, right? I'm just saying that, like, if I see something, say something just appears in thin air, like a light appears in thin air, falls to the ground, and it's gone. Right. For me to, I shouldn't then conclude that everything has with the opinion of everything has a cause and effect, and every effect has a cause. I should not then conclude that not everything has a cause because I saw that thing appear in thin air and it doesn't seemingly have any cause, right? Just because I see something that seems to go against that, I think you should have more than just neutral evidence. You should have overwhelming evidence to some extent.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like, it's always important to be critical and to validate your observations, right? Like, for all I know, for example, I could have turned around, saw a black swan, and then concluded that not all swans are white, when in fact they could be, and it was just that black swan was, I don't know, for whatever reason, someone painted it black just to try and screw me up, right? So I mean, so that's why I said it's important to verify, right? So in this case, I don't know, you want to do a genetic analysis of it or whatever, and you find a gene or something that's what's causing it to have black white ones. And then there you go, right? But then how far do you want to go? What if the gene sequencer was faulty in that one instance? Well, how many other times do you have to go find a black swan and test? You see what I mean? So it at some point becomes regressive, or it becomes recursive, and until you land on something, you say, okay, fine, let's go with it. It is a valid claim, or it is a valid thing that I'm looking at, right? Then that one instance is enough to overturn the entire table. That's all I was getting at, right?
I agree with you. I think I was. Oh shit! I hope that doesn't blow up. But I was just giving the argument because I think when it comes to flat Earth, I lean towards it being a globe for this very reason. Well, there's other reasons, I guess I would say, but one of the big ones is this whole default belief. This whole, I know that there are smarter people than I that have this belief. So if I'm going to go against the grain on this belief, I want overwhelming evidence, and I've been around flat Earth in the flat Earth server for a very long time, and as long as I've been around, I've not heard things that have been so definitive for me to say I have to change my belief about it. Can you translate what the milk in reverse is saying?
Jerry, what he was asking before is, kind of summarized or paraphrased, how much evidence is sufficient for someone to change their mind, basically, right? And he was asking that question in a manner that was quantifying it, right? Like, oh, do you just need one? Do you need, neutral amount or like half as amount? Let's say I have 10 proofs that something is something. Do I need 5, right, of the opposite, like neutral, to overturn it? Or do I need overwhelming, right? And I was just pointing out that in many cases, or in some cases at least, all you really need is one, right? Assuming it's verified and everything, right? That's all we were doing.
Do you have a black swan to the statement, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon?
Are you asking me or him?
Anyone.
Okay. I mean, I don't lean Glober, so I don't really need to get involved, but yeah, that's all I was saying.
Okay. How about a black swan to the statement, all verticals are perpendicular to the plane of the horizon?
Where are you going with that, Jerry?
No, I was looking for a black swan to those statements. Or can you find a water level that does not establish a horizontal?
I mean, on the last one, I would say seemingly it doesn't seem horizontal in a perfect way, right?
A water level?
Yeah. I've always seen flat Earth
What's
when they talk
making it
about.
imperfect?
That's what I'm about to say. I've always seen flat Earth when they talk about flat Earth being flat or appearing to be flat, and so they don't need to, use all this evidence. They just need to use their eyes, right? I've never seen the Earth appear to be flat, right?
Like,
I've
is
never
it
seen
deviated
water
from
to appear to
horizontal?
be flat. I've never seen any of
No,
these things.
horizontal doesn't mean flat. We're just asking, like, what makes it not horizontal? Is this something that's making it not be horizontal anymore?
I'm saying the tool that establishes a horizontal, known as a water level. Can you find one that does not establish a horizontal?
Like a water level not being horizontal.
Yeah.
Yeah, my argument would be that water generally, virtually always is not horizontal. It curves and bends, and it's never horizontal per se.
No, like
if you're talking about the
water-
average, I wouldn't
Really?
know. I wouldn't know how to even measure
No.
that. But
Do you know
for
what a
my
water level
own
is?
eyes, I don't see that personally.
No. Do you know what a water level is? Like the tool.
A water leveler? I thought you said water level.
A water level. It's a tool.
A tool called a water level.
Yeah.
I've never heard. No, what is that?
It's like a tube. It's a big,
Like
long,
with a bubble in it?
flexible. No. It's like a hose, like a big, long tube. All right, and you fill it with water, and you let it equalize on both ends. And when it's at rest, those 2 points up in the air, they establish a horizontal plane between them.
How does it do that? Explain that. I'm sorry.
That's it. So, like, take your garden hose, right, and fill it with water.
Because atoms have magnetic attraction, so they form a flat plane.
What
Because
the
that's
hell are
the
you
most
talking
convenient,
about?
least energy shape that they can take.
What
It's
are you
called the least
talking about?
energy form. He asked how it does that, so I'm saying that's how it forms that shape, because that's the least energy it can take.
No, it's from hydrostatic equilibrium, equal pressure.
For the water to bind together, it takes the least energy.
And no one's talking about
Like
all
it
that.
just floating around and the atoms going in random directions wouldn't be as
Maybe I'm a
energy
little
efficient
confused.
or pressure balancing or whatever.
You said you have a tube of water, and then what? You said on each end.
Yeah, it's a flexible tube of water. It's a tube. It's like a
Flexible
plastic
tube of water.
Yeah, and you just let it lay on the ground, and you
Just
lift up
pure water, nothing
either
else,
end.
no air or anything. Just water in it.
Nothing, just water.
Gotcha. Okay.
Right.
You get bubbles
And you,
out.
yeah, and you lift up both ends. Fill it with water.
It's like a cylinder of water, like 2 feet long
Yeah.
cylinder of water.
It could be as long as you want.
Okay.
And when it's equalized on both ends at rest.
What does that
between
mean,
those two,
equalized?
when it's not moving around or sloshing or anything.
Okay, so you just lay it down and it stops moving. Okay.
No, well, yeah, you could lay it down if you want, but
Okay.
you hold up either end.
Yeah.
And between those
Otherwise the
2
water will
points,
run out.
yeah, that's a horizontal plane.
You said you hold it 2 ends, and between the 2 points is a horizontal plane.
No. All right, think of the garden hose that your mama has, right?
Uh huh.
You fill it up with water, okay?
Right.
You unhook it from the spigot there, right?
I got you. Yeah.
Right. You hold up that end, then you have your buddy go out and hold up the other end.
Uh huh.
Right. You fill it up with water, so
Right.
it sits in the tube. And when the water inside of that tube is at rest, from the top of one end where the water is to the other is a horizontal line.
Straight line.
Neither side is higher than the other.
So you put both on a flat plane.
No, not flat plane.
No, you just hold them.
Yeah, you just hold them up. If either end
Surface
is
of the
lower
water
than
at
the other.
one end. Yeah, they're not low. Yeah, exactly. The
I'm kind of
surface of the
confused.
water at
I
one
feel
end
like by
is the same-
definition
is
you're
exactly
defining it a
the
little bit.
of the other end.
Like if I have a 6
They
foot friend
shouldn't
and
be
I'm
different
5
if you held
foot.
them upright. Like just hold them up.
Yeah, we hold them up. We're
And you're
2
good.
different
Useful-
heights, right? I'm confused.
Useful for establishing
No,
the same
like,
elevation.
that's the point
in
of a level, like,
building,
you do it
know,
until it's
particularly
level,
going around
like-
corners. Hello.
Well, yeah,
Am
he's
I not
saying
coming through?
he's saying if you hold it to be level, then it's level. It seems like you're
Yeah,
using the
Useful
word
for
to
in
define its
building
scope.
when you can't when you want to
Point of a
establish
level, my dude.
level and it's you
I
might
feel
be
like you
going
don't even need
around
the
a
hose or
corner.
water to do that in that case. If you hold your hand up and it's
Really? Who's
both your
gonna hold
hands
the
are
water
level,
then?
then it's level. It's like what?
Can you use your hands to hold that amount of water? I'm just curious, man.
You don't need water. I'm saying that's the point. If we just both hold our hands up in the point to where they're both level, then you're level.
How do you know it's level?
No, like
Because you hold your hand up to where they were both level.
Now, how do you know that the line that connects your hands isn't sloped?
Because that's how you held your hands up. That's what I'm saying. It's by your definition. It seems like the point at which where they're both level defines level. It doesn't make any sense.
No, I don't think you know what I'm talking about.
I mean, I don't think either. I would agree with that statement.
Did you Google it yet?
No, I did not. Should I?
Yeah, Google water level tool, and you should see something that resembles a hose.
Water level.
And then look up slope versus flat line.
Okay,
Flat
and it's
line.
got little 2 beakers on the ends. Oh my. Okay, let's see what we do with this. I don't know anything about this.
Useful in construction. Particularly when you want to establish level
Yeah, for like
and you
two
can't
really
see
distant
around the
distances, you know?
corner.
How does this
too
work?
far for the level that you want to establish is too extends too far for a your common bubble level, spirit level to.
Let me try YouTube. Out.
Yeah, you try that.
Water level at one end of your hose is at the same elevation as the water level at the other end. It's just,
There, I just posted an illustration for you there in the chat.
That's a really detailed and nice illustration. Thank you, Fusilli.
You see it?
So the point of the tool is to have 2 different positions and to be able to mark when the 2 positions are at the same height, based on
be at
something.
any other height. They can't be at a different height. That's the point. That's why it helps you establish horizontal.
I see. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, now I'm asking, can you find one of those that does not do that? Because we were talking about black
Yeah, I would
swans.
imagine. Yeah.
So you could find a water level that does not establish a horizontal
So,
plane.
like, the hypothetical would be, obviously this is hyperbolic a bit, right? But like, if I put one end in some circumstance to where there's different pressures, then yeah, you wouldn't get those two things being level, right?
Yeah, if you shut one end, yeah,
Right.
right. But that's not what you're supposed to
Then
do
So,
the
like,
if
if
you
I
want
tool
to
is
put
no
find
one
longer
in
the
in
tool that
a
it's meant to
in a,
be.
in a hyperbaric
That tool
chamber,
is now
right?
destroyed and faulty because you've altered it.
I don't think it's that fragile of a tool, but I think if you put one in
No,
a
no, you've
hyperbaric chamber,
literally
right?
do you not understand that you've changed the nature of the tool to become a different tool by doing that?
Sure.
If
And
the
then you
point
take
of
it
the
off
tool
that
is that both
experiment,
ends
then
are
it'll be
open so
perfectly
that the
fine. I don't
water
think
can
it'll destroy
flow
it.
freely, then you have now changed the tool into a different tool. Do you get that concept? This shouldn't be that hard.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
you
no,
take
I
the
don't.
metal end off of a hammer, then you don't have a hammer anymore. It's not going to do what it's supposed to. Yeah.
It's now a stick that used to be a hammer. It's lost its other half.
Yes, but when you said you're trying to measure what flat is, and you put it in, say, the hyperbaric chamber, any chamber that can control pressure of air, then the tool would give different measurements, correct?
Is that chamber a closed environment? It's
I guess.
disconnected
I
from
don't
the
know.
atmosphere,
Sure.
right?
I mean, it's not closed in the sense that it has the
Well,
pressure of
that's a
this
different
tube
scope
inside
now.
of it.
That's a different container. It's no longer part of the Earth's atmosphere, so no, that wouldn't count.
Well, no, it's not closed in the sense that it has this tube in it, right?
Well, okay, but no, not right. The liquid is causing a closure.
What does that mean?
It means that air can't pass through liquid going downward unless it has immensely high pressure.
Yeah, pressure. That's how
Which,
that works.
if you have enough pressure, you can break a solid wall. Would we agree? I mean, this is all given. Like, I'm saying given things right now. Like, this shouldn't be that like out there.
Yeah, we're talking about
Sure, but
hydrostatic
hold on. The whole
equilibrium.
argument of, say, air pressure container, all this shit that Flat Earth does, is to say that you can't have, the argument basically for it without a container, right? And I would say if you put this into this container and you lift one side high enough, gravity itself would create a container.
Gravity
That's
The
not what we're
pressure of
talking about.
gravity itself would
Huh.
create a container onto this.
I'll have to mull over that one more when I'm really high on weed.
We're not talking about
I just don't know about that one. I mean, that's just me personally. Maybe you guys have a better take on it.
Well, the whole point of, like, I would imagine with this level here, this is what I would imagine, is that if you hold one high enough, right, it wants to go to the area of less pressure. And so the other, you hold it up high and the other side, moves up because it's not, the pressure's not even, it's going to the side with less pressure because, that's how the thing works.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't happen.
It only
That
works
wouldn't
if there's
happen
equal pressure.
if we were at a flat plane and one person's
no,
holding
just
it at his
reality.
face and the other person's holding it above his head. You're not telling me that it wouldn't overflow on the guy that's holding it at its face?
Oh no, it was sure. Yeah, no, I didn't say that. Yeah, of course, if you hold it above the other one, like if the other tube is physically above where the other tube is, like completely bypassing the whole point of the tool, like now it's exceeded the measurement that is a minimum for it to be able to like be at the same level. Yeah,
Right,
of
and I'm
course,
saying
the
if
water's
you
gonna
put
flow out
that
the other
other
side, that's
person
what
in
I'm
a
saying.
hyperbaric chamber, that level where I would have to lift it up would change, correct?
Nobody knows what you're talking about.
No, I disagree, man.
Like a vacuum chamber. If I hold it up,
Yeah, that's a
I can
chamber.
hold it
Yeah.
up to, say, a mile above Earth before it becomes level on both ends, right?
T-Dub, can you translate?
No, not right, because if you held it Hold on. So are you saying like the tube has to be like up in the air inside of a vacuum chamber, or the vacuum chamber is like really tall?
I'm saying the vacuum chamber itself creates a pressure. For me to counteract that pressure, I would have to create more pressure on the other side to counteract it. So I would have to have
I don't
more pressure
understand
on
what
the other
you're saying.
side
I'm sorry, man.
for it to level out.
The thing with the pressure,
Equal pressure.
yeah, your example with one end of the tube being in a vacuum chamber I would assume would defeat the whole purpose, because the actual act of the avoidance of pressure in the vacuum chamber would probably necessitate all the water in the tube being sucked out to fill the vacuum chamber, right? Because of you see what I mean? So I don't know if that's even valid.
Right. If the vacuum chamber's tiny.
Well, no, that's just my example. You're saying when would be an example of when this thing wouldn't be level, and I gave you an example. Of course, it would negate it. That's the whole point of the example to negate it.
Yeah, and the only time that I would imagine it would work is if there's equal enough pressure caused by the weight, quote unquote, of the water. That balance that counteracts the force being
pulled. So do you get that if I move my hand forward right now, I'm moving you? Like, I mean, it's an essential concept. Like, I'm literally pushing you if I thrust my hand forward right now, which I just did. Like, I literally just moved you physically. That's a fact.
Oh yeah,
like I'm serious. Like, you can prove that. You can demonstrate that right now.
Yeah, the butterfly effect, right? The molecules moved by his hand.
Literally, it may take a second, but there's at least like an infinitesimal movement instantaneously, and then after like a few minutes, there's like a few fucking like hairs, maybe, or like a few millimeters, or like whatever. Like,
Sure. So, and some ethereal level. Yeah, I get what you're getting at. Sure, I'll give you that. I don't know what that has to do with what I was saying. I was just giving the argument against this air pressure needing a container argument that a lot of flat earthers give.
This has nothing to do with air
operating
pressure.
through a connected medium, is what I'm saying.
Of course it does. When we're talking about a level, that's completely that's how air pressure is measured.
We're talking about water in a tube, bro.
Yeah, that's how air pressure is measured.
No, dude, we're talking about the water level tube, right? I'm saying that establishes a horizontal plane, no matter what.
And also keep in mind that the pressure systems.
Do you understand what a barometer is?
Who cares? I'm not talking about.
I care because I'm trying to prove the point to you that it's the same thing as what you're talking about.
No, it's not.
Okay, explain to us what a barometer is.
I thought you don't understand what a barometer is then.
Explain to us the mechanics behind a barometer, and then describe how that's the same as a water level to us, because we're ignorant. So please fulfill us here.
The idea of a barometer is to measure air pressure, generally to measure air pressure at ground level, right?
You mean
you have a tube within a body of water, or not necessarily. I think mercury is the best thing because it's the most viscous or whatever. But in a body of something, right, some liquid, right, and it's open on both ends, and the tube is generally put in the center. And when you measure it, that like a certain level, like that measure of how much liquid has to go up before it evens out is the measure of the air pressure.
We're not talking about that.
That is what we're talking about. Because if we go higher up, hold on. Let me give the argument. If we go higher up with that leveler that you're referring to, we get a different measurement. You're saying that they have to be even. Well, they don't have to be even if we put it inside a vacuum chamber. Same thing with a barometer. As you change your altitude, the level of what is the air pressure changes.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait, what?
I don't know what he said.
No, it doesn't. Wait, hold on.
Yes, it does. If you take a barometer onto an airplane, they will not give the same measurement as if you do it on Earth.
Okay, that's okay. We're all agreeing with that. But hold on, do you acknowledge
Give a
that, like, when you
horizontal
take
plane
a vacuum,
reference.
when you make a vacuum, you're creating a negative of the world. Like, you're literally changing the height by creating the vacuum. Like, you can't say that the vacuum chamber is the same environment as the rest of the Earth. Just because it's in the Earth doesn't mean it's the Earth.
Yeah,
like if we're operating on the fact that we're measuring things on Earth, that means you have to be measuring things on Earth, like with the conditions of being on Earth.
Not only that,
concept, so maybe I'm not saying it right.
Not the argument.
Not only that, the pressure systems are not connected in that case, right? You have an isolated vacuum chamber, right? Compared to the other end being in the open air, right? So of course it's gonna throw the whole thing off, right? But as soon as this is my understanding is the water level has to be in the open air because the pressure systems are connected, and even if on one end of the tube, let's say on one end of the tube it's 14 psi, but I don't know, the tube is 10 kilometers long, and on the other side it's 13.9. for example, right? Well, the air is, effectively connected, right? The pressure systems are connected, and the dynamics between them would eventually find a balance between them, because they're connected. So it still works, right? I haven't used one. I'm just speculating.
You and your friend could be on 2 different mountaintops, and each of the water level.
See, I just don't understand what you're saying by that's not the argument. Like, I'm not saying that's the argument. I'm literally just saying, like, if you have 2 separate unconnected environments, like, that is literally, like, you have to have an in-between, an intermediate medium. Like, literally, you have to have a connecting medium for those 2 to be sharing the same environment. Like, if you take a vacuum chamber, that's a separate closed-in area.
But it's not.
It literally,
The
it has a
connecting
different
is the
set
tube.
of altitudes, has a different set of everything. Like, the barometer would literally be reading something in a different environment because it's a closed-in container. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, literally, all the measurements start on different baselines once you get into that chamber. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Do you understand what the water level is? It's a tube connected. It's just a tube, basically, right? If I put one end inside the vacuum and one end outside the vacuum and move it higher and higher,
Nobody does that. What do you?
it can be done. Well, just because nobody does it is not an argument. That's the
What
most
the hell
shitty
are you
argument I've
talking
ever heard.
about?
That's a terrible argument. Stop giving that argument. Nobody does that. Well, nobody goes to space. That's not an argument that people haven't been to space. This is just a dumb argument. Stop doing that.
It's like saying if you use a
Like-
screwdriver,
Like, the
to
argument is
aerial
that
work-
pressure
Nobody gives this
changes,
argument. Why are you giving this
basically.
argument? Like, this is not a real argument you're giving. Oh my god. Nobody gives this argument.
Pressure changes to art. It's not valid.
This is not a real argument you're giving me.
The pressure, because that's not the
The
argument.
whole point that I'm
I
giving
just
you,
don't
if
get
you
that
put
part,
one
you know?
inside of a vacuum chamber that is at X, gravities of Earth, and you raise it up high enough, they will level out. You can make them level out.
It's like if I use a circular saw to cut down a tree, then I falsified what you use a circular saw for.
Reverse. I already told you the fact that you have one end in an isolated pressure
It's
system.
not isolated. That's the whole point.
Because, like,
Well,
what
yeah,
if you take one of these tubes and you move it so far away that it's now no longer in the Earth's atmosphere, right? Like, or you could just have a planet that's super tiny, or these tubes are massive and somehow they don't weigh more than this planet. Like, let's just say you could somehow get like a dime-sized
What
planet,
are you talking
right?
about right now?
Like a planet Earth the size of a dime, and that dime weighs the same amount as the
What
Earth.
kind
But
of
these
Dragon Ball
tubes weigh the
Z
same amount
shit
they
is he
normally would,
saying?
right? It doesn't matter, right? The point is that you have a source of gravity, right?
We're on
And
Earth.
you
I
take
don't know
these
what
tubes,
you're talking about
you
right
move
now.
one of them away from the Earth, and you keep one of them near this.
This guy might be more of a flat earther than me. I don't know what that, or globe earther than me. I don't know what the hell he's saying.
You guys are pinned up against each other right now.
So, yeah, well, I don't know who's saying that it's not an open. Of course it is. If you have a vacuum and you put this thing in it and then you close up it to where the vacuum is sealed completely.
That's what I was saying.
That's a vacuum, right? And then when you remove this, the water will immediately spit out of that vacuum, and then after the water, the air will spit out of that vacuum because it's not a sealed vacuum. But if you move the other end of that tube high enough, the pressure of the liquid inside of it will counteract the pressure in the vacuum, and it will not spill out. So it is in an open container inside Earth's atmosphere.
Okay, I missed the part where you said opening the vacuum up to release the
Yeah, that's
vacuum.
the whole point of having this tube in it, is that it's open to the atmosphere. It's a liquid in the container and open to the atmosphere.
You're right. I missed that detail. I don't know where we're going with this, but that part I missed for sure.
What is the argument against this flat Earth's point of you can't have a vacuum without, or a container or without a vacuum, whatever the fuck the argument is?
That's a side issue to this. We were talking about water levels. That we can talk about.
Well, yeah, it's all the same. A barometer is the same thing as a water level that he's talking about. It's the exact same thing.
So no, like they're not
True.
obviously.
You in fact cannot have a vacuum without a container, demonstratively.
Oh wait, I can
entire
demonstrate.
argument.
I can
Thank you for
demonstrate the
finally showing
opposite.
up, Captain.
Captain, would
No,
you like
you
me to
can't.
demonstrate the opposite?
Do it.
First of all, let me just get the image. 1 sec. Gas pressure without a
I swear to
container.
God,
Are you going to demonstrate Bigfoot the same way as well with an image?
Here we
So
go.
we got, yeah, dude. Like, if he pulls up an image of the universe, I'm literally gonna go running to the hills, bro. I'm fucking.
Yeah,
serious,
look. Yeah, well, look. You underestimate me. Here we go. Look at the side chat. So,
oh my
I'd
goodness.
say, there's no.
Right.
There's
That's not a complete vacuum.
Yeah.
We're talking about having
a complete vacuum. Where's that in globe Earth? Where's that in globe cosmology? Where's that in globe cosmology?
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's bullshit either way. Like,
it's not.
particles will
It's not set
because of their nature.
Not irrelevant.
What
Because
I'm
it's
looking
not
at.
set by
Can you
globers,
explain-
right?
Can you explain
anyway?
what
I
I'm
agree
looking
that it's irrelevant.
So,
That's all I'm saying.
what I will say is that there are several types of vacuum, and the lowest form of vacuum. We'll go one stage up. The medium vacuum, about 100 kilometers up, 65 miles. Very low pressure, 1 billion for the pressure you get on the surface of the Earth, and yet no container between you and that. What's going on there, Captain Something Wong? What's the problem?
That was really creative.
It is creative. It's my own argument. Thank you.
A simple line of questioning as a response. Have you ever seen a horse with your own eyes? Yes or no?
Yes, I have seen a horse with my own eyes.
So if I showed you a picture of a horse, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture of a horse or not? Yes or no?
Yes.
Have you ever been to the vacuum of space? Yes or no?
No, I have not.
So if I showed you a picture from the vacuum of space, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture from the
Flat
vacuum
Sun,
of space
have you
or
ever
not?
used the
Yes or
telescope
no?
before in your life?
Someone else is talking.
Hold on, answer the question.
Excuse
Wait,
me,
Flat Sun,
someone
have you ever...
talking? I'm in the middle of a conversation. You just chill for a second. Chill. So if I showed you a picture from the vacuum of space, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture or not?
No.
All right. I rest my case.
Okay. Sorry. What case were you trying to make?
He's lying about you.
Well, okay, no. If he says something like, it's fine. If he says that I have to be there to have an accurate representation, the most accurate representation, that's fine. I don't think it's the only representation you can have, or a close to accurate representation. I also don't think that it's fair to say that you have to go somewhere to have any sort of understanding about what something is. Obviously, he knows Australia is real. He bases that on things that he's heard or seen about Australia that he hasn't actually witnessed himself, like kangaroos, right? So, Captain Something Wong, what is the problem with the idea?
It's a false analogy.
Why is it disanalogous?
Completely.
Why is it disanalogous?
Completely false.
Why is it
So,
disanalogous?
Incorrect.
So I'll tell you why. A kangaroo is an animal that's a mammal, correct? Hops around, right?
It's a marsupial. Yeah.
Yes, it's a mammal that hops around.
Yeah, it's a marsupial.
I have witnessed myself personally mammals that exist in real life that hop around. So that's not an
How do you know it's a mammal, though?
That's stupid. That's stupid.
If you've never witnessed a marsupial, how do you know it's a mammal?
I'm not done talking. I'm sorry. Am I still talking?
Okay,
I'm
but
still
you're
talking.
speaking of fallacy, so it doesn't really matter.
So if I invent
Sure, go ahead on your
Since
fallacy.
I've seen one in firsthand, through my own firsthand experience, since I've seen these things firsthand,
kangaroo?
and other
Oh,
creatures
never mind,
that are
we're wrong.
similar, it's not an extraordinary claim
Yeah,
to say
okay,
that
that's fine. I agree, Captain Something. No, let's agree with him. Let's agree with him, right? Because it's obviously going to it's going to go bad for him. It's going to go bad for him, right? Because now he's accepted that I just need some other kind of reference that I could appeal to say, look, I have a vague reference here that I can apply to that, right? So, for instance, I could invent a mammal that just has the ability that we would distinguish mammals with, like, giving birth and breastfeeding. That's what mammals do. I could describe a mammal that doesn't exist, and he'll probably say that obviously it's true because he has some reference with mammals here today or looking around him. Obviously he's not going to say that. He has a real reference.
Good way of saying he's a fucking idiot.
Interrupt him, bro. Why are you interrupting?
Let's pretend his logic was fine and say, look, all you need is some references, right? Now I have references for what a vacuum is. I have references from looking at the sky. I have references from knowing what gas pressure does over different altitudes. What is the problem, Something Wong?
Quick question. Did I give you permission to speak for me, yes or no?
You don't need it. I'll do it anyway. Continue.
Oh, you'll do it anyway? Does that sound like an intellectual
because you were speaking on a
to you, or does that sound like something a 5-year-old child
you can
would
correct
say?
your fallacy by
speaking like a
speaking for
5-year-old child to me, not an intellectual thing to say. You'll
was a
speak
fallacy?
for me? No, dude.
Responding
don't
to
speak
you.
5-year-old
for
children
me.
You
don't
said something.
know
It was
what
responding
fallacy
using what
because
you
they're
said.
unconscious.
Who the fuck are these other people
5-year-olds are
talking right
non-conscious,
now?
so they can make fallacies and be okay
I
with
was
it
the
and
first
think
one
it's right.
talking. I was the guy talking
Or are
about
you a 5-year-old,
parameters and
sir?
levelers.
Anyway, the point is, don't speak for me. Speak for yourself.
We will if you make a fallacy.
I mean,
That's
I
the
don't
whole
know
point
when
of what we're
it
saying
comes
right now.
between.
It's just poor logic, and he's complaining that we all just just repeated this shit logic back to him.
Everyone, because
All
you
right,
can't
so
handle us
if,
on
if
arguments.
we're going to go down the logical path, let's just go to the basics here. Let's slow down, buddy. Let's talk about basic geometry. Let me ask you a very simple geometric question. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat, if any at all?
What's that got to do with a container? Can we talk about the container
okay,
again?
you want to talk about gas pressure still? You
said you can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum. I'm showing you gas pressure next to a vacuum. What's your next problem?
You showed me an image, dude. It
Oh,
doesn't
so
demonstrate
which
what I'm
part
talking
of that do you disagree with? Do you think?
Well, here, hold on. Let me be a little more specific. Hold on. Let me be a little more specific. What I need you to demonstrate, if you're wanting to demonstrate the vacuum of space being a real place, you would have to demonstrate a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum.
Martin-Bailey fallacy. Yeah, there we go. Nice.
Well, hold on a second. Are you trying to say that the vacuum of space is not 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum?
No, that wasn't your claim. You just done a Martin-Bailey.
Oh, okay,
I don't
dude.
know what that is.
Are
What is
you
that?
trying? Hold on. I am let me be clear here. I am in contention with the idea of the vacuum of space being a real place. All right. I do not believe in the vacuum of space, much like how I don't believe in Hogwarts or Narnia for that matter.
All right. Okay. So
what I'm trying to from here on forward, I'm trying to get you to demonstrate to me that the vacuum of space is in fact a real place, or even can be.
Yeah. All right. Let's establish one thing first of all. Actually, let's do two things. First of all, we agree that pressure thins out as you get higher. Is that correct? In altitude.
That is delta X. That is the gas pressure gradient.
Okay, that's perfectly fine. Now, do you think that gradient could reach? Do you think? Do you think that gradient could reach 10 to the negative 17 torr?
Wait, here, the other guy who's speaking, try not to say anything. Can you say what you said again?
Do you think that gradient could reach 10 to the negative 17 torr?
No, I don't believe so.
Why?
Because I have no reason to believe so.
That is another fallacy. What the hell is wrong with you today?
Hold on. What reason would I have to assume
You're saying
true? I mean, because I'm not sure if you're aware of what 10 to the negative 17 torr is. Maybe you're a little not aware of this, but that's an extraordinarily powerful vacuum. Like, well, hold on. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you about your knowledge about vacuums. Do you know what the highest torr value of a vacuum chamber that we've ever achieved, mankind here on the surface?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Oh, you don't know? Oh, no.
On the spot fallacy. Okay, that's another one. Next.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm playing with you when I say that. The point I'm trying to make is that it's 10 to the negative 6 torr vacuum.
I agree. Now, the issue with your logic, Captain Something Wrong.
I know, but I'm just pointing out to you that that's much less than 10 to the negative 17.
Yeah, I agree. Now, look at the reason you base this off really is, when you create vacuums here on Earth, right? You can't have air all just rush into the vacuum when there's not a container separating it. Now, if you look at my graph, you can see low pressures, very low pressures that you can create here on Earth, and no container dividing the atmosphere between that point and the low pressure, right? So the argument that just based on the idea that on the ground here on Earth, you need a container to separate the vacuum from the rest of the atmosphere on the ground means that it has to apply up in the sky when you go in altitude. That's not the case, demonstrably in the graph that I've showed you.
So you're showing me a graph. So if I showed you a graph that showed the increase and decrease over 50 years of the Bigfoot population, would you believe in Bigfoot?
Oh, this guy just doesn't like empirics. That's the real deal here.
The point is, you're not empirics. What? There's nothing empirical. That's the whole point. I'm making empirical. Do you know what empirical means? Define empirical.
Empirical uses experiences and digits, numbers, to describe reality.
No, that's not empirical. I will tell you what empirical means. Empirical means two things primarily: testable and repeatable. and also observable, testable, repeatable, observable.
A posteriori experiences.
Your graph is just a bunch of fucking crap on paper on a screen, dude. That's not a testable, repeatable, observable thing in objective reality.
A posteriori experiences are empirical, based on the based on the experiential world. The what's the word? I can't remember the word for it. Some philosophical term. I can't remember. Anyway, it's a posteriori. And obviously, the digits that you've derived are from tests and experiments. So, what's the problem here?
I'm confused too.
Problem is,
Hold up. Hold up. Hello. Hold up.
Jesus.
Yui, are you saying that there's separate volumes in the air? That the atmosphere is made up of separate volumes?
No. What on earth would that mean?
To clear that up. Just wanted to clear that up.
So anyway, Captain Something Wong, you're if you're just disagreeing with the data, right, which are all sourced, by the way, you're welcome, most welcome. Every single one of those graphs are sourced. Most welcome to provide a source that says something along the lines of there is no gradient that leads to a medium vacuum about 65 miles, 100 kilometers up. If you can't provide that, you can live in your delusion for as long as you like. You're welcome to.
Are you done? So I will answer your question with a very similar question to you to demonstrate the fallacious logic behind it.
So you won't provide any evidence. Thank you.
Wait, did you hear what I just said? Yes or no?
You're just going to ask a question. You don't actually have any evidence.
So do you know what a fallacy is? Yes or no?
Well, you've committed 5 of them today, so yeah, I think I've identified a few.
Okay, so it's bunk logic, right? Bunk logic is a fallacy.
Yes, but poor logic, yes.
Okay, so chill, calm down, listen to what I'm going to say to you. So I'm going to repeat what you just said to me, but just replace a few words, and then you'll see how it's a logical fallacy.
Yeah, change what I say, and then...
No, but only a few words, just a few words. So would you say that you're not believing the numbers from the Bigfoot Society about Bigfoot numbers, and then therefore you're saying that Bigfoot doesn't exist, and you can't show me better numbers that show that Bigfoot doesn't exist, but, certainly Bigfoot must exist, because we have numbers from the Bigfoot Society.
If there was empirical data... If there was empirical data to say Bigfoot existed, that indicated Bigfoot existed, I would take that as evidence for Bigfoot existing. Alas, it doesn't exist, right? Now, you have the data with the sources. Engage, or just admit you don't have shit.
Okay, 2 questions. 2 quick questions. 1, have you ever seen Bigfoot, yes or no?
No, I haven't.
Have you ever been to the vacuum of space, yes or no?
No, I haven't.
All right, so you see, that's the same thing.
But how is it?
It's a place or a thing that is just fiction up to this point.
Oh, so I haven't been to it, so it's fiction, right? Is that correct?
As long as it's an extraordinary claim, which both are.
How do you define an extraordinary claim? I know vacuums exist, and I know there's a gradient, and I know that there's air pressure.
Hold on. The only time that vacuums have ever existed are man-made. Yes or no?
Define a vacuum.
Define a vacuum. A vacuum is a area where the gas pressure is below 1 psi.
Okay, and you think look? Actually, you got a table right here. Here's the definition of vacuums.
Dude, what tangent are you going?
Here's a definition of vacuum. No, I've got the definition of vacuums. Right, so if you go to certain altitudes, right, with a barometer, and you go up in altitude, which people have done with weather balloons, right, as sourced, right, you can see that the pressure's so low that they might give it this pressure, and they would say that qualifies for that vacuum. So in reality, yes, they exist, and they're not man-made. What do you have besides just saying "nuh-uh"? Do you have anything? Just your denialism, perhaps?
Yeah, I got a wonderful thing. I
got your religious belief?
A real-life example of consistent gas pressure, consistent air pressure, and a consistent X value form inside a container with a fixed volume, demonstrating that it's required to have a container and a fixed volume in order to have a consistent X value of gas.
And what does that mean? Where do you go with that?
that means that in order to have a consistent X value of gas pressure, is required to have, like I said.
How did you derive that?
By demonstrating it in real life.
Okay, that's fine. So you understand, obviously, I hope you understand that you've just made a probabilistic claim. You're confusing necessary and sufficiency. If you're not, you're affirming the consequent. If you're not, so it is the case that on the ground here on Earth, we can only create vacuums if they're contained. But to say that just because here on Earth that's the case, that it's always the case, you would need to make that extra leap, right? And explain how you've tied those two things together.
Well, I'm just simply making this statement. I want to be clear to you.
Simply affirming the consequent, not complicatedly doing it. I understand.
No, I'm not making that fallacy, but I want to make it clear to you. Listen carefully. Every demonstration, as in reality, in the real world, people doing things, every demonstration. Who the hell's doing this?
I think it was Vincent. Might have been on accident.
Everyone in Europe would have thought there was no such thing as a black swan once upon a time. It's interesting. I think to be honest with you, Captain Something Wrong, when you go up in altitude and you get to these low pressures, can I ask you just one question? No. There'll be a question. What threshold of low pressure is required for a container to separate us?
I don't think that question made coherent sense.
So, for instance, repeat it. Yeah, okay. To what degree, what low pressure threshold is required to separate us in the atmosphere away from that vacuum? What low pressure? What's the threshold? It has to be there. And it could be, you don't need it earlier on, you don't need it at higher pressures, but you can't have any lower pressure than that. Yeah, that pressure threshold. How low does the pressure need to be?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure of what you're saying.
How low does the pressure need to be for a container to be necessary? How low does the pressure need to be? What threshold for the container to be necessary? I know it doesn't make sense to you because it's a problematic question for you because you couldn't tell me a number, a threshold.
Yeah, I can with my car tire, you doofus.
All right, tell me what the threshold is. By all means. We'll look at the threshold. We'll look at the threshold, and we'll go in altitude and find out where that pressure is.
Chill. Slow down. Chill. Take a breath. Let me speak for a second. All right? You chilling? All right. So again, I'm not talking about any goddamn threshold or bullshit you're talking about. What I'm talking about is very specific. All right? Very fucking specific. I'm talking about a consistent X value of gas pressure demonstrated with a container, which we can do in real life, right? Container with a fixed volume, and we have a consistent X value of gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth, which would leave me, which as far as I can tell, requires a container and a fixed volume. So what I'm saying to you, what I'm requiring from you, what I would like from you, is a demonstration, if you can, of a consistent X value of gas pressure without a container. Without a container due to gravity, because after all, that's what they say.
So that's fine, and I will do my best to suffice, right? So your standard of proof, right? Here we go. The first thing that needs to be clarified. Something wrong. If you're asking me to do it here on the ground on Earth, which no globe is saying that you can, you're obviously just setting up a question, a standard of evidence, which no one can actually meet, and obviously you're doing that so you can live in your little fairy tale. Now, if we're going to be realistic and say, what can you show going up in altitude? You can show evidence of absence. Evidence of absence is a wonderful term, isn't it, everyone? Evidence of absence to say that at every stage that you have these different vacuums, there is no container separating us. So when I ask Something Wrong, at what threshold should we have such low pressure that a container is required, and he can't answer it, it's because he would rather his bullshit, right, rather than what actually being precise means. Here's another image of the graph.
Different volumes.
Different volumes.
You are saying they're different volumes. Please?
Hey, go on. What's your question?
Can you explain what the red line is detailing versus the blue line?
The red line, I think, is temperature, and the blue line is pressure. I don't know. You have to double check the red line, but I think it's temperature.
So it's saying and I assume, from the top to the bottom is atmospheres.
Are you treating it as different volumes?
In order.
It says meters altitude. If you look at the side of the graph.
Just making sure. Well, I don't know if thermosphere might be the lowest one. It just happens to be. I don't know. Anyway, okay.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite arguments. I made it myself. I'm sort of an expert.
Why are you treating it as different volumes? I don't get it.
What do you mean treating it as different volumes?
Saying because there's this much pressure down here, and then you go up a bit, and there's a different pressure. There's no container in between. What the fuck are you talking about? It's one volume. It's not separate volumes.
Yeah. Okay. So this is why I bring option A and option B in. Right. Option A says that as long as you're satisfied with the pressure gradually thinning out, all the way to the edge of the universe, as long as there's a container somewhere at the edge of it, an elastic container, let's say, then yes, you're quite happy for space to exist. You'll give me space, thank you very much, I'll take my space. Now, if you're going to be a bit more precise, something one can't do, and say that actually there is such a low threshold that he can define where a container must separate us from the low pressures beyond, then just tell me what that is.
Dude, I think you're getting ahead of yourself. But let me ask you a quick question. Quick two questions. Here, buddy, let me ask you a quick two questions. If I showed you a picture of Bigfoot, would you believe that Bigfoot exists? Yes or no?
Dude, you're on
No, but it would be evidence for Bigfoot.
Jesus.
But you wouldn't believe that. Hold on. But you wouldn't believe that Bigfoot exists, right?
Not based on a photograph alone.
So let me ask you this then. What is your standard of evidence for acknowledging Bigfoot or believing in Bigfoot or whatever?
Or when you say standard,
question for him.
Yeah,
when you say standard, I mean you'd have to, I don't know, find
one in person. Like you'd have to see one in person, right?
No, not necessarily.
GF6,
No?
please allow me.
But
I've
you
been
have a lower
here for half an hour. I've not asked a single question. He's talking about verifiability, right? Verifiability.
Yeah, but I don't think I need to verify to think he exists.
Exactly. So here's my thing. I use vacuum chambers every day at work. Okay, so I use gauge pressure. So the maximum I can pull in vacuum is around 29.5 inches mercury gauge pressure. I'm only using a convention. Now, this 10 to the negative 17th torr, maybe I said it wrong. If I do a calculation conversion to that to inches mercury gauge pressure, the difference is 29.921 versus my 29.51 or 29.5. That's not much of a difference with this convention. Now, using torr, it's such a wide gauge that it makes it seem like such an extreme difference, right? Would you agree?
Does anyone know who he's talking to?
I'm talking to you, GF6.
Yeah, okay, go on. So I completely wasn't paying attention then, because I thought you were talking something wrong.
No, I was talking to you, and everyone. It was just a representation. Instead of using torr, which is such a wide...
What is torr?
I use Pascals personally, but that's just because I'm pedantic.
If I go on Amazon and I buy a vacuum chamber and a vacuum pump, it's inches mercury gauge pressure. That's just what it is in most cases.
Is that what torr is?
What was your point? No. What was the actual point you were making?
My point is, when you do the 10 to the negative 17 torr, and I probably butchered that, it's 29, and I convert that to inches mercury gauge pressure, that's negative 29.921. Now, what I can pull in my vacuum chamber is negative 29.5. So using that convention and comparing the difference, it's not all that much. Now, if you Google how many inches mercury gauge pressure it is at 80,000 feet, guess what it is? 29.515. Negative 29.515. That's a hell of a vacuum.
Are you just affirming the idea that we have low pressures at high altitude?
Fucking A.
Yeah, I agree completely. Something wrong. What do you think?
So
yeah, I'm already aware of that, dude. I'm already aware that
Sounds like you weren't. You said that what the data I showed you was just numbers.
Like, yeah,
right?
can I ask
Dude,
like
You
something
started
wrong?
talking about
dude, I
Bigfoot.
was saying that the data you were
Can
showing
I
me
hop
wasn't
in?
demonstrating gas pressure without a container. I'm asking you to demonstrate gas pressure without a container, you
Definitely,
goddamn
Well, that's what we're
retard.
trying to do.
definitely
Something wrong.
evidence of
Can I ask you a
absence.
question, please? So if you accept that, we have different, as the higher you get, you accept that the air pressure goes down. You're like, at what point are you saying that you can't accept that there's a vacuum? Like, at what level are you saying? Are you saying at the very maximum that you're saying you can't accept that divide? Or you saying you can't accept the last,
No, dude,
sphere
chill.
that exists, or what?
Chill. I'm asking for here. You have a car. Do you have a car?
Sure.
Yeah. We all use cars at one point in time or another. All right. So your average car, like my car, has in the car tire a consistent X value form, and also a gas pressure gradient, delta X, that comes after that. All right. So it's 36 psi is the X value, and we breathe 14.7 psi. So here, I'll give you an example of what would suffice me. What would make me say, oh, okay, maybe the gas pressure I'm breathing right here, right now, may exist due to
Wait
gravity.
for him
It
to
may.
give an
It
unrealistic
does.
example.
So I'll give you an example. So
An
if
unrealistic one.
you and I could, are you talking over me? What the fuck are you doing?
Well, I'm just
Listen, dude.
setting everyone up for the unrealistic example.
Yeah, fucking chill,
poisoning
dude.
the well. Shut the fuck up. You're on mute until he's finished.
All right, so if we were at sea level, where there's 14.7 psi, and they're on the beach somewhere where we're breathing 14.7 psi, and we can confirm it, 14.7 psi with a barometer, if you could demonstrate gas pressure without a container, say 1 cubic foot, and make it, say, 16 or 17 or say, no, 20 psi would be great. Just 20 psi, less than my car tire, less than my fucking car tire. If you could demonstrate 20 psi inside 1 cubic foot at sea level while we're standing next to the beach, and you demonstrate that without a container due to gravity, you manipulate gravity and you make gravity do that, then I would have a logical reason from there forward to believe that gas pressure can exist due to gravity. Until then, it's a blind belief on my part or anyone's part. Like believing fucking Harry Potter's real or any shit like that.
I feel like you didn't answer my question.
What about any other force?
I figured out the
Can you
problem.
answer my? Hold on, before anybody else talks. Please. Can you actually answer my question? Because I feel like you just gave another argument for yourself rather than answering my question. Captain,
repeat the question.
No, he did answer your question. He said he gave an unrealistic expectation, so he'll never have to believe that he can have gas pressure without a container.
I didn't ask anything like that. I asked a question. I hope he would answer the question that I actually asked.
Okay, is it thoughtful and intellectual? Is it concise, or is it an
You
hour
heard
and a
it.
half
Did you
long?
not hear the question, or yes,
No,
you
no.
heard the question?
Just repeat it, dude. I don't even know.
You didn't hear the question.
Chill and slowly repeat it.
Again, you seem to accept that the higher you go, the lower pressure exists. Correct or no?
Yes, that again, I'll say for the 5th time tonight, that is delta X, the gas pressure gradient. I fully acknowledge that.
Sure. Now, my question is, at certain point, it gets so high that the pressure hits whatever you need for a vacuum, correct? And you disagree that exists, correct?
No, I don't disagree that it exists. I acknowledge that it exists. This guy was trying to speak for me.
You acknowledge that you have pressure without a vacuum?
Pressure without a vacuum? I think you just stumbled over your
Without
words.
a container, he
Maybe.
means.
Container?
Low pressure without a container.
Well, reverse. Also, don't let it straw man you.
No,
Because we
I
have
think
a
you mean to
container
say.
in our model.
I think he's
Even
trying to
without
say
gravity.
vacuum without a container, but he failed to say vacuum without a container.
Well, you understood what I had to say. What are you referring to?
That would actually be still inside the container.
The fuck is that?
I have no idea. But anyway, don't
Listen,
let it straw man. Don't let
what'd you say, Captain?
Something wrong, if I may, right?
No, let me finish. Jesus Christ. I know you're fucking hard on for it, but let me finish, please. Captain, can you finish? Somebody's mic freaked the fuck out. I did not hear the last thing you said.
Oh, it's Emily that's doing that. Little squeaky noises.
So yeah. As far as I know, at least as far as public records go, they say, I haven't measured it myself, of course. They say it gets below 1 psi. An odd number of thousands of feet above us. What about it? My question to you: what about it? So
Are you
what?
saying that that doesn't exist? Are you saying that one level
No,
below
I'm
that
not.
doesn't exist? What
I'm
are you
not
saying
saying
doesn't exist?
no. I believe it exists, but what you're not understanding now is the consistent X value form of gas pressure and how it's achieved. Like you see, if the volume, so like go back to my car tire for a second. All right, and I'm not saying that low pressure up there doesn't exist. That's after all why we have pressurized aircraft when we fly and such at 60,000 feet and such. But back to the car tire. So if I double the size of my car tire, the pressure inside would decrease, be cut in half, right? PSI, right?
Yeah, equally though, amongst the entire volume, throughout the entire volume.
Well, no, that's not true because there'd still be a delta X. There would still be.
I'm just trying to hear your point. I really want to understand your point, and you're really making it hard for me to obtain it.
Well, the point I'm trying to make is that with the 14.7 psi we have and the lower pressure that we get that's above us, and keep in mind, it's not like it ever gets to zero or anything. Like no one's even claiming that exists anywhere. What I'm trying to say is the fact that it gets thinner above our heads, that doesn't demonstrate that we're not in a container. That doesn't demonstrate that.
Well, we say
course it
that we are
doesn't.
in a container even in the heliocentric model, my guy, even without invoking gravity.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's claiming a container.
I would call it a containing effect. I wouldn't call it a container.
Well, no, I wouldn't
Yeah,
say
I've always said
hold
that
on,
pressures can be
hold
a
on,
container.
boys.
My
Watch
argument.
this. Reverse is in the heliocentric model, at least in many different models of the heliocentric universe, the edge of the universe is our container, much like any fucking flurf would argue that the firmament is the container. So we both agree that there's a container. We both are unable to prove that our container exists or where it is. So we both run into the same fucking
Who is we
dipshit
both?
issue.
Well, wait. I gotta
I
add
don't
on
know
top
who
of that.
we
Wait, I
both
want to add
is.
on top of that thought. I want to add on top of that thought that you just said there. There's one important difference, though. The flat earthers are not making the wild claim that the container is changing size. The globers, on the other hand, are saying that the edge of the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light.
You're changing the argument. Don't do this. Don't do
But
this. Don't
again,
change the
we do
argument.
claim.
Stick to the argument we're on.
But hold on.
No. I
we
am
do
sticking to the
claim that
argument.
there's a container.
I'm not done yet. I'm not done
So
yet, guys.
don't
I haven't
strawman
completed the
us
thought.
by
I
saying
know, but
show us a vacuum without a container.
But
Or
wait,
show it as
hold
a-
on. But hold on, though. I haven't completed that thought, though. So the thing is, I was talking about volume changing and the pressure changing. So keep in mind, in the Glober paradigm, with the volume increasing at such an amazing speed and the gas pressure on the surface of the Earth remaining the same, that what I'm trying to say is that's it's antithetical to what we observe in real life.
Okay, that's begging the question, but
I just don't understand.
Here's the key thing, right?
Look, hold on, wait.
What we know so
Last thing that I'm going to argue for my point. Last thing I'm going to argue for my point.
What we know so far is that
Jesus Christ, my guy, you're so thirsty to get your
the
point
higher
out.
in altitude you go, right, you reach various stages of vacuum, and there's no container to be found. Big surprise, right? Now you have two options. Something wrong. I'll give you two options because I'm generous. I usually give people
said this
one,
already.
right? But because I like you, I'll give you two. One, you can say that as long as there's a container somewhere in the universe to facilitate the gradient, right? Then obviously you can have space, or you can tell me what threshold of low pressure is required to separate us from a vacuum, and then we can talk about what altitude that would be at.
So when you describe space, you mean the vacuum of space being a place where things don't fall down, correct? Yes or no?
He's on mute now. You can speak with reverse.
What the fuck?
I'm just pointing out that's a big difference because I'm not describing a place in reality where things don't fall down. That's an extraordinary claim that you haven't demonstrated.
I have a whole different argument. So if you want him to respond, you have to unmute him.
He's on mute now.
Okay. Well, my argument was simply that you seem to be rejecting the evidence that he was giving you, and then when I asked you about the evidence about pressure getting lower the higher you go, you said you accept all of this. So I don't understand what you were trying to get at.
I'll repeat myself. It's very simple. Every single container we have with a consistent X value of gas pressure also has a gradient. Well, with the exception of potentially containers that have one isolated gas in it. I think that might be a little different. But any container containing 2 or more gases, like the air we breathe, which is 8 gases, any container containing air requires a container in fixed volume. And what I'm trying to say is, they also have the delta X in it as well. So there's a gas pressure gradient in every container that has air in it as well. And so, like, the fact that the air gets thinner above my head doesn't demonstrate that I'm not in a container. It just, like, the air gets thinner as you go up inside every container that has air in it. Every container. Are you following me?
So what part of his evidence did you reject? I'm still missing it. You were saying this argument like, oh, if I, had pictures of Bigfoot, then it would be the same thing as what you give. I don't see how you seem to be agreeing with every part of the evidence he gave. So why did you give that argument?
Well, the part that I'm disagreeing with is that I'm asking him for a demonstration, because he's making a claim. He's making an extraordinary claim.
So you didn't reject his argument or his evidence?
Well, just listen to what I'm saying here. He's making the claim, and it's not even him making the claim. He's adopting the claim because he grew up with it, like I did, and like how you did. And I believed it up until the age of 24 too. But he's making the claim that the gas pressure we're breathing here on the surface of the Earth, right here, right now, exists due to gravity. And I'm saying, okay, if you're going to make that claim, then can you please demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Because every example I have in real life up to this point in time involves a container and a fixed volume for a consistent X value of gas pressure, air pressure. And so I'm asking him to demonstrate that, and then he's saying, oh, well, I can't do that, so then your standard of evidence is too high or something like that. And I'm telling him, no, you're getting it wrong, buddy. Your standard of evidence is too low. My standard of evidence is right where it should be, exactly where it should be, 100%. His standard of evidence is too low. That's why I was asking him these Bigfoot questions, because I was basically making the point to him that if he's intellectually consistent, he should believe in Bigfoot. If he believes in the vacuum of space, he should believe in Bigfoot.
So you're
if he's intellectually consistent,
conducting a scientific experiment requiring him to use gravity as an independent variable.
Hold up, he's skipping the necessity for a container to create pressure, right? To have gas pressure, and going to, well, if you can't give me a threshold of where the container should be, then that's making it unfalsifiable. Because I can demonstrate that that it does recede, and I can just continue to imagine that it continues to recede till it reaches and becomes outer space, right? 10 to the negative 17 Tor, like is claimed. Right? I would ask him, where's your threshold? Where's your threshold? That's what I would say. If you don't have a threshold, then that would be double standards, wouldn't it? Double standards.
Requires them to conduct a scientific experiment using.
There is no. He's not giving a standard. That's the issue.
Dude, chill. Using gravity as an independent variable, he has to manipulate gravity and just demonstrate it on Earth.
Okay. Well, his standard is clearly not 0.000001 or whatever it might be, because he's already accepted that exists on Earth. So I don't know what his standard is. It seems like it doesn't actually exist.
I'll tell you, dude. Like, you may have not heard it because those assholes were talking. It'll be a demonstration within 1 cubic foot. 1 foot by 1 foot by 1 foot in front of us. Like, you and I were standing on the beach at sea level. We're breathing air. We're like, oh yeah, you're breathing air. I'm breathing air. We're good. We have a barometer. We hold it up in our hands. I hold it in my hand or whatever. 14.7 psi air pressure. All right, we're good on that. And then you somehow use gravity to demonstrate gas pressure without a container due to gravity in the consistent X value form between us,
So I have to have the ability to control gravity to prove to you this point?
What I said he was saying.
Is that what you're actually saying?
That's not my fault. That's not my fault. The thing you got to understand is I'm
not asking if it's your fault. I'm asking, is that what you're actually saying?
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that's what you'd have to do to make it anything other than a blind.
Can I get a yes or no? Is that what you're actually saying? What I just said? Yes or no?
Say it again. What?
Are you saying that I would have to be able to manipulate gravity to prove this point to you? Is that what you're claiming? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, this conversation is over. This conversation is completely over.
Well, is that too high of a standard of evidence? Is that too much to
You're being
ask
silly.
for?
You're being a goofy goober.
Being silly. Oh,
You're being a goofy goober. This is not a conversation that should have ever started. You wasted my time.
What about if you manipulated the acceleration of the gases?
T-Dub, I don't know why you didn't mute him off the rip.
Hey, let me ask you this. Wait, quick question to this guy. Quick question. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat, if any at all?
I mean, I've given plenty of examples, but I'm not going to get into it just so you can try to shift the goalposts and go on to another argument. I already said I was done with you.
That sounds like a quitter mentality.
Well, the people here know me. People here on Flat Earth know me, so they know I've given plenty of examples, so I don't need to prove it to you. I'm good.
So no reason at all. Got it.
Okay.
This is why I came in here earlier trying to explain in a different convention other than Tor, the maximum vacuum we can pull here on Earth without extremely expensive equipment is really not that much different from what they claim is in space. It really isn't. It's just 0.4 inches mercury. That's it. That's it. That's the difference. But when you use the convention of Tor, it's 10 to the negative 17 minus. It's just a different convention. That's it. It's not that much different.
Well, 10 to the negative 6 is not different than 10 to the negative 17.
Well, my whole point is if you use one convention versus the other, one, it's only 0.4 inches mercury difference, but then you use Tor and it sounds like there's a huge, enormous amount. I get it, but it's not that big.
That's where people don't understand scientific notation then, because 10 to the negative 6 and 10 to the negative 17 are essentially the same number. The difference between them is 10 to the negative 6, which is almost 0.
That's what I'm saying. It's not that big of a difference, is it?
Yeah, it's not a difference at all.
My grandfather used to have a good description. He used to say it's 2/5 of 5/8 of fuck all.
So 11 decimal places isn't that big of a difference?
No.
Not when you're
Almost
starting
zero.
at 6. Not when you're starting
Wow.
at 6 decimal places and you're going to 11. It's essentially 0 versus 0.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. To make the
Just
argument that
subtract it.
like
10,000
a
to the
vacuum is
PSI.
10 to the negative 7th and you wouldn't accept 10 to the negative 6th, it's pretty mundane when, your standard is, 14 psi.
Yeah.
I think you misheard what I've said. What you just said was nonsense. That has nothing to do with what I said. You're an idiot.
Well, just because you don't understand it
And
doesn't make
you
us
want me to have
idiots.
magical powers to prove to you points. Please stop talking to me.
Dude, you really need to learn how to use your ears, like in combination with your brain, to like listen to what
Bro, you're
people
just
say and
attacking him
remember what they say.
personally. You're just attacking
Captain,
him and what he
what's the difference
thinks and
between 10
how.
to the negative 10 to the negative 6 and 10 to the negative 17? What's the difference?
It's about 100 billion times.
I was asking
Less.
difference, not multiple. What's the difference? The
100
difference has a meaning in
billion
mathematics.
times.
No, difference has a meaning in mathematics. What is the difference?
100 billion.
Yeah, you don't
11
understand
decimal places.
you don't understand difference either, then, Jerry.
Dude,
That's a lot.
Difference
this
is
is-
minus. That's how we do differences in math. Minus.
This is like arguing quarts to milliliters. Milliliters are
What
like
weird
4,
one though, isn't
right?
it? You said 6 to 17th?
Yeah.
10 to the negative 11th, I would imagine is the difference then.
What's the difference
No.
between 1 and 100
I
billion?
mean, I'm within 1
Zero?
between, it's either 10th, 12th, 5th, 11th isn't correct, right?
No, it's not even. It's 10 to the negative 6th.
The fuck? You said 17th versus 6th?
Yep.
How?
It just is. Write it down on a piece of paper. 0.000001, that's 6th, right? And 10 to the negative 6, 10 to the negative 17th is 16 zeros and a 1. Subtract those two numbers. What do you get? Essentially the first one.
It's virtually fuck all.
Yeah, you get the same number.
It's like I said, this is simply like comparing quarts to milliliters. You're just using a different convention. Tor is widespread versus different convention. It's not a big deal. It's not hard to understand. I could pull a vacuum in my Amazon vacuum pump and get the same as at 80,000 feet altitude is like 29.5, negative 29.5 inches mercury gauge pressure. It's not a big deal. But then you convert that to torr in space, allegedly, it's negative 29.9. That's 0.4 inches mercury. It's not a huge difference.
So the answer to whether anyone can falsify what a water level is a big fat no.
What?
Because that's how this whole thing started. I started talking about.
I already
Well,
gave you an answer to that. Don't act like I didn't.
I asked, can anyone falsify what a water level does, which is establish a horizontal plane of reference? And you started talking about hyperbaric chambers.
I didn't. No, I started talking about barometric meters.
Barometers.
Barometers. Yes.
Yeah. So that's
Which
a
is the
non
exact
sequitur.
same thing as a water level. It's the exact same thing in a different form.
You think that's the same thing as a water level?
Yes.
You think you could build a house with a fucking barometer?
You, in theory, could, but yeah, it would be a lot harder. There's obviously a tool that is useful in one scenario versus another, but they do the exact same thing as measuring pressure. If you hold it up to a certain level, if you had a barometer cut in half, connected in some way, and you could move the two levels, you just made a water level. It's the exact same fucking thing.
I get what he's saying. He's
No
just,
way.
I get it.
Oh, God.
It's funny, but I get it.
You unmuted to cough and laugh in the mic?
I'm sorry, that made me cough. You want to cut a barometer?
What do I need
in
to
half?
post a picture of a barometer, then post a picture of a water level, and show you how they're the exact same fucking thing?
Okay, so if they do the same thing, does that falsify what a water level does?
No, I didn't say it falsifies it. I said you asked for an example to where you could have a water level to where you held it at different points and it's still level. I gave you an example. I already did this for you.
No, but can you falsify that it does establish a horizontal plane? Not show an instance where it doesn't.
Yes, I
Can you
just
falsify
did.
what it does?
If I show an instance to where it doesn't, if I show an instance to where I hold one that's higher than another, which is clearly not a level plane, then yes, it does do that. Of course.
Then it's not level. But it still does establish a level.
Yeah, that's the whole point. It's not level.
But it still
claims
does
that it is
establish
level by
a
having
level.
the waters on both ends being the
dude.
same, but it's not actually level. That's the whole point of falsifying it.
You're not getting it. It still does establish
you
a
might be a
level
little lost,
if you use
buddy.
it the right way.
You're doing a bit of a question begging there, Jerry.
How about this? How about this? Can you falsify? That the horizontal plane of reference established using a water level isn't a horizontal plane of reference?
Yes, that's what I did. I said if you put this level, if you take one end of the level, put it inside a vacuum chamber, and then take the other side and put it high enough. Hold on, let me finish.
Talking about the. Oh God, you're not getting
you
it.
Take the other side and take it high enough, it will claim that both sides are level, even though they are not.
Okay, all right, fine. But when you do use it to establish a horizontal plane of reference, can you prove that it isn't a horizontal plane of reference?
How is that not what I just... I'm very confused. How is that not what I just did?
Talking about after you've used it, not in your conditional fucking hypothetical scenario. In reality, when you've used it to establish 2 points of the same elevation, right? Can you prove that it's not a horizontal?
I gave you my example. If you use any other example, I don't have the answer. I don't have the answer. I gave you my answer for the example. If you reject my example, then I don't have the answer for you. You are correct. I have no answer for you.
Yeah, reverse. We already talked about this. The reason why your example it isn't sufficient is because you're basically cutting off one of the key variables in the system for it to work, which is the pressure system actually being closed, right? Or
not closed. We've already talked about this. You already accepted that we talked about this.
No, I specifically said by having one of the ends of the thing.
None of the ends are closed.
Vacuum chamber. No, excuse me. I didn't mean the ends being closed. I meant the parts of the system. Excuse me. I should use the word open because it's not a closed loop. Is what I meant.
Correct. It's open. There's no closed ends. It's normal life.
You're not. I didn't talk. I'm not talking about the ends of the tubes being open or closed. I'm talking about the system entirely, because one part of the system is the tube with the water, and the other part of the system is the connecting air pressures. So by having one end inside a vacuum, you're effectively cutting off the loop of the system entirely by segregating one end of it in an entirely different pressure system than the other. So of course it's not going to work out. So it's not even.
Then you're just special pleading. If you're saying that I can't move it to a location that actually proves what I'm trying to prove, then you're just special pleading.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, because even if you do move one end into a different pressure system, let's say 10 psi for whatever reason, and the other one's in 14, the atmosphere are still connected, and the dynamics in the air are enough to kind of effectively establish an equilibrium that actually completes the circuit of the entire thing. That's what I was I'm probably using the wrong words here, so forgive me if I'm misspeaking. But
You've detailed that really well.
The idea of isolating one part of the system from the other by using one of the variables, in this case the air pressure system, I mean, of course it's going to throw the entire thing off. So it's not a valid.
Defeats the purpose of the tool, right?
It doesn't defeat the purpose, because the claim of a vacuum chamber is that it's a closed chamber, so it doesn't apply to actual life. It's not open to actual life. But if we leave it open to actual life, with the other end of this leveler being in actual life, then it is open to actual life, and that exception doesn't apply. You're just adding another special pleading argument.
No. All right, Med said that I was.
Maybe I'm just retarded.
There's no container when I'm giving the argument that I give. One end is open, the other end isn't. There's no container there. It's all open to normal atmosphere.
Yeah, we got to do.
That
Mez,
is a
do you want to tell
vacuum
me how
without
I
a
was begging
container.
the question?
That is a level that is not level. It proves all of it.
Yeah, well, if you're going to use a water level to establish level, then if you can prove that that doesn't establish level, well, if you're defining level as the imaginary line between the two ends of the water level, then whatever that is level. Yeah. Yeah, can you falsify that? Well, no, because that's just cyclical. Can you falsify a straight line? I think you're misunderstanding. I didn't think so. If you define level as the imaginary line between the two ends of a water level, how is it even possible in any sense to find a level that is not between the two ends of a water level? Is that a straight line? If you define level as the straight line between the two ends of a water level, then yes. No, but it is the shortest distance between.
A line is definitionally straight.
Yeah.
Actually, everyone to acknowledge this. Mathematically speaking, a line is definitionally straight.
Okay.
That's what a line means. Just an important little side note there.
That line horizontal?
Right. So as soon as you could find a black swan to that statement, then you'll have something.
I really tried hard not laughing at that.
Really, Jerry? You're going to go with that?
Yes.
Even after you know that the middle one's higher than the ends?
So you go with the hump then, huh, Scott?
You've seen the video. You know you have. You know that the middle's higher than the line created at the two ends.
Do you go with the hump?
Doesn't matter, Jerry. You know it's higher in the middle.
Is it a hump, Scott? Do ships go up in the distance
Call
instead of
it
down?
whatever you want to call it. It's higher in the middle. You know that.
Is it a hump?
Is Jerry doing the misunderstand circles thing again?
We'll just call it higher in the middle. How about that?
That's not a shape, sir.
Is that a yes? You go with the hump?
I hear
higher in the middle.
Higher, so that's a vertical distance up from the horizontal?
Jerry, we've been over this.
Well, I mean, like you said, higher.
Why didn't you learn? Why didn't you
Can we
learn?
call it a deviation in a straight line?
That's great. Let's call that. Let's call it a deviation from a straight line.
So it's not straight.
So which 2 points on this water
I mean, I'll be happy
do we use to establish horizontal, Jerry?
Well, you establish it with 2 points, right? That's it.
Okay.
And every point along that will lie on that same plane.
Right. So then we pick 2 different points, and they're not. These lines aren't parallel. What then?
2 points that are on the same line.
Well, no, there'd be 2 different points in the on the water.
They'll be on the same line, on the same plane there.
But I thought we had video evidence that they didn't. What's going on there?
What do you imagine is going on then?
What do I imagine? I don't know. Who knows? We
So
just seem
you
to
don't
have
know.
a water level that's not establishing consistent straight lines.
So you have falsified a straight line.
How is this possible? What could be
Have you
going on,
falsified-
guys?
Have you falsified what a water level does?
I think we've falsified whatever you were asking for.
It's tough to have these conversations.
Hey man,
isn't it, guys?
listen. Let's go with the
It's
idea
tough.
that water levels find out what gravity is for, and then stop there for a minute.
Water levels have nothing to do with gravity.
Sure they do. Otherwise they wouldn't work, right?
Yeah, how do they work then?
I'm saying
Just
what
educate
shape generates
horizontal.
gravity, right? That's in question, but that's not the question we're addressing right now, right? So we'll step off of that, little platform there or whatever, and talk about what the hell gravity is and what could potentially be responsible for this water level working.
Gravity is vertical.
Not what the shape of the
right,
gravity
which is
crater
perpendicular.
is, right?
Gravity is perpendicular to horizontal.
Okay. Right on. Is gravity continuous?
I don't know what that means.
Like, is it ongoing? Like, does it keep going on beyond, like forever? Basically, what I'm saying, right? Like, does it keep
I don't know what
extending?
I don't know what that means.
Okay, so the answer is yes. Like, if you have a penny, right? Let's say the universe is empty except for one
Oh
penny.
boy,
Right?
I'm
And
out.
you go infinite
I'm
light
out.
years away from that penny,
Goodbye.
there will still be a gravity attraction from that penny at the point that you're at, even if the penny's infinite light years away from you, right?
See, this is why you
Technically
guys
speaking.
hate talking about water. I mean, you guys are like cats. You hate water.
Yeah, I like talking about water.
I
I'm
love
eating
water.
some
It's
right now,
curvy,
this
it's bendy.
pizza.
We're using
Yeah,
it to establish 3 different levels somehow.
But can you establish a straight line, Mez?
Sure.
Good. So it doesn't curve, does it?
No, a straight line doesn't curve. Because it's straight and it's not curved. A curve is curved.
A line doesn't curve. Otherwise, we would call it a line. I mean, we would call it a curve because that curve is no longer a line; it's a curve. That's how mathematics defines it. That's why we have words for things, folks. We're learning. It's okay.
Mez, if I were to say level is defined as no point any higher or lower than another, would you say that's a your description of level?
2 points are at the same elevation.
Higher or lower than what?
Definition, but go with that.
Yeah,
I like,
no
that.
point
I like that. What the other guy said better.
Whoa, wait a minute. No
Because one
point
is
higher than the
elevation,
other,
right?
but
We could get
Scott
into
said that
defining
it
that,
was
but that would
higher.
end more than badly.
Hold on. Scott said that it was higher. So that's not level, is it, Scott?
Right. Well, higher in the middle, right? So what does that mean?
Not
It
level.
depends how
Does
we
that mean
define
the
it.
water has to be above in one point that it is relative to the rest of it? That doesn't make a huge, immense amount of sense to me, but to me that sounds like not level, but I don't know what I was saying exactly enough to determine that,
I'm just curious how so many people say that there's a drop from horizontal and others say there's a hump.
Right on.
How would you measure something like that? I mean, you establish a horizontal, and how do you measure the because you have to decide, well, do I go with the hump or the drop? See,
Well, the nice thing, Jared, we don't have to decide that.
well, Yeah, the water will tell you which way it's curving, right?
But
Water
we don't
tells
have
you
to
if
decide that, though. We can go on with life without ever deciding that. Wonderful.
Right, and we also don't have to decide where the water goes, right?
Hey,
But that
Mr.
doesn't mean
Mackey,
it'll go
a
anywhere without our
bathtub.
instigation of putting it there.
Mr. Mackey, a bathtub, is the surface of it level? Yes or no?
Yes, and it's also curved.
What way is it curving, Scott?
Yeah,
Do
at
you
the
imagine
corners.
a hump in, do you imagine a hump in the middle, or what?
I don't know about you guys, but my bathtub has curved corners at the ends. Has beveled edges.
There's a 45 nanometer sagittal in every bathtub. That's 5 foot long.
I mean the water,
Good luck
the
measuring
surface
it,
of the
though.
water in a
That's what I'm
bathtub.
talking about. That's what I'm talking about. It's a 45 nanometer sagittal in a 5 foot bathtub.
So you
That ain't no
imagine
curve. That's just a slope.
So you imagine a
That's
hill
a curve.
of water.
No, I don't. That's not what I imagined.
Okay,
Mine
so
doesn't
there's
curve.
so you don't
It's
imagine
just a
a hump.
flat slope.
If anyone is wondering what the shape of the Earth is, NASA.gov has great information.
So that's the answer to your question, something wrong.
NASA
If
likes
someone
to
says
talk out of their
something wrong. Someone's saying that
anal
you're Nathan
cavities, if I'm
Thompson.
not
Are you Nathan Thompson?
Okay, just NASA.gov with the shape of the Earth.
Your mic is garbled.
Who's mine?
Reality Man, I think.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, garbled.
Sort of.
Kind of.
Said that if anyone wants to know what the shape of the Earth is, NASA.gov has great resources.
Yeah, a lot of us accept that too. But the flat earthers don't, so.
A lot of people don't accept your hump, though, Scott.
Infinitely
Like Peter.
distant penny right there. We'll save
Peter
my
goes with the drop.
It's a
my body.
boring game, Jerry. Boring game.
Well, I'll tell you what. If someone could measure a 45 nanometer hump in their 5 foot bathtub, that would be impressive.
It would be.
It would be, right?
Extremely
Rather than
impressive,
just calculating and assuming.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
you
would
got to
be.
admit, I'm not criticizing. I'm
Yeah,
just
this is
saying,
why we don't look at our bathtubs to find out what the shape of the Earth
exactly.
is.
obviously.
Because all we expect is 45 nanometers, which we know we can't measure, so.
So we
We've got Captain Something Wrong here. He's looking in his toilet and going, well, the water in my toilet's flat. So the Earth's flat.
Is that a vertical distance, Scott?
Is someone else putting words in my mouth? You guys have a bad habit of doing that. Like, it's a shame your parents didn't teach
No,
you
you
that's a
said
bad
that.
habit.
You go into your bathroom, you look in the toilet, and you say, well, my toilet water's flat. So the Earth must be flat.
Did I even say toilet? Yes
yeah,
or no?
That is what you're doing. Yeah.
No, hold on. Did I even say toilet? Yes or no?
That is.
I didn't even say toilet. I said bathtub, you goddamn fucking moron.
You don't poop in the tub?
I'm sure this guy probably wipes with his left hand and never washes it and goes and eats afterward.
I think it was just
Ew.
an inference.
Bro, I
Using
just ate. Don't make me think about that.
convention for scale. That's all. Bathtub, toilet, thimble, teaspoon.
Thimble. Right on. That's an award-worthy statement.
See, I was just simply pointing out the fact that no one has any demonstration of the surface of water at rest being anything other than level.
Well, none that you'll accept. We have
Well,
plenty for ourselves.
No, I think no one has that. Well, proof has to be given to other beings. Like other people have to be capable of, perceiving that proof for it to be proof.
I
Otherwise,
agree.
it's
And,
just your own.
and there are billions who can understand this proof.
Observation.
Billions, literally.
Why?
And what
they've
is this
seen it?
proof, Scott?
You said you have it for yourself. I don't see it. It's not proof to me.
I know it's not. I understand it's not proof to you, but it's proof to billions of people who can
Scott.
understand it. Yeah.
Scott, you gotta come over to
if
concave
billions
Earth,
of
bro.
people have seen it, then it's proof to me because then it's proof. I'm saying you said you had it to yourself, so I don't see the proof. Therefore, it's not proof. You need to show me where the proof resides and where the evidence lies for me to consider it valid? If it's not in the public purview or it's not able to be seen by millions, then it's not valid. If it's in your garage and no one else can see it, then it's not real.
It's seen by billions, not just millions.
Where?
Ships going over the horizon. Billions of people look at it and they go, yeah,
Ravines?
that's Earth curve.
Oh.
Which direction is the boat going, Scott? When it sails
matter.
out, is it going
It's
up
going in
or
the
down?
upwards direction.
The point is billions of people throughout the world see that and go, Earth curve.
So do you see the ship crossing the
That's proof to
horizon?
people.
I just want to know which direction Scott imagines the boat is going. Is it going down or up?
You don't know what C means?
No, what do you mean by crossing the horizon?
S-E-E. I'm talking about the word S-E-E, not S-E-A, just to disambiguate.
Yeah, what do you mean by crossing the horizon?
That's my question. Do you see the ship cross the horizon?
I don't know what crossing means in this case. That seems like a word out of place to me.
To go over?
Okay. Yeah, yes, I see the water obstructing the ship. No, it's not crossing any boundary.
Okay, but that's
I see the water
case,
going.
That's not the answer to my question. So
I see the ship
you
going
gave an
behind
answer
the
to my
water.
question, and then also the opposite of your own answer in your answer. So you said yes, and then the answer that would be given if your answer were no. So I'm going to take your answer as no. You
Okay,
don't
fine.
see the
Do
ship
whatever
crossing the
you
horizon.
like.
You see the water
I don't
obstructing the ship, which is an answer which is no.
Okay. If that's what you need, go with
But
it.
if you see the ship crossing the horizon, let me know. I'll be here to listen.
I have no idea what that even means, so I couldn't do that for you. I've never seen a ship cross the
You
horizon.
don't know what that means?
No, I've never seen a ship cross the horizon.
It
It's
means
not the
for
way I
you
would
to-
use the English
well,
language.
okay,
English language.
It starts with you knowing that that's the horizon.
Well, I know it's the horizon.
Let's
I
just
see
say
it.
that for now.
Yeah, I know it's the horizon. Okay.
Anyways,
Next.
so on to the next topic.
Alright.
How do you measure water level on a flat Earth? Come on, it was a joke. Nobody laughed. Come on, there's supposed to be an audience laughing after I say something like that.
That's a good question.
I know, right? Does anybody have an answer?
I don't know how
Do you know what
would.
happens to water when Earth curves?
Yeah.
Okay. Good.
What happens?
So you don't know?
Well, unfortunately, Earth curves very slowly relative to the time frame that we're operating in. Because you'd have to wait billions of years to see the Earth curve any more than it already is.
Have you ever heard of a river?
But I get your point. Yeah, I see to your point is that the water would curve and conform to it. If the Earth were
No.
No?
Where does the
Why
sun
not?
go on
Is it
planet Earth? I'm
gravity?
curious. Does anyone know?
You know, it's kind of like the evolution thing, right? Like, do creatures evolve? Yeah, we can witness
you're
it
just-
technically if we measure it really closely, but we would have to have immensely accurate instruments.
No. Have you ever heard of a river, dude?
I love rivers. I fell in one like 3 months ago from a bridge. Long story. Anyway, I was fine after that. Don't worry.
Well, this guy's off the rails.
Well, you asked me if I know what a river is, and I said, yeah, I've been in one on accident. But
Yeah. So when the Earth curves, then you have water flow, right?
yeah,
Sure.
I agree with that.
All right.
Of course.
All right.
I want to see someone disagree with that. That's kind of my position here.
I might be 10. I hope it never goes anywhere.
Your mic sucks.
would you say your mic is
Science has
pretty
failed
muffled?
you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're
I
like
said I
under a
love this
pillow or
channel. I
something.
hope it never goes anywhere. I love
You-
flat earthers.
You love lettering? You love
I love
Letterman.
flat earthers.
Oh. Oh. Well. How does my burp go through on crisp? What is this shit? I need to mute more.
I got one for the Globers out there. What reason do I have, if any, to doubt that the Earth is stationary?
Because you can't explain celestial movement.
So
Sure
let's
you can.
break this
What?
down. Let's break that down. I observe the sun moving through the sky. I cannot explain the cause. I do not know the cause of the sun moving through the sky. Thus, the Earth must be spinning. Is that the logic?
Yep. Pretty much is that.
That
Yep.
doesn't make sense to me. That sounds quite bunk to me logically.
Because you haven't thought about all of the objects in
I
the
love the
sky.
word bunk. Bunk.
You have the entire star fields moving in synchronicity or in synchronization.
Synchronicity is good.
So I
Not the right
feel
word,
the
but
Earth is stationary. I don't feel movement of the Earth. I do not visually see the Earth move correctly,
so
but I do see lights in the sky move.
Mhm.
Thus, the Earth must be moving.
Yep. Because it'd be too hard for the lights to be moving.
It'd be too hard for the lights to be moving.
Yep.
Wait, well, hold on. Wait,
It would
are you trying to say it's impossible?
everything we know about
Because the
physics.
lights
Yeah.
are moving relative to
No,
each
well,
other with
hold on a
specific
second here, Mr.
equations that
Mackey.
point to them being very far apart from each other.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. Well, hold on a second here. So if I have a warehouse, and let's say it's a 10,000 square warehouse or whatever, and it's got some decently high ceilings, and I got some lights on the top of it that are on some sort of a conveyor system, some kind of a movement system, and they're moving from one end to the other. Are you trying to say that's impossible?
So, okay, great.
it
Now,
is.
how do you make
Yes.
those stars move relative to each other? Like I just mentioned.
Yeah.
What?
And make it so they're rotating for everybody observing to be at 15 degrees per hour.
Okay. So there's a whole bunch of lights, and they're all moving the same speed on the ceiling of a warehouse. Does that
At 50
demonstrate the
at-
surface?
at
So
50
hold on.
at-
Does that So we can construct that, correct? That's
No,
possible
you
to
can't.
construct.
No, you can't. No,
Are
not 15 degrees per
no,
hour on the
are the
on the
stars
ceiling.
really
You
far
can't.
apart from each other?
Now, well, hold on. Now you're trying to say that we can't attach lights to a ceiling and get them all to go the same speed. You're trying to say that's
So
impossible
those
now?
stars that
Mackie?
you made have to be moving relative to each other to indicate that they could potentially be far apart from each other. Or they are very close, but you can't tell based off of the measurement, right? Because you're on the surface of the Earth. Well, you're gonna have to make those
Hold
move
your
now. So how are you gonna make those
whatever
stars that you
you're
made
saying,
move?
buddy. I understand your explanation. I'm trying to talk to Mackie about something else more specific here. So again,
No,
Mr.
like
Mackey,
this
can
is
we?
more specific than what you're trying to talk about.
But you're just reciting the doctrine. I'm not asking for the doctrine. I'm talking about something else.
You're trying to. Okay, go ahead, dude.
All right. So again, is it possible to make a warehouse where we have lights that are going same speed from one end to the other? Is that possible?
Yes.
Yes or no?
That's not what I said.
Obviously, yes,
So
it is.
guys, just take a fucking breath.
Don't provide
and
what
answer
you
the fucking
said.
question.
Just
It's a
answer his
closed-ended
question.
fucking
Let's just say
question.
yes for now,
Yes, right? Affirmative. Can I get a fucking
So
affirmative on this?
yes, affirmative. The answer is yes, of
All
course.
right, so that's not the end of it. That's not the end of what I'm saying. Dude, that's not the end of what I'm saying. So chill, take a fucking chill pill and listen for a second. That's not the end of what I'm saying. All right, so since yes, we can construct that, the next question is, if I stand on the floor of that warehouse and observe these lights moving by above my head at the same rate, does that demonstrate the floor of the warehouse to be spinning? Yes or no?
No,
Okay, why not?
because
According
for
to
that
you,
you would have to have relative movement in those stars on your ceiling, like I mentioned, that
Yeah,
show the angle
now
at
you're being
which you're
intellectually
looking at them at.
inconsistent. Now you're being inconsistent, and that's worth pointing
No,
out.
I'm being extremely consistent by saying the angle by which you're looking at them at has to be determined by the relative movement of the object you're looking at, relative to you and itself, for you to know how it's moving around you. If you don't have something that's not a flat plane, then you have something in between that flat plane and you to show you that it's moving around you. And then for you to know the angle that you're looking at it at, you have to have another object or relative movement within that object on separate regions of that surface or beyond it to be able to measure such a thing. Do you understand what I'm saying?
When you talk, it kind of reminds me of the few times when I've heard them, talk about how the warp drive works on the Star Trek Enterprise. It's just word salad.
Yeah.
It's not an argument.
An explanation, but it's not no
Yeah.
demonstration
Well,
behind it.
unfortunately,
It's
that's
just
how
talk.
Just like
measuring the
level up your
universe
vocabulary.
works. For you to measure
you say
absolutely
functionally?
massive objects relative to yourself, you need to have a reference point. That's all I'm saying right now.
Yeah, and womp rats are about, I think, a little smaller, I don't know, around the size of a groundhog.
Dude, I fry up and eat swamp rats for breakfast every morning.
Womp. Womp.
Oh, my bad. Womp rats.
Yeah,
Okay.
you don't, I don't know, you're sounds like you're eating actual rats.
Oh, I was gonna go to Toshi Station to pick up some power
sorry, I just had a
converters.
pizza, so my jaw's a little tired now.
How long did we on it? Probably like 5 minutes.
It's on mute, Hemlock.
I don't know. We need to recite their religious texts and movies.
Does anyone here actually believe that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, bro.
I do.
No, we know it.
All kinds of people do.
Dude, that shit flat. What do you mean?
There's something Wong believes it, but he'll believe anything a YouTube
All right,
video
well, count
tells
me
him.
in, gentlemen. Count me in, gentlemen, because I also believe the flat. I also believe in the flat Earth theory.
It's just a
theory.
Okay, do you also believe that the
Explain
Earth
the
is a
theory,
disc,
then.
or just that it's flat?
Explain this theory that you're going on.
I think that it's more of a. I think it's a 4-dimensional disc.
Honestly, space is
Okay,
just fake.
fair enough. Yeah, I agree
all
with that.
space
That's
is
why I
just a
think it's
lie,
flat.
bro.
All right, so thank you. It sounds like you're looking for a sci-fi writers workshop server.
No, I'm in the right
naked
place.
as fuck right
Hey
now.
man, you can talk about anything anywhere. You just might get shut down.
Yeah,
brutally
you said you
aggressively
thought.
if it's retarded.
We're trying to listen. We're trying to stick to the what is. I know we got too close to speaking of realities, so the parachuting of derailers have arrived. But
Hosrad, how many YouTube videos did it take for you to become a flat earther?
oh, I had it on VHS and Betamax. The moon golf and lunar dune buggies. I watched those for so long and had so much enthusiasm for them. So yeah, it was way pre. Your assumptions are showing. Can President Orion get back to where he was if he's still
he
here?
left. Damn.
Well, maybe he'll show back up. But yeah,
he's so stupid.
Someone was wanting to talk about parsecs in their toilet or something like that.
Oh yeah, the curve in bathtubs means that the fucking sky exists or something like
once
that.
people are faced with the reality of water and they have to go to nanometers and in their tub, you kind of know that this whole thing is basically a Star Wars script.
Hosrad, were you there for the gas pressure argument? Have you seen what something Wong's done to my graph?
No, I wasn't.
Look at
there
the side
for
chat. Look at the side chat. Look what you did to my graph. I don't understand what his point is with Bigfoot. I think pictures of Bigfoot are evidence of Bigfoot, right? Like everyone else does.
There's the Robert Patterson film. Are you talking about other pictures?
No, like pictures, you know.
Yeah, the film. What pictures are you speaking of other than the Robert Patterson?
No, just like
film?
Pictures of it.
Yeah,
you know?
crayon drawings or what?
No, like pictures, you know.
Pictures like what? I don't know of any
like
other
pictures that depict
of Bigfoot other than the Robert Patterson film. Do you?
Well, some people have photographs of them. Some people have.
Do they? Are you going to post them?
Photoshopped.
Oh, they're
images.
doctored. Okay, so yeah, just little.
Well,
fancy
I don't have any physical photographs with me, but I've
fancy
seen
full
some people that
depictions.
have them.
Have you seen the Patterson film? Have you seen the Patterson film?
No.
Well, yeah, you probably shouldn't speak on the topic. Good luck in your research.
I oversaw it with a
Sasquatch
friend of mine. I wasn't watching it because I didn't want to become mentally autistic, so I witnessed it being watched, right? Like firsthand, but I didn't watch it, you know. No, I'm being serious.
I put in
No, I'm
controversial
being serious.
evidence.
So what was it, guys? The fact that you were faced with the reality of water, that we had to get into the fra-la-la, or what's going on? Captain something Wong. Hopefully he'll come
Well,
back.
for me, it's because I was faced with the problem of air, but I don't know about these folks.
Air?
Yeah. Apparently, air exists, so that made things really hard to talk
Well, that's
about.
a good.
But
That's not
just
a
me, anyway.
problem. If you're still breathing,
It's a
be
problem for
thankful
talking
for the
about
air.
things. Apparently.
Don't need. It's not
Yeah,
It's not
no, I agree.
problematic.
Air helps me talk, right? People don't like
Helps you
that
laugh.
sometimes.
Did you have? Okay, who has evidence for the water ball Earth, please? I know it's speculation Sunday, but anyone?
I do. It's called a miniature black hole that I put my 2 fingers near one time.
All right. It sounds like you get two. Who
Oh,
was
someone
that who
gets
said
it.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah. You've highlighted the desperation of your water ball mythos. You realize that, correct? Dynamic?
No. Dude, because you realize,
you
like, any
realize it now,
sized
though,
ball is
right?
still a ball, right?
If what?
No, I don't realize. What?
If what's the ball? Do you have evidence of the water ball?
Yes, I just told you I do.
No, you were talking about some outer space story.
No, but like
anyone else?
Oh, so you're saying, well, that's still evidence.
Yeah, it's
So you're
evidence
saying like
that
I need actually whoever keeps
you're
muting
in
me
a
needs to
cope
fuck
spiral.
off. So you're saying I need to go into space and actually witness it firsthand?
No,
That's not evidence. That's proof, though.
You can't go to space. That's a Hollywood creation.
Right, but you're saying in my imaginary world where supposedly this thing is true, and these conditions are already set out to be the case, right?
You can't go to
Right,
Oz
I understand
either.
this. Okay.
Understand
what
what?
I'm saying is, right? No, I understand what you're saying. So I'm not saying I'm actually going to go out and go into space. That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, you
right? You're
can't.
saying like in
Yeah,
order,
you can't. So
I know.
don't worry about it.
I'm agreeing with you. What I'm saying is like you're saying by my position, right, where I think this thing is true, I need to have
What
evidence for it, right?
position?
In order to
Of
do
a
that, I need
black
firsthand accounts. Yeah,
A
that's what I'm
black
saying. That's
hole?
evidence. It's not proof, but
Okay,
it's
what's
evidence,
your
right?
evidence that black holes exist?
The fact that I was near one. That's what I'm saying. Like I came into
When
contact
were
with
you
one.
near a black hole?
Do you want me to give you the exact
You're treading.
day?
Yeah,
Like, are you
you're treading on thin ice. So yeah, tell us about when you were.
Are you trying to give? Hold on. Are you trying to get me to give you the exact like time?
Who's next? Any more for any more?
Yeah, I brought up water levels before, and he started talking about pennies in the universe.
Yeah, infinitely distant pennies, nonetheless.
Well, we can get back to something Wong's warehouse example again, unless there's another argument about the shape of the Earth.
Well, you said it's too hard for lights to move. So that's it. Pack it up, everyone. Too hard.
For the flat earthers, if you had to choose the globe model or the concave Earth model, which would you choose? You have to choose.
To what? Laugh about first or
Whatever. You
which
have to
one?
choose one.
Yeah, I will laugh about the concave Earth first because I've been laughing about the ball Earth longer. But hey, you tried. All right, who's next?
More valid, to be fair, yeah. Give it that. I'll speculate the concave's
The
more valid.
concave Earth. You gotta love it.
Well, it's stationary, right? It makes sense.
Scott's got water bulging in his toilet, and this guy thinks the Earth's concave.
Yeah, it's stationary.
Yep, 1.2 nanometers. Huge bulge.
I'm sorry, bathtub. I don't want to throw you into the
no, the bathtub was
toilet
4.
water cope spiral.
No,
the other guy went to.
the bathtub was 4 nanometers or something like that.
Did you get you to measure the curve in a bathtub? Oh my god!
Yeah, 4 nanometers or something like that. Because when you get down to nanometers, you always end with or something like that.
Or something, yeah, right. Might as well. Yeah, shit.
Hello.
I was wrong. It's 45 nanometers.
Oh, well.
45.566. Assuming a 3959 radius of the Earth.
Yeah. Hello, robot.
Well, if you're close to the equator, it'd be a bit more, wouldn't it?
Well, I would love to see him. I would love to see him extrapolate this out to the 120-mile long Suez Canal. What kind of bulge are we talking in the middle of that?
It's not. It's not. I don't like the classification of bulge. You know what bulge? Bulge. Oh.
No, Haas. I thought it was supposed to drop. What's the bulge?
It's kind of
Water
neither. It
hills,
depends what you're
water drops.
measuring.
It's an amusement park.
731 meters.
I don't know, man, because so many people tell me that when the ships sail out, they're going down from your position. But now people say it goes up. So I don't know. These people in their model. I mean, if there was any consistency, then I might believe it. But just
No, you wouldn't. You're intent on not believing
consistency shouldn't be. Hold on, buddy. Consistency. Why do you even say that? Like, that shouldn't be where your standard. I'm just like, where your standard of evidence should lie is them demonstrating any of their claims. I mean, what do you mean by that? Like, demonstrate curvature of the Earth via direct measurement. Do that. Demonstrate spin of the Earth. One way or another. Do that. Demonstrate gas pressure without a container. Demonstrate that. Oh, you can't demonstrate these things? Oh, okay. Well, then blindly believe them. I don't give a shit.
But when they put a satellite in orbit, you go, no, they didn't.
What? Say that again?
I said when they put a satellite in orbit, you go, no, they didn't.
Right? Oh, when they put Bigfoot in the forest, you go, no, they didn't. You see how stupid that sounds?
No, I don't. I don't see that.
So hold on. Mr. Mackey, have you ever seen Bigfoot in the forest? Yes or no?
I have not.
Okay, have you ever been to the vacuum of space and observed a satellite in the vacuum of space firsthand? Yes or no?
I have not.
All right, so that's the same fucking bullshit then. It's just in the land of what belief. It's the land of make-believe. It's what it fucking is.
Never seen a giant squid either, but I'm pretty sure they exist.
Dude, we have those in fucking museums preserved.
I've never seen one. I've never seen one.
Oh my god, we don't have any taxidermy Bigfoots in the fucking museums. We have taxidermy giant squids, you dipshit.
Yes, I know, but I've never seen one, just like I've never seen a satellite in space.
It's a false comparison. It's a false comparison. You're an idiot. Because we have them in fucking museums.
Because one of the things is in space.
They have satellites in museums too.
Yeah, but one of them is
no, Scott Maggie, do they have the vacuum of space? Do they have the vacuum of space in a museum? Yes or no?
No, because it's up in space.
No, they don't. So again, you cannot compare the two, you idiot.
Wow.
Scott Mackey, what part of an ice wall encompassing all the other continents do you not understand?
Yeah, I know. There's lots of things I haven't seen that I'm pretty sure exist, regardless of I've seen them or not. Because other people have seen them, and they told me about them.
Squid is real is not an extraordinary claim. Like, you've eaten squid, probably, dude. I doubt you've eaten Bigfoot.
I've never seen a giant one.
Yeah, the point is, have you ever seen a squid, yes or no?
Yes, I've seen a squid, a small one.
So is the claim that a larger squid than the one you've seen, is that quite such an extraordinary claim? Like, I'm just saying, like, you've seen bigger things. Like, you've seen a tiger at the zoo, right, Mr. Mackey?
Yes, but no more extraordinary than them going a little higher than I've been in an airplane. I mean,
and you've seen a cat. Mr. Mackey, you've seen a cat, right?
What's wrong with
you're missing the point. You're missing the point, Mr. Mackey.
Going a little higher in an airplane.
You're missing the point, Mr. Mackey. You've seen a cat.
I'm not missing the point. You're missing the point.
You've seen a cat and you've seen a tiger. So the fact that you've seen a smaller squid wouldn't mean that there's a squid that's, the size of a human out there somewhere. Since you've seen a cat the size of a human, a tiger, and you've seen a cat that's much smaller than a human, if you've seen a squid that's the size of a cat, it's not to say that it's such an extraordinary claim to say that there's a squid out there the size of a human.
Yes.
It's not an extraordinary claim. Get it in your thick fucking head. It's not an extraordinary claim, you idiot.
It's not an extraordinary claim to think someone's gone a little higher than I have in an airplane. I've gone to 35,000, 40,000 feet in an airplane. It's not an extraordinary claim to think people have gone further. You idiot.
We're not even talking about that. What are you even talking about now? What tangent are you going off on now?
I'm saying to put something in space, they just have to put it higher than I've been. I've seen them put things up in the air. I don't see why there's a limit to how high they can put things.
So when you say put things up in the air, when you say you've seen them put things up in the air, you're talking about either watching in person or on video a rocket go up into the air and out of sight, correct?
No, I've watched myself get put up in the air. I went in an airplane, and I know I've been to 40,000 feet. And I see no technical limitations with someone doing something that goes higher than that.
Hold on a second, I gotta do something. Hold on.
Do you see any technical limitations to violating the second law of thermodynamics?
I would, but that's not what they're doing, so I don't have to worry about that.
Your fantasy vacuum is, though.
No, it's not, so I don't have to worry about that. Your misunderstanding of what the second law of thermodynamics says with regard to the vacuum of space is irrelevant to what's really happening. Y'all, before you start talking about the laws of thermodynamics, should actually take a course in it and maybe understand what it's actually saying before you start talking like you know what it's saying. Because when you run into people who actually know what it says, you're going to seem pretty stupid to them.
Gas would expand and fill the space according to the second law of thermodynamics.
Not true. That's just your misunderstanding of the law.
Show me that. Yeah, show me.
You show me where it
for your
says that.
insane. No. Citation for your
Yes.
insane claim.
You made
Very
the claim.
easy
I
to show
did
the
it.
gas fills the vacuum.
No, it's not.
Scott, why
You
don't
made
you
the
just
claim.
become a Scott, man? Why don't you just become a concaver? You can just answer all these questions straight away, no problem. No movement, contained, this and that. You know, you don't have to answer them. You don't have to dispute them at all.
I mean, it's perfectly reasonable for people to put something higher than I've been. I know how rockets work. I know the thrust they can generate, and it seems perfectly reasonable to me. It's not an extraordinary claim to think they put them into orbit. And even beyond that, all the way to the moon.
I want to
Perfectly
defend that squid
reasonable.
position that somebody mentioned, that something one mentioned earlier. So, like, we've seen giant squids and, like, we've seen, like, satellites, like, in museums. But you didn't like the fact that, would you expect, like, the water to be there as well? I don't know, or the space, because he wanted the space to be there in the museum too.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah. Did I see the depth of the ocean in the museum? No, I didn't see the ocean depths at which the squids live. Nor did I see the sperm whales eating them in the museum. But I'm pretty sure that happens too. But
And
do
there's
we
all
need to
maps
see
with squids on it, right? Yeah, right. There's
Do we need to
evidence.
see? Yeah, do we need to see the sperm whale getting squashed down from the pressure to this little twig of a whale, which apparently they do, except for their big ass head?
Shut up, that nigga. Worry about it. Oh, you just want to talk straight for me, huh? Are you about to get slide?
You idiot, Scott. You're an idiot.
Wait, did someone say something to me? I heard, but it's very faint.
That'll slap you though. That'll slap you though. So watch your lag body and
No,
then
it's
slap
hot
you on
mic.
the next one.
This
Reverse is hot mic, I think.
micing. Reverse your hot
Yeah.
micing.
Yeah, I was too. I was too. Are you blind?
Reverse hot micing.
I was in the big room. Nah,
Somebody mute him. He's going to
gonna
give
get
out his
muted.
address when he orders that pizza.
I can still hold it. Let me check. I still got 30 seconds. Let me check. Say no more.
You idiot, Scott.
Yeah.
Wow.
That was like some really satisfying ASMR. Thank you, Emily.
What do they get out of that?
At least she looks cute.
Giggles.
It's so empty.
Came in here before
Opioid
me, making
highs,
noise as well.
endorphin releases.
You're gonna get catfished by a freaking avatar.
I like Crit's picture. He's got a very, sweet beard, you know? That's real Crit.
Flat Earth Sun, won't you come?
I was just listening to that song.
Really? Damn, nice, man. It's fucking
Yeah.
conveniently coincidental. Flat Earth Sun, won't you come?
Really low.
You just no, but I totally want to. Can you hit me up in DMs, Flat Sun Theory Daddy, please? I would love that. Oh yeah, he was unmuted.
I'm back, everyone. Let's go.
Hey, use your time
All right.
wisely, man. Start with stuff like that, and you might jump the gun and be muted again.
Well, I'll just say I've got work in 3 hours. But Captain Something Long, I heard someone's. First of all, whether or not you know that a taxidermy is actually a real representation or something that someone just made up is one question. Someone else also raised a good one, which was, well, you can see
away right now.
He's here right now in the VC. Joined back.
Okay.
There's obviously satellites that you can see at museums. Now, I think it was Turquoise and Scott that said quite nicely that you don't see the space but around the satellite, but equally you don't see the alleged depth this alleged giant squid is supposed to be in, right?
Right.
Sounds like extraordinary.
It's not an extraordinary claim to say that there's a bottom to the ocean where there's a high rate of pressure. That's not an extraordinary claim.
What do you define as an extraordinary claim?
Something that is far beyond our ordinary experience, and that hasn't been demonstrated. Unless, of course, you make an extraordinary claim and then you demonstrate it, then that would be making an extraordinary claim and then proving it to be true through demonstration. But in this case, we're talking about things that haven't been demonstrated.
Yeah. Okay. So I think
far beyond her. So I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. Like they say that when they go to the ISS, they say they can hold a marble and let go, and the marble doesn't fall down. Right? Correct.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So can you have you ever been anywhere where you can drop a marble, doesn't fall down?
Yeah, I've been in a zero-grav airplane where that didn't happen.
All right. Yeah. The point is, no, you haven't been.
Wait, what are you saying? I just said I've been in a zero-grav airplane.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not denying that you can obviously go and take a nosedive with an aircraft and make it so things float in the aircraft for a few minutes. I'm not in denial about that. But that doesn't demonstrate that the vacuum of space being a place where you can go where things don't fall down for hours and
yeah. Okay, I understand. But the concept
that's a real place.
But so the phenomena is observable. It's just whether or not the mechanics are observed, right? Now, the first thing about no gas pressure without a container, I mean, which is the point, would be to say we only observe the gas pressure thinning out. We don't observe anything stopping it. You're just positing that it's there based on what you can do on the ground. I'd say it's extraordinary to look at all of these the pressure thinning and thinning and thinning and thinning and thinning. And then posit some sort of giant container, rather than just to say it just continues to thin out ad infinitum, and that there's some physical mechanism that changes the vector of gas. Not that complex, not that extraordinary.
That's not an extraordinary claim.
That is basically the global claim.
Hold on, buddy. Hold on. You're getting way ahead of yourself, because technically that's not even a claim. Not only is what I'm saying not an extraordinary claim, technically it's not even a claim. What I'm talking about is technically an observation. Listen carefully. I am observing demonstrations, period. Nothing more, nothing less. So I'll give you an example. I observe my car parked outside right now, all right? And I observe my car with tires. One of the tires has 36 psi, consistent X value form with delta X, also a gas pressure gradient. And I observe gas pressure out here, consistent X value form, and also delta X gas pressure gradient as the air gets thinner above my head. I observe that inside the car tire and outside the car tire. So I'm actually not making. So did I make any claim there? No, I didn't make any damn claim. I'm observing gas pressure being contained by a container and having in a consistent X value form with a container and a fixed volume. It's just an observation.
Do you know who coined extraordinary claim? Like extraordinary evidence extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence. Sagan, right? Carl Sagan, and it's understood
Disregard
as
what he said about pressure and go on to the claim thing. What you guys are so disingenuous.
It's understood as an extraordinary claim is a claim that is considered highly unlikely for some reason, such as because it contradicts the scientific consensus. The person who proposes an extraordinary claim is generally held to a higher standard of proof than they would have been if they were to make the claim that is less unlikely. Most extraordinary claims are explicit contrarian positions that, if true, demonstrate the folly of unrecognized, incorrect, or unsupported assumptions or conclusions of existing research. That seems more comprehensive than anything you said, and I think that saying that there's a very low pressure location a few kilometers up in altitude is not that extraordinary.
Yeah, I don't care what some other guy somewhere at some point.
The person who coined the term, yeah.
Yeah. Again,
why would that give it more validity? You're so retarded.
It's not a term. It's not a term that he owns. It's a combination of words that I am using.
What? So yeah, your understanding of extraordinary. You can call it extraordinary because you feel like it's extraordinary, then, but no one else cares what you feel like.
Now we're back to requiring scientific experiment using gravity as an independent variable. That's what we're back to. A scientific experiment using gravity as an independent variable, manipulating gravity. That's what he's talking about. We've been here, done that.
Actually, I'm not even talking about that.
That's what it boiled down to before. Now you're just rehashing the same.
No, I'm talking about a demonstration, dude. I'm talking about a demonstration. A demonstration of something is not necessarily a scientific experiment. I hope you realize that. Like scientific experiments can demonstrate things, but what I'm describing is not a scientific experiment. It's just a demonstration of something.
It would involve one because it invokes a cause and effect relationship.
Yeah. And then they'll say define gravity, and then they'll have the gravity debate.
Oh wait, I guess maybe technically it does.
It does.
But I guess I just didn't really think of it that way because it wasn't really established. Like normally when we use scientific experiments and we have more physical, tangible things to begin with. I guess you're right. It would be describing a scientific experiment that can't be done because you don't have the thing to begin with to manipulate.
Exactly. That's my whole point. It's just endless.
So we're talking about the lack of science. Like how the Globers don't have the science to back up their claims.
That's what I mean. So I'm sorry if it sounded like I was coming down on you.
I just meant confused in my head. I was just sorry.
Yeah, I was reducing it to the most, simplistic form, and that's what it boils down to.
It's like we could maybe I'm trying to think. Could we I guess there's also a lack of a scientific experiment involving the cause and effect of Bigfoot and forest fires. I think that's another funny one.
Well, sorry if I contributed to GF6 getting muted. I didn't try to do that.
They're really just time fillers. Bluffers.
Fluffers. Well, you might as well unleash the Kraken. Better than silence.
Oh, we could speculate what's beyond the ice wall.
Oh, God. Who claims it?
We could speculate what's below the 60th parallel in the south.
You gotta specify what you mean by that. Like, ice wall? Like, are you talking about, like...
Yeah, what does Antarctica
What's
consist
up,
of?
boys? I'm about a buzz.
Yeah, good point, man.
I'm
Good
just saying,
point.
like there's two parts of the conversation to have, which would be the ice shelf of Antarctica, which would be, you know, the water turning to ice as you get far enough away from the sun. But then there'd also be the walls of the container that give us a consistent X value of gas pressure.
I'm talking about the continent Antarctica. What do you think it is?
Who knows? Could
Yeah, I
be
wonder
the size
myself
of
all the time.
it could be the size of Hawaii, and no one would even know the difference.
Probably bigger than that. Hawaii's, I think, a bit smaller than
Yeah,
that.
Hawaii's little dots on a map, but if you're there, you would not know you were any other coastal place. It's not like you can, you've seen photos of the mountains and beaches of Hawaii. It just looks like a landmass. What I'm saying is all we get are the same tourist pics of Antarctica. I mean, I have no idea. I mean, Antarctica could be, many pieces of land. But yeah, there's actual professional ice climbers. So I don't know why everyone's so surprised about ice walls existing. It's a sport.
No. Yeah, I'm not. Wikipedia says there's ice walls. That's how it defines it.
There's one in Alaska.
It's seasonal, right, as well, so it probably gets worse in the winter time.
Yeah, a waterfall in the winter is an ice wall that you could climb.
Well, my question would be, do you think it'd be like 24,000 mile circumference? What's the coastal distance of Antarctica?
Who knows?
I'm just going off the AE map, right, for example. I know that it's probably not what you're attached to, but
Well,
there's got to be...
isn't it funny that the UN map doesn't even have Antarctica on it?
Right. Like the Laurels or whatever, isn't it?
To me, given it's Speculation Sunday, of course, one thing I wanted to throw in here before, and I don't think I had a chance to or hear anyone speak on it. The one thing I find the most peculiar about what's going on is the recent, work done by, I forget his name, but the guy who mapped out the moon and demonstrated how seemingly strange it is that there are on one section of the moon, you basically got our world's continents all basically kind of mapped out on it. I don't know if you guys ever seen that, or if you guys know the guy who did that work.
Do you have a link?
Hey?
Do you have a link, Ashlar?
I'm gonna go find it. See if you guys want to look into it. It's very not obvious at first, but what the guy does is he I don't want to use the term he photoshops it, because it sounds like using the term photoshopping something makes it sound like you're editing it for whatever purpose. He does some contrasting stuff and colors in a few things, zooms in and does very meticulous work on it, and it's just very interesting to see, at least on one part of it, how it looks like all the continents are on it, and with all like the relevant cities, they're all seemingly spaced apart at the necessary distances that we otherwise see. I just find that really interesting. Now, there's other continents on it, and things that don't seem, obvious to us. I'll find a link and throw it in there. But I just want to see if anyone else has heard anything about it or had any thoughts on it.
You know something, Cosmos?
I have not seen that, but I would be interested to look.
There's a concave for it, I think. And Uaranon latched onto it and promoted it in his videos.
So since the convo died, T-Dub, did you get a chance to watch that video of the how the atmosphere doesn't escape?
Dude,
yeah. Well, what'd you think of it?
The ozone one. I need to watch that one.
No, not the ozone one. That was a mistake. I screwed up on that one.
Pretty much just the repeat of the claim.
But which parts didn't make any sense?
Where it hasn't been demonstrated that gravity causes vector change in gas molecules.
No. So the weight of a gas doesn't prove that prove that gravity's pulling on it?
No.
How would something have weight if it weren't for gravity?
I don't know that it has weight.
No. Okay.
Plus, be it's kind of loaded because you've got gravity doing a thing in the first instance.
Wait, gravity in the first instance?
It's kind of giving you gravity in the first instance, right? Before we even just start discussing how it can affect gas and cause pressure or anything like that.
I think what he means is how do you have pressure in the first instance, not gravity. Assuming gravity, how do you have pressure in the first instance?
Yeah, the pressure. The pressure is from gravity.
Circular reasoning.
That's what I am saying. Like that, we'd be skipping past just giving you gravity, right, to begin with.
Yeah. And so showing another experiment where two masses are attracting each other is not sufficient to demonstrate that masses attract each other.
I don't know that that's a valid conclusion.
Did we have a new balls on a pendulum experiment?
No, just the old one.
Oh, just the old one with no independent variable?
Yeah, it has an independent variable.
What's the independent variable on that one?
The mass.
Sorry, and what's the dependent variable?
The torsion, or the twist.
So if mass, then twist.
Yes. Yes. And they added mass, and they got twist. They added more mass, they got more twist. They moved the balls a little further apart from each other. They moved the balls a little further apart, they got less twist. They moved the balls closer together, they got more twist. Therefore,
What's the definition of mass?
Therefore, they found a relationship between mass and distance and torsion. Or torque,
What's
I
the
guess.
definition of mass?
Don't care.
Of course you don't. You don't give a shit about the truth.
No, we do. We already know what the definition of mass is. It's a prime amount of something. They can't put a definition on it because one of those things that definitions are usually relations to other things, other words, and there's no other thing you could relate mass to. Mass is the primal essence of the universe.
The primal essence of the universe. That's a good one. That's a new one.
It's mass. It's the amount of stuff. There's no better definition than the amount of
the
stuff.
moles.
Well, you can just say it's the number of protons, neutrons, and electrons in a given substance, but there's no other words we can relate mass to. We can say it's the resistance to change in velocity. But that's just inertia, right? What's inertia? Well, inertia is just mass times velocity, right? And so, how do you talk about inertia without defining mass? Well, you can't, because it's all a relationship to each other. But we usually talk about mass in terms of how much things weigh on Earth, or how much they resist change, how much force it takes to accelerate it. And we can find that given a certain amount of a substance in which we know how much force it takes to make it change direction, we can put it next to some other thing that has those similar properties, and we can see how hard they pull on each other.
Let me get this straight. You admit that you cannot properly define mass, but yet somehow, someway, mass is supposed to be the independent variable, and you're supposed to manipulate it in a scientific experiment? This sounds kind of fishy to me.
Well, good for you. Take a course in physics one day and let me know how you do.
No, it's okay. You vary the what did you call it? The essential substance of the universe, or something.
Yeah, if you don't want to understand, you don't have to. It's really easy not to understand things in this world. And I know you
confident, but you sound very stupid too.
But I get you can go through the world, especially not wanting to understand the world in which you live. I get
Where's
that.
the definition? I want a definition other than the essential stuff of the universe, which is now your independent variable in your balls experiment.
Even I understand this.
This is just another
add more of it, don't you, Scott? You just add more of it.
This is just another instance of you not wanting to understand something, and you can do everything you can not to understand it. I get that. That's fine. You don't have to understand things. You'll be fine.
That's just ad hom. You have bad definition of a weird independent variable for a non-experiment.
You have access to Google, right?
More ad homs.
You have access to Google, right? Type in Google, what is mass? They'll give you a better explanation than I can.
I'm on stuff.com right now, and it says stuff.
All I know is that when I took a physics course, we assumed mass on things, and we solved lots of problems, and we figured out trajectories and things, and we figured out how much force it requires, and we got answers to equations.
And now you've convinced yourself that things are being dragged towards one another.
Yes, because I watched that.
When's the last time you saw stuff being dragged towards other stuff?
Every day of my life.
Don't say magnets. Don't say magnets.
When your eyes are closed, or what's going on?
No, I just laid a pair of pants on the floor on which I'm folding them, and they fell to the floor. Those pants are being
they slid off the bed.
No, those pants are being attracted to the floor. That
Okay,
is a
well, tie
mass
some
being
helium
attracted by a
balloons to your
mass.
pants.
Did the pants get dirty with the floor?
No, it was just vacuumed today, so we're good to go.
Got jiggy with it. No, not.
This is called correlation based on tests.
Well, let's just be honest. That it fell to the floor. That's all it happened.
It's laying on the floor. It's a mass being attracted by a
No
mass.
kidding. Objects can lay on the ground, yet we know that. You can let go of an object from your hand, it will fall and hit the ground. We are aware of this. This doesn't demonstrate any of the nonsense you're claiming.
But it does to everybody who wants to understand it.
So
But
why was Lord Cavendish why was Lord Cavendish wasting all his time looking through a telescope into his shed if all he had to do was drop his pants?
I don't know. Ask him.
We already cleared that up.
He's dead.
It's not designed to prove that mass attracts mass. That was already assumed.
Yep.
Cavendish didn't like ladies.
They were trying to find the gravitational constant. How hard masses attracted masses.
Which he didn't end up doing. That was later on with
Wait, I thought it was an experiment with an independent variable.
It is.
Well, even if we ignore the fact that that it doesn't qualify as a scientific experiment, right? Even if we ignore that part, right? Did he do it with his
why
bananas?
does it not qualify?
Did he try it with his bananas too?
No, but I know a guy who did it with a turkey.
Okay. Did he try it
on
with
Thanksgiving? It was kind of funny.
Ivory?
Huh?
Did he try it with ivory? Has it been done with ivory?
I have no idea.
Has it been done with wood? Has it been done with diamonds? Has it
I don't know.
All this other material been ruled out, or is it just confirmation bias? We can just do it with one material, get a result, and fudge the numbers so that it fits what we want to.
Fudge what numbers? They don't know what they were trying to figure out. Gee, what would you fudge it to?
Fudge it to an average so that it works out to what you're expecting it to be.
They didn't expect they didn't expect it to be anything. They didn't know what to expect.
They didn't.
No.
They hadn't already dropped stuff and had a rough idea.
No, the big G does not determine little g. As far as I know.
Why wasn't it constant then? They get this idea that it's constant without actually getting a constant result.
Well, because it was a constant. Because when they varied the masses and they varied the distances and they put it in the formula of m1 times m2 over d squared, g was always the same. Or with an experiment.
Gravity's not a constant.
It's with an experimental error.
You mean cherry picking?
No, that's not what I mean. If I meant cherry picking, I would have said cherry picking. I said with an experimental error, which is all science can do. All scientists can do, I should say, because science doesn't do shit. Scientists do.
Pseudoscience, yeah.
Yeah. All the scientists would disagree with you. And they would say you do not get to define what... Yeah, they would say you do not get to define what science is and is not.
They do.
Yes, they do, because they are the scientists.
Yeah, Michio Kaku, seat of the pants, right?
That's not circular reasoning.
Yeah, I know, it is, but that's the definitions work.
So I guess seat of the pants, that's Michio Kaku. I guess that's good, right?
What's that?
Scott, seat of the pants, that's the foundation. Is that good enough?
Seat of the pants? I don't understand what that means.
That's Michio Kaku.
Okay. I never read...
in his field, they don't deal with the scientific method. It's seat of the pants.
Okay, I never think Michio Kaku ever wrote.
Logic.
Yeah.
It's guesswork.
Guesswork. Leaps of logic. That's what scientists do in his field. He almost said they don't understand the scientific method, but he decided not to pull a QE.
Well, he's a theoretical physicist, right? Or an astrophysicist.
He's a genius. Yeah. He built his own particle accelerator.
He's an astrophysicist.
But the vast
So-called
majority of
scientist.
Yeah, but the vast majority of scientists are not astrophysicists. They're chemists and biologists and
He's a theoretical
geologists.
So
Yeah.
what, Mr. Mackey? So what?
So
built
so
his
not
own
every
particle smasher,
you know,
amateur
but
style.
not everybody defers to him as to what science is. The biologists don't
If you
care
can
what the
build your
astrophysicists
own,
assign as science.
if you can build your own particle smasher in your garage, I think people should defer to him.
When it comes to particle smashing, I would agree, but not when it comes to biology. Not when it comes to studying genetics. No, he has no expertise in genetics, and no geneticist
hold
would ever
on.
listen to
But,
him
yeah,
about
but
anything.
he's on board with the outer space. He's who they tell to look towards for the outer space story. And where
He
does that
writes
begin?
books about it.
Yeah, where does the outer space story begin? So he knows nothing about biology. Well, what the hell does he? Why is he on board with this story then?
What are you talking? I don't understand what you're saying.
Big Bang.
What about it?
Well, isn't that kind of important? Biology.
No, not really.
Evolved pond scum.
Which has nothing to do with the Big Bang necessarily.
Well, it came after.
Yeah, everything came after.
And then we're led down the road. Yeah, and then we're led down the road to
geology.
Listen, yeah, and then some guy named Michio Kaku in these nice suits. He says out loud, as you say, right to us, that no scientist just makes things up on the fly. That's what he's proud about it, Scott.
Oh, wait, hold on. That's not exactly what he said. What he said is, in my field. He said, in my field. He was referring to like people more in his field, not like he wasn't talking about he wasn't talking about real scientists.
Yeah, but that's what we're talking about here. This water ball hurtling through the nothingness.
Yeah, I don't think Michio Kaku is thinking much about the shape of the Earth, though. I don't think it occupies any of his time.
Oh, okay. Well, you've not seen his recent interviews, Scott.
It's funny you say that, because you're insinuating that they don't think about it. But if you go look at that Pavel Krupa interview that I always post, what's the first thing that comes out of his mouth? Flat Earth. So that was the first thing on his mind at the beginning of that interview. The flat Earth. Go
so
check
you think
that
he
shit
goes?
out.
So how much of his day do you think he thinks about the flat Earth?
Oh, I don't know, but the good book says that whatever's in your heart will spew out of your mouth.
Yeah, well, you can bet, Scott, that ever since he let the cat out of the bag, that his foundation is the seat of his own pants. He's going to be doing a lot of damage control for them.
No, I think I can pretty much. I would bet pretty much everything
Scott,
I
you can
own.
always think something. You can always see. Well, I think that guys. I think that no one thinks about this. I mean, neither do I. I mean, that's what I think.
I'm just sharing with you how people outside of your echo chamber might go through their lives.
Scott,
I know, right? So, Scott.
Yeah, hold on. 10 seconds. The fact that you spend so much time here, Scott, kind of shatters your echo chamber hopes. Sorry.
Okay, you say so.
It's funny because if we wanted an echo chamber, wouldn't we all fall back to our 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, where we could just have peace and quiet amongst ourselves, and not have to put up with any of the imbecilic arguments like, well, if you just walk in one direction, like earlier when I was here a couple hours ago, just walk in one direction like Jesus on water for like 1,000 miles, and that'll prove that the Earth is not flat. You're such an idiot.
Yeah, right.
I think you live for those people, actually, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you hate them.
No, I don't hate them. I hate their arguments.
So they give me the standard by which to recognize and define the practice of science, like using the scientific method, right? Then when I hold them to that standard, then suddenly I don't get to define what science is. But essentially what you've basically said to me.
It's not at all what I said. I would say that you have a very, for lack of a better word, a middle school understanding of the scientific method, because there is no scientific method. There are scientific methods. Every science has its own different. It's just you can laugh. Biologists don't do the.
That was not what my physics teacher taught me, dude. Not at all what my physics teacher taught me.
Not at all what your what teacher
He
taught
said
you?
the scientific method. He didn't say multiple scientific methods. He said the scientific method. He didn't stutter.
I wasn't given any other standard. Just suddenly you leave school and suddenly then it's like free for all. Oh well, we can skip that part. Ignore
Can I
that.
ask? Can I ask how far you got in science?
It sounds like there isn't even any standards. It's just like whatever you want.
No,
you call it
there
science
are
as long as you're trying to find out something, right?
Yeah, it's really, really interesting how they always appeal to credentials. They're always like, well, do you have a degree? But you can have as many different insane hairball scientific methods as you want. Well, if there's no standard for the method after you get a degree, why should we listen to any of them assholes? Because everybody who goes through 7th grade knows that there's only one scientific method with independent, dependent control variables. Those are probably the ones that we should be listening to.
Well, there's other people who you think come up with all kinds of any crazy ideas have figured out a lot of things about how this world works.
Yeah,
and they
from
can,
the seat of their pants.
And they can
Yeah,
demonstrate
Scott,
it to anybody who wants to listen.
Scott, we got all the way to the end of the pseudoscientific rainbow.
You did?
We've heard it all at this point.
Hey,
I don't think you have.
So if there's a 1, 2, 3, and 4 of scientific methods,
You're breaking up, brother.
You're
can you
breaking up
name
from
1,
everybody.
2, 3, and 4 in specific name?
You're breaking up, brother. Sorry. Reconnect. We'll let you try again.
Scott. Yeah. I didn't have the opportunity to write down your definition of mass. I was just wondering if you could repeat it.
No, I can't repeat it.
Oh,
Look
okay.
it up.
All right, just checking.
And I know you guys like these little gotchas because you think it makes you. I don't know what you get out of it, honestly.
Numpty clips.
Yeah, I know, because it makes you feel better about yourself that you got somebody.
Scott,
to
if I
say
felt any
something.
better about myself, I'd be twins. What I get out of it is seeing this this little thorn in your guys' psyche. It's working its way out.
What little thorn would that be?
Than others. So it's nice to see that people are pulling their head out of the sand. They see all the dead ends of all these stories.
Of
they
what
see where you
stories?
guys have decided to dig in. About about the 4 nanometer or something bulge in your bathtub.
Yeah, that was just a little bit of math. That was pretty easy to do.
People are starting to see this bullshit because people know that water, in reality, does what it does, and then they hear someone like you say 4 nanometers or something.
Wait, did you just admit it's math? Wait, did you say it's math, Mr. Mackey?
Yeah.
So to clarify, you don't know of anyone to measure, and you've never measured yourself any bulge on the surface of the water of a bathtub, but you can calculate it, right?
I told you that when I said it.
Yeah, no. So I know. No, well, hold on. I didn't quite. So again, now a quick follow-up question: does math always reflect reality? Yes or no?
It usually comes pretty close.
No, that's not answering my fucking question. I answer a closed-ended question. Yes or no? Does math always reflect reality?
Yes, to close enough.
Math is a language.
Oh my god, you're insane, dude. You should like commit yourself. Fucking commit yourself, dude.
Well, I don't live in a world or a mindset where I need to do that kind of stuff. The world's complicated.
Okay, let me show you how language can be incorrect, right? It's real simple. Superman jumps over a building with a single bound. Let's do the math. Right? Superman don't do a fucking thing. He doesn't exist.
I know.
That's how language can be deceptive. It's called lying. Right?
Yes.
Figures can't lie, but liars sure can figure, bro. What the fuck? You didn't know that?
What makes you think I know that?
Can I have -5 apples in my pocket?
That's a concept. Like a point.
Yeah, I know, but hold on. If I have 5 apples minus 10 apples equals -5 apples. Can I have -5 apples in reality?
No.
So does math always reflect reality? Yes or no?
Yes. Close enough.
All right, you're insane. You are insane. What the hell is wrong with this guy?
And you're the one who believes in a flat Earth, so I'll go with my insanity over
You're
yours
the one
any
who
day of the
believes that
year.
I can have -5 apples in my pocket. You're the one who believes I can have -5 apples in my pocket. You are insane.
What do you think that tells you to say that math does not map to reality anyways?
I'm
What is
just
that?
demonstrating that math doesn't always reflect reality. Math can be math, and reality can be something that doesn't reflect it. That's simply what I'm demonstrating.
Okay, let's stipulate to that. How has that helped you at all now? Where can you go from that?
Because I'm demonstrating that while you can calculate that the surface of your bathtub is curved, you can't demonstrate it. You can only, so that's what I'm talking about.
We already knew that. I said that when I said it. I can't demonstrate
So in
it.
other words, so to elaborate on that, it is a mere blind belief on your part, a cult belief, and nothing more, nothing less, that the surface of your bathtub is curved, anything other than level.
No, it's not mere
Or
blind.
as you say, level but not level, or whatever the fuck crap you say.
It's supported by a whole bunch of other observations that we can extrapolate or interpolate, I guess would be the proper way to
the gravity on Krypton is 7 times that of Earth, so Superman's leaps and bounds actually look like he's flying.
Again, if you think that's a decent argument and a decent response to what I'm saying,
it highlights that that's yet another thing that the math works out that it doesn't exist. You just need to connect the dots. Listen, Scott. Maybe you can do it. Connect the dot from the water ball you've seen on TV to Superman, who you've seen on TV, in books, and the movies. It's the same. Yeah, they're just connect that dot and he'll be fine.
Well, how do you know that Superman's fake? I agree Superman's fake, but how do we know that?
Okay, then you know that math don't equate to reality always.
Let's do a little philosophy. What do we do to determine that Superman is fake? What do we do?
What do we do to? Well, we find the guy who created him, and
exactly. Yes.
No, he's talking about proving negative. He's talking about proving a negative. No one's talking about proving a negative.
Old Haas is going down the right road.
When you figure out that someone created him on a piece of paper, then you know he's not a real dude. Neither's Clark Kent.
I agree. That's how we do
Clark
it, right?
Kent's not real either.
I agree. But we figured out the same way, right?
There's some math. There's some maths that work out for Superman, though.
Well, but we know Superman was made up by some guy.
Do you agree that the maths work out for Superman?
No, I don't.
Well,
there are no maths for
You've
Superman.
got some reading to do. The Physics of Superheroes 1 and 2. I could screenshot you the formulas. I've got them buried in my screenshots. But anyways, you yourself, the academic wizard you are, could probably figure out the flight dynamics of Superman's leaps and boundings, couldn't you?
No, I couldn't.
Oh, I thought you were okay. So how far did you get in science?
2.5 years of aerospace engineering.
Okay,
I did physics and some chemistry.
Add Physics of Superheroes 1 and 2 to your reading list, and then you'll see some maths that check out that don't exist in reality. Well, now, how you're trying to say, how do you know that Superman doesn't exist? Dude, it's a comic book character. Relax.
I know it's a comic book character, but there's a way you and I can determine that, right?
Listen, what?
There's a way you and I can determine what's real and what's fake, right?
Yeah, and we can check Superman off the list.
We can.
So let's go to the globe now. Where have you seen the globe? Have you seen the globe anywhere else other than where you've seen Superman? Books, TV, movies.
Got him.
Yes.
Where have you seen the globe outside of one of those 3 media?
I've seen it with my own eyes.
Where?
Out your window?
Looked out over the horizon. I see.
Scott doesn't believe in. Hold on, Scott doesn't believe in refraction now.
That's not what I said.
Yeah, Scott, you've seen reality.
If you think you've seen the globe, then you must think that the horizon is geometric in nature.
Okay, so we determine Superman's creation because we know who created Superman, right? Who created the globe?
The Greeks.
The Greeks?
Yeah. Allegedly.
But do we have any record of that's the way it all got started and nobody backed it up? And because, we can look at Superman and say, is there any other evidence of Superman existing anywhere in this world? Has anybody ever seen Superman in real life? No. Right? Nobody claims to have seen. Nobody claims to have seen Superman in real life, right? Nobody claims there's no buildings that got smashed when he fought with some other superhero or supervillain, and they
Yes,
right. That's never happened, right?
That's because, Scott, it was presented as fiction. The Globe was presented as nonfiction.
Yes, but when they presented it, they gave us all kinds of ways to check their math.
Yeah, so everyone knows that Superman isn't real because it's fiction. Yeah. Everyone thinks the Globe is real because it was presented as nonfiction. That's the only difference.
Because the people presented it believed that it was nonfiction. They went out, looked at the world, and they found some stuff, and they related that to other people, and other people went, "Oh yeah, I guess that's true, huh? That is what I experience also."
Yeah, they all had water laying flat and level right under their noses the whole time, and they just kicked the can down the road of this water ball in outer space myth, or whatever stage of what the belief system at the time was.
Or maybe they
don't even know. I mean, to be honest, all we have is all these stories in the same books that have the globe on the cover telling us all the origins of these things.
Or maybe they just understood that, the water in my bathtub having a 45 nanometer sagita, I'm really not going to be able to see that.
Yeah, well, but you extrapolated that out to the Suez Canal, and you sure as shit be able to see that. So, anyways, Scott, maybe you'll be able to connect the dots one day.
But no, let's go back to the Suez Canal.
I don't think you want to, though. That's the thing, Scott. I don't think you want to connect the dots. I think you see it. I think you've seen the light, and it's too bright for you.
I think Scott is on NASA's payroll.
Yeah, no, nobody really believes that.
I think he wishes he was, and if he is, they've scraped bottom of the barrel.
I don't think he is, because I think he's, doing them damage unintentionally.
I'm doing them damage. Okay.
Yeah, because the stuff that you guys say converts people. Like earlier, there was a guy saying that things disappear from the top down. I think is what he meant. He said bottom. He said top up. But how could sky being the limit make things disappear from the top down?
He was demonstrating what a silly notion that the water can make things disappear from the top up. Because if what you're saying is
that's not what I was saying.
But it was someone else's claim, right?
No, nobody said that the water makes things disappear from the top up, except for him.
No, he was saying no. Someone was saying the water makes things appear from the bottom up because of something about the Rayleigh criteria and differences in brightness. And he was just saying if that were true, why does the sky not make the top disappear from the top down? Because there is equal difference in brightness.
Because the sky is the limit, as opposed to the ground being the limit.
But what's different about the sky and the ground? They're both light hitting your eye from something, right?
You don't know the difference between the sky and the ground? When's the last time you've seen something disappear from the top down?
That's the whole point he was trying to make. Never.
That's my point. That's not his point. He was saying things do disappear from the top down.
No, he wasn't. He was saying they don't.
You're incorrect.
And he was asking why they don't. Because what the criteria you gave is that something brighter would make the less bright thing, it would overshadow it. I forget the term that was used. Would obscure the less bright thing, and the sky is brighter than the ship in many cases. So why would this brighter sky not obscure the ship?
Anyway, things disappear from the bottom up due to the Rayleigh criterion and the physics of light.
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Okay, well, what do you think makes things disappear from the bottom up? A geometric horizon?
Things going behind other things.
Yeah. Such as the planet.
Yeah, the ship going behind the water. Just like, when a car goes over a mountain, it goes behind the hill. When a car goes into a parking lot, a submerged parking lot, you can see it go down one of those driveways.
Can you zoom a car back in after it's gone over the mountain?
Nope, and you can't zoom a ship back in after it's gone over the horizon either. So
Well, you can.
Show me one.
Well, that's what the original. Why don't you go out and make your own observations? That would alleviate a lot of your confusion. But
You're not
the
going to
Black
show me one, are
Swan.
you?
Listen, the Black Swan, the famed Black Swan oil rig. If that's not zoomed in, you don't see a squat.
You
That's
don't
a
see half
zoomed
the
in.
you don't see
So
half the
that's
oil
an
rig either, do
example
you?
of where you see nothing.
No. The example we're talking about is when you see the top half of the ship
Yeah, you
obscured
can
by the
see.
bottom half of the ship, and you can see the top half clearly. Then you zoom in further, and all of a sudden the bottom half comes back in. That never happens.
See that with your eyes, without optical aid?
No, I can't do it with my eyes. And you can't do it with an optical aid either. Anytime you see a ship and you can see the top half clearly, where it's taking up most of the frame, and
It's
the
over
bottom half
the girth. Is that what you're saying, Scott?
and then the bottom half is completely obstructed by water, you cannot zoom in and bring that bottom half back. There's no way.
No, I'm talking about a boat that's gone beyond your eyesight. That's a boat that's moving, a moving boat.
But that's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. You're talking about doesn't really have anything to do with the price of rice, because if I ask you if that's because is that because of Earth curve, well, then it would have to. Okay, well, then at what distance is this occurring?
Doesn't matter. It occurs.
Well, sure it does, Scott. What do you mean it
No, it
doesn't
doesn't.
matter?
It
At
only
what point?
matters.
Listen. At what point does the car disappear over the mountain? Does it matter?
Not really.
Well, it doesn't. Is there a point where, listen, is there a point when the car is in front of the mountain before it goes over the mountain?
Yes. Do I need to know how far the mountain is?
Listen, Scott, this was your example.
I know.
So at what point does the car disappear over the mountain?
When it goes behind the last bit of the curve that we can see.
Okay, we're talking about a mountain peak. Okay, a hill, a curve, whatever.
A hill.
Okay,
Let's go with a hill. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So that it disappeared because it went over the obstruction.
Mm-hmm.
But you're saying, like, all these obstructions that you point to, they don't match up. You won't even tell us how far. You say it doesn't even matter. Shit matter. It sure as shit matters with the mountain.
I'm not telling you how far the mountain is away either, am I?
Yeah, but you can figure it out.
Yeah, but you don't care how far the hill is away, do you? You accept that the car goes behind the hill.
I would love to know. I would love to see you filming cars going over the mountain from a known distance.
If I filmed a car go over a hill, you would not ask me how far away that hill is before you believed the car was going over the hill. You would just accept that the car goes over the hill. You know you would. Don't lie.
Yeah, that wouldn't be my first question. But yeah, I would say, oh wow, look, the car went over the hill. How far away were you, Scott? How tall is the mountain?
You wouldn't ask that.
Well, why not? You've heard the litany of questions people ask on here.
I know, but you would accept the car goes over the hill, wouldn't you?
Hills are obvious.
Yeah, that's the part. That's the starting point. I wouldn't ask any further questions if I hadn't acknowledged the car had gone over the hill. So why does it get so touchy when I say, where does the boat disappear that you're telling me has gone over the curve? Why do you say, oh, it doesn't matter. It can happen here. It can happen there. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make sense.
The only thing I think is relevant is that the boat goes behind the water.
Yeah, I know
that's your interpretation of what's happening.
I know, because it matches all my other things that I've seen in this world.
Confirmation bias.
What's that?
Confirmation bias.
Confirmation bias.
How's that confirmation bias?
Because he's saying that it matches everything else that he's seen in the world, but he's never seen a globe. So it's confirmation bias.
No, Larry, I don't think you know what a confirmation bias is.
I've never heard of it before.
Because he won't get detailed.
Why don't you research it and post it for me so that I may learn?
I get told a lot that Scott sits in here all day, right, and he speaks to people who have a different view to him. So he's exposing himself to information that is going against what information he takes to be actually the case. So it's not a confirmation bias. So it's not a confirmation bias. Because he exposes himself to opposite information.
Everyone has confirmation bias. Everyone has anchor bias. Everyone has sunk cost bias. Everyone has reverse bias. For you to say that, Scott somehow is immune to it, I think is kind of weird.
I'm not saying he's immune to it. I'm saying that
What are you saying, then?
when he says that the information he takes to be more credible, that leads him to take the Earth as a sphere, and you say, well, that's a confirmation bias. Well, no, he sits in here and speaks to you all day, right? So,
I have confirmation bias. I sit in here and speak to Scott all day.
Confirmation bias about the Earth being flat.
Yui, he's not even trying to confirm the globe. This is his chance because he's telling us he sees things disappear over the curve of Earth, but won't tell us at what distance. So he's not even confirming the globe. He's just going vague. He goes, yeah, I see that. And since I believe in outer space and all that stuff, and we're on a rock ball, then yeah, that's good enough for me. So, I mean, I'm not going to label it, but if you're acknowledging it as confirmation bias, then you see the logical nonsense of it.
Exactly. Therefore, there's no other explanation for what I see when I watch a boat go far and seem to disappear.
So, Oldhouse, can you see the text chat 59 or 59 after the hour? I have a little tiny graphic in there.
Let me look. It looks like a spirograph thing.
Yeah, but you see it's got F and, what is it? F, B, and C? You see that? You know that line FC is a curve?
You were doing this the other day. Hold on, let me look at it. Well, you kind of spoiler alert.
Yeah, I know.
Well, yeah,
But
what's
FC
that? Okay.
FC is
You're
a curve.
able to recognize when something curves. So none of
hold on,
this
hold on.
nonsense of, oh, it's too big, and what kind of curve do you guys expect to see?
Yeah.
Well, you got really good eyesight because...
No, I know it's a curve because I drew the whole circle. And if I zoom out, I can give you a different picture of this thing.
What's okay? Yeah, I was here when you were doing this. I was listening when you were doing this the other day. What was the end game of this whole thing?
Just let me post this real quick. Boom, picture, paste. So this is a zoomed out. But the point is that point C, that point was it B? God, I can't even. I zoomed out. So
wait,
B
now
is
you're going. Hold on, now you're going to go into distance specifics.
No. I just want to tell you what we have to deal with when we're thinking about this stuff. That point B in there, that's the geometric horizon. Does it look like a geometric horizon to you? It doesn't look like a geometric horizon to me.
What do you mean point B? Which one am I looking at? The top one?
The top one, the short, skinny one, the long, skinny one, whatever, not the square one. Yeah, we got point C. That point C is actually, if you see the numbers on the side there, 209,000, 209 million, something like that. But that's feet. That's feet above from the center of the Earth. And so that point C is actually 3 feet above that blue line. Although, of course, they're all merged into one line because scale and all, right? And if I zoomed in, you could see where that point C is 3 feet above the horizon. And point B is on the horizon, 2 point something miles away, or close to 2 miles away, which would be the geometric horizon.
Which point am I standing at?
Bro, Scott, earlier you said that you can't see the geometric horizon, so you're showing us some cartoons.
You can't see it. You can't see it.
So why are you showing us
this? This is math. This is math.
This is make-believe math.
Yes, but this is where the math says the geometric horizon is at point B. And of course, it just looks like a straight line all the way from C to F. And so the fact that we can see things beyond B on the water is not that surprising, as long as you have this curved line, which is actually coming from F, that can make it all the way to C. So if you have a line that's as curved as the line from F to C, which is about 7 arc minutes.
So what in the world are the boats sailing over, Scott, that you see disappear?
This is the thing with scale, right?
Barely curving line. You're wanting it both ways, Scott. You're telling us you're seeing boats disappear, and then say, "Look, guys, it's straight, it's flat." Well, what the hell? Then you can chalk it. You can chalk it up to not going over the curve as to why they're disappearing.
No.
Yep.
Nope. Because if we zoomed in, we could see. We could
go back and listen. You're wanting it both ways. You're asking for it both ways now. This is lower than the 4 nanometers in your bathtub.
Yeah, I should not have expected you to understand it, but oh well.
Wait, you're the one that tells us that boats are going over the curve, yet you wouldn't expect to see anything but flat.
Yeah, because point F is actually.
Okay, well, pick one, Scott.
Point F is actually like 60-something feet
So what?
lower than
Are boats going over the curve or not?
Yes, they are. But I'm just showing. I'm just showing you
well, take a look at your spirograph thing and zoom in on it. You're C.
But I'm just showing you with imperceptible amount of refraction, 7 arc seconds, arc minutes. We could see all the way to F. We can see right past B. We can see right past B.
And how the hell are you watching boats disappear over it?
Because sometimes there is no curve, no refraction.
Sometimes there's no refraction. Scott, stop the cap.
Why? What's wrong with that? Why is
did you
why
ever
is that a
think,
problem
honestly,
for you?
did you ever think that you would be on here chanting refraction when you don't have you don't even have the guts to say terrestrial refraction? That's the magical refraction you're chanting.
I
Seeing a curve, yet you tell us there isn't even a curve to see over. The boats are going over the curve, but see, guys, you can't even. It's imperceptible.
Well, at scale, if there were no refraction, it would be cutting off 60-something feet of that boat at F. Yeah, you guys are always saying, bendy, wavy, light refraction. This is how much it has to bend.
No, pal, that's the choir of the desperate heliocentrists.
This
chanting about bendy crane legs.
No, this is all the light has to bend.
Okay, then so we should never hear you chanting boats go over curve again then.
No, that's exactly the opposite of what I'm saying.
So you want it both ways.
Hello. I'm the CEO of Tesla. If there is 7 arc minutes of refraction, you should be able to see the bottom of the boat all the way to point F. If you don't have any refraction, you will have 60-something feet of that boat disappeared at point F. Simple as that.
So on no refraction day, we'll see the true geometric horizon, huh, Scott?
If you had 0 refraction, yes, you would.
Okay, so when you're out there floating on your surfboard, and you stick your finger up in the air, and you get that sense that 0 refraction's coming as you're counting sets, get on out of the water and get your camera. Can't wait for the results.
Just explaining reality, you guys.
Let us know the next day there's no refraction, Scott.
You don't have to accept it, but this is how we see the world.
He's affirming that it's reality.
Yes, and then when we talk about refraction, this is what we're talking about. We understand how little it actually is.
It's a
and that's why we have no problem accepting
But you're
it.
a boat go over curve chanter, Scott.
Yes. Because eventually, when the boat gets beyond point F, even the refraction won't be able to bring it back, because it'll be greater than the 7 arc minutes, or get past what I don't know what the limits of atmospheric refraction is. I have no idea actually.
And kryptonite's green. I said kryptonite is green.
Yes, but every boat we've ever watched go away, it goes over the horizon and disappears bottom up. Every last one. No, go ahead.
Did I miscolor kryptonite?
Any other Glober wants to get in, they're welcome.
There's pink kryptonite, there's blue kryptonite, there's red kryptonite, there's black kryptonite, but there is a green kryptonite. Yes, but kryptonite is not necessarily green.
Huh.
If I could get in
the movie, in the film, was it green?
They also are you okay? Which movies are we referring to? Because if we're referring to the first 4 films, there was red kryptonite in the first 4 films.
Okay, I stand corrected.
Okay, so we're talking about the Earth, right? The dirt outside. And it doesn't matter like how many graphs Scott Mackey shows us and then affirm it to be reality, right? What Scott is doing is saying that he can have boats go over in a geometric horizon because when that happens, that fits his model and he doesn't need to invoke refraction. But when that's not happening, and it actually looks like what we predicted that it would look like if the Earth was flat and stationary, then he has to invoke this mathematical refraction with this theory tales about this theoretical refraction that happens without, a larger density medium and a boundary in between, like Snell's law, right? And what he's doing is he's giving you guys mathematics theory tales about his religiosophy.
That just happened to explain everything we experience. I'll take it. If that's all I got, sure, I'll go with it.
It's an excuse, right? Your explanations are excuses masquerading as an explanation, but it's not.
It's the job done.
Hold on just a second. Explanation is not experimentation.
Gets the job done, nevertheless.
Is an excuse. Your excuse gets the job done. When you show up late for work and you tell your boss an excuse and you're like, well, I got a really good explanation. You're late. You're getting written up.
I don't have to be at work at any given time, so.
Based. Me too.
I show up whenever I damn well feel like it, and I go home when I feel like it, as long as I get my work done. But anyways, that's beside the point. Yeah, the math works. It gets us everywhere. It gets us everything we need to know.
So distance does matter then. So distance does matter then.
Distance to the place we want to go, yeah, that matters very much. If I want to get from Sydney when I get to Sydney from San Francisco, the distance matters a whole lot.
Talking about your boats over the horizon.
No, nobody ever cares when the boats disappear.
So the math isn't important then.
Well, the math is nobody ever asked the question, when will the boat go over the horizon?
Oh yeah, Hoss did.
No, yeah, you said it matched. Yeah, you brought it up. You said it matched, and we agreed that we could determine where a car went over a mountain, but you don't want to do that with the boat. But we get it.
Well, I can determine
because here's the thing, Scott. The scrutiny you've given this fairy tale, I can see that it works for you. I mean, the scrutiny I've given the Superman tale, hell, I thought Krypton was green up until 2 minutes ago. So maybe
me too.
Okay, what do you think I can't explain?
It all works out for you, okay, to the level that you choose it to work out for you.
Okay,
it gets the job done.
What part of reality do you think I can't explain?
Well, apparently you can't do the boats where the boats disappear over the horizon.
Well, I could. All I got to do is throw refraction in there, and all I got to do is throw refraction, and I can tell you.
Oh my God!
So what other thing? What other thing?
Do it on a no refraction day, then, right, Scott?
No, I can. The math works in either case as long as I know the refraction.
Okay, Scott, okay. Deep breath. Do you think we're going to have a no refraction day anytime in the future?
I have no idea. I didn't know about refraction until 3 years ago.
Yeah, so why are you even chanting about it? It's silly, dude.
Because it makes sense to me.
It makes sense to you that you're convinced that things you see in the distance aren't actually there?
A lot of things aren't where they appear to be.
So that's a yes. That's what makes sense to you, that you're convinced that you're seeing things in the distance that aren't actually there.
Yes, because I've seen lots of things that are actually where they appear to be.
I rest my case.
Yeah, but that usually happens in a fish tank,
really?
Right? It doesn't usually happen like in front of your face with nothing in between it.
Yeah, I know. The difference in a fish tank, it's 30 degrees of refraction, right? Where in atmosphere, it's less than it's less than a seventh of a degree. And so, yeah, I have no problem believing that the atmosphere can react a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of what a fish tank does. Makes sense to me. Why doesn't it make sense to you?
Because if you're talking about go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I don't get it. You just admitted that you don't know anything about this refraction you chant.
Well, I said I didn't know.
Yeah, okay. Well, you still don't.
Then I looked into
what you're speaking of is terrestrial refraction. You won't even say it. Anyways, I'll shut up. But Dude,
no, you're good, Doodle. You're good.
No, I know. I don't really have much more to say. Then I'm in disbelief because he seems to want this thing where he says the boats go over the curve.
Correct.
Yeah, and then when I say where, I don't want to talk about it, and then it's just this vague refraction bullshit that you learned about when 3 years ago. I mean, what the hell?
Yeah. But see, fortunate for us. Yep.
So I'm just trying to follow your argument here. Are you saying that when I watch a boat just disappear, is it just because it's gone so far out of my sight that I can't see with my eyes naturally, and if I could just get a set of binoculars or something to improve my vision, I would actually be able to see it still?
Are you asking a Flatty that? Because that's not what we're saying.
They can't say that. That was debunked a few weeks ago.
He's got to be asking Scott because Scott's the one who's telling us that he knows the Earth's a globe because he's
not asking me.
boats.
He's asking
No,
you
I'm
guys.
asking you guys
He's
because you're
asking you.
saying that it doesn't disappear from my vision ever. If I can just
That's not what
zoom
we
in
said.
further, or I can bring more of the light into focus, that I can just see to infinity.
No, who's saying that?
No, we're not saying that, bro.
On the Earth, I can see everything. Okay, I just wanted to clarify here because boats do disappear over the horizon at some point, correct?
Yeah, but Scott's claiming that it's because they're going over the curve of Earth. But when pressed on it, he won't even. He says it doesn't matter the distance that they're disappearing. Well, it does matter if he's claiming they're going over the curve of the 39, 59 mile radius water ball. It's Scott you have a beef with, NW Guardian.
I'm just trying to understand where you guys are coming from.
Problem, but it's Scott's. Scott's the only one claiming that the reason why boats disappear is because they're going over the curve of Earth. That's Scott.
Earlier,
what is your explanation for what happens to them then?
Well, you seem to have a pretty good grasp of it yourself. They go out of your view.
Okay, so you're just saying they go outside of my ability to see. That if I had the ability to...
Listen.
Hang on. If I had the ability to zoom in, I would be able to eventually see them.
To a point. Sure. Have you ever looked through binoculars?
Oh, yes, I've looked at things, but eventually the boat disappears over the horizon. That's the thing he's getting
eventually,
at.
Yeah. Optics have limitations. And the air is not transparent. I mean, the air.
Sorry,
do you think the air is completely transparent? I mean, over distance, the air.
Okay, so the air is obscuring my vision then.
Well, it could be. It depends on the conditions as to how far you can see the boat. If you're standing in the fog, you'll see the boat will disappear in 50 yards.
Oh, that's a decent enough explanation. So there's a certain amount of distance at which there's a obscuring with the actual stuff in the air. Okay,
Even important.
that's as good as
it's not even important why. Yeah, we don't have to give an explanation.
No. It's I just want you guys to become this one thing. I want you to try it sometime. Come up with an alternate explanation for what you're observing in reality, because sometimes you guys just refuse to.
No, wrong.
Who is that guy?
Because
Guardian?
I'm not making a claim about it. I'm not making a claim about the shape of Earth, about that relates to why I'm seeing that happen.
Yo, what's up, everybody?
Understand?
I is here.
Daddy!
Do you understand, Guardian?
Daddy? Fucking Jekyll. Hey,
he's muted. Sorry, okay.
Morning, Miggy.
Yeah, he's muted. NW Garden, he's a little tipsy, that's all.
Daddy.
But, today is a rare occasion because it seems like Scott's a little more needy than usual. I don't know. What do you think, guys?
A little more
needy. Needy, Scott? You need a hug?
The Oracle.
He's in the hot seat right
I'm headed to the gym right now, so I'm going to put myself on mute.
There you go. That a boy. You know who's in the house. You know what's good for you. You don't want to take your lumps, do you? Go exercise. Go do something constructive, because this ain't helping.
He don't want to take his medicine, does he?
No, he don't. That's
Just
why.
been working at his brain for the last 2 hours, man. He's fucking probably shattered.
No, I
Now
was
he's gonna
listening
go.
to it. I'm listening to it at work, and old Haas worked him over with that Superman stuff. That's all right, but I mean, we know where Scott stands right now. He just, he just likes to come in every now and again and just throw his elbows every now and again.
That's all right. Now he can go mow the lawn or something.
He's gonna go exercise.
If you were listening, Miggy, you would note again that once again I only spoke up once the room was dead. I'll always bring the conversation back.
I know.
volunteered,
I was
didn't you, Scott?
listening.
All right, it was dead when I started, and I will step away as soon as another Glober takes over.
Yeah, but I punched your time clock out in about maybe an hour and 30. So you had a lot of airtime today. You feel pretty good, huh? Now that you got everything off your chest. I'll take that as a yes. Anyway, where were we, gentlemen? NW Guardian.
Just explaining to Guardian how it's not under any onus to explain things appearing to disappear over, quote, the horizon. Because I have not made a claim about it. I have not made a claim about why it's occurring, and I've not related that occurrence to the shape of the Earth in any manner. They only want this explanation when we refute theirs.
Well, let's see what he has to say. I'm gonna mute him. I don't like to keep people muted, but sometimes he was just a little bit tipsy. It sounded like he wasn't making any sense. All right, NW Garden, if you're there, go ahead.
I'm here.
All right, they asked you a question. I don't know if you want to respond. T-Dub.
I'm sorry, I missed it if they did. What was it again, guys?
I was saying to you that I'm not under any onus to explain the apparent disappearance of boats beyond the horizon. I haven't made a claim about it that relates to the shape of the Earth. The Globers do. And the only reason we ever get asked to explain it is when we refute their explanation. We just rule that out, right? Rule their explanation out, and then suddenly we're suddenly obligated to explain it. Then no, I'm not.
Well, you're making a claim in the opposite. That's why I ask for an explanation. If you make a claim in the opposite, do you have an alternate explanation?
No. I don't need to. I don't need to offer one because falsification is independent of replacement. I can determine that your cake isn't chocolate, right, without giving you what flavor it actually is.
I did it
rule
earlier.
Out that it's not. I can just rule out that it's chocolate, right? It's not chocolate. What flavor it is, what's in it, I don't know. But there's no chocolate in there. We've ruled that out.
Maybe this is my problem. I'm going to come at this from a different angle for you. All right. So you're basically saying that you don't know what shape the Earth is, but you know it's definitely not a globe. So you're just anti-globe. You're not anti any other model. You're just anti-globe.
Yeah, I definitely know that boats aren't disappearing because of Earth curvature. That's correct.
Okay, so you're basically arguing with me like an atheist would that says, okay, I don't believe in God. I know he doesn't exist, but I don't need to come up with an alternate explanation for objective morality or anything along those lines. Am I correct?
Well, I don't see why they're obligated if they choose not to believe in a God. Yeah.
No, I just want to come at this from this perspective so I understand where you guys are coming from, because I think this is where a lot of my disconnect comes from with you guys, is that you don't, either because I understand it's sometimes hard to actually have a stance on what you believe the actual shape of the Earth might be, and that's fine. You can be agnostic, but just... Is there anybody that actually, really, honestly, fully believes that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, that wasn't Okay, so I'll just say it this way. So yes, it is not a globe, and yes, it does measure flat. It is observed as flat, it measures flat, and it's also navigated across as flat. So it's pretty simple, right? Let's not confuse what we're saying here, because I think you're trying to turn it into something it's not. So what we're saying is, okay, yeah, just relax. So what we're saying is that it's not a globe demonstrated because it is measured as a flat and stationary plane. So we do not have any spin like they tell you with the Earth being a globe, because there's no way to measure any kind of spin. There's no observable natural phenomena that anybody can go out and say, hey, I witnessed the Earth turning. There's no observed natural phenomena of anybody seeing that, so that there's no way to record that. There's no way to tell if it is or isn't doing so. So you can't tell me there's a device that you got that's going to tell you that the Earth's spinning, because the first thing I'm going to tell you is, okay, you have a device and it's telling you something, but where can you go and see the Earth doing the thing that you think that it's actually telling you it is doing?
Okay.
Can you tell me?
I can give you one example, at least right off the top of my head.
Sure,
And this goes to, why do we launch near to the equator rockets? Why don't we not launch them near to the North or South Pole? Do you know why we do that?
What in the fuck? Yeah. What is this an argument for? Hold on. Let's do it this way, NW Guardian. Can you make a claim and then go ahead and support it with evidence? That way I don't know.
No.
I'm not going to be asking you
I asked that question as a primer, and I will explain what I'm talking about. So
okay, I don't want a primer. I don't work that way. So just tell me what you're
that's fine. I can go straight to the point. And that is, we launch closer to the equator.
Yeah, we're not going to
you're
listen
presupposing the existence of a South Pole in the first place.
Yeah.
It's just
so we're not gonna shoot moving targets, right? So we don't do that here. Make a claim about what you think the Earth is, or your claim about whatever you're saying. Make a claim, and then follow it up by giving some evidence for that claim. That's all I ask. Make a claim, and then step 2, follow it up with some evidence. Pretty simple. Here, let me unmute you. Go ahead and do that, please.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When we launch rockets,
I don't think you get the idea. What is your claim, sir? Make a claim. Whatever it is, make a claim, and then follow it up with some evidence. Once again, let's try it again for the second time. Go ahead.
When we launch rockets,
That's not... I don't think you're getting this. Third time's a charm.
You have a mouse in your pocket?
Make a claim, and then go ahead and follow it up with some evidence. Make a claim. Do you know what a claim is, NW Guardian?
Spinning, and it is a globe. The reason why we launch rockets from the equator is because of that effect.
Okay, so you were actually cut off in the middle of that, but I thought you said that the Earth is spinning, right? That's what your claim is, right? The Earth is spinning, NW Guardian. And then what is your evidence of the Earth spinning?
Because we do launch rockets from closer to the equator, and not to, up in Maine.
Okay, that's not very intelligible what you're saying, dude. It's just, I don't know if anybody's following what you're saying about launching rockets at the equator, but we're not seeing how it's relevant to your claim, right? You said the Earth is spinning, and you do? Okay, let's see if we got a translator here. Let's get the translator. Go ahead. If you're a translator, go ahead.
He's claiming that the rotation of the Earth is proven by the fact that they launch rockets from the equator because they use the rotation to help with the rocket launch.
Centripetal, yeah. It's the idea of the higher velocity at the equator. That's what he's going. That's what he's getting at. Yeah.
Well, thank you for the interpretation, because it took him forever for you guys to. All right, let me see if that's what he's saying or not. Hopefully, you guys didn't misrepresent him. There, let me unmute him. Did they represent you right, NW Guardian?
Yes, they did.
Okay. So because of rockets, therefore the Earth is spinning. The Earth is spinning, therefore the rockets are going in the direction they need to go.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay, but you're not giving me how we know the Earth is actually spinning. You're just telling me that rockets are doing something, therefore we know the Earth is spinning. Well, we don't need to stare at rockets. We need to figure out how we know the Earth is spinning. So where in academia has it been presented to us that the Earth is in motion? I don't care about some rockets. I can tell you my car is going across country and, the Earth is spinning underneath my car. That doesn't tell me anything. I need to know how you know the Earth is spinning without using rockets. Rockets are not a measuring device, sir. I need to know how it was been measured that the Earth is spinning, or how you can naturally observe the Earth spinning around. Either one's fine.
We watch the sun rise and set, and that is another proof.
Okay, let's examine that for just a moment. Do you see the sun moving east to west every day?
Yes.
Okay. What I just told you was seeing a sun move east to west. You didn't find any problems with what I said?
Nope.
Okay. So we both, you and I, watched the sun move east to west. At what point do we see the Earth moving? Take your time. And he's out.
Okay. Hang on.
Let's go.
If you guys are correct, can you explain time zones then to me? Because we watch. Sure. I know that the sun is set here in Florida, but if you talk to somebody in, say, Australia or somewhere that the sun is still up, what do you explain that by?
It's simple. The light is attenuating from the sun onto different parts of the Earth. Light doesn't attenuate forever over the Earth because it's actually only able to go so far as to certain areas. So if it was to shine on the entire Earth, then you'd have to have an idea of what the entire Earth looks like. So if you said the entire Earth was, let's just say, for example, was shining on every country, right, of the world, because if it was a flat Earth, it would be shining on every country. Then I would ask you, how do you know somebody's got some background noise? What I would ask you, NW Guardian, is how do you know what the Earth looks like in its entirety for you to make a claim that the sun would shine on the whole Earth if it were a flat stationary plane? So my question is a little bit different than most. I would ask you, if your claim is that the sun would shine on every place of the Earth, then I want to know what kind of model or map are you using to say that that's the case. Can you tell me? Or you don't have an answer for that?
And hang on, I will also go. I'm saying what your point of view makes difficult because you refuse to come up with a model. I can't.
Right.
Because you don't want to tell me the model you believe in.
No, it's not that I don't want to tell you. It's what I'm telling you is that nobody knows, sir. There isn't a soul that's alive right now that could tell me they know what the whole entire Earth looks like in its entirety. That's redundant. But so if you were saying that right now that you have some kind of map or model, then I would ask you, how do you know that's what the whole Earth looks like? And the same goes for anybody claiming a flat Earth model or map or AE Gleason's. It doesn't really matter. Then I would ask that flat earther, how do you know what that the whole Earth looks like that? Orientation of land masses, landmass sizes, and so on and so forth. There's a lot of questions to be asked. It's not just, well, the sun would operate this way on the Earth. No. You don't even know what the whole Earth looks like to say what the sun would be doing on that Earth. Follow? It's a problem for everyone that claims what you just did.
No, so I'm saying.
Yep.
Okay.
Go on.
You're okay. There are certain among you that do actually decide to come up with a model, and the model is usually a flat plane where the southern. Oh, hang on, sir.
Sure.
The South Pole, Antarctica is actually a wall, and they say that is where you cannot go beyond. Basically, if you went from north to south and north back again, they would say that was impossible to do. Now, I'm not saying you're claiming that, but there have been people who have circumnavigated the entire globe from point A to point B. Now, they may not know what the entirety of the Earth looks like, but they circumnavigated the entire globe. What is your explanation if you can go completely around and come back to where you started?
Is point B Antarctica?
From point B to point A and back to point B.
I can't read your mind, bro.
Yeah.
Is point
No one
A
can,
at the North Pole and point B the South Pole?
Yeah, I just picked two random locations, dude. But I'm
He's
saying
asking
you
you
go completely around the Earth.
Guardian, he's asking what are those 2 points? Just give him the 2 points that you're talking about geographically. What points are you talking about?
Okay, so you go from point A, let's call that Antarctica, to point B, which is the North Pole, and then back again to point A. And that is possible to do. So, and I'm not saying that's the way they've went around the Earth, but I'm just saying you can circumnavigate the entire Earth. Let's say Los Angeles to what would you say is actually according to a globe? Hang on, let me grab a globe here.
Hey, Northwest Guardian.
Yeah.
Northwest.
It's not Northwest. It's Night Watch. Thank you.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. NW Guardian, Night Watch Guardian. If you run around a track, have you run around a globe?
Yeah, let me just this argument of his.
He's getting his paper mache.
Yeah, I think just maybe come back with a better argument, NW, because it's yeah, you're getting lost with your own argument at the moment. It's really nothing to do with
Hey, I'll yield the floor to someone else who wants to try to give you.
Yeah, let's just see if there's anyone else here. I only got a few minutes, fellas, so probably won't. I'm on my lunch break, doing the whole third shift thing. I'll be out of here in a minute.
NW Guardian, I was just listening to your statement there, and I was almost debating whether I was going to dip out of here and go and do something more productive.
Fucking AJ, dude. All right,
I'm going to call a New World Guardian. Go ahead, bro. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say if there's anybody else in here, brave souls that are brand new to the channel. Let's see. We got Dang Mang Woe in here. Endless Psyops. Oh, new people. Let's see. I think that's it. Oh, Reverse is here? Shit, he must have been a ton of fun, huh?
He's got a cat icon. Must be one of them pussy glovers.
No, this guy, he's confused about everything. Yeah, he's always in a tizzy about stuff. He doesn't know up or down. His name actually reflects his character, so it's fine. We got Chester in the house. What's up, Chester?
Hey, Chester. How are you?
Oh, he's deafened. We got Ocean Man just joined the chat. Ocean Man.
I just joined the chat. Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Welcome.
What's up?
Hey.
Yeah, dude. The Earth, I think, is not flat.
Thank you. Somebody on our side.
Yes. I think the Earth is actually in a square shape.
All right. So not here.
Where are the corners?
Not here to have
the corners. It'd be Ireland.
Right, so we're gonna. Yeah, you know what, dude? This is how this is gonna go. Server mute. Pretty simple, dude. Pretty simple.
Squares have flat surfaces, right?
I was just thinking the same thing.
Flat sides, yeah. Cubes, flat sides.
Yeah. I said square too, so that'd still be just a 2D.
How many flats? How many flat sides equal a curved surface? That's a quiz.
How many flat sides equal a curved surface?
Yeah.
You did say
There
it
was a guy. There was a guy. There was a guy.
Is that
I
a
did.
claim? Is that a claim
Yeah.
then? Measures that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
How's that done then? Tell me, because I keep hearing it, but nobody explains how it's done. And
Yep.
in order to get on board with that, I need to know what that means. And it doesn't mean anything at the moment.
Well, there's a lot of people that say it measures flat, but then they'll give you that it's not curving. So then what would it be, right?
No. You said it's measured flat. That's a statement or something. So how is it measured? With what?
Yeah, you bet your ass it's a statement. Otherwise, I wouldn't be saying it.
How's it done then? Who's done that?
So if you're going to measure something, right? What would you do to measure something?
Hey, you're telling me. You tell me. You tell me.
I know.
You said you did it.
Right.
You said you did it and it was done.
Yeah. So if you measure something, it has to be known that it is not something else, right? So if you're saying I'm measuring something flat, then that means it's not curving, right? So let's say level water, the surface of water, right? Just take for example. So if water at rest measures flat on its surface, then you can scale up to any size you want. And water at rest will always remain flat level on its surface, meaning there is no convexity on that surface. You can put a straight level on that, and there will be no rate of change of slope. So if you're going to do something to say on the horizon, horizontal, if there is any rate of change of that slope, then it would measure something like, a percentage or a decimal point. But if we were to take the horizon and say that we're going to measure curvature on that rate of change of that slope, and we don't get any rate of change of slope, that measurement would be 0. The numerical value you would attribute to that would be 0. 0 rate of change of slope. So that rate of change of slope would not have a numerical value as in, percentage or a decimal point. It would be 0. No rate of change of slope. So that's how it measures flat on the horizon. So that means that water.
If 0 is the reference, how did you measure it?
Yeah. Then there is no rate of change. So the rate of change would define
how do you measure it on the water, though? If the water is the reference, and I don't know what water you're talking about, if there's no water at rest, isn't it?
So let's put it.
Which water are you talking? Which water are you talking about?
All water. So
is this
water
perfectly horizontal plane of water?
So water in general. So water. Now this statement is true. Water, when at rest, remains flat and level on the surface. Do you disagree with that?
It depends what water you're talking about and where.
Waters on the earth, sir. When
Which
at
water
rest,
on the earth? The sea?
Oh my God! You can pick a lake. You want to choose any lake you want? It's up to you. You can choose any lake. It doesn't matter.
But it's not.
So water.
It's not 0 though, is it? It's got waves and wind and moves.
No, we're talking. Did you hear the qualifier, Elder Bear? Water at rest.
Yeah, but there isn't any water at rest.
All right, so
not in
there
those
is.
terms. A lake is not at rest. A sea is not at rest.
No, I said when water is at rest. So there have been calm lakes that I know of, placid lakes, that have looked like mirrored surfaces. Do you know about these? Like the salt flats. When it rains after a good rain, it looks like a perfectly mirrored surface. Have you seen?
How did you measure the water? How did you measure the water?
No, we're not going to go through your little gimmick. I'm asking you questions. Please answer my questions. Have you seen the salt flats after the rain?
No, I've never been there. Never been there.
Okay, so then there's a lot of information you need to look into, I would say, because you're having gaps of information that are missing. What I'm trying to tell you right now is that water at rest is flat and level, and it's definitely horizontal on its surface, sir. And it measures 0 rate of change of slope, which means the numerical value that I just attributed could easily be said that it measures no curvature. 0 rate of change.
Real quickly,
Pretty simple.
Have you
Where
seen
was the water established as being level horizontal? 0. Where?
On the
because
earth,
you're telling
sir.
me about the measurement. You're going to tell me about the measurement. And that you need a 0 reference to measure from.
What do you mean 0 reference? What are you talking about, sir?
you need a horizontal reference to measure any elevation change or any change on the surface.
Yeah, exactly.
And you claim
And
it's
that's
a lake.
Yes, you can use a lake for that too. Anything that you can go from a horizontal reference, right, from the Earth.
Where was a lake
Anywhere?
established
Why
as
do you
being
keep
perfectly horizontal
we're not
as a
we're not we're
reference
not we're not
to
gonna
measure from?
we're not gonna play a game. We're not gonna play a game. I'm telling you,
It's not a
everywhere
game.
on Earth. Yeah, it is. It is a fucking game, and I'm getting sick and tired of your bullshit. I'm telling you, everywhere. So if you go anywhere on Earth that has a body of water, you can go and see this for yourself. Now, if you keep pressing for this answer over and over again, you keep saying, where? I'm telling you where. Now, that information has already been given to you. I'm sorry that you don't accept it. But if you keep pressing and keep asking me where, I'm going to keep saying the same thing. And then you're going to wear me thin and I'm going to fucking kick you. And not only that, sir, check it out. You're going to win a prize, meaning that every time I see your dumbass, I'm going to fucking kick you and kick you every fucking time. Do you want that? That's up to you.
No,
You're playing a little
guy
fucking game. Shut the fuck up, dude. You're not gonna tell me I'm the guy. This is your last chance. I'm going to unmute you, right? You can stay in this chat. But if you come at me, bro, I'm serious. I'm not gonna deal with you. You have this fuck. Who said chill, by the way? Go ahead. Who said chill? Yes? Did someone say chill?
I heard it, but I didn't see who said it. I'm looking. Maximum.
I did.
All right.
I missed who said it.
All right. Listen. This guy right here, every time he comes in here, I answer his question. And I don't honestly engage with him, but he today, for some reason, wanted to pick a fight. And he's been doing this in this chat, which I'm like, you know what? Let people have a disagreement with him. Let him talk to him. But he's on about not listening to what people are telling him. So he's just using this little gimmick to kind of spin his wheels. Dude, you have your own level Earth server, whatever the hell you guys, you and Bev go and do. Go over there and play games in your sandbox. Don't come over here to this one. We established this room so that people can have good conversations, whether they're arguments or whatever. But if you're going to come at people in here like this, you're going to be skating on thin ice. And I guarantee you, bud, you don't want to be fucking around with me. I'm just saying. Because I let everybody have their conversations here. I don't give a shit, right? That's what we all do in here. Last chance.
You made a claim, didn't you? That it was measured
flat.
Yeah. Okay, I'm only asking. Hang on. I'm only asking you about that. You shout over me, and you got the power. You can threaten to kick me out and all that. I know you got that power.
All right, quit your shit and get to your point. Quit your shit and get to your point.
You said it was measured, and you said that it was measured from a lake.
Yeah, I did.
And I asked you which
you can
lake,
measure it from a lake.
And you said all over the world.
Yeah,
but
any
I've never
lake.
witnessed. Where is this natural occurring phenomenon that I could test and say, oh, that looks flat, let's measure it?
All right, somebody can show you an image. Yeah, somebody can show you an image of a lake.
You said it had been done. You said it had been done.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Elder Bear?
Listen, it's the same question you asked the globe.
No, shut the fuck up, dude. I already told you any lake. Go to any lake and go run a test over the flat waters that you see. And go see if you can see any curvature. Because if you have a rate of change of slope, sir, then you have a numerical value to add to how much curvature there is. If you don't have any, then it measures fucking zero. No curvature. That's the numerical value of how it measures flat. Measures. Notice that I said measures. Because there is no measurement to something that doesn't have a rate of change of slope. So your dumbass doesn't understand that. That's your problem, not mine.
How did you measure it to determine it had no slope?
Didn't I just tell you? Didn't I just say that all waters of the earth, when at rest, will measure zero slope? There is no rate of change.
How did you measure that? How did you measure it?
Okay, dude.
It self-measured itself?
Yeah, it self-measured itself. What the fuck are you on about, dude?
So you don't really know. It's just something you believe.
You can listen. No, you can
know.
actually drop. You can do. Yeah,
drop
if you shut the fuck up, I'll tell
scientific.
Yeah, if you shut up, like I had to shut you up because you don't know what you're talking about. People can drop lasers from point of origin to target. over a surface of a water and get no convexity, zero convexity, as a matter of fact. So there is no rate of change of slope on a body of water at rest. There just isn't. Now, if you take the salt flats, for example, you'd be able to see the mirrored surface. Now, it's funny because if a mirrored surface, such as the salt flats, when after a rain, that thin layer of water that would have on there, if there was any convexity whatsoever, you wouldn't have the surface mirrored like it was, right? Which is called a specular reflection. Now, specular reflection can happen on a curved surface and also on a flat surface. But the difference on the specular reflection that you could see on a curved surface, it would look distorted, like a funhouse mirror, right? But on a clear surface, you would be able to see no distortion, and thus you'd be able to have a flat, water that measures no convexity. Measures. Notice I said measures no convexity. So there is no convexity to be measured on a specular reflection on a body of water, such as salt flats after a rain, or a placid lake where it doesn't have any wind. People have seen this phenomenon everywhere, and your denial of it does not negate the fact that this happens everywhere. So, back to my point, that even though you deny it, it's not my problem. You need to go out there and see if there's any convexity that can be measured, and if not, then of course you can't measure convexity. So when you go and see a flat, flat water anywhere, you can drop a laser. You can do anything you want to see if any convexity can be measured. I guarantee you, you'll come back with a result of zero convexity. None. No rate of change of slope on a body of water at rest. That's it. I'm not going round and round in circles with you just because you are an old person and you just want to stay stuck on your cognitive dissonance. Not going to do that.
Old person bit. What's the old person? What's that about?
I don't know. You're just an old guy, dude. I got nothing to do. You like Scott Mackey. I put you guys in the same fucking basket.
Mickey,
you want to.
I listen to you a lot.
Shut up, dude. Just go away, man. Listen. Let's just end this conversation as it is, because we're not going to get anywhere, you and I. And you're just going to be poking at, well, where's it measured? Where is it measured? Where is it? All the fuck? I don't want to hear it, dude. I really don't. And if I start hearing you in this chat while I'm gone, because I'm going to leave here in just a second, then you're just going to keep getting muted. How about that?
Dude, that was uncalled for. That was just mean.
Sorry, man. Had to be done.
Yeah, it's pretty cruel to compare Scott Mackey to Erdebear.
Oh, that hurt. That hurt, man.
You know what? My bad, Scott. I'll take it back. Look, I'll just say both of you are old guys, but I won't. Listen. I won't put you in the camp with him this time. All right, I won't put you in the camp with him this time. I just said you both guys were old. That's all. But Elderbear's he's on another fucking level. Dude. I don't know. This guy.
I'll take that one. I'm old.
Hey, can I ask a quick question? What age do I sound?
12.
Is Down syndrome an age?
Down syndrome.
I'm fine with whatever you guys want to believe. I'm 48. It's turning 49 this year.
Happy birthday.
Well, I said this year.
Crit is 67. So, not that old.
But yeah,
the fuck
if I
out.
try to experiment like the old ancient experiment and actually give a video, you guys would actually watch?
Experiment?
Yeah,
what?
The experiment that you use sundials to prove curvature.
Okay, go on.
If I did that, would you guys watch it?
I'd watch it.
I can't do it on demand, but I will get you that video. It's going to be a ways out.
Can you explain it to me?
Yep. You basically take a sundial measurement at a Pacific time during the day. You go to a far enough distance that if the curvature is true, then it'll show a different time according to the sundial than what you had actually taken the measurement at earlier.
This is like
if you get what I'm saying.
This is like Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
But if you do it with 3 data points, you can differentiate whether it's on a plane or on a globe. You have to do it with 3 data points. 2 data points, you could explain it either with the globe or a flat plane. That's why the math works out. If the sun is only a few hundred miles or whatever the theory is, and it's really close, the shadows that Eratosthenes saw could be explained on flat Earth. So you have to take 3 measurements.
Could you articulate why 3 makes a difference?
Because now you have different rates of change. Okay, so initially you only have 2 points, and you only have 1, rate of change of the, because you go from 0 shadow, a stick that's going straight down, and then a certain degrees. If you put a 3rd point in the middle, you could see whether that rate of change is linear or if it follows something that you would see on a geometric curve. I'm not sure if that makes any sense.
Now, without appealing to the idea of why does the sky prove the surface of the Earth, can a flat earther respond to that?
Okay.
What do you mean?
A flat earther. Are you a flat earther? No.
Well, I'm just saying if you took 3 data points...
Shush. I want to see if a flat earther can respond. Okay. I guess it's settled.
Take 3, Guardian, do your experiment, but you need to take 3 measurements. And
yes, I will.
3 different locations.
That's,
3 different locations.
I already had come to the same conclusion you did, which is that 3 data points is what you do need.
Not 2. 2 could be explained on flat Earth, but 3 cannot be explained.
Subdue, do you have anything to say? Hosrad? Jerry?
Why can't 3 be explained on a flat Earth? Why?
Yeah, I'm no flat earther, but what exactly is the argument?
Okay, so say there are 3 points on flat Earth, you would see here, I'm gonna open up Paint. You would see a different rate of change of the slope.
It's getting his crayons out.
Literally, I'm gonna have to open up MS Paint to explain this.
So I can't have 3 sticks in my lounge room, right? Show 3 varying shadow lengths.
You can, but it's going to be a different amount. If that makes any sense. I'm not sure if you guys can see my
different
screen.
Amount.
Different amount of change. You would see different rates. 2 could be explained. There's enough wiggle room to explain 2. But
make sure you start with the assumption that you're on a ball first.
You can tell this guy likes Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Okay, so say there's 1 stick here, another stick here.
No, do it well. It's more authentic.
Guess. I'm gonna do sticks, man. I'm sorry. It's gonna be easier for me to explain. So these are your sticks. I'm gonna make the sun. I can't believe I'm doing this in MS Paint.
Don't be surprised that. You familiar with Donut Operator?
Okay, so the lights are coming in.
Hold on, I'm almost done. I need to do. Yes. Oh crap.
Okay, now we're in a desert. Okay.
Hold on. No, hold on. This needs to be black. Come on. Oh. Okay, this is curved Earth. Oh, come on.
Jesus Christ.
Sorry, I should have prepared this before. This is curved Earth.
Is that a hump or a drop?
It's a hump. Here, I'm actually going to do an actual circle.
You go with the hump?
Actually, and it needs to be as big as you can to show. And I'm clicking here. I'm going to click Shift to make sure it's perfect circle, as big as we can. Okay. So for curved Earth, if you've got these sticks in the ground. Oh.
And that's a well.
Yeah, and actually, I'm going to put them kind of close to that.
All right.
So if you have these things right here, and I guess it doesn't really matter if these are. Okay, say this shadow, there actually would be no shadow right here, and you would see some angle like this, right? Some angle. And that same phenomenon could be explained on both flat and round Earth.
Angle
like
from
what? You're skipping ahead, right? Or why can it be explained on both first?
Okay, so right now I'm seeing no angle right here on this line right here, no angle right here. and I can see an angle right here.
What's the assumption? Think about it, right? What's the same
angle from what?
So you have the sun that's small and local versus the sun that's far away. The lights are coming lights coming in parallel, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So there's enough wiggle room right here to explain it. But if I put another stick right here, right? This line right here is going to be a different rate. You see how this one is like this is like maybe a quarter of this. If they're perfectly symmetrical, like maybe this is exactly in the middle between these two. This angle right here is going to be a different rate than if I were to put one right here, and it's a globe Earth, it's curved. You would see a totally different angle. 2, there's enough wiggle room to make it work, but 1, it wouldn't.
What's the difference about the angle?
Hold up, come on. Angle off of what?
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. This angle right here.
What is it angled from? What would 0 be?
0 would be this right here. This would be 0 right here.
0 would be which one?
This one right here. This is 0 angle right here.
So
this angle right here.
Hold up, dude. Hold up, dude.
Yeah.
So the sun ray would be vertical. They would all be vertical, right? All the sun rays.
What do you mean vertical?
Well, do you assume or do you imagine that they're all parallel?
Just ignore Jerry.
The sun rays, the rays from the sun are parallel.
Do you imagine that?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means that any line parallel to the one that's not making a shadow is also vertical, correct?
I'm not sure if I follow.
Okay, so if the ray is coming straight down and does not make a shadow, that means that that the sun is directly overhead, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Straight up and down, vertical, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So that means any line parallel to that would also have to be vertical, correct?
Ignore Jerry.
On flat Earth or on globe Earth?
See, he sees that I see the magic trick, and
No.
he wants me to show it.
I'll answer it. It depends if it's in the same location. If you're on the same horizon, like the sun is right here, but clearly if I go imagine, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter where you are. If I put the stick right here, if I put another stick behind it, I'm going to see the same shadows. But if I go further north, like say I'm in Alaska, the shadow's obviously going to be different. So it does depend where you put it. It does depend. No matter if it's flat Earth or globe Earth, it does depend.
So either the sun rays are divergent or those sticks are tilted, not vertical.
I'm not sure. This experiment, with just 2 sticks, if I blot
any
out...
amount of sticks you want.
No, the classic experiment is getting rid of...
Dude, hold up. All the sun rays are vertical, correct?
No.
Did anyone say that they're vertical, or did they say they were parallel?
They're parallel to the sun. They're from the center of the sun.
I don't remember anyone saying they're vertical. What does that mean?
So no shadow, straight overhead.
Straight over. Oh, right. Yeah, this is the issue with Jerry, right? Like, when he says that, he's automatically assuming the flat Earth, because he imagines he imagines that on a globe Earth there is such a thing as the bottom of the globe and the top of the globe, and up is in reference to the top of the globe, and down is in reference to the bottom of the globe. So no matter where you go with that, he will never be able to understand what you're talking about.
He doesn't want me.
So we can just ignore Jerry, and you can continue with your point.
See, he doesn't want me to expose the magic trick.
Funny because they're not parallel. They're not parallel.
You know the desktop globes. Funny how the fucking North Pole's at the top.
What? It's not right at the top.
This involves 3 sticks, right? So it's a bit different than the Aristophanes one. And as long as they share the same latitude, as long as they share same longitude, sorry, is it latitude? One of them. As long as they share the same one of them, you'll get an accurate outcome.
I'm gonna write this out on a piece of paper and then send you guys a photo, because I need to write out the equations. I'm gonna do some basic geometry right here. I'm gonna show you that With 2 sticks in the ground, there's enough wiggle room to make flat Earth and round Earth work. But with 3, you can have definitive proof of round Earth or flat Earth.
I think you're right on that.
You sealed your fate. Right. You sealed your fate when you said all the rays are vertical.
Okay, well, I'm about to do some geometry, and I'll send you a photo. I don't care, facts over feelings. I'm going to send you a photo.
Okay, so then you have divergent sun rays, and that's what explains the shadows from the other towers.
I don't know. I think I've heard this argument, but I don't think it disproves flat Earth. I think what it does, it nails them down to a distance of the sun from Earth, and then you can ask other questions around that.
I'm about to do some.
You triangulate in the sun, and you can get an elevation angle which isn't apparent. You end up having 2 confirming angles, which give the elevation angle from the solar noon position, which would be the middle, right? Where there's no shadow.
If you're saying elevation in terms of distance, yeah.
Yeah, because you got like a 90-degree at the solar noon, which would be the central sundial or whatever you're using, and then you have 2 other sticks with a known distance apart, sharing the same latitude. Yeah, that's all you need.
I'm looking
You
for
only
some
have 2 options. Either the sun rays are divergent, or the towers are tilted.
What do you mean divergent? Like, that doesn't make any sense, man.
Not parallel.
If I have a lamp on, all of the rays from that lamp are coming straight from the center of that light bulb, right? They're not like coming off the wall. If the lamp is up on my north wall, the light is not coming parallel to the north wall. They're coming straight from the center of my lamp, which if I'm also standing on the north wall, it'll actually be coming like from the side of me. Like, the sun is not a wall of light where everything comes vertical. Like, it's not, it doesn't work like that.
At the well, do you not have a shadow?
That's not what you said. You said the sun, all the light rays are parallel.
You have a shadow at the well.
Yes, you do.
Before, no. Right?
You have a shadow at a well. Yes, you do.
They're almost parallel. They're very close to parallel. They aren't perfectly parallel.
Wow.
And also, you're not taking into consideration that once it hits the atmosphere, it diffuses, and so it's not coming. Like, the light isn't just going straight line. It isn't going straight line from like sun to Earth. Like, there's a lot
talk about all that. You don't got to talk about all
what
that.
Is
no,
what
no,
is
no,
confirming?
But you do.
No, you don't,
because
this is just about geometry.
Solar
no,
noon,
exactly.
Not
solar
geometry.
noon sorry, solar noon is measuring the solar noon, and its relevance to the other two positions.
Dude, who the fuck took all of my graph paper?
You have angles off of vertical. That's it. That's the magic trick. So, and you only have 2 options. Either the sun rays are divergent, or your towers are not vertical.
So you're saying even if we show you proof that these towers are not lining up with flat Earth, you're just going to say, oh, the towers are crooked?
Well, the towers are either crooked or the sun rays are not parallel.
The sun rays are not parallel.
Okay, then there you go.
Well, no, they're almost. I mean, they aren't perfectly parallel. They're almost parallel.
Then that explains the shadow.
They could be. It depends how you measure them.
That's what I'm saying. From the Earth's surface, they're not parallel. From the sun, they all come from, like, you're using semantics, man. So you don't have a.
Well, you could have rays in theory that come from the same spot, or you could have rays that come from 10 feet over from the sun that hit the exact same spot that you're looking at. You don't know which one you're measuring. You're measuring an average of the totality of the sun's rays.
Goodbye eclipses then. Goodbye eclipses then.
What?
I don't have an explanation for eclipses anymore then.
The hell does that have to do with what I just said?
Yeah, because your sun rays in your eclipse model is convergent.
I don't know what the fuck you're saying.
You got to choose. What is it? Divergent, parallel, convergent. Which one? What are you going to throw under the bus?
It depends which quote unquote proof they want to go with.
Doesn't it?
Are you saying that there's more than one light source that is the sun? I really want to hear this one.
The sun is how wide? And how wide of a distance can you get light sources from on the sun?
Just look up an eclipse model. Just look up eclipses and go to images.
Again, I don't know what you just randomly brought that up. I don't know what you're getting at. I'm just telling you that, yeah, there's a gigantic light source. And so, yes, you're going to get different angles that hit any specific target.
Just on Earth, so you can have your little fucking eclipse model.
No, it comes at every angle that it could possibly come from on all points of the surface.
Not according to the eclipse model.
I don't know where you're getting
yes.
that. No clue.
It's okay. Do you realize that the moon is at a proportional distance that its distance makes it seem way smaller than it is, obviously, because it's further away from us, and that the moon is at a distance that is much closer to us, and it is in between the two. I could do the same. I could show you what an eclipse looks like with a lamp, for what it mattered.
I still don't understand why Buddy was hung up on the light being parallel or not with that image.
Yeah, I don't understand.
No, I want to explain. I want you to explain it. You just kept asking, like, is it parallel or divergent, and then you didn't explain once you picked one. You're like, well, you're wrong, and that's all you kind of did. So.
Now look at the picture that Into the Break posted at 9 minutes past the hour.
Okay.
You got it? You see it?
Yes.
Okay, so all of those rays are parallel, correct?
On the second one, sure, like below.
Okay, so the sun ray at Cyrene, right, where there's no shadow, or Cyrene.
Oh shit. Oh no, wait, am I looking at the wrong image? No. Flat Earth is Earth. Where the fuck do you see Saim? I'm looking for this word.
Well, that's the alleged original spot where this took place.
You guys are in trouble. I've got my protractor. I've got my compass out. You guys are in some serious trouble. Like I'm doing some I'm doing some geometry right now. Like seriously, this is bringing me back.
That's good.
Okay, so that sun ray is vertical, right? At that spot, correct? Because there's no shadow.
You're looking at the 276 BC one, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the one that's vertical. There's no shadow. Yeah.
Right. So, since all of those sun rays are parallel, they're all vertical, right? Yes or no?
No.
What do you mean they're all vertical? What are you saying?
Like
what? Vertical to what?
Yeah. Like, what do you mean by vertical?
Parallel to another vertical.
To each other? Parallel to each other?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. It's space. It's like none of that really means anything, right?
No, I
yes, sure. They are parallel. They're as parallel as they're going to be.
Right. So any angle off of that is an angle off of vertical, correct?
Sure. Yes.
Right. So you have a tower there that is casting a shadow. So since the tower cannot be vertical, because there's a shadow cast by it, then the sun ray is divergent.
That's not true.
That's not true.
Wait, what? No. Sorry, say that again. Like I didn't follow.
If you have a shadow cast by the tower, then the tower is not vertical.
What do you mean? You're using vertical in an incorrect way, so nobody understands what you're saying.
No. I know what he's saying. He's saying that because there's a shadow, and all of the sun rays are vertical, therefore the tower must not be vertical because it's casting a shadow. But he's not taking for the fact.
What does that mean? Vertical to what? The Earth? The sun? The space? What is he saying? He's not saying it in an actual logical sentence.
He's meaning
what he's saying doesn't make sense. If he uses English correctly, we could understand it.
Hold on. Whoa. He's saying like the building isn't straight.
No. He's saying.
What the fuck does that mean? The building is straight.
I mean, at least that's what I gathered
You
from
have
it.
two options.
Use your entire English language, please.
You have two options. Either the sun rays are divergent, or the tower is not vertical. That's it.
Jesus Christ, this guy.
No. That's not the only option. The Earth can curve.
Yes, it is.
The Earth
What do
can
you
curve.
mean? Okay, what do you mean? What do you mean the tower isn't vertical? What do you mean
He's
by
saying
that?
Tower.
Yeah.
Well,
Explain that further.
Since you have a shadow cast by it, right?
No. Just this, just in a nut, like this sentence. The tower is vertical. Explain what you mean by that specific sentence, regardless of everything else surrounding it. What do you mean by that?
Perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah. Shut up. Well, no. What do you mean? Like the building isn't laying down? Like what do you mean by vertical? Like if I stand up, I'm vertical, right? Like so.
90 degrees to horizontal.
Yeah. So draw a line that is perpendicular to all 4 of those lines. That would be horizontal. Right?
Okay. Sure. Yes.
So that means that the towers are not horizontal, or are not vertical, or the sun rays are divergent. That's the only way to get those results.
What results? There's no results on this image. What are you saying?
The result is an angle from each of the towers, right?
In which situation? Whether it's divergent, parallel, in which situation?
Oh my God. You guys don't get it.
No. He's just saying that because the Earth doesn't curve, the only way to explain shadow, the only way you're saying, okay, the sun must have vertical rays or they must be divergent. The only way for
or it could be both, and you get a value in between.
No. The real answer is that the sun rays come to Earth totally parallel to each other. But on Earth, because the surface is curved, we measure them as coming from a different angle in the sky. But they're all coming from the same source. It's all parallel to each other. All the sun rays are coming parallel. Okay.
Incorrect.
Sure.
Again,
what's incorrect about that?
That they don't come parallel only.
They do. They truly do. They're parallel.
Good.
Well, as parallel as they're going to be. It's like very close.
Yes, they're as close.
Yeah, like if you were to go an
sun's
infinite
almost
distance,
a million miles across. There is lights that are coming parallel in some sense, and there's lights that are not coming parallel. They're coming from different points, and so you're going to get a shadow with different gradients of darkness because of different degrees of light hitting it across one end of the sun to the other end of the sun.
There you go. Because certainly verticals don't tilt, right? You don't imagine that, do you?
Bro, your use of the word vertical is like abhorrent and like a disgrace to the English language. You need to like.
Sorry.
You need to rephrase your sentence or something because it's like it is like
English.
It is melting
just be
my
direct
mind
with him. He needs to learn English.
I don't understand exactly that sentence.
I already did it like 4 times, but
yeah, I know, but it's like
you can keep doing it incorrectly as many times as you want. It's still incorrect.
It's gobbledygook. It's
okay. One last time. Is T-Dub. You want me to do this one last time? Or?
You do not understand English. But nobody else understands.
No, let's take it from the top. Top Gun, take it from the top.
Can I try and explain it from my point of view? What the only light that's going to cast the shadow is the one that's coming parallel to the surface.
Parallel to the surface?
What does that even mean?
Because you're measuring a stick, right? So the only one that is going to come in parallel to the surface, the ray or whatever you want. If you imagine it like a ray or a laser or whatever, because we're kind of figuring out if it's coming in parallel or it's coming in divergent.
Per stick shadow.
All this still didn't lead to any point. Can I just say that?
I'm almost done with the geometry. Hold on.
Good.
Fuck the geometry. There was no point to be made here.
Dude,
the only point to be made here was depending on if the Earth is close by and it's effectively divergent rays, or if it's very far and it seems effectively to be parallel rays, that you're going to get different numbers. I'll give you that. But this idea that you just can disprove the globe Earth by these two possibilities
there is no disproof. It's just you're trying to pull a magic trick.
I have a question.
Who was a very deep person with a question?
There's no disproof of anything. It's just I'm pointing out a magic trick that you guys try to pull with your Eratosthenes.
Well, because you don't understand the English language, you're making no sense, Sherry. So maybe go back to kindergarten.
Which word do you imagine?
Get a better understanding of the English language.
Which word do you imagine? I don't understand.
The word vertical, quite obviously.
Vertical.
What?
Okay.
When you call
90
something
degrees to horizontal?
To
How
what?
do you imagine I'm misusing it?
We don't understand what he's referring to. Are you saying on Earth?
Like you say, yeah.
All these poles in every situation he's given us is supposed to be vertical.
Is it the horizontal?
But he's using it in something completely different.
Is it
How do you
horizontal?
imagine I'm misusing the word vertical?
Which pole in this diagram that you posted is not vertical?
All of them except the one that isn't casting a shadow.
What?
So okay, in the 276
all the poles
BC,
on this diagram are not vertical except the one casting a shadow.
A1, A2, A3 on the 276 BC picture. He's saying are
You're
not
saying
vertical.
if you were standing on the sun, which pole would be vertical? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, ass. Like when the sun's right overhead, and the sun ray is coming straight down. That ray is
If
vertical.
I was on the sun, none of these poles would be vertical except the one that is directly underneath the sun.
We're talking about being on Earth.
Well, you're not. You're not actually. You're talking about if I was standing on the sun, then it would be vertical.
Wow.
This guy is fucking
like from which
Yeah.
perspective are you looking at these buildings?
Your vertical doesn't depend on perspective.
Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ.
No, yeah, it kind of does though. It kind of does in a way. In a way.
My swimming sun is vertical.
No, but when you say vertical, like
vertical,
it's
he's vertical,
do you mean,
or maybe we're vertical compared to something else.
Do you mean perpendicular? Oh, do you mean perpendicular? Hold on. Do you mean perpendicular?
Pipe down, dude.
No, for real. Do you mean perpendicular?
I said that already.
Oh, not you. I mean the other guy, because he keeps saying vertical, obviously, right?
Hang a piece of string with a weight on it from your fingers. That string is vertical. When it's at rest, it's vertical.
Okay.
Yeah, every one of those posts are vertical in that case.
So then how do you get an angle?
So if I was a person
because
standing
the sun's coming from a different angle?
Yeah, if I was a person standing at the building of A1, to me, the building would look vertical. I would be like, this is vertical, yes.
Well, but if the shadow angle.
Because the sun is not directly above head, it's somewhere to my left, right, center.
Okay, so then you have divergent sun rays. Thank you.
Well, no. It's because the sun is really far away, right? And also, like you have to think of like A1 isn't. You can't think of the Earth as like up and down or whatever. Like in space, like none of that actually means anything.
Okay, so it gets into imagination.
Before when I was on.
Okay, yeah. Sorry, I might have.
He literally said that I would have to be able to control gravity for me to prove that you can have whatever that pressure and vacuum shit that we were talking about before was. He said I have to be able to control gravity for me to prove it to him. Get the fuck out of here.
All right, is the guy who said he wanted to do the
guy.
experiment? Is the guy who said he wanted to do the experiment still in here? Or did he
It's
leave?
not an experiment. It's a magic trick.
It's not a magic trick.
The magic trick is you saying any line you want can be vertical. And you can't.
Okay, I'm gonna post my geometry in the chat. I'm about to send it.
Can I just say this is why I hate Flat Earth, the actual server? It's because they allow people like this to just exist around them. They'll have the dumbest people ever. They know they're saying dumb stuff, but they'll allow them to exist if they're Flat Earthers.
Who are you talking about, dude?
You, obviously.
Ooh,
Okay.
Maximum. I like this.
So,
Thank you.
and I already knew. I'm prefacing. I knew someone's gonna be like, you can't take a tangent of a circle, and yes, you can. You just put there's literally definition. It's the tangent. Like, anyways.
Wait a second. A tangent?
Anyways,
tangent to a surface.
I love
tangent to a surface. Oh, okay. You really want to talk about tangent to a circle, to a sphere?
Hold on a second.
Say that.
So, hold on a second. Would that tangent be horizontal?
Yes, to the surface.
Well, Scott Mackey said there's a hump from horizontal.
Yeah, everything else. As soon as you deviate away from the point at which you're talking about your tangent, the Earth starts to curve away and is no longer tangent
down.
to
Down, right?
Yeah. Well, not down, away.
Well, it's either down or it's up.
Anyway, so do you see these angles?
No. There is no anyway. This is the contradiction. Is it
Okay.
down or is it up? Which one?
It's to the center of the Earth. It is following the curvature of the Earth.
Okay, so is it going down from horizontal?
If you call down towards the center of the Earth, then yes.
No. Is it deviating from horizontal down?
I'm not giving you the answer you want. Sorry. It's to the center of the Earth.
There you go. There's the magic trick, fellas.
That's not the magic trick. Look at the geometry.
It is, because you can't say the word down.
Down. Okay, sure, down. Look at the
Earth
geometry.
is curving down towards the center of the Earth.
It's like a spiral.
What the fuck?
Here, actually, your argument.
I haven't made an argument.
This is your argument. Why does water flow to, like, if it all goes down, water goes down? Like, how come?
I haven't made an argument.
Well, you're acting like you don't understand words that I'm saying. To the center of the Earth.
Yeah, the water goes to the sea.
Yeah, look at that.
Sea level.
Like...
Water flows high to low.
Oh, hold on. I want to see what.
If you're always on top, then it wouldn't flow.
Yeah, the water would flow like that, right?
Did you guys never get the memo of how rivers form? I mean, what's going on here?
Anyways,
anyways, I think you guys are still maybe not you, Maximum, but I still hear people thinking that water flows according to the water ball. No, water flows down off the mountains and to the rivers and to the sea.
Yeah, when the Earth curves, the water flows. That's right, Hoss. I mean, we all agree on that, right?
Yeah, I'm saying.
Right,
I mean, I've
so I did all this.
Witnessed it myself.
I did all this nice geometry.
Claiming that there's curve on curve, like, how does that make sense? There's curve, but then there's curve, right? There's deviation, and then there's deviation.
Yeah, there's down, and then there's down.
There's down, and then there's down. Yeah, there's two downs.
Old Hoss, I didn't mean to say anyways. It's just I hear everyone talking about.
No, you said anyways earlier. I called you an anyways there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, do you really want to talk about tangents to a curved surface? Because you can take. Oh, the actual argument you guys make is like, oh, you can't take angles on a curved surface, and you can. You just take the tangent.
How do you establish that tangent?
The point at which you're referencing, you take, if it's a perfect sphere, you approximate it as a perfect
What
sphere.
tool do you use?
Compass, gyroscope. I don't know. You take the tangent of whatever plane you're on.
What 2 points at equal elevation are you using to establish a horizontal?
A plane will intersect a sphere at exactly 1 point.
What are you using to establish that plane?
What do you mean? What am I using? An instrument or like math? Like what's the question?
You need 2 points for a line, right? What are you using to establish that line?
Or just a point in a direction. You don't need a 2 points.
You need 2 points to establish a horizontal line, which lies on a plane, correct?
You need just a point in direction. You don't need.
So you just anything you want, right?
No, it needs to be. If you okay. I'm gonna send you some like calculus.
I don't need
basic
anything.
Calculus. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No, I'm not here to toss your salad. Okay. How do you establish a horizontal? You personally. How would you establish a horizontal?
A sextant, a protractor.
You think they establish horizontals?
Yeah, they can.
Okay. And you're saying the Earth drops from that?
Yes.
Okay. Because Scott earlier said that it humps up and makes a sagitta.
How do you know your protractor's level?
Yeah.
There's always uncertainty.
There's always uncertainty.
Just wing it.
I don't know. Yeah, just wing it.
Well, you guys are
Okay,
asking.
well
Like,
then get
I
off your
answered your question.
soapbox.
I answered the
You can
question.
get down off your soapbox then, if it's going to end in uncertainty.
Well,
What if I told you?
I answered the question, and you guys. I mean, how do you guys know that your Earth is flat? You guys don't. There's no experiment. There's nothing
No,
you can
but
do to prove
I
it.
do know how to establish a horizontal
I do
without
too.
uncertainty. No,
Without
without
uncertainty?
uncertainty.
No.
Yeah,
How do you without uncertainty?
with a water level.
How do you know water is your measurement of water is not uncertain?
Because if it's not horizontal, it flows.
No. How do you know your measurement of the
Okay,
water
go fill up
level?
a fish tank. Go fill up a fish tank. Let the water evaporate and get the measuring.
No. You guys, it's a more fundamental question. How are you going to measure the water level? With a ruler?
No.
How do you know? Okay, then how? How are you going to measure the water level?
The water flows if either end of that body of water is not on the same elevation as the other one.
Great. So now, do you have any numbers? Are you going to take an angle measurement? What are you going to do with this?
No. It's just 2 points of equal elevation.
Yeah, you're going to acknowledge the nature of water, but that's too much it's too simple for you to acknowledge that.
You can't do anything with.
You're insta-knowing.
You guys just don't understand how, like.
You just don't understand.
Well, in every measurement, even a ruler has uncertainty in it. Like, this is like basic science 101. Everything you measure has uncertainty.
No. There's no uncertainty with.
No, okay, actually, you're right. There's no uncertainty in natural phenomena. But when you go to measure it, how are you going to measure it? With a laser, with a protractor?
No.
How do you measure it?
The water establishes the horizontal. That's it, period.
Okay, then how do you measure that horizontal?
If it's not, then the water flows like a river. Like a canal doesn't flow, right? An aqueduct does. A river does. Because one side is higher than the other. Correct?
Here, this is how you take a tangent of a sphere.
Right back to his imagination.
I mean, it is like
Maxima, yes.
Crazy.
You guys know that.
You're asking, okay, well, because you're going in circles. You're not listening to me.
Let me speak. So as I was saying.
Well,
so what's the surface? You're saying the surface, but what would that be? Or would that be mean sea level? So you got a horizontal tangent to level.
It's the reason why it sounds like I'm not answering is because it's so much baked into it. The question is so baked into it.
Yeah. That's why I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. So you're saying the surface of Earth is mean sea level?
Sure. It's not.
Okay.
It's okay. You want the actual.
So what is it? Okay.
The surface of the Earth is whatever topology, a hill, a river, whatever. That's the surface of the Earth.
And how do you measure those elevations?
With they've got these tools, like they measure with lasers and triangles. Like what are you asking? What's your actual question?
Trigonometry. You're talking about planar geometry.
Yeah, they've got these tripods where they shoot lasers from the top of the hill to the bottom of the hill, and you can measure how tall the hill is in like an instant. It's really cool,
Very
actually.
good. All right, so they use a horizontal, right?
Yes.
Right.
But it's uncertainty.
It doesn't always drop, does it? It goes up and down from the horizontal, correct?
But what you're not getting is there's always uncertainty in everything. Even forget flat Earth. If I were to measure how cold my room is,
the coping.
Bruh,
there's no
you don't
point to be
understand
made. It sounds like your point to be made is that there is always uncertainty, and the fact that you want to say a ruler that might have a little notch out of it is an uncertain tool. I mean, come on, dude. The uncertainty that you're claiming isn't good enough for the discrepancies that are in this whole 3959 water ball story.
Well, actually, the reason why I'm talking about
the point you're trying to make now, after you said there was no point to be made, is that a point can't be made. So what is your point?
The reason why I'm bringing
are you just
no,
coping?
okay. The reason why I'm bringing up uncertainty is because you guys were like, "How do you know it's level?" And then I said there is a degree
water
of
would pour out, dude. The water would pour out of the tube.
Okay. Well, I answered your question, and then you guys didn't accept it. And
well, do you understand? I mean, do you understand that? Do you understand that if you have if you have a tube with water and you tilt it, where does the water go?
It goes out.
Okay.
Yes, the water
so
goes
how
out.
do you know? How do you know that the tube of water is level?
How do you know?
The water's still there, pal.
Okay. No, actually, no. Perfect. No, that's a perfect example. I have this cylinder filled with water.
Do you just wait to talk,
please.
or do you listen and think?
I'm listening.
You let anything sink in? I mean, is this how you operate?
Old Hoss, stop with the ad hominem. I'm
I'm not ad hominem. I'm begging you to let something sink in without just babbling on.
Okay, you have this cylinder. It has water in it, right? And it's not falling out, right? Right?
So yeah, what does that tell you about the water? What does that tell you?
How do you know
what
that the cylinder? Hold on. I'm asking you a question, please.
No, you're going to answer your own question. You've answered your own question. You just you don't understand the
No. I'm trying to get to a point.
Tube, there's no point. There's no point, dude. If you tilt the tube, the water's bye-bye. You know that if the water's still there, then it's still in the tube. There's your level water.
Old Hoss, if I have a tube and there's no caps on the end, the water's going to flow out regardless, right? I need to have some caps on the end, right? Do you agree?
Well, you tilt up the tubes at the end. You tilt them upward.
Okay. Now that you have this tube... No, I'm answering your question.
So you get it now.
No, yes. But now that you have this tilted up tube, how do you know that the ends of the tube are now perfectly aligned with the surface of the water?
I don't know. Cut a hole in the side of the tube and get to measuring.
How do you know
because
that
the water's not spilling out.
How do you know the hole you cut is
it
level?
goes in circles. It's like he understands that if you tilt the tube, the water goes bye-bye, but then he wants to know, how do I know the water's level? Well, it's still in the tube.
No. How do you know the tube is level? The water's level. How do you know the tube is level?
It doesn't have anything to do with the tube. It's the water.
There's a whole series of study about scientific uncertainty in all of our measurements, and you're acting like it just doesn't exist. You're acting like it just doesn't exist.
Engaging.
Yes.
Okay. So now you know what your purpose was. Now you know the purpose of your entire call. You're trying to say, no matter what people are able to acknowledge about water, we just won't know anything because science tells us that everything's uncertain. If that's the religion you want to live within, be on your way. Be on your uncertain way.
The only reason, actually, and I don't even want to die on this hill, the only reason why I brought up uncertainty is because you guys asked me, how do I know it's level? And I said...
Because it's your last-ditch effort. That's why you brought it up. Because you painted yourself into a corner.
Oh, my gosh. I did some pretty good geometry. If someone wants to do the experiment, they can do the experiment.
Experiment.
There is an experiment. Here, I'm going to reply to myself. I guess I didn't even really mean to die on the hill of uncertainty. It's just you flat earthers have so little grasp of actual science. It's like, if I talk about uncertainty, it's a gotcha. Gotcha, you don't know. It's all uncertain. It's like, buddy, everything is uncertain. Literally every measurement. And then as soon as you mention that there's uncertainty, it's like, oh, you're dumb. You don't know what you're talking about. And it's like, the fact that I acknowledge uncertainty is proof.
Maximum, let me ask you a question. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm going to point out the ridiculousness of your cope. So you're telling me that you're certain that everything must remain uncertain?
There's a degree of, yes, there's a degree
you're certain of that?
Oh, it's philosophical. Once again, it's a gotcha.
It's a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah, it's a gotcha point. It's philosophical versus actual empirical. It's empirical versus measurement. I mean, it's empirical versus philosophical.
But I can't be certain of that.
Yeah, and even then I can't be certain.
He's uncertain.
And even then I can't be certain. I know the whole topic is funny, really.
Can't be certain of it.
But that's the truth. That really is the truth.
Yeah, it's over. You're certain. You're certain. Everything's uncertain except for uncertainty.
Well, I guess even that is uncertain. Even my certainty that everything's uncertain.
Your certainty that the uncertainty is certain is uncertain?
Yep. That's some deep level, conception level stuff there. But he's right.
Your ability to not understand is not proof that it's wrong. Your ability to not understand is not proof that it's wrong. You're just not that smart. Sorry.
You certain of that?
Yes, I'm certain of that, actually. That is actually the only thing I am certain of.
Oh god.
There's like literally like master's level topics, like literally so much academic research about uncertainty, and you're just like, oh, if you're uncertain, then you're an idiot. I'm a flat earther. I saw a really badly made YouTube video. I saw a YouTube video about flat Earth, so I'm a genius.
Now you're in a cope spiral. You've yet to connect the dots of the absurdity of being certain of everything being uncertain, have you?
It's just word soup, man.
They're your words, pal.
They're not my words. They're your words, man.
No. I hate to break it to you. I quoted you.
You didn't quote me once.
Yeah. You said you're certain that everything must remain uncertain.
Can you see my stream? I'm going to draw some stuff for you.
The day I watch your stream, pigs will be flying.
So say you've got this level. This is the water in the tube, right? Now, you guys are going to instantly be like, that's not what it looks like. So, okay, say you've got this tube like this. Now, you think it's straight. You can't really see. You're just kind of holding it up. You think it's straight. The water itself is level, right? Okay? I'm going to close it because the water itself is very level, right? And you're holding the tube up. The water is level, but how do you know this tube, okay, you see obviously the tube is not level, but then you make another tube, right? You tilt the tube so it's maybe not as off thing. My whole point is that you will never know when this tube is perfectly aligned with the surface of the water. There's uncertainty even in your own flat earth measurement, right? This is your new tube, you readjusted it. The water is still level, and I'm doing the straight function on whatever. The water is still level, or I'm not sure if you're watching. Still level.
You're saying they're not at the same elevation.
I'm saying that the surface of the tube right here, this surface right here, you don't know if this is the same as this surface. There's always uncertainty in how you. Yes, or
same height.
And then, yes, and then even if like obviously this is bent. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's always uncertainty in everything, but I'm dumb for acknowledging it, I guess. Like, I think I'm just being honest. The world is not simple, man. Even if I move just a tiny bit, like, you'll never know whether this tube is perfectly aligned with the surface of the water. Ever. You'll never know.
It goes your level, curved level.
Well, I don't even know why I'm dying on this hill. Like,
yeah, you've already kicked your own dead horse. So yeah, you're gonna have a hard time determining certainty of the water curving as well.
Well, there's a degree of uncertainty.
Can I ask a quick question? Max, if I can call you Max, why do you have? Oh, I was actually watching your stream.
Oh.
You want to play it back?
Sure. I need to make the thing again.
Yeah, you want to put it back? Just for a quick second?
Sure.
Why is it that you have a square or a rectangle, supposedly a 2D kind of representation of a tube, tilted on the side like that?
Okay,
why do you have that?
Okay. So in this thing, in this paint, I could hold shift. Okay, right now. No, wait, hold on. I can hold shift, and it does perfect 90-degree angles. Okay, so take this shift as the actual water level, and now I'm just going to do it by hand, and I'm going to do it as close as I can by hand, right? Okay. But there's still going to be some. Okay, like look, you see, there's still some like variance, right? And what the flat earther is saying is, oh, the water is level. So how do you know? You don't understand water level. It's like, no, I know how water works, bro. Look, The water is level. It will always be level. But the tube you're measuring from.
Welcome to flat Earth.
The tube you're measuring from is not. You don't know if this surface is actually. And then he's like, "Oh, just curve the tube up," and it's like that makes it harder to measure. That literally makes it harder to measure.
Okay, yeah, hang on. I think this is where the fundamental understanding is being missed here. No one's saying you take a tube, a straight tube, you fill it with water, and you lie it on the side, and you cap it on both sides.
That's what the other guy was saying. That's exactly what the other guy was saying.
No.
Okay, sorry.
Nobody's saying this.
Okay.
What you would want to do. Can you draw a U shape on this thing?
Sure. It's not going to be perfect, and the people who make the glass.
You can draw a rectangular if you want, and just crop it out at the top.
And the people who make
how about this? Here's a better way to do it. Draw two squares, okay, one inside the other, and then just crop off the top of both of them. Okay, there you go.
And even within this, like.
Yeah, and then just crop it off from there to the top. There you go. Now fill in.
Yeah,
crop that off. Now, to whatever degree, the point being made here is no matter how much water you put into it, so long as it doesn't overflow. Okay, let's say if you filled the water and on one of the tubes it went up to that side on whatever. Okay, by definition, on the other side, it's of the same height. That's the point being made here.
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you were to lower one of the, let's say you watch this, right? On the left-hand side, crop off, an inch or so, like a couple pixels or whatever, and then presume that you're adding, on the other side, like you're lifting it. The point being made here is no matter how high one of the tubes are in relation to the other, the water is going to establish itself inside both sides of the tube as being at the same elevation, so long as, of course, it doesn't flow out.
Yes.
So it doesn't matter how high. You don't have to be so careful as to try and get the tips of the tubes at the same height or something like that. Establishing a kind of like, an element of, I have to make sure these are at the same height and try and measure that. Like, there's no uncertainty in that.
Yes,
there is no uncertainty here.
Well, I'm saying that if you're not holding this tube, like you said, perfectly level, you cannot tell if this flat part of the tube right here, or wherever you're measuring from, say you've got some measuring device, right? Like say you've got some tick markers right here and you're measuring, you cannot tell whether this part right here is perfectly level with this part right here, unless you take a measurement with a compass or a protractor or something. And that's what I'm trying to get at, is he doesn't even understand basic uncertainty. Yes, the water is always level, but how I measure the levelness is going to be uncertain. Like, I don't even know how. I feel like I'm going insane by even explaining it. It's so basic. This tube, sure, this water level right here is level. This right here is also level. Even if I turn the tube like this, right? And this is kind of dramatic. The water is still going to flow level.
Maximum.
Okay?
Maximum. And they claim the globe is covered at its surface with 70% plus percentage water. So all the water's flat? Is that what you're telling us? Yeah, welcome to flat Earth.
Well, now you've moved the goalposts. So.
No, yeah, we've got to the brass tacks.
Hey.
You did it yourself.
Can I interrupt for a sec?
Go for it.
All right. I put up a video a little bit back showing water being formed into a globule in space on the ISS. Hang on.
Okay.
No.
Are those your tears?
No. Let me finish, and I will let you have the floor.
Yeah, your vomit rocket bobbling water balls. Not going to go too far. NW.
What is it forming?
Sorry, Max.
A sphere, right? My point is, the water forms a sphere. What is the Earth, or what do at least I and I guess the other person is also trying to argue?
Earth is a water blob. The whole Earth is a water blob. Because the other guy's telling us that everywhere water is, it lays flat and level. But now you're telling us that it's a jiggly water blob.
Look at the boat disappears bottom up. Isn't that crazy?
Here we go. Maximum, your Gish scallop is not looking. Don't switch.
That's it.
Now
That's it
that
right
your last
there.
thing failed.
That's it right there. No.
This guy's white knighting you with jiggly water balls, and
you asked a new question. You moved the goalpost. You moved the goalpost, and
let's let it play out. No, no, dude.
Look at it. Look at the video.
Dude,
the boat moves bottom up.
The goalposts weren't moved. You were able to have a moment of clarity where you acknowledged the nature of water. Now you understand the implications of that, and you want to talk about your lack of understanding of perspective. While the other guy is talking about a TV show where he saw jiggly water balls. So let's let this play out.
Okay, sure.
Oh, I have the floor again? Didn't know.
Yeah, are you saying that the Earth is a jiggly water ball floating in space?
I'm saying that it's a combined with
all right, get your story straight.
Surface.
Yeah, drink some water. Drink water, hydrate, you'll be fine.
Okay, dude.
Old Haas got
Word
some
to
big
the
ego.
wise.
He's got some big ego.
It's cruel. They poop him, I guess.
Freud was an idiot.
It's cruel.
I have no
Complete
disagreement there.
imbecile.
Anyways, you move the goalpost. I'll respond.
No, sir, I didn't move the goalpost. Like I said, you were able to acknowledge the nature of water, and you didn't like how that played out over when you extrapolated all the water that you know they claim the Earth to be.
Well, if I'm talking like a big boy,
if the other guy comes in about water, jiggly water on the vomit comet, you know you've done stepped in it.
I'll be a big boy, and the water does curve even in the tube. It's just so negligible that the uncertainty, there it is, the uncertainty is so great that it wouldn't affect the actual measurement of the level of the water.
Oh, so you're acknowledging the water is level.
It's curving.
You've done it many a time. Oh, it's curved now.
But it's so small that the
Stop
uncertainty...
Stop the cat, dude. No one's buying your bullshit. Listen, when you started going tiny, your pseudoscience communication gobbledygook bullshit.
And this is what happens when you do not want to give an actual exclamation for your position.
If you cut 50% of your insults out of your argument, you would be silent. Like, literally, it's all just insults.
No, I've yet to insult you, dude. I've yet to insult you.
You're gobbledygook. You're hiding behind
gobbledygook.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
When you say tiny...
It's just child's play, man. You argue like a child. You argue like a liberal,
No, you're
man.
contradicting. Hey, no, you're contradicting yourself. So he's just having a laugh at how you said one thing and now you're saying something completely different. The opposite, actually, of what you had said before.
Well, because I have to in order for me to get any ground here.
So you have to lie. So you have to be disingenuous. It's strategically disingenuous, talking out of both sides of your mouth. That's how you get ground here.
If I had...
You've acknowledged the nature of water. Let that sink in. You failed. Whatever you intended on accomplishing tonight here, you failed.
It's no argument.
You were able to acknowledge the nature of water. Now take your acknowledgments and compare it to the 39, 59-mile radius water ball that you've seen on TV.
If I came out and I said that the water is not level, if I came out and I said water is not level out of the gate, you would have instantly not said it. Like,
you and I both know what water does. So stop acting like there's some nuance to the discussion. That's a cope.
Yeah, if I came out of the gate saying that water curves even in the tube, but it's just so small that you can't see it, you would like lose your mind. You would instantly explode.
Well, yeah, we wouldn't lose our mind. We would know you were full of shit and go on to the next person.
Yeah, you wouldn't even acknowledge it. That's what I'm saying. I have to.
Yeah,
I have to admit
because it's incongruent with reality, sir.
that's
what
what
we're
I'm saying
talking
is
about. We're not
your
talking about
ability.
what ifs. You get that, right?
Your ability to understand something doesn't mean it's right or wrong. It just means you don't understand it.
To understand your lie? So which stance do you take? That water seeks and finds level, or it curves? Which one is it, sir?
On small distances, the curve is so small you can't see it. On large distances, the Earth is so large that you can see it on large distances.
No, so hold on. Now you're saying it's there, but you can't see it. Well, talk to yourself from 3 minutes ago. You said that you acknowledged the water was level. So let that sink in.
Old Hoss, if I came to your house and I took one atom off of your chair, would you notice it? No. If I took 15,000 atoms off your chair, would you notice it? No. So your argument is obviously not.
Oh my lord, dude.
It's literally not even.
Yeah, I would know the second you step foot in my house, pal.
You got like a machete or like a machine gun or something ready for me. Ready for
sorry. So I have a squeaky hinge on my door. But the point is, you stumbled into having a moment of clarity about the nature of water, and just let that sink in. You said there was no point here. Well, let that be the point to take away. You'll be fine. I know you could have come in here and said water's curving even though it's flat, and everyone would have called bullshit. No one would have cared, and we would have gone on to the next person.
I sent a video.
We had someone 3 hours ago telling us that they're measuring 4 nanometers of curve in their bathtub, and then they say they only calculated it. So just you all of you people know what water does.
Yeah, you're saying
you've
what you
never
just said there.
The dots.
What you said there is interesting. How do you know the water has no, even to the smallest nanometer degree of curvature? How do you know that?
Well, like I told you, Yui, I've already offered this to you. You can go get a fish aquarium, fill it up, let the water evaporate, and then start measuring the lines of evaporation to the bottom of the tank.
With what
enlightenment awaits.
Well, first of all,
you guys listen. Did you ever think that you would be trying to convince people that water curved?
I think most people think that. I feel like you guys are the ones that
no one thinks that, dude.
Everyone thinks they live on a globe, except for a few people.
I know,
and they
but
base it
that's
off
fine.
Earth.
Yes, Yui, that's something totally different. I'm saying when they go to the swimming pool, they go to the lake, they get in their bathtub, they know the water at its surface is doing what water always does.
Yeah, everyday local.
It's only when you guys are faced with this horrifying conundrum, apparently, the water ball you've seen on TV isn't as advertised.
Yeah, look, everyone uses colloquialisms.
All the water you've seen of this depiction of the 3959
So you reject the water globe that we actually show you.
Is antithetical. Yeah, in the entire outer space mythology, Big Bang, everything.
Everyone knows that people
flat.
Yeah, okay, I get it.
And I hate to break it to you, they stepped in it when they told us that the Earth's surface was covered 70% with water.
Yeah, everyone uses colloquialisms. No one's going to say, "Oh, my bathwater's curving" or "the swimming pool is curving," because it doesn't look like
they're
that,
not
right?
delusional.
Yeah, it doesn't look like that. But Rad, here's the question:
Yui,
to what degree?
Then you ask him if the globe. You ask him in the same sentence with the globe, and then they'll tell you, "Yeah, it's curving."
Okay,
immeasurably, but it is. If that doesn't tell you that you're deep in some sort of ideology, I don't know what to tell you about.
We'll figure out who's in the ideology in just a moment.
You have to deny what you see in reality.
Let's figure out who's got the religious belief in just a moment. How much would an average size swimming pool curve?
Well, I don't know. Scott's
you don't know, so why would you say that it proves anything?
Well, let me extrapolate it out. Scott's bathtub is 4 nanometers.
Yeah, would you be able to see that? Would the average person see
May I do the math, Yui? May I do the math, sir?
Yes.
So Scott's bathtub is 4 nanometers, and his bathtub is probably like 6 foot max. An Olympic-sized swimming pool is 50 meters, so we're going to have to convert over from 6 feet. So let's say, I don't know, like Scott said, he said 4 nanometers or something. So I'll say like 7 nanometers or something.
Yeah, and would you say that you could eyeball 7 nanometers?
And now, since you're so fucking confused about water, Yui, go fill up a fish aquarium. I've been begging you to do this for weeks. Fill up a fish aquarium. I'm sure you can find one in an alley somewhere, or go to a fish aquarium store. Let the water evaporate. In those lines of evaporation, you can measure them down to the bottom of your aquarium. And it doesn't matter how big your aquarium's going to get.
Yeah. What if it's curved on all sides, though?
What do you mean? What do you mean if it's curved on all sides?
Then the entire perimeter will also be the same elevation.
Show me that, sir. Go make. What do you mean?
It's your test is flawed.
Oh, it's flawed, huh?
Your test is flawed. Yes.
Okay, well, put a stick in the middle of it too.
What's that going to show? Remember, you're talking about evaporating the water, and you're saying put a stick in the middle of it will show what?
Yes, because you don't think that any measurement can be made.
An empty fish tank at this point. You're putting a stick in the middle.
Why don't you go do the test and enlighten us all?
This is why you're a flat earther, because you make stupid experiments.
You're going to spurge out, huh, Yui?
It's a stupid experiment. What are you talking about? Well, you evaporated the water, and you're saying put a stick in the middle.
Dude, put a stick in the middle and measure it to the edges. If you're the one that's convinced it's curving all around.
What reference point do you have in the middle of an empty fish bowl?
Yeah, that's fine.
What reference point do you have in the middle?
Dude, we have the water. We're talking about
You've evaporated the water. Remember what your experiment is.
Measure it from the bottom of the tank.
From the bottom?
Yeah, where else were you going to measure? Or from the top?
The perimeter, the edges.
Yeah.
And what are you talking about?
And go see if they're all equal.
What would you expect to see if the water was curved?
Spit it out.
So what would you expect to see? Because I don't know why you'd expect to see...
You're the one that's expecting to see curvature.
Oh, I'm saying that the degree to which you're talking... The degree to which there would be curvature on a bath, a swimming pool, a cup of water is so tiny. So infinitely tiny. You may as well just call it horizontal.
Yeah, might as well. Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth, Yui.
But this is the problem. Your proof is water.
On TV, sir.
This is your proof is water, right?
I know this is a jagged pill, Yui, but the fact that you're spurging out about water, you're telling me we can't know anything from water.
We've tested. Well, we just examined why your evidence sucks.
A little more.
We just examined why your evidence sucks, right? How is it meant to be persuasive if you can't even convince us that it's a worthy test?
Oh, Yui, you'd have to convince yourself of all these things. Why don't you go do the test?
Well, I don't prefer to do things like just believe things, right? I mean, that's what you do, right?
Why did you ask?
You religiously believe that water has no degree of curvature that could even possibly be detected in any sort of way without actually having ever done it.
Let's see it. Yeah, you're the one who won't.
You're making the assertion that water proves the flat Earth.
You're the one who won't do my stupid little test.
Hey, you're asserting water proves the flat Earth, right?
Well, they say the surface of the Earth is covered 70% with water.
What does that show?
Right.
So you think your cup of water, because it hasn't got obvious curvature, that therefore the 70% of water on the oceans obviously isn't also curving, because your glass of water is not curving.
Do you have amnesia? Do you not remember building up all the way to the Suez Canal?
Oh, the Suez Canal, where they dug a ditch.
How long is that?
They dug a ditch.
Yeah, it's a ditch.
Yeah.
How long is this ditch?
I don't know, a few miles.
120 miles.
Yeah, okay.
Filled with water.
That ditch.
Yeah, it's like a big bathtub.
Yeah, like if you lower the ground to below water level.
What's the water doing in that ditch?
What do you mean, what's it doing?
What does that water connect?
It connects the Atlantic to the Pacific.
Well, I don't know. That's the Panama.
Making the elevation of the land below water level.
Dude, it connects two bodies of water that are at sea level, right?
Putting the ground below sea level, yeah.
No, they connect. The water at the end of the canal is at sea level at either end.
Yes.
Okay, how many locks are there?
I don't know, none, I presume. Don't need it.
None. So it's a big ditch.
It's a big ditch.
So you have a 120-mile flat slab of water.
Whoa, why did you say that it's flat?
Well, it's at sea level throughout.
How did you... Okay, so you're begging the question. This is begging the question. Your proof of why water's flat is because Suez Canal has flat water. It's question begging, because that's the exact thing that's under contention.
So how many 120-mile flat slabs make up a sphere?
What makes you think they're flat?
Well,
you measured it?
Either end is at sea. Are you questioning the engineering of the canal?
I'm saying that even the engineers would laugh at you for saying that the water's flat.
They're all dead.
Yeah, they would laugh at you.
Define ditch.
Ditch your word. What, lowering elevation?
Why they would lie?
Who's saying that? Well, to be fair to you, Migo Ego, I think it's just as fair to say, why would those YouTubers lie, those flat earth YouTubers? Why would they? Obviously, they tell the truth. That's how you came to your conclusion. YouTube, right? Anyway, Hosrad.
Incorrect.
Yeah, but I heard
how did
people like
I mean, look, we all get our views from some places. Some get them from YouTube, some get them from reality.
All you have to do is look at water. You're locked into a computer screen.
No. All you have to do is watch YouTube videos. You have to watch YouTube videos for them to tell you what water does.
Heliocentric myth alive. This is the golden age of damage control.
So how did you measure the Suez Canal, Hosrad?
For you gullible suckers.
How did you measure the Suez Canal, Hosrad? Tell me what you did.
Again?
Yeah, tell me what you did. You obviously did it, right? You obviously measured the lack of curvature on the Suez Canal.
Fill up an aquarium.
So what's that got to do with Suez Canal? You're going to do this stupid experiment where you evaporate the water in a...
It's filled with water, Einstein.
But it would be curving every which way.
The Suez Canal is a big ditch.
Yeah, it'd be curving every which way.
It would be... dude, it's connecting sea level without... There's no locks and it's connecting sea level.
What does that mean for you? I don't understand what it means for you.
What does it mean for you? Does it mean that it's curved?
So if you have a lock in the Suez Canal versus not, what happens?
What?
I mean, you're saying it has no locks, obviously, so it must be flat. Go on, explain to me that. Riddle me that one.
Well, yeah, it's connecting sea level. It's a ditch.
Yes, it's lowering the ground to below sea level, and the water will flow between those 2 points.
Excuse me? Have you ever
lowering the ground below sea level, and the water flows between those 2 points?
Correct.
Yeah.
It connects sea level, so it's sea level throughout.
Right, I understand.
No change in elevation throughout.
Your question begging is, I see, right? You think
I understand
because they say sea level, you think, because they connect sea level, that means they're connecting two horizontal lines
embedded in the psyche.
Yeah, you're saying
even acknowledge water.
Yeah, you're saying, look, sea level means flat.
Seen on TV. Whoops.
When you say sea level, what do you mean?
Oh my lord, the level of the sea, sir.
Yeah, so you're question begging. You're saying it's flat because the words sea and level.
No, the nature of water is not begging the question.
Just saying it connects sea level, right? So it's flat. Question begging, because that's precisely what's under contention right now.
Well, you're the one that told us it's a big ditch connecting sea level.
I said, yeah, connecting the sea level. Sea level meaning equal in elevation.
Yeah, no locks.
Equal in elevation. You think that means to a flat plane?
You think that's curved, huh?
Yeah, I do. You think a fishbowl would have? You think a fishbowl would have obvious degree of curvature?
If the Earth weren't the ball they've advertised on TV, would you even want to know?
Okay.
Would you even want to know?
Let me make your question better. Could you convince me of a flat Earth? I don't think.
You would have to convince yourself,
I don't think you could do that.
No, I cannot convince.
You couldn't.
You have to convince yourself, because what you're stuck with.
If you can't convince me,
you're stuck with denying the nature of water.
It's funny because
not me.
It's funny because I'm apparently a sheep hoss, right? I believe what anyone tells me, right? And you can't convince me something that should be plainly obvious.
No, dude. If you're going to tell me that you can't understand the nature of water, I wouldn't even be able to tell you how to tie your shoes.
You haven't even established the nature of water. You just keep saying, what level?
I don't get to establish the nature of water.
Oh, fish tanks, level,
I'm
fish
not
tanks.
God. Yeah, fish tanks. You okay with that?
Yeah, it doesn't prove shit, obviously.
Well, it proves that water isn't curving.
Is that like a belief, a religious belief?
No, it's a measurement. You can do it yourself, but you won't.
What measurement did you do?
Listen to them. Repeat.
Can you illustrate for me the curvature in a fish tank bowl? Can you illustrate that for me?
Yeah, Scott said it's 4 nanometers or something.
Yeah. Would it be equal in elevation on the perimeter? Would it be equal in elevation on the perimeter?
What's that?
Would it be equal in elevation on the perimeter?
Well, of course, and then you measure it to the stick in the middle too. There you go.
With the water inside, I presume.
See if that 4 nanometers or something is there.
With the water on the inside.
4 nanometers are there.
With the water on the inside, I assume, right? You're not evaporating the water this time. Is that correct?
What?
With the water inside the fishbowl, you haven't evaporated the water like you originally suggested. Is that correct?
There's still water. Dude, there's still water in the tank.
Okay, right. So, have you ever done this?
Yes.
Okay, can you show me?
No, sorry.
Of course you can't. Of course you can't.
Sorry, I grew up with fish aquariums.
Yeah, and you thought, you know what? At the age of 5, you're going to test for the curvature of the Earth. Please, be real, Hosrad.
Hey, have you ever leveled a fish aquarium?
Leveled a fish aquarium? No.
Yeah, have you ever installed a fish aquarium?
Installed one? Yes.
Okay, and you didn't level it?
No.
And you just nailed it. You just got it straight across at the top when you set it up.
Well, when you say installed it, you mean like built it all up?
No, whatever. Have you set up a fish aquarium for the love of God?
I've set up a fish aquarium. Not much that goes into it, really.
Did you just nail it at the top? You just got the water straight. You didn't have to level it?
No, I just put it on a table.
Like something under one of the feet?
I just put it on a table like anyone else does. I didn't put a bubble level at the top of the fish tank.
The water in the fish tank was just flat across the top on the first try, huh?
Was it perfectly flat? I don't know. Probably not.
No, you should have leveled it.
I don't think the fish mind, really.
Yeah, it's an aesthetic thing.
Yeah, maybe.
Can I ask one quick question? On average, what would you say the average size of a fish aquarium is?
On average, probably like 10 gallons.
No, I'm saying distance.
15,
like
maybe.
Like,
because
give
a lot
me
of people
3D,
have small tanks, but there's like a big fish aquarium would be like 55 gallons, and that would be like 5 feet or something by 3 feet by 1 foot or something. I don't know.
Okay. Thanks. I just needed that.
It's about the same size of Scott's bathtub that has 4 nanometer hump in the middle, or so he says. Scott won't do the damn. He won't measure the sticks. He's afraid that the 4 nanometers might not be there.
It kind of begs the question, right? It kind of begs the question. You always talk about your water being flat. You always talk about the nature of water. So then, when does water start curving? Then in your world, when does water start curving?
It doesn't. I mean, you can get Niagara Falls.
When does the ocean start curving? It doesn't.
Well, I mean, those waves are curved.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying when does your horizontal water start curving? Does it or does it not? Does your horizontal water start curving at all?
Not.
It's not. So then why do boats disappear bottom up? What's causing that? Some
Oh my
optical
God!
illusion.
Sounds like someone needs to. You're not good. Someone needs to enroll in Drawing 101.
Exactly.
After you
So
maybe
even your
watch a
water is
YouTube
curving.
video on
Apparently, according to you,
perspective
your
and get
water's
back to
curving
us,
too.
Matt Nuclear. Thanks.
Your water starts curving apparently too. Then
Are you claiming that boats go over a geometric horizon?
no, I never said that. What do you mean geometric horizon?
That is
Boats
what
go
you
over the
said.
horizon, yes.
So what the hell are you talking about then?
Not what I said. I never even mentioned the geometric horizon.
Can I just add
you implied it.
Can I just add something to this horse ride? Do you
You
remember the
implied
Grand
it,
Mahuta?
sir.
Do you remember the Grand Mahuta horse ride? I actually did some maths for once in my life, and I worked out 0.23 meters should be obstructed due to perspective alone, right? And the whole of the ship obviously is about 10 meters. So can you explain to me why the entire hull of the ship is sinking?
You talking to me?
You.
Is there a picture or something I'm supposed to be looking at?
You've seen the Grand Mahuta. Everyone's seen the Grand Mahuta.
The Grand Mahuta? No, I haven't.
The two ships in the horizon. One sec, I'll show you.
I mean, I've seen lots of ships at sea. I mean,
Yeah, but the one my Grand Mahuta. One sec, I'll show you.
Grand Mahuta. You just want to say Grand Mahuta.
I'll show you. 1 second. Bottom up obstruction section. There we go. All right. So here's the video. If you do some maths with perspective, I'm sure you've never done that before, but if you do some maths with perspective, with a standing 30 feet above sea level, and the boat being approximately 12 miles away, you would expect to see, with perspective, about 0.2 meters obstructed due to perspective, as you
What's
described.
the observation height?
30 feet.
30 feet? Yeah, I've not seen your Grand Mahuta.
I'll post it in the side chat. There you go. You can look at it. And the whole hull of the ship, not just 0.23 meters, is obstructed. What's going on with that? I would say that shows there's something more than just perspective happening there.
And apparently to him, it's going to be some.
Do you not see the landmass behind that, Yui?
What's that
There's
got
a
to do with the
landmass behind it.
What's that got to do with the boat?
Landmass?
Oh, yeah, well, the Earth's not curving away. There's land behind it, dude.
Yeah, but
Check
you
yourself.
just given me perspective, right? Perspective failed. What else you got for me?
That's evidence that the landmass.
Yeah, you're not understanding the. Yeah, you're not understanding the implications of seeing land behind.
Horizontally flat, dude. Right. So what's causing that? Optical illusions?
What's causing what? Are you talking to me? Matt,
you also try to zoom in with a P1000 camera.
Do you not see the landmass behind this, where it's supposedly the Earth's curve? Well, the Earth's not curving because there's land beyond it. What do you mean? How does that help me?
How does that help?
He said that's caused by the Earth curve. Well, it obviously isn't because there's land beyond it.
There can be land. It doesn't matter how far that land away is, dude. I mean, it doesn't matter how far it is.
Welcome to flat Earth, man.
It can be really far. It can be really far away.
Yeah,
Earth is still curving.
You don't know how tall that landmass is behind it. You have no idea.
Say so, huh?
Anyway.
No, you don't know how far it is. It could be really, really far.
Disregarding the tangent.
This isn't my example that you're treading on, Matt Nuclear. This is Yui's broken example where it shoots itself in its own foot, where he goes, "Here's the curve of the Earth," and then what about the stuff beyond that?
What is causing that boat to sink? What's causing it? Come on, any day.
Apparently,
it's not perspective. So what is
curvature
it?
I don't know. It could be some sort of atmospheric condition, but it's definitely not the curve of the Earth, since you see the land behind it. If you see the land behind it, that's a good sign that the Earth's not curving. Sorry.
You don't know what refraction is. There's no atmospheric condition that causes things to disappear bottom up. Nothing. There's only two things that really disappear bottom up. That's the sun that can be bottom up, or it can be like below the horizon, or boats. That's it. What else goes bottom up? You tell me. What else?
Perspective, maybe.
Yeah, that's not true. I mean, cars on the highway in front of you will do it. But anyways, since you guys see the land behind there, you'll know that that's not the curve of the Earth causing what you wish it were.
What? You don't even know how. Why are you saying that? You don't know how far away that land is.
Well, it's beyond what he says the geometric horizon is. Do you get that?
I didn't hear him say that.
I know you don't get it. It sails over your freaking head.
Yeah. Well, either way, look.
He wants his cake and eat it too. He's gonna say there's the geometric horizon, but whoops, there's stuff beyond it. Bad example.
Obviously, you know, you can explain why boats go bottom up, right? And it's not perspective. So what else is it? And be precise. Don't say,
it could be any kind of atmosphere. It could be mist. I don't know. I mean,
perspective.
Fog
magic,
glare.
isn't it? Magic. It's a magic trick,
Yeah,
right?
well, we know it's not the curvature of the Earth, Yui, because you see land beyond that. So you need to let that sink in. We have a problem tonight where everyone shoots themselves in the foot with their own examples, yet they don't let it sink in.
Can
you guys stop talking over each other, man?
Old Hosford, you don't know
Matt
how
Nuclear.
far that land away is. So why do you keep mentioning
it's beyond the geometric horizon. It's beyond the geometric horizon that Yui's claiming.
You don't know how tall it is. You don't know anything about the landmass behind it.
The point is there's still a horizon.
Yeah, I've made these observations in my own life where I've seen boats disappear bottom up, and there's land masses that are where there's not a one-story building on the landmass that are 25, 30 miles beyond. So maybe your confusion will be alleviated.
Thank you for sharing your experiences, Hosford.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's the same example of what you've shown.
Yeah,
you're
can
welcome.
you explain what's causing it yet, or are we still waiting for that one?
I gave you all kinds of examples, but what we know it isn't.
Magical religious belief.
He actually did not give us any sort of examples. I didn't hear any
Well,
examples.
you were yammering, Matt Nuclear. You don't use your ears. Remember? You forgot to learn how to do that.
Wait, is it a magical religious belief or just a magical belief?
Or fog. Mist.
Does it look particularly foggy?
Again, can you tell us the
It's
phenomenon that's
the
causing
Earth
this?
because you see the land beyond it. So
just fog
okay, dude, we're asking you for the answer, and you're like, "Well, I know it's not the curvature of the Earth. I know it's not the curvature of the Earth. What is it?"
It doesn't. It's not a good look for you to have to
Your
try and
Earth
white
isn't
knight
supposed
for
to be
you.
curving, bro. Remember that your Earth can't be curving. So what's going on?
Matt Nuclear, I'll try to explain this to you. Yui is claiming a geometric horizon, just as you did when you said you weren't. But
am I doing that?
Yeah. What are you claiming is causing the boat to be obstructed?
I think there's refraction in that image as well, but I just don't imagine it in the same way that you're pretending to imagine it. The idea is that regardless of the distance and the what level of refraction is there, the effect, the observation remains the same. That boat is going below the horizon, right? So bottom up.
Yeah, no, the horizon is beyond that. You see the land back there?
That observation.
The horizon is behind that. Dude, the horizon's behind that.
The horizon. Okay, what is the horizon again? Can you remind me?
What?
Well, you're wanting the geometric
Can you remind me what a horizon is again?
And another horizon.
And remind me what a horizon is again.
Which horizon are you claiming?
I think a horizon is where the sky meets the earth. Do you disagree?
Yeah, that's beyond where that boat disappears.
Oh, so you can see water beyond the boat?
You can see land, yeah, the water up to the land, yeah.
You see land, but can you see
the water up to the land, yes.
I don't know how far that land away is. You don't know.
So you're seeing the boat sink and you're seeing water behind the boat. So the boat actually sunk underwater.
No, it's still don't panic. The ship didn't sink.
That's weird. That's weird that boat sunk because I actually Googled that ship, right? And it's funny because that ship was sighted only a year ago, and that video was taken more than a year ago. That's weird. I thought it sunk. It's crazy what happens.
boats
No,
are
you
actually
thought it
sinking.
went over the
Must have
curve.
came back up, really. Yeah, that sounds
Jesus,
like
you thought it went over the curve, yet we see the land beyond it, which kind of cancels that erroneous thought out. Let that sink in, Huey.
I mean, you're the one telling me that obviously it's the case of that boat sunk, right, underwater. It doesn't exist anymore. The Princess Polar gone, right? Grandma
No,
Hoosa
I
said
think
goodbye,
you have
bye-bye.
wax in your ears.
That's what it is.
I think you have wax in your ears.
I'll clean my ears out. Okay. Cleaning. Okay, tell me again. What did you say?
Well, you're the one claiming a geometric horizon.
Am I?
Yet you're acknowledging the
Why are you
horizon
telling him he's
is
not
beyond
claiming?
that. So whatever, any idea that that boat is, the Princess Paula is disappearing because it's going over the curve of the Earth, that is based on your confusion.
Oh, I'm asking you
Did
what
that clear it up?
caused that. I'm asking you what
You
caused
know,
that.
I
You said
don't know. Don't know,
you don't
dude.
know. I know you don't know. I
No.
know that. We know that, right?
I
You
gave
already
you like
knew.
7 examples, none of which apparently Matt Nuclear and both of you, you're deaf or you didn't hear my
That's some
examples. But
gnarly fog,
What were
isn't
the
it?
7
That's some
examples?
gnarly
Can you
fog.
tell
it
us what
could be
the you gave us
it could be the
7 different
reflection of
reasons
That
for
light.
fog
one
is doing some
phenomenon?
Yeah.
gnarly stuff right there. That fog.
Well,
Ooh.
Refraction of light does not cause things to disappear bottom up.
reflection,
You don't even know what refraction.
reflection,
Refraction does not cause things to disappear bottom up. Where did you hear that?
reflection.
Reflection doesn't
You
cause either.
imbecile.
Reflection does not cause either.
Anyways,
Reflection does
yeah,
not
well, you presented that as some sort of evidence of a geometric horizon. It failed. The end.
Can you prove to us that reflection
I
causes things to
presented
disappear
that as a
bottom up?
fun little experiment to see how long it would take for you to say, I don't know. And that's where we're at now. I know why you don't. Ooh. Well, that's kind of
No,
awkward, isn't it?
you don't know because
Kind
the
of awkward.
horizon's beyond that.
Oh, is it? So the boat actually sunk then, yeah?
Why
Underwater?
don't you
Oh my
let Big
God!
Mouth
Yeah,
into the break?
are you
I
really
can
going to
show
do
you
the
proof
Why don't
simpleton
you let Big
act?
Mouth start speaking, buddy?
Well, you said it was fog at first, right? So that one's ruled out because you can see further, right? Oof, that's awkward. So what next? What other explanation we got?
Reflection. He said reflection, but he still hasn't.
Reflection.
Yeah,
Oh, can
this is what
you
happens.
explain
Listen,
how?
this is Yui, Matt Nuclear. This is what happens when you guys struggle to just acknowledge the nature of water.
Oh, now
You
we're
get
going back
into
to
all
the
these
nature of
weird
water.
reification situations where
So the nature of
you
water is
show an
going against. You know,
example.
there's a contradiction between the nature of water and what you're proposing, because you're proposing that water is horizontally flat all across. Okay, that's fine. So then, where does the curve start? It doesn't, according to you. So then, why is Earth curving? What's going on here? Why
Where
are
is it?
boats disappearing
Where
bottom up?
have you
What's
seen
going
the
on?
Earth curving?
Does horizontally flat water stop
Where
being
have you seen
horizontally
the
flat
Earth
water?
curve?
Like,
Where have you seen the Earth curve?
I see the curvature. I can tell that the Earth is curving by seeing boats disappear bottom up over the horizon. That's proof that the
Oh
Earth is
my
curving.
God, you guys are fucking
If there isn't any
lost.
curvature, then that boat, as soon as I keep
Amazing.
zooming in, I should still be able to see that boat, completely be able to see that boat. Nothing should be stopping me. Nothing should be stopping me.
No, you think you can see forever, Matt Nuclear?
It's not seeing. Oh, okay, now you're blaming it on seeing
No,
forever.
you're the one who said I could keep seeing it and keep seeing it and keep seeing it. So you think you can just keep seeing and
I
keep
can see
seeing
it.
and keep seeing and
I
keep
mean,
seeing.
if it disappears, it shouldn't disappear bottom up. That's one thing
Oh
for
my
sure.
God, yeah,
Maybe
drawing
that's out of vision.
101.
Maybe it's
Drawing
like,
101 awaits, Matt Nuclear.
when does it disappear bottom up, baby? Never. Think about it. I mean, we could probably like experiment this, right? We could get like a fake boat over an actually horizontally flat surface or thing, and we
we
can
have
see if it
those.
disappears bottom up. I
Yeah,
guarantee you it won't
you've
disappear
not
bottom
seen the RC boats disappearing bottom up, have you, Matt Nuclear? Matt
up. Seeing
Nuclear.
boats disappear bottom up.
Matt
And it's not due
Nuclear.
to flat Earth because it makes no
Dude,
sense
Matt
on a flat
Nuclear.
Earth.
Are you deaf? You said that, hey, maybe someone could take a flat surface and put something on there, or something we knew was flat. So yes, that's been done.
Oh, okay. You've done it. You've got the experiment. Can
I
you show
said
it to me?
it's been. Yeah, I can. Hopefully, someone's got the link. I
Into the
could go
break. I
dig
would
up
love
the
to
link
see you
for
speak,
you.
man. Into the break. Just know that you are able to unmute your mic and speak at any moment, dude. Any moment.
Hey, Matt Nuclear, your moderation skills are not necessary.
Just let him know. He wants to talk in chat. He can talk in the VC.
Something Matt Nuclear. If I put a brick in front of you, like 6 feet in front of you, you would see that brick 20 inches. If I take that same brick and I put like 500 feet in front of you, how much you would see from that brick?
I wouldn't see probably. I mean, 500 feet. I wouldn't be able to see the brick fully. Yeah, but it wouldn't disappear
The
bottom up.
same thing is happening with the boat, my friend.
Okay, would the brick disappear bottom up?
Yes, because the last things you will see from that brick, it will be the top of it. You can try it. You can try it. Go to the
Can you
football
go ahead and
field
show me the
and do it.
demonstration of it? Can you go ahead and show me the demonstration for this?
You can do it, man. You can do it. You know, you don't need me or anybody to explain to you.
You have to show me a demonstration for
Just
this.
take
I
a
would love to
brick
see
and do
the
it.
bricks
Go to the
disappearing bottom
football
up.
field. Go to the football field. Stand in front of the goal and go put the other brick on the end and see how much you're gonna see from
You would
it.
still be able to see the bottom. I would still be able to
Yeah,
see it.
if you go down on the ground level, you will not see any of
When
the
I
brick.
zoom in, does it start like disappearing bottom up?
Yes, if you zoom in, you will see it. If you don't have the capacity to zoom in more than whatever you can zoom in, you will not see it. With your eyes, you will see the boat is going
Okay, why
down.
don't we
You
take
will
a big
zoom
brick
in,
and
you will bring
put
it
it on
up
the boat
again.
and see if it disappears
If you
bottom up?
can zoom
All right,
more,
you've just Migo Ego. Have you seen the video where he literally zooms in with the P1000 camera and it doesn't come back
I
into
have
view?
P1002, my friend. I can go and
Yeah,
zoom as
look at
well.
the video. Look at the video.
Yes, but the zoom has a limit
What's
as
your
well.
actual explanation for that, Amigo Wigo? You know, it's a
The
good question
zoom
to
has
ask.
a
What's your
limit as
explanation for
well.
that happening?
The zoom has a limit as well. You bring a bigger telescope, you will see
So the
that boat
limit, what do you
again
mean
from
limit? Because we
the
can see it
bottom
with our
of
own
it.
eyes,
miles
and then we can see it with the
away.
zoom. We're just saying, okay, that's not like, you know what's crazy? What Migo Wigo's saying is not actually an explanation. He's just saying that our vision is not able to see it, but our vision shouldn't be causing something to disappear bottom up. So what's the actual cause for the disappearing bottom up thing?
Actually, I was going to
It's
ask Spigo if you could take a
man.
moment.
Go try it. Go try
Can't
it and
answer
see
it. Can't
it.
answer it.
Oh
Spigo
my
here.
God.
I'm
Why?
sorry.
Why? Okay, how big is the Earth then? Where is the curvature? Where is the
Hang on.
geometric
Let me get
curvature?
it again.
Oh,
It's around 24,000 miles, but let me get the total number.
24,000 mile what?
We're gonna wait until you guys can answer this question though about the disappearing bottom up.
Yeah, you need to.
Then you guys can talk about
You
that.
need to go enroll in a drawing 101 course, Matt Nuclear. You've been stuck on this for weeks. You sound like a broken record. I get it. Your PFP means a lot to
I've
you.
not been stuck on
You
this.
dream of space
You guys
rockets.
just
You
never
think that maybe one day you'll go on Mars and grow a potato. You've been duped by a story. You're coping. Just you're
So
you're
Mars
like
doesn't exist now?
you're flaming out when you realize that the simplicity of the acknowledgement of water that's all around you doesn't coincide with the water ball. So I get it. You're dealing with the sunk cost
You just
fallacy.
disproved yourself.
You're really vested into the space rocket, outer space mythology, but just get over it, bro. Enough.
What about the rover they put on Mars? Fake.
TV show.
CGI.
Yeah, do you
I
believe
just like
everything you see on
dude,
TV?
NASA got to be pretty creative to make up all these goddamn lies about these planets and all these.
No, well, that's funny thing is the sci-fi writers of the decades prior to the Apollo missions, they did all the heavy lifting. They're actually not that creative. That's why they turned soil samplers into 4-irons.
Hey, did you know a little known fact when they thought before we went to the moon that they thought that it was when they landed on it that they thought that the legs of it would have sunk in deeper than it actually did, and that that the dust would basically the lander would have been much closer, and instead of being popped up from the ground as it actually was, that they actually believed that was what would happen. Why would they make that up and then change their minds when they actually went there and actually showed what actually happened? I'm just curious. Why change what you're going to actually change your fiction? Why would you do that? And when you just want your fiction to be your fiction, like your truth.
Yeah, I remember when there was no dust on the lander's legs.
Just said a whole bunch of stuff, dude. Like, wow, they thought the moon would be more of this, and they actually got to it so they can feel it, and it wasn't this. So therefore, what?
Stop the cap. You guys are duped by TV. It's pretty wild.
Dude, that just proves to you that we did go to the moon. Why would they make that story up too? Oh, we thought the moon
Oh
would
my
actually be this, but
god,
it was actually this when we got to it. Like,
dude, your gullibility is showing, Matt Nuclear.
By the way, 24,859 miles is the approximate circumference of the Earth.
You believe it?
24,800. 859 miles. So 24,859 miles.
You believe it?
Yes.
Huh?
I assume you don't. That's why you tend to believe it's probably flat again.
Can you prove that?
No, I'm
Can you prove
not a
that?
flat
Oh, I'm
earther.
sorry.
You got me mistaken, dude.
Oh no, I was just.
Can you prove that? The 24,859 miles. You know how much will be how curved it has to be?
Yeah, man.
Maybe you have to go check the curvature as well.
There are 360 degrees in a full circle, correct? So I assume you agree with me in math. And then 1%, 1 degree
What is the
on the
radius?
Earth is, guess how many miles? 69 approximately.
How much that curves, the 69 miles?
That's 1 degree of curvature, or 1 degree out of a circle.
Nope.
Yep. Go check your.
That's not the curvature rate.
Go check the math. Go divide that by 360, the number I gave you, and it'll be approximately 69 miles.
What is the radius?
959, right?
Five what?
Night flat earther.
I think Hostrad lost. I don't know about you guys.
You always.
Yeah, I always win.
Just found that radius.
Yeah, just
It
ask,
should be.
but how do you know? How do you
Yeah,
know?
is that your last ditch effort, Yui, to hope that we were fooled by the charlatans as well?
Hostrad,
You can't stand the fact that we deprogrammed ourselves from this heliocentric sun worship outer space myth. It really bums you out, doesn't it, Yui?
Yeah, I want you to see.
It bums you out that this ragtag bunch of jokers figured out that unraveled the biggest lie in the history of recorded civilization, and it bums you out because you were hoping that YOLO, hurtling through outer space, evolved pond scum. You thought that was science. You thought YOLO was science.
Wait, Hostrad,
It just ain't, homeboy. I used to be tricked. Listen, I used to be tricked by this myth too. Okay,
I love being
so don't
tricked. I
act
love
like
tricks.
I'm special.
Magic
We
is
pulled our
fun,
head
but
out of our ass, pulled the head from our sand, realized that all these claims they make about the water ball, they're nowhere
not
to be
true.
found in reality. The
I
myth
agree.
was never scrutinized until us, who were fed this load of bullshit from moon golf to dune buggies
Well,
to
can I show you
lemons on
something, Hotspot?
hangers in
Can I
capsules.
ask?
You don't like this.
Can
You
I
don't
show you
like that we
something?
figured it out. It's over. The water ball myth had a run. The cat's out of the bag. Now you guys come in here and start chanting about 4 nanometers of bulged water.
I
You
want to
guys
show
have
you something,
lost the
Hotspot.
plot.
I want you to guess.
You've lost the plot, dude. You're free to listen. You're free to indulge in this hedonistic YOLO
I
hurtling
just want to
through
do something really
space.
quick.
Don't let me stop you. Play
I need
on,
to do something
player.
really quick. I want you to guess who this is an impression of. What do you mean? Is this not? Well, 1 second. I've lost it. 1 second. Let me bring it back. Do you not know what? What was it he said? Oh my god. What's it again? Jerry. What a yeah.
Do you not know what happens to gas when it's not pressurized?
Extraordinary claim, or do you know who that is?
Oh, dude, that's a horrible Jerry.
It's not Jerry. It's Captain
Okay.
Something Wrong.
Oh, he's close. Okay.
Arthur C. Clarke. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
Yeah, your
Do you not know
impersonations
what an
suck.
extraordinary claim is?
Your impersonations suck.
It's good. It's good.
How about this one, by the way, guys?
That shows you how warped you are.
Just let me know
You
when I have
see
the floor.
things through like if your impersonations aren't that great, then come on, man.
Yeah, if I can't do
Don't pat
impersonations,
yourself on the
must be
back.
flat, right?
No, it just kind of shows the threshold of how you're able to scrutinize. If you had better scrutinizing skills, then maybe you'd be
Your
able
Earth
to
is
do better
flat.
impersonations. I don't know.
Your Earth is flat. Oh.
Yeah, you were fooled by moon golf and lunar dune buggy.
I know. I mean, it's like they're shown a Jeep unfolding out of a space capsule, and soil samplers turned into 4 irons. It's just
And they're fucking beach chairs.
Tune in Tokyo.
All right. At any rate, so I get a question. A guy, say 2,000 years ago, that believed the Earth was flat,
and you
is as intelligent as you are right now, and knows. I mean, you're claiming the same thing he is, that you don't know, but you know it's flat, and and we've discovered and we've proven things, we've shown you evidence, and I get that it's hard to accept, but it is possible to be wrong. And I've accepted being wrong in my past, and in my future I probably will be wrong about other things, but I know the one thing I'm not wrong about is the Earth is a globe. So thank you.
That was
Have
real
a wonderful day.
convincing.
Thank you.
How do you know that? How do you know? This is
Bottom of the bottle.
you said you know. You said you know. How do you know? I think you only people told you some stories and you believe in that stories. You don't know.
Oh, what's your favorite story from YouTube that tells you your Earth is flat, Mr.
Yes.
Miguel?
Please tell me your favorite story about the Earth
don't
being
have a
flat.
story.
Do you like Nathan
I don't-
Oakley's stories, or do you prefer Whittitt's stories? Which ones do you prefer?
I
I
don't
like the
have a story.
ISS live stream.
I have my experience.
My favorite one for
Yeah, I don't experience the spinning. I don't experience anything moving. So
Well, that's a nice story about what you experienced. That's very interesting. That's very nice.
yeah.
It's
that's my
exciting.
experience.
That's your
I don't know
experience.
what is yours.
Yeah, you don't. Yeah.
I don't know what is yours. So
Yeah, maybe.
If you see it swimming, so if you see the water curving, so that's your experience, right?
Right, yeah, it could be.
Yep.
Yeah. And it's good for you.
But is it?
It's not, but he don't want to see it, so what can I do?
No,
I
he
can.
wants to be, because he's realized that he's been tricked by charlatans. He wants to make himself
I've
feel
realized
better
it.
by saying, "But you've been tricked by charlatans," and we're saying, "Is water a charlatan?"
Yeah, water proves the flat Earth.
There you go. Well, yeah. Welcome, Yui.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Water is not a charlatan.
If only everyone else could see what you
Who
see.
cares, Yui? Yui, do you really think that the people are going to wake up to this in mass?
Yeah, we just need to wake up, right? We just need to wake
Yeah,
up.
P.T. Barnum said, "Yeah, you need to pull your head out of your fucking ass."
See the light of
P.T.
Witsit,
Barnum said that a sucker's born every minute. You guys have been distracted by the tigers and the hula hoop dancers and the clowns and the guy cleaning up the elephant dung at the end of the night and the tent. You guys love to look at the tent. So
let's go to the facts then, right? What are the facts?
Yeah, I don't get it, man. It's like, is water really that controversial? I do not understand.
What is it with water? What about water?
That really controversial, water that forms a globe when it's away from the Earth. Just amazing, isn't it?
Yeah,
That really
water.
controversial
Listen,
water that
jiggly
forms a
water.
globe
Are you claiming
when
that the
you're
Earth
away
is
from
the
the Earth.
same jiggly water ball that you've seen in the vomit comment? Is that what you're claiming the Earth to be?
Whatever I am claiming, you're certain that it's flat, right? I'd like to understand your reasoning.
By the way, is that Gordon Freeman on your profile? That's pretty cool if it is.
Yes, sir. It's my father.
Ah, Gordon Freeman was your father. Nice.
Yes, sir. Sorry for making this boring by asking to go to the facts.
No, it's not boring.
Yeah. You know we have a good time then.
Oh, so never mind.
Yeah, we know we have a good time then. Goddamn motherfucker.
Hey, so
That's in the cradle.
Is there anyone in here that believes the Earth is flat?
No, it's just a simple acknowledgement of water. It has to do nothing with a belief system. It's shedding of the heliocentric sun worship, hurtling, spinning, orbiting water ball mythos that's been promoted on TV, textbooks, and the movies. So no, it's not a belief. It's just a simple acknowledgement of reality. You've been tricked by propaganda. Welcome to Flat Earth.
And by the way, what have I lost by believing in the propaganda?
I was only
Please tell
asking
me.
because do you think that the
And I
moon
only
landing
answered
is fake?
because you
Those are
asked.
kinda like paired.
So, yeah, you were under the impression that we're stuck in a belief system. No, we shed a belief system, and now we deal with reality.
Hey, Jerry, do you believe that the moon landing is also fake? Because those two are kind of like paired.
Well, I landed on the moon.
Yeah, I can witness
You know
that.
my proof?
Shit, I didn't mean Jerry. Whoever I was just talking to. Do you guys believe that?
Yeah, I played golf on the moon with Alan Shepard.
Yeah,
I
you wanna know
photoshopped
what our
myself
proof
in.
is?
Really? That's
Our proof
crazy.
is that-
Do you also mind if I ask you what your
Hold up,
pronouns
dude.
are?
I want to tell you our proof is
You
if
can
we were
ask
lying,
whatever you want.
then the Russians would have
What are your
told on us.
pronouns?
This guy turned me down. What the fuck?
I didn't turn you down.
Yeah, fuck off.
He asked him a question. What are your pronouns?
I'm only asking because I don't want to mess them up.
Is the peanut gallery in the background giving you some advice?
I think you're in the wrong place, but I don't know.
He doesn't know where he's at. He can't
Yeah, I think
believe
he was
that he believes everything he sees on TV. If he sees black and white guys in suits jumping around on the moon, he's sold. Your gullibility is noted. Thank you for playing.
I don't think I proved to you that I'm
Everything
gullible or
CGI.
not. I just asked you if
Everything
you flattered.
CGI.
How would you know if you were gullible? You wouldn't.
Everything CGI, including my vomit comment. Saying that which you claim is the vomit comment when it's actually the ISS.
So you're claiming that the Earth is a jiggly ball of water, as seen on your ISS TV show.
I didn't claim anything. I just asked you what your
No, the other guy, not you. You're done. NW.
Oh, so I apologize, man.
No need to apologize.
On the surface of the globe, there is water, but not the whole thing. It's mostly rock.
Well, this guy's trying to equate jiggly water balls that he's seen on TV with the Earth. Can someone check him on that, or what?
Water on the Earth.
Is that what he's saying the Earth is? One big jiggly water ball?
It's a rock. It's a rock, and there is water on top.
Yeah, 70% is what they say, right?
The surface area.
Yeah, but what does water do here in reality?
I don't know. You can turn it into ice cream.
No, that's milk.
Water
Or
ice?
cream. It's cream plus ice, yeah, and sugar, eggs. Anyways, so when you fill up your ice tray, how does that work? How do you fill up your ice tray?
Just put water into it, let it freeze.
When do you know you're finished filling your ice tray?
When you know you're finished?
Yeah, when do you know you've put enough water in your ice tray, or when do you know you've put too much water in your ice tray?
I don't think there is ever too much water.
Well, yeah, there's only enough water for the tray. Anyways, and when you fill that tray, what is the water doing across the surface?
It's chilling.
Yeah, well, this is before you put it in the freezer.
It will cool down to the room temperature.
Well, what if the room's hot?
Well, then it will increase its temperature according to the room temperature.
Okay, and what is the surface of the water doing as it's reaching this temperature?
Chilling. Nothing.
Yeah, it's chilling. It's just resting. So yeah, apply to what you now know about your ice tray to this claimed 70% covered water spheroid. And you'll be fine. Just connect those dots.
Can you do that for me?
Nope.
I don't see where
you have to use your own brain. Sorry.
Can you just give me the blue pill or the red pill, whatever?
This is it. They always want a solution. Anyway, I think he's trolling. So.
Wait, that's your proof? That's some half-ass, I don't know, proof.
Proof of what?
I'm not even sure, man. So what was this example about my ice tray?
Well, you've been led to believe you live on a water ball.
You didn't understand the whole thing.
Ball made out of rock mostly.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but the surface. We're talking about the surface. All the pictures from space, the textbook covers. They don't even, it's funny because they don't even give an exact number. They say 72, 74%, 70%, plus or minus. Yeah. It's never below 70. Anyways, the nature of water goes against this claimed water ball. It's as simple as that. Yeah, you can complicate it if you wish, but yeah, it was right there under our nose the whole time. Yeah.
So what should we expect to see on real pictures of the Earth from space? Something different?
You don't have a space, man.
Yeah, well, being that water doesn't curve, how the hell do you have a water ball?
Gravity. Gravity is pulling the water down.
What's that?
That's fine, but it's still seeking level. Doesn't matter what you say. And anyways, this is the era of space-time.
I'm not convinced. I think that's exactly what we expect to see. Water sticking on the earth.
Okay, well, so were you just come here to share your belief system, or what else?
I mean, you're
Because
also
yeah,
sticking.
you're saying you believe this water ball picture, but if you see what water actually does, it doesn't add up to that water ball. So
I mean,
yeah,
you're
if you
sticking
want to
on
just
the
stick
earth,
to
right?
that belief, if you say, "Oh, I expect to see that," that's what I expect to see, then I see it, and good on you.
Well, I'm just trying to understand where the difference is, between you and me.
No,
We agree on some fundamental
you're
parts,
dealing with a
but there
myth.
is something we
You're
don't
dealing with
agree
a
on.
myth that's embedded in your psyche. That's what's going on.
Well, I think that's true for you.
Well, why didn't you say so?
So you're sticking on the earth, right? And this massive body of water that's even heavier than you is also sticking. Makes sense, right?
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Gravity is a theory, boys. It's not actually.
I love being on flat Earth.
Same
I'm
here.
on the earth.
I know it's not Sunday anymore, but this is an example. If Arnold Schwarzenegger started running for like president or something, but he came out as a flat earther, do you think he'd win?
President of what? President of what?
World.
So would you vote for Arnie then? Did Grim figure out why it's dark in Japan yet, or no?
No, it's still a mystery.
Good luck. I think it's because the sun isn't over there. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy.
Yeah, but the light rays would still reach Japan, if the sun is somewhere else.
Light rays. You think there's little beams of, like laser beams of light coming from the sun?
Photons, yeah.
Photons. What is that?
A photon is like a discrete package of energy.
Energy of what?
Well, energy. That's like already base.
Energy of what?
Out of what? It is energy.
Energy of what? What is producing the energy?
In this case, it would be the sun through thermonuclear reaction in its core.
Thermonuclear reaction, making laser beams of light.
This is what happens, if you put energy into like an atom, and
an atom.
If you have like an outer electron, changing its shell, going up, for example, it will emit like a photon in this process. So if you have a lamp, there is no light, right? You turn on the lamp, then there is light. This is because you put like energy into the system. But yeah, also photons, they never rest. They
Are
don't
these
have a
little
rest.
photons physical?
Yeah, they're physical.
Can you put them in a box? Or no?
You could put them in a box.
You could put photons in a box. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Wow. Did everyone else hear that?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's like the reason why you cannot shine your flashlight through a wall, right? Now, if you take like mirrors, the photon will be mirrored, reflected.
Uh-huh. How come it doesn't reflect off the wall?
It doesn't go through the wall. It does not have enough energy. But you can create like a box, that has like mirrors inside. And then the photon will be reflected forever, maybe. I don't know.
Nice. And you think that, or you imagine this is why it's dark in Japan?
The reason why it's dark in Japan, I have no idea. Right? I'm just trying to follow you. You said maybe.
Follow me. I'm not the one who said that there's laser beams of light from the sun.
But what do you think that the sun is causing light? The reason why it's light, there is like light, is because of the sun.
Oh, because usually when it's light, the sun is there.
Yeah, and do you think there is like a causation that the reason why we have like daylight because of the sun?
I'm not a philosopher, no.
You ever look at the sun and just think, wow, that's pretty bright?
No, never.
And to think that you've convinced yourself that it's a dying star.
You never like drove a car before and had to put a windshield down because the sun's blinding your eyes?
You ever consider that people say it's a exploding nuclear bomb that's
Whatever it is irrelevant. It's just whether or not light's coming from it and it's creating
exploding and
daytime.
pulling things towards it at the same time?
You're just denying that it causes daytime. That's all.
And you think I'm denying that? No, I say the reason why it's dark in Japan right now, or light, because the sun's not over there. That's all.
Okay, so you do agree.
So yeah, the sun is the reason why there is like light. So how do you think the sun is doing that if not by emitting photons?
I'm not a philosopher.
Well, this is not. I mean, there must be a connection, right? There must be a physical connection between
Yeah, I'm
sun
not a
and
philosopher.
light on Earth.
Yeah, if I can't prove it, then I'm not going to sit here and try to sell you a moon golf lunar dune buggy story.
That's Jerry's way of saying he doesn't want to confront anything that might be controversial to his own belief.
Well, there's things I
don't you
can
guys
prove.
realize? Have you guys never watched a sunset? I mean, the sky becomes light prior to the sun rising. So would that suggest to you that the sun is coming up over a geometric horizon, or that the sun is just far away and yet to appear to rise? Or have you guys ever witnessed this?
Well,
Have
if
you
the
ever
sun was
witnessed a
far away,
sunrise?
I would see it gradually change size as it
No,
got
a
closer, right?
sunrise.
Yeah, sun's far away, it would change
Have
size as it
you
get closer
ever
to it, right?
witnessed a sunrise?
From time to time.
Oh my, that sounds vague. Okay, I'll ask Grim. Have you witnessed a sunrise?
When I say from time to time, that means yes, sometimes.
Okay, well, the sky becomes light prior to sunrise, correct?
Yes, the sun's already there.
Well, what would that suggest? I'm not trying to go for some logical home run here, but let's just talk this out. What would that suggest to you? That the sun is approaching, or the sun is yet to rise up above a geometric horizon?
I'd say the sun's shining and we just can't see it yet. The actual sun. But you can see the light coming from
no
the sun.
shit. Welcome to flat Earth.
Well, that's a weird
It gets
thing. Because
gradually more
I
light.
observed one
It
thing.
gets
I
gradually
observed
more
one
light
interesting
and then
thing about the sun.
sunrise.
I observe one interesting thing about the sun, and maybe you don't observe it, but I observe it stays virtually the same size as it goes over my head and leaves again and comes back, right? It never changes size at any stage.
Now you're being dishonest, because the
I
sun
would
in the
say
summer,
it doesn't
the sun in the summer looks
near
like
or
a damn
far.
quarter above your head, and at sunrise it looks like a damn video game sometimes, like pole position.
Doesn't the sun change size if it's just moving away or coming closer to me? It's a weird thing.
Why are you going away from? Yeah, why are you going away from the example? I was just asking to have a little back and forth, and you want to go to a different. I don't get it.
You said
Listen to this guy.
it's moving closer to you. Yeah, you said that.
Now I know how you got your name, dude. I always wondered how you got the name Yui.
So why doesn't the sun change size?
Didn't you hear what I said?
Riddle
Listen,
me
in the summertime, you just ask questions and babble.
Yep. Riddle me that one. Is it being magnified? Just like only magnified when it's
Well, I did. Did you not hear what I said? In the summertime, you can see the sun above you when it's scorching you, and you're telling me at sunrise it doesn't look bigger?
At sunrise?
At sunset?
One day? No, it doesn't.
Sunset. At sunset.
Sunset in one day? No, it doesn't.
Well, contraire, mon frere.
Well, you could see it sometimes.
You've never seen. Yeah, I don't even know where to go with this. But thank you for going away from my example, which I was just trying to have some conversation. I wasn't even trying to get you on a gotcha or anything, and you still change.
Well, I mean, you said welcome to flat Earth, and I'm like, okay, I'll come to flat
you
Earth.
said because you said the sun is shining.
Welcome, I'm a flat earther now, but I've got one little problem, right? Why isn't the sun changing angular size? It just looks the same size. And it's moving.
Like I said, in the summer you can see the sun above you. It looks a lot smaller than when it does at sunset. So I don't know.
Well, I mean, look, you could observe that maybe on a rare occasion, but like I've seen many a sunset, right? And it doesn't really change size most of the time. It just looks the same. In fact, sometimes it looks bigger when it goes over the horizon, which is weird because it's meant to be moving away from you, right?
Yeah, that would be an example that you say is rare.
Yeah, weird. moving away from me, but getting bigger.
So. But anyways, what do you make of the gradual lighting of the sky prior to sunrise?
Sorry, say that one more time.
What do you make of the gradual lightening of the sky prior to sunrise? I mean, I'm talking like a good 45 minutes, maybe even more before.
Oh, I just think that the sun, right? This is the cool thing. The sun has emits light, right? And the light can get to me before the sun's actually appeared.
Yeah, but it's beneath the horizon. It's yet to rise.
Well, that's an interesting thing. I don't know what's that supposed to prove.
Yeah, that's
you mean
what,
like
that's
the
what I
sun
was
and
saying.
light can't
Wouldn't that
go over the
suggest you?
horizon?
What I'm saying is, wouldn't that suggest? It suggests to me that it's approaching us. It's not getting ready to rise up and crest
Like when you
a
see
geometric horizon.
Like when you see that neat old thing where the sun shines at the bottom of the clouds. That's pretty cool sometimes. You seen that before? I've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen that, and I noticed something the other day. I could
Weird,
dig through
isn't it?
my photos. I've got the sun above the ocean, and it's a haze. It's not cloudy. It's not. It's a haze.
It's a haze.
Yeah, in the sky, which
In the
would
sky.
suggest that the sun is going to be diffused to some level. What's strange is there is such the smallest patch underneath the sun that's reflecting the light. I mean, it's the middle of the day. But
Yeah,
there's
it's weird.
just this little reflection, and it's not cloud. It's a constant haze in the sky.
Crazy.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's weird. Well, I do think I wouldn't appeal to the
Because
sun
if
if I'm
it's a
going to try.
93 million
If I
mile
was a flat
distance
earther,
star,
I wouldn't. If
I
I
mean,
was a
come
flat
on.
earther, I'd look anywhere but where the sun is, right? Because the sun doesn't help at all. Your case.
Yeah, we're trying this all got whopper jawed when you went into a spiral and we acknowledged that water is flat and level.
Yeah, water. We're going back to water. We're going back to fish tanks.
We were complaining about the sun. Any
Well,
water.
you mentioned the sun. You said the sun. It
Yeah,
just
I
moves
figured I don't
away.
even know
Moves
how the
closer to
hell the
me.
sun. Maybe if I brought up the sun, then so be it. But I thought I was just. I don't know. I forget. It's been a long
Always
shift.
watching. Always.
You imagine the sun goes down, Yui?
Or over a hump or a drop.
Well, does it go down, or does it just look like it goes down?
It just looks like it goes down.
I agree. It's always
We
above Earth,
move
right?
away from it, right? But the
It's
sun's so
always above
big,
Earth, right?
so far away that it looks the same
Hello?
size.
Is this thing on? It's always above Earth, right? The sun is always above Earth, right, Yui?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Really?
There's no above or below in space as per the
Yeah,
quote model, right?
it's a weird, meaningless concept to me. Above
Mm.
Earth? What does that mean?
Well, it is above in the
Well, it's
sense
always
that
above somebody's head, right?
it's
Well,
further away from the center of gravity
don't
than a
say it's
human.
above. It's above in
Oh,
only one sense. It's above in my
oh,
local
it feels
sense,
good.
right?
Oh,
Only in my local sense,
Is the
not
sun
in a
underground?
categorical sense.
it's always above ground, right, Yui?
Only in my
Always above
local
Earth.
sense
Mm.
is it going below anything for me. But that's just local.
Ooh.
We don't need to appeal to
It
that.
looks like it's going
In
below, right?
terms of it, if it's moving below the Earth or above the Earth, that means nothing to me. What does that
It's
mean?
not going. It's not actually going down, is it?
Going down? Oh, in my local perspective, yeah, it is. But below
Perspective,
the
right?
Earth, what does that mean?
It's
Below
just
the Earth,
perspective, right? Hello?
perspective. I don't know if that's perspective.
Well, you said the word perspective. You said from your local
Oh yeah,
perspective.
from my perspective, yeah. Not it
Right.
isn't perspective.
So it's perspective and it's not perspective.
Well, like perspective in a colloquial sense. From the way I see it, it looks like it's going
All right.
down. In a local sense, colloquial, right? But is it going below the Earth? No, I don't know what that means.
No, it's definitely not going down.
Is it going above the Earth? That makes no sense either.
It's always above the Earth, right?
It's
What does that mean?
remaining above the Earth.
Above the Earth? What does
It's
that mean?
always above the Earth. I don't know what those.
I don't know what those words mean
Have you ever heard?
in a sentence makes no sense.
Yeah, you don't know what it means now. It's okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
above
when
the earth. I
someone.
don't
Okay,
know
hold on.
what does above the
When
earth
someone gets
mean
this,
when the earth's a
Yui,
sphere.
Yui, you sound like someone who would know about tanning. So when someone goes tanning, what do they have to do? How do they have to position themselves in relation to the sun?
Did you say painting?
Tanning.
Tanning?
Tanning.
You have to lie down.
Bronzing
You have to
one's
lie down
skin,
along a curved
sir.
surface.
Bronzing
What you
one's
do is you get a curved
skin,
surface.
sir, by the dying
You get a
93
curved surface and you lie on it. Yeah.
star. Where would you
Yeah.
position yourself if you were decided to get some tanning in?
Facing the sun, in a
Below
local
it?
sense.
Below it?
Facing the sun.
Would you
Facing
get
the sun.
below it? Would you be below it or
Below it.
above it? Would you be below the sun or above it?
What
I'm
does
just
that mean?
asking you.
Below the sun? On a spherical Earth? What does that mean?
Can you? What do you mean? What do I mean?
What does being below the sun mean on a spherical Earth?
Well, the
You don't know
people who
below the
are
sun.
experiencing night on your spherical Earth would
Do you
be
mean in like the
really below
colloquial
the
sense?
sun.
Do you mean the colloquial sense, below the
No,
sun, or do you
I'm
mean
talking in
below
the
the sun?
sense of if you were to get a tan from it.
Oh, I'm just talking about
A
facing the sun.
ton.
Yeah, ton. Yeah, a ton. Face the sun.
So you would position yourself in between the Earth and the 93 million mile distant
Well, I
dying
don't need to
star?
position myself anywhere other than facing the sun because I can't go anywhere
Facing the
else.
sun as you lay on your back with the earth beneath you, and you
A curved
bronze
earth
your
beneath you.
skin,
Yeah.
sir, when you face
Yeah,
that
watch
93
burn.
million mile distant dying star.
Hey,
Land on myself on sun
hey,
cream and face the sun.
Yui, you just confused, man. You're just talking to flat earthers, and the way it works is, let me just give you a rundown. That everything is above the horizontal plane that you are standing on. There you go. At sea level,
Everything is above
mostly.
what?
The horizontal plane at sea level.
The horizontal plane. I don't know what
Yes.
that is. I've never seen one of those before.
Yeah, listen, it's very simple. The sun is
Short
always
circuit.
above Earth.
What
So
Very
happens
yeah,
simple.
during
below,
the sunset?
above, side to side, relative to the sun. What does that mean?
The Earth
What
is
is
Well, it
always
means you're not on a ball.
what is
We're below the sun. Is that you think we're below the sun? Is that the
absolutely,
consensus?
absolutely.
You feel?
Yeah, when you get
Yeah.
a tan, yeah, you'd have to be
Oh yeah,
below it.
yeah, below it. Yeah.
A
So
ton.
if it's spherical, and it's understood as people say it is, do you think saying you're below the sun in like a
I'm not going to toss your model salad.
my model salad?
I don't talk
Hey,
models.
you.
If the Earth
How do
was
you
a
know that you're
globe,
actually below the sun and you're not
because you can see it
above
above
the
you.
sun? How do you know that? How do you know the
Yui.
sun's not below you
Hold on,
and
Tito wants to.
you're stuck to the earth? Weird. Could be the case.
Yui.
Yeah.
Here's a challenge for you. Can you describe a sunset without using the words down, below, beneath, dropping?
Oh, I could do that.
Any reference
The
to a
sun.
direction?
Yeah, I could do that. The Earth rotates around the sun, right? 365
Just by
days
describing what you
a
see. Just
year.
by describing a sunset, like what you're just observing.
Oh, yeah, okay, right. So that's the first part, right? And then where I'm standing, the sun looks like it's in the sky above me, but that's not what's actually the case because we know there's more context than just where I'm standing.
So that's fake, right?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Fake.
I did also say without any reference to any kind of direction or orientation.
Oh yeah, there's no real direction. It's just a local direction.
Can you
Something that
describe
makes
the
sense.
sunset without
Something that
using
makes
it?
sense
Can you?
to
Can you?
me, right? What?
You describe the sunset? Can you
Describe
the
the
sunset without
sunset?
using that?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
without using any
The
other
Earth
words.
moves away from the sun. Rotates away from the sun. There you go.
That's what you see. That's what you're seeing when you see a sunset.
Yeah. It's just as valid as saying the sun's going below anything.
Well, I am
Wow.
curious to hear the flat Earth explanation of the sunset because you
No,
do
it looks
see
like it goes down. It looks
Exactly.
like it goes down.
like
Just like Louis said,
you see
it
the
looks
full
like it
disc.
goes down.
You see the full disc, and then you see like half the disc because it gets like really like you can really see it the defining features of the sun as it goes down. Like it's less bright, you know, it turns kind of red. Like you see like half of it and it dips and then it goes down. Like what's happening
Hey,
there?
all I know is the sun's always above Earth, and it only looks like it's going down. I think everyone would agree.
Well, I mean, okay, but what's going on there though? Like that's some weird shit on a flat
Good
Earth, right?
question. Good question. What do you
It
imagine
only
is going
looks
on there?
like it. Is it like in your imagination where it only looks like it's going down, Jerry?
Yeah, because it's not actually going down, right? Because then it would be under the Earth, right? It would go in the ocean, but it's not,
Well,
right?
So it just looks like it's doing, but it's not actually doing it. Is that right?
Exactly.
Is that your belief?
Like on the flat Earth model, it's just kind of like
just like yours.
On the flat Earth model,
Yeah.
it's just kind of whipping around, right? Like it would become like a point.
Nobody knows what you're talking about. These are memes you've memorized.
I haven't been in this community long enough to memorize memes.
Yeah, you imagine that the sun goes in a circle above the Earth or something.
I'm just seeking truth.
And you imagine the sun looks like it goes below a horizon, but not actually.
Exactly. It's always above someone's head. So it's a tricky question.
So when we
Isn't
see
it?
like 50% of the sun, so there's the horizon. We're on the fucking water. It's beautiful, and we see like 50% of it sticking out. Like what's going on there?
What do you imagine is going on there?
Well, I
So
mean,
oh,
there's
sorry, man. Sorry, Dave.
that's my bad. That's my bad. Go ahead.
No, I was just kind of talking to you and correcting him on the angle of it. So, looks like it goes below the horizon, but it doesn't go below the horizontal plane.
The
Basically.
horizontal plane? What's that?
Yeah, like that of the surface of the Earth.
The horizontal plane of the. Where's that? Where do you find one of those? I'd like the horizontal plane, please.
Siberia.
Stop thinking like Bev, man. Come on, you know you try.
Siberia.
Can you show me where the horizontal plane of the Earth is?
Well,
It's where your feet are,
Where
and
my
it
feet
extends
is?
infinitely. Yeah, it's where everybody is.
Wait, just to
and
be
it
clear,
extends.
that's the horizontal plane of the Earth. The horizontal plane of the Earth.
It's called
Yeah,
the
it's not the
horizon.
same elevation, so yeah, it's different to the horizon, though.
So if I move my feet, like say on top of a couch, I'm no longer on the horizontal plane of the Earth, or does the
No,
horizontal plane of the Earth follow my feet?
If you at the same elevation, equal elevation, you're at like zero elevation at sea level. You can assume that plane of reference, the sun never goes below it.
Okay, so it never goes below my feet. Is that right?
Correct.
It just looks like it's going below my feet.
Yeah.
Okay, so an imaginary idea. I see.
I've never seen the sun look like it's going beneath my feet. That's crazy. What?
Yeah, well, I mean, looks like it's going down.
Well, the other guy who said, you can look at a sunset and see it and it's 50% gone. Well, I would argue that that's a perspective effect.
Okay. Like I'll accept your hypothesis. Like expound upon that.
Expand upon it. Well, see, when it looks like it's half missing at the beach, and then you take a camera and you zoom in, it rises above the horizon or off of the horizon. So obviously there's an optical limitation there because when you increase the optics, you also increase your ability to see the sun again.
I don't want to be a jerk, but I'm just gonna say that that's false. Like you don't just zoom back in on the sun.
Well, that's not being a jerk. It's just understanding what I'm saying. It's not like you can deny it because if you don't understand it, well, I mean,
No,
I have videos.
I do understand. Okay, could you post a video in the chat?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
So Elijah is talking about perspective, and horizon is relative, is like a perspective thing, but the horizontal plane that you're standing on is a physical thing.
What's with this horizontal plane I've never seen before?
called the horizon.
No, it's different to the horizon. It has to be.
Well, like I said, it's called the horizon.
The horizontal plane of the Earth is the horizon.
Horizon is synonymous with horizontal.
So is there more than one horizon then?
Well, the thing about the horizon is the only one that you use. The thing about
so it's not the horizontal plane; it's a horizontal plane.
Why
Is
are
that
you
correct?
listening to the other guy and not me? He's
Continue.
obviously saying something.
Obviously, you're
different than what
more
I'm
important, Elijah. So tell me what you were going to say.
No, I'm just saying I'm saying something different than him. So why are you responding to his opposing view to me? That makes no sense.
Well, he said it quicker than you. You know, you're taking your time a little bit.
Well, all right. Well, then if you want a quicker conversation, all right, I'll let you guys have it.
If we could get that video.
Yeah, I'll get you that video.
It seems like you has been around Bev too much by the sounds of it.
So,
Here's
what,
the
sorry?
video. It's loading now.
You're talking about the horizontal, the plane of the horizon.
Yeah.
Now we're talking
horizontal
about
plane at
a
zero
plane of the
elevation
horizon.
is the surface of the Earth on average. Correct.
On average. And how did you work that one out?
Well, it's an elevation, right? Zero. It's like a mean sea level, right? Zero, right?
So it's mean sea level is 0. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Right. So there's several planes of the horizon. Then is that correct?
By the way, like the video posted by let's real. It doesn't demonstrate what he argued that it would.
Yo, what happens if one side of the flat Earth gets too heavy? Is it gonna like tip over?
Wait, it did demonstrate exactly what I said.
No.
That when it looks like the sun is cut off by the horizon, you can actually zoom in.
I don't
and
see
it
it being cut
rises
off.
above. Well, if I had a video with the solar filter, it wouldn't be cut off. You wouldn't see any glare, and then it would just disappear above the horizon. I have
Okay.
Yo, man.
Do you
Listen,
have that
man.
video? Do you have
The
that
Earth is a
video?
globe, dude. Get over it.
Yeah, I do. I have a few.
Okay, well, post a better video because this doesn't explain.
Well, it's not like a
what
better
you argued
video.
for.
It explained what I said. But if I had said actually the sun doesn't go below the horizon, if you have the proper equipment, then I would have posted that video instead. But that's not what I said.
Okay,
so sometimes you got to focus on what someone is saying.
Well, I mean, you don't have the evidence that you argued for.
Well, literally what I described is what you can see in the video. So
you can see the sunset twice with zoom. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the sun setting twice.
Oh, that's not what I said. I can't obviously demonstrate 2 sunsets, but you know what? Some people say that you see 2 sunsets when you are low in altitude, and then you rise in altitude, and you can see the sun again.
Yeah.
Well, that's not the case
on a globe Earth model. That is the case. You can see a sunset. You can ride an elevator real quick, and then you can see a sunset again. That's a globe Earth.
Yeah, that's not true on a flat Earth, obviously.
Well, obviously, on a flat Earth, if you rise in elevation, you can see more. So, I mean, I don't know why you'd say that.
No. Argue for that. Argue for that because that is not a flat Earth.
Argue for it. It's exactly what the Black Swan shows.
So does any other flat earther want to step in because he's
that doesn't make any sense, Cortico. Argue for that.
Well,
are you
okay.
saying that wouldn't be the case?
Okay, maybe. Okay, hold on. Let me reposition. So, if I'm laying down on the floor, and of course, like I'm at Atlantic City in New Jersey or Vegas, even it's a long corridor. If I'm laying down on the floor, I can see a lot less surface area than if I was standing up, because I'm actually at a higher elevation. So that's just something that what I'm saying is just what we all experience. Nobody's
But
going
you're
to
not
say,
looking at the
"Nah,
surface,
that's not
are you?
true."
Well, on a flat Earth, it shouldn't matter, right?
Why?
you're not looking at the
Why?
surface.
I just told you the difference between a lower elevation and a higher elevation on a flat surface being
Doesn't make much
wood
sense for
or
something
like
that's
a
not
cement.
supposed to be at the surface of the Earth because it's meant to be moving away. Correct?
On a
Are
flat
you guys
Earth.
this dense?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. Explain it to me how
Hey,
I'm dense.
Cortico. Have you
Hi.
ever noticed that Cortico? Have you ever noticed that a football game, a lot of the coaches are up in the 6-story booth with their headphones on, talking to the guys standing on the sideline? Why?
I don't watch football.
Okay, well, okay, dude? I knew you were going to say that. At a football game or at a car race or whatever, they have people that are high above the field because they have a better vantage point. Don't act like going higher on a flat surface doesn't give you a better vantage point. That's a cope.
So do you think
Vantage point of what?
Sunsets can happen twice on a flat Earth?
The flat field below.
The flat field. Now, the sun is not
Yeah,
a
there
flat
you
field.
go.
It's in the sky, right?
No, dude, but you're missing the point. Cortico said that wouldn't occur. So just
Allegedly
stop
moving
white
away.
knighting for a doofus, Yui.
Well, I mean, look, Cortico can say whatever he wants, but I'm just saying it's not on the ground. Allegedly, according to flat earthers.
What's Jupiter made out of?
Oh, you fucking dickhead. Every day with
Your
this
hopes
Jupiter.
and dreams.
Who gives a fuck?
Yeah, who gives a fuck?
Do you imagine that it's a ball of gas?
I mean, are you looking for truth, or are you looking to like win argument?
I think he's
No,
looking
I'm
to
just
win an
here.
argument, which is pretty based.
No story
I'm just here
time.
for entertainment. I laugh when people say gas balls exist in a vacuum.
So you're not a truth seeker.
Not your truth, no.
No.
He doesn't want to seek your truth, Cortico. That's that's a dark place. That is, or whatever that
There's
is.
no such thing as the Cortico truth. There's only
Your
truth.
truth or light, dude.
What?
The truth is that you
Your
see
truth or light.
Truth
and that's
or
where it
light?
ends.
Truth or light.
No. So there's only one truth. Like,
Oh my lord, dude! I said you are a truther. You said you're a truther. I said you're a truther light.
Did I say I was a truther? You told me I said I
You
was.
said you guys aren't truthers. So you guys aren't truthers in here.
No. Whoever's not accepting somebody else's truth is a truther on a diet. What the fuck, man? Truth is truth.
Yeah.
Seek it.
Cortico's got the best truths. Tell me one of your truths, Cortico.
I don't have the truth. I'm seeking the truth.
You already see the truth. You already see it.
I see it?
Yeah, you see Jupiter, and that's it, right? And then your imagination takes over, which isn't true.
No. Well, okay.
So what do
Yes.
you imagine Jupiter is?
So when I see Jupiter, yes, my imagination takes over because of all the possibilities. But like, I'm wondering about like what's going on there. It's its own solar system essentially. Like, it has
How do you
gravity.
imagine it works?
Well, I accept gravity. It's an acceptance. I accept gravity. I see with my telescope. I have a telescope. I see Io. I see Ganymede. I see Europa. I see these effects happening, and it connects me with Galileo. You see the moons pass behind Jupiter, so you literally see these orbits.
Did this
Now
come
what?
from the sky?
Now what?
Now what?
Well, I mean, you see these effects, and I have to assume they're universal. I can't just like say that. Oh, it happens on
You
Jupiter.
have
It doesn't
to.
happen here.
You just have to assume it's universal, right?
So,
Universal
what is
to what?
the alternative? That
Well,
it
it's
happens
not
over there and it
universal, is
doesn't.
it?
It doesn't happen here.
It's not universal, is it?
So it's local to Jupiter. Like Jupiter is magic.
But where else do you see orbits besides the sky?
I mean, I see the moon.
Yeah. Okay. Do you see
It
anything
orbits.
orbiting around the moon? Do you see
Oh,
anything orbiting around the moon?
I see the moon orbiting around the Earth.
Do you see anything orbiting on the Earth, like right in front of you?
Yeah, the moon.
Okay. And what do you imagine your conclusion could be from that?
That the universe, as far as I can see it, is grounded in these forces. The same forces that I can see on Jupiter, seem to be occurring
Force of
here.
what? Forces of
Well,
what?
this particular force is gravity, Newtonian gravity.
What is gravity a force of?
It's not a force of something; it's a fundamental force.
Force of what?
It's not a force of something. It's a fundamental force. It's a force of attraction.
So it's just magic.
If you want, no. It's a force of attraction. Okay, I'll buy it.
Force of force.
If you just stick to the word phenomena, you'll be all good, man. Don't say
Wait.
force or anything, man. Phenomena. Yeah.
Who am I?
It's too late.
Yeah, it's a force of attraction.
Force of attraction is redundant, isn't it?
No, it's not redundant.
Yeah, because attraction is a force. So you're saying force of force.
Yeah, that's just descriptive. Like he said, it's fundamental force.
What
so
is it
it's
a
not
force
really
of?
something else.
It's fundamental. So mass attracts mass.
Mass of what?
Mass of an object. Mass of a particular.
Bullshit.
Well, it's
really
mass
just
attracted
mass.
mass, the fucking Earth would be on top of the moon.
No, because there's things like velocity.
Oh yeah, because there's other stuff going in.
Have you ever taken a physics class, Jay?
Not mathematically.
Who gives a
though.
fuck?
Wait, hold on. Not
I do.
mathematically, but not mathematically because of the three body problem, right?
The three body problem is a mathematical problem. It's not like
Right. The
a
whole
problem.
model is a mathematical problem because you can't see it in reality. So mathematically,
So
you
therefore,
have this
the
idea, but
Earth
no,
is flat.
not therefore. You said, well, there are things that are orbiting the moon and then mass attracting mass, and then he said, well, the fucking Earth would be on the moon or the moon would be on the Earth, and you said, no, there are other things going on. I said not mathematically because of the three body problem.
This isn't a three body problem.
Well, if you have the Earth and the moon, what other things could be going on that you could describe mathematically?
Okay, so yes, there's Jupiter, there's the Sun, there's Neptune.
Right,
there's
but
Saturn.
mathematically, how do you include the Earth, the Sun, and the moon? Mathematically.
So they are a local system. Like gravity's effects dissipate
No,
at
I
an
heard what you
exponential
said,
rate.
but mathematically, it just doesn't sound like math.
Is exponential not a mathematical term that you're familiar with?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, what's the math for, say, the gravitational forces pulling on the sun? Well, the sun's gravitation pulling on the Earth, while the Earth's gravitation is pulling on the moon, and so on.
I mean,
Where's the math? Where's the math for that?
do you want me to write it in chat? Like I'll have to
Yeah,
Google it.
yes,
Like I'm
yes, please, because I
I'm
already
not.
know that we already agreed about the three body problem, and you saying, well, it's not math.
Well, I mean, you invoked the three body problem. You haven't like actually established the problem.
Well, the problem. Well, we're gonna get to that in a second.
We laughing?
You can't find. Well, just find what you said you were gonna get posted in chat.
No. I didn't say I would. I said, do you want me
Okay.
to?
Yeah, if you'd like.
No, I
You
wouldn't
don't have
like.
to.
I'm not a physicist.
Then you don't.
I'm more of a philosopher.
But a physicist is gonna tell you about the three body problem. You
A
ask
physicist
for
is
what
gonna tell me that the Earth is round and there's no problem.
Yeah, that's a red herring.
Oh, wait. So the problem is concerned about predicting the future movement of free objects, with gravitational attraction. It's just about predicting how they will behave in the future.
Yeah, which you can't.
It's dynamic over
That's
kinematic.
which you can't. That's the whole
He's
problem.
trying to say he's trying to say that it is necessarily true that the three body problem means that the globe Earth model is necessarily false. Like it is
No, that's
a
not what I
mathematical
said. That's
problem.
not what I said.
It does not
That's not what
mathematically
I said.
disprove.
But that's not what I said.
It is a mathematical problem. We just cannot calculate it. That's all.
That's all I'm saying. But that's all I said. Why do you have
But
to
it
get
doesn't
defensive
mean
about something we agree on? I didn't say what it meant. I just said what I meant. So why are you trying to kind of Mystic Meg predict like my
because you kind of implied that it's a problem in reality.
No, I didn't imply anything. I just responded to something that was said. I didn't imply anything. Don't do
I
that.
apologize. It
Thank you very much.
seemed
You see,
as if
but look at
you
how
were
cool
saying
this
there was like a.
conversation actually can be, because we don't have to argue. We agreed on something. Doesn't have to be an argument. Doesn't have to be.
We're looking for truth. We're not looking to
Yeah.
argue. We're looking for the same goal. Me, you.
That's why when you and I agreed, you didn't have to do things that would make it uncomfortable. Like
I apologize.
assume what I think.
I apologize. I do
Thank you very
apologize.
much.
Truly.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
All I'm looking for is truth. I'm not here to like score
No,
points.
the truth is already there. You just make stories about it.
So there's offers on the table, and I just want to pick the best one.
Right. So you pick the one that you like the most and say, "What works for me?"
No, I don't think there's a work for me. Like when I was young, I entered the world like a lot of people did as a flat earther. Like when I was little, being flat, the idea seemed to make sense. And
Most
then
people didn't enter. Most people didn't. That's not most people's experience. That wasn't my experience.
That was my experience. I didn't get acquainted with the globe until maybe I was like 7, 8, or 9. Like it
Did you
seems
not
flat.
have the same? What kind of? Why? I mean, because my upbringing was, Santa Claus, Tooth Fairy, Easter Bunny, Earth
I had
School.
that. Flat Earth made
Right.
sense when I was
You
little.
can't because Santa flies around the globe. Like it's all taught. I don't understand. Whatever. Okay.
Yeah, you never had a globe?
No, I didn't.
You never saw a globe until you were a decade in?
I probably saw one.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, I mean, probably saw
That's where
one.
the indoctrination began.
Hello,
Everyone
friend.
was indoctrinated with it.
But I mean, there are a lot of problems with that, though, right?
It's a big problem to put a spinning paper mache on the shelf when that's not what we're standing upon. Yeah, good to know. Well, good on you for noticing that issue.
I don't think you were arguing in good faith.
Hello, friend.
Huh?
I think you have an axe to grind. Like I've talked to a lot of
No, homeboy, you think wrong.
Like I've talked to a lot of people here that are truth seekers. I don't think you're a truth seeker.
Well, it's been sought. Past tense. I'm not going to
Answer
pretend
that
like I'm
question.
omniscient. Mysteries abound, but the spinning paper mache globe that you and I were both indoctrinated by, for some reason you want to act like you skipped over that part of life. But yeah, nah.
No,
Sorry that you're
no, it's
hoping
not
that I have an
possible.
axe to grind. Nah.
I think you just
No,
want to
but that's
dunk
no,
on Globers.
that's not possible because Miramax Films, Universal Studios, like it's the imagery is everywhere from like if you watch cartoons or if you read any children's literature, it's just already there. There's no way.
Like, I just want to find out more information because I cannot personally observe. Like, I do not have the
Okay, so go to
means.
Jupiter. Go to Jupiter then. Is that what you're interested in?
I mean, I just said I don't have the means to test.
You need to be told what to think.
Man, I'm done with you, man.
You know that the one way to deal with Hosrad is to be as sarcastic as Hosrad.
I'm only interested in
Buck.
conversing with truth
Great
seekers.
material. If you want to know the shape of the Earth, go to NASA.gov. Great resources.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you're concerned with truth, like guess what? You're the arbiter. Well, you and your internal
My
thought
reason,
process.
and that's
Like
what I tried. That's what I
no
tried to
one,
do.
no, I shared something with you. You didn't see the point. I think you have questions of your own, and I don't think they can be answered here. Not the questions and the way that you're asking them.
Well, okay. So I can still see I still have it pulled up. It doesn't describe what is sufficient hold.
What it did was show you what I described though. So if you're saying that what I said was insufficient, that's fine. I can't force you to see something as sufficient if you don't see it. But it did describe exactly what I said, that it's an angular issue, seeing is that you increase the aperture and you can obviously see the sun apparently moving up away from the horizon. But it's only because you increase your angle of view, and so you can see more of an angle between the horizon and the sun. And what I just said just now is only describing what you can see in the video. So there's nothing to disagree with there. But if you have another question, it's like, well, obviously what I said probably doesn't answer that question, but what I said describes what I showed.
I will grant you that this picture does, in the very beginning, seem to show a sun that is tangential to the horizon, but I cannot make out the outline in the beginning. It's occluded by
I
its
know,
own.
but at first, like if people are being honest, because most people don't come into this conversation to debate, they're just trying to figure out what's going on. So most people, when they see this, because you can't really see the sun until like the glare goes away, and that
Yeah.
has to do with your area, the time of year, and all of that. And so, with that being the case, most people, when they see sunrises and they do come into this topic, they'll just say, yeah, well, I've seen a sunrise, I've seen a sunset, but you've seen it in video. So when I show people this video, like most normal people, they'll say, yeah, that's a sunset. See, it's going underneath the horizon, because that's what they see. It's not like they've been out with any real equipment or anything like that to say, well, wait a minute, this isn't what I thought. Well, no,
Right.
that's exactly what people think until you show them, no, something else is happening. And they say, well, no. But I know that it does go below the horizon. This video is just not showing that because obviously it becomes nighttime. I get that. I'm not an idiot, right?
I feel you.
And so,
Cortico, have you ever
and so when we say that the sun just goes away, like that is a description of videos we also have. So it's like if you actually had a filter, if you actually had an unobstructed horizon, you were just on the sea and the air was clear enough, then you would literally see the sun just fade into the distance.
And that's what I want. What I would really like is to see the sun dude, I already told you I was done with you.
Well,
But I would
dude,
really
it sounds. Oh, I didn't. Sorry, I didn't hear it. It sounds like you need to go out and make your own photographs, take pictures of sunsets, make your own observations. Because I have.
That would be the next logical step. But for
well,
right
I
now,
already told Old.
he just wants the video that I said that I have. And
I've seen hundreds of sunsets. Not a one of them has faded away. Sorry,
Yeah,
man.
well, Scott, I've had this conversation with you before. I've photographed the sunset.
But look, see, I'm not trying to argue. The man says he'd like to see it, so I'm just gonna share with him. I'm gonna share with him what I have. Like,
let's for real.
If Scott says, I've never seen it, he can look at the video too. And if there's any opposition to if it's any different from what I described, call me out. No problem.
Let's for real. You're arguing in good faith, and I respect you. Old, you're not a truth seeker. I don't care about.
Yeah, dude. Hey, listen, stop the cap. The thing you and Scott have in common is neither of you have ever photographed sunsets, and neither of you have photographed the horizon after a sunset or digital cameraed or used your cell phone. You haven't done it because if you had, you wouldn't be begging. Listen to you two.
I just watched them, hundreds of them.
Yeah, well, make your own. I've told you about where I've photographed the sunset, and then I've seen the sun through
but Ohas,
the
I'm not
camera.
gonna argue with a grown man about what he saw or didn't see. Like either I have something to show, and it's like, what you described is what it is, or I can't see what you described. Those are only two
They're
options.
insta denialists.
Well, I mean, But nobody's being a denialist now. Scott's trying to drag us into a conversation where we do argue about something intangible. His experience versus our experience, that's like useless. I'm not about to argue with the grown man about that.
But
Has Cortico yet conceded that you could get the same seeing further on a flat surface if you're raised in elevation? Have you ever even conceded on that yet, Cortico?
Wait, conceded?
If you're the judgment of good faith and bad faith, are you going to make that concession?
I mean, you haven't offered an argument. Like, what I would need to see would be...
No, you made a denial earlier that wasn't possible on a flat surface. So would you like to make that concession?
Are you going to keep interrupting me?
Well, are you going to answer my question?
I'm attempting to, but you seem to just want to interrupt me.
It's a yay or nay.
No, it's not. What I would need to see would be a sunset twice. So the offer was made earlier that...
Yeah, you need to go make your own observations because you'll see some funny things after the sun sets if you continue looking through your viewfinder.
You are just so bad faith, man. You keep interrupting me when I'm talking.
Didn't the Greeks already figure this out 12,000 years ago?
Smart ass.
With
You're bad
sticks and
faith, man.
shadows.
You're bad news.
It's the Greeks, right?
What do you imagine the Greeks did?
They figured out that the Earth is a sphere. Didn't they do that 12,000 years ago?
What do you imagine they did to figure that out?
Wait,
They used
12,000 years
sticks.
ago? It wasn't 12,000 years ago.
Wasn't it 12,000?
12,000 would put it before the Egyptians. That's like pre-humanity. It'd be like 2,000 with the Greeks. Not to distract from your point. It could still be true.
Stick, shadows, and mathematics. That's what they used.
Yeah.
Stick, shadows, and mathematics.
His name started with an E. Yeah, he used shadows. I don't. Europatos or something like that. Like I don't.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to
Explain what
rely
you
on
imagine
that.
they did.
They don't have any tech like we have today, and they were able to figure it out way back then. What's the problem?
What did you do?
I don't need to do anything. I go with the scientific consensus. They already did the work.
Well, people figured out God exists too, but do you go with their consensus or no?
Oh, I don't believe that.
Just for the audience's sake, there was a Greek that he put a stick in the ground. He saw the angle of the shadow, and then he went like 200 miles down. And on the next day, at the same time, somehow he calculated the time, and I don't know how they did that as three.
Yeah, people are smart.
And he stuck a. They were smart. They're much smarter than me. He stuck
Do you seriously think there's nobody in the audience who hasn't heard this already?
No,
Come on, man.
You're right. Okay.
All right.
So what's the problem? I mean, they didn't have any telescopes and optics back then, and they were able to
What was
figure
it
this shit
angled
out.
off of? What was the angle off of?
I don't know. Read the study. I'm not going to repeat it for you.
No.
You guys need to go to NASA.gov. They got good resources there.
Maybe you do.
No, I don't need to go there.
And then supposedly he calculated the circumference of the Earth, and he was within like 25%.
To be fair, in their defense, right, Jerry will do nothing other than watch a YouTube video. That's the limit of his research.
The cope is strong tonight.
You mean like the ISS live stream?
Wait, Jerry, you'll watch a video? Whoa. That's one more thing I thought you would do.
What is going on with the ISS live stream? What's going on?
That's if you believe
It's not live.
I did provide the video.
Wake up, dude.
It's pre-recorded. That it? A couple stutters.
If you see the
no, that was you stuttering. Yeah, you're the one who's convinced that you're watching a live feed. It's not continuous.
So
it says live in the corner.
It's pre-recorded.
How gullible are you?
It's pre-recorded.
Well, who knows? I mean, it's not continuous. So how live is it?
So it's pre-recorded. So it was recorded yesterday, right?
Who knows?
So
whenever you ask anyone, listen. Whenever you ask anyone to point out what landmass is beneath it, they start. Oh, I don't know. So yeah, do you realize that a lens can create curvature? Cortico?
It was recorded on Thursday.
Cortico, are you aware that lenses can create curvature?
Yeah, fisheye. I'm not worried about the
yeah.
fisheye.
They don't. It doesn't have to be just. It doesn't have to be a fisheye.
Well, I'm not worried about the curvature in the NASA
I know
live
you're
stream.
not, and you're also not. You're also not worried about the little panels that are in the foreground. See, the myth is so embedded in your psyche that you think a TV show listed as live is proof of this myth that's embedded in your psyche. No, it's
I
proof
didn't say it
that
was
the
proof.
myth is embedded. I'm saying it.
You're saying that I'm saying it.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, go ahead.
You believe the TV show, correct?
I think it's real.
I know you think it's real. That's what I said. It's embedded in your psyche.
And what do you think it is?
TV show. I put no faith in it.
Give me more.
That's it. The end.
It's a TV show. It's the Truman Show.
Yeah, your own personal Truman Show. That's right.
I mean, it's not mine.
So why are you talking about it?
So
why the hell did you bring it up then?
You brought it up, motherfucker. You kidding me?
No, I didn't.
No, actually, I did.
Okay, well, you brought up that you said that it was live.
No, I asked what was going on there. Someone brought it up, and I said,
It's a
"What's going
TV
on
show.
there?" Like, who's the audience? Who's the audience?
Yeah, like the Jetsons.
Oh, it's the Jetsons.
It's window licking.
Window licking. What are they? What's the point? What's the point?
You tell me. What does it do for your life? Saying that.
I mean, we spend millions and millions of dollars.
No. You don't spend dick, right?
I pay taxes.
That's not a payment.
Do you
That's a
pay
jack.
taxes? Do you pay taxes?
I don't pay them. I get jacked.
You don't pay your taxes?
I get jacked.
So you don't pay your taxes.
Who's in bad faith now, Cortico? You're a little slimy little worm,
he is
dude.
in bad faith.
You're a slimy worm.
I'm a slimy
There's
worm.
nothing voluntary about it, so I don't know why you're using the word pay.
Okay, so I pay money.
You don't pay anything.
I do pay money.
Money removed.
Okay, fair enough.
You still pay it. It doesn't. I mean, that's just a weird semantical.
Right, so what does it do?
I will grant them that. Okay, so money is taken out of my paycheck, a substantial amount, and it gets beamed up to the ISS. So they have like an obligation to show me what's a little bit of.
What do you get for your money? What are you getting for your money?
The advancement of humankind.
What advancement?
What's funny about that?
In what way?
What's funny about that, Jedi?
I think I'm beginning to understand Jerry a little better now. Interesting.
How are you advanced? Seeing that?
No, it's not. It's not seeing that. It's the. There is.
It makes you feel special. Makes you feel neat. I mean, come on, dude.
With all the wars going on, where's the advancement?
I don't
all
care
the wars
about
and poverty
going on. I think the wars are bullshit. I think
nobody
the wars
cares.
are bullshit.
Exactly, nobody cares. So what's the point? Tell me.
I would much rather all that money that we're sending overseas be going to advancements like the ISS, like building out, like
how about feeding the poor? How about feeding the poor?
That would be good. That would be like a really great thing. I do agree. Hey,
talk about human advancement.
We agree on that. We do agree on that. If we can,
once all the bellies are filled, then you can go play around in your sci-fi make-believe land. How about that?
I agree. Okay. You know what? We can have some truce here. I would rather bellies be filled than us putting people on the moon. I do agree with you there.
Which one would further the advancement of humanity best?
Bellies being filled, 100%. I would rather bellies be filled. I would rather.
Okay, so we have a TV show, And now what was your point here? What are you getting at?
I mean, they do scientific experiments. I mean, do you deny that they do
Did you
scientific
say
experiments?
doo-doo?
I did say do. I did.
You can never double do.
That's the problem, is you have no identity. You're always identifying as we. We do this. You don't do anything. They did it. You watched. Allegedly.
I mean, where did they get their funding?
They jack it from you.
So it was me, right?
They jack it from you.
So it was me, right?
Yeah, the big butch man
Yes.
come along, took your money, took your girlfriend out, fucked your girlfriend on your money whilst you watched. And you fucked her? We fucked her. That's what happened, is it?
Did I go away?
There you
No.
go. That was good.
Just no, mate.
That sounded like a whole lot of projection right there. That was way too specific.
That was pretty good, wasn't it?
So I paid
Just as a by the way, dude. Just as a by the way, quickly, man. Okay, Jedi is a fucking pretty senior guy here, so how about you show some respect, okay?
All right, I respect you, Jedi, but that wasn't nice. Jedi knows it wasn't nice. He knows there's a little bit of back and forth deserved. So I pay my taxes. Like, I do what I can. I'm a contributing member of society, and the ISS, I contributed. Like, I'm not up there. I'm not doing the
Contribute to
experiment.
what? It's window licking. What are you doing with it? It's just a TV show. What does it
I mean,
do?
that's an assertion.
Yeah, it is.
So we have no obligation as a human species to branch out and try to do space things. Is your argument?
Well, they're about to launch a fucking spaceship, apparently, or not a spaceship, but like a satellite or some shit from where I live, the small little place I live here in North Queensland, and that has it's done by a private company, but government funding runs into the hundreds of millions, my tax dollars. You know, like.
Yeah, Australia's been putting. You said Australia, right? They've been putting a lot more money into space travel the last few years. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, what the fuck for? We have bigger problems, like was being addressed here before. What about the homeless? You know, what about the mentally ill? What about the disadvantaged? Like, and we're
How is the
pumping
homeless problem
millions and
over there? Is
millions,
it pretty
millions of
bad,
dollars.
or is it like America? Or?
What was that? Sorry.
Well, what's going on? There's no
Is
homeless
the homeless
problem in
problem bad in
Australia.
Australia like it is in America, or not as bad?
When are you guys should be walking on the moon by now. Then, the Australians, then if they've got all their other problems solved.
No one
Yeah,
has
holy
their
shit! You
problem
guys spend $360 million a year on space funding. I didn't even realize it was that much.
I agree with everyone's sentiments that the problems here at home are extraordinary, and that if we want to quibble about the balance between solving the problems here at home and the problems,
Yeah, let's stop acting like space TV shows are human advancement. You know what human advancement looks like.
but that's a different question: is whether or not it's fake. Your argument is it's fake. Like, I'm arguing that there should be a balance. You have a completely different
Well,
argument
here's
that
the
you
thing.
have yet to
Listen,
substantiate.
here's the thing. They've presented something. You choose to believe it's real. I also once believed it was real.
Okay.
But yeah, you haven't scrutinized the story. You just take the story for granted. Have you
Everyone
scrutinized all these depictions that they've given you? No.
Given the technology and what is presented, I don't think that CGI can account for that.
Right, everyone here used to believe. Everyone
That's
here, we
appealing
all
to
used
your
to
own
believe.
personal incredulity. Appealing to ignorance.
But we all used to believe in this shit, man. We all used to believe in this shit. Every single one of us.
Okay. I
used to believe in God. What's the difference?
Where did Darth Dawkins go, by the way? He used to chill in here all the time.
He like has like differing genres and like areas. I'm pretty sure he's in his own server right now for a
Like
little
I
bit. He'll
think
probably
he's
come back.
I think he started doing like Twitter or something.
Well, he used to
Or
go to a place called Modus Ponus a lot and talk to like this group, like Toms and Boxes, but I don't know if they are around anymore. They're like one of the oldest like online debate
Why are
communities.
we talking about Darth Dawkins?
okay, let's switch back. Let's switch back.
Thank you.
They've lost the plot.
No, okay. So let's talk about motivation. Motivation for a globe Earth. Anybody have a reason why it's important for NASA and the government to?
Why is it important for you to believe it? Start there.
They're hiding cat girls beyond the ice wall.
Those motherfuckers.
Can I present a very maybe controversial axiom to you, Cortico? And I like it, man. I really do.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I like you too.
How about this? Yeah, I do, man. How about this? The whole idea behind the heliocentric model is control. More indoctrination, making more NPCs that can't think for themselves, that are just smart enough to read and just dumb enough to believe all the propaganda that is put into their mushy little heads from a young age. That's what this is about, man.
Control is important. Control is important. We see it among societies all over like the world. We see it in Russia. We see it in North
So it
Korea. We see
shouldn't
it in
be
the
so
United States.
surprising to you that it shouldn't be such a surprise that they want you to stuck in this thought that you're evolved pawn scum. They got you right where you want you. Next question.
No, I mean let's go into this. Like control is
No,
important.
that's it. They have you convinced that you're evolved pawn scum flying through outer space. If they can convince you of that, they got you right where you want you. All right, what's next?
Yeah, it degrades the human condition, really. Like it just, we're just all a bunch of pond scum. We're just all a bunch of. We came from a primordial soup out of an accident, like, and then there's magic.
Or how about they convince you that this life is just temporary and the next life is the important one? And so you don't really care about this one enough to fight for it. How about that? Is that another option?
All right. So
I like the sound of that.
So the pawn scum thing was old. So I'm gonna disregard that. But
Yeah, I bet you would.
Yeah, let's just disregard
Yeah,
you.
that's just what an evolved pawn scum would do.
I don't have a problem with being pawn scum. Like, if you want to diverge.
No, you don't. How sick is that?
What's the problem?
It ain't my problem. It's your problem.
I mean, you have established that there is a problem. What is the problem?
You're convinced that you're pawn scum.
I know that I ain't pawn scum. I've had too many experiences in this life that disprove that shit. Personal experiences.
Roll Tide, brother.
Roll Tide.
They're our ancestors, man.
All right. So let's go back to control.
So now, wait a minute. You yourself, who have accepted your pawn scum status, now want to pontificate? How does that work?
Well, I'm not pawn scum anymore. I was pawn scum 3 billion years ago, but
How do you know that?
Oh, come on, man. We're diverting. Like
No, we're getting to the crux of the thing. You're asking what's the motivation? Listen, you're asking what's the motivation for them to sell you this globe on TV? It's so it will bolster your recitation of the whole Darwin, Big Bang, outer space pawn scum story.
How do they win?
It's just they walk hand in hand. So yeah, it's not diverting.
When they tell you who they are, believe them. Listen to what he's saying right now. Take it in. What is he saying right now?
He's trying to say
Believe
that.
him.
Okay, listen to me. He's trying to say that saying that we are based in pawn scum will somehow bring us down to a level of obedience. and I want to find out why.
Oh, that's easy.
And you said you weren't Pawn Scum? If you've evolved past Pawn Scum, you should be able to figure that out for yourself.
Maybe I haven't. Why? Why does
it devalues human life? Sorry, I was just going to say quickly, it devalues human life. It reduces us to nothing more than an accident, and this is where everything goes to hell. Absolutely goes to hell.
Okay.
So we have no freedom, we have to pay taxes, we have to wage slave, we have to die in wars, we have to do everything to benefit these shadowy people who we don't even really know the names of. Like, I don't know if the earth is flat or not, but I do know that things are.
I think it's the exact opposite because, like, I think it makes life even more valuable that we were an accident. I mean, what are
And
the
I
chances?
think that's a fair argument. It is saying that we've overcome 3 billion years and we've crawled ourselves out of the muck and the dirt and we've built civilization. Like I think your argument cuts against you.
You're hilarious.
Can you hear the double think in what you just said, dude? Honestly, but the double think there is incredible.
It's not doublethink, it's perspective.
No, that's double think. At the same time, we're a massive accident, and we're just an accident of nature that actually scientifically can't happen because something can't come from nothing. But at the same time, it's just such a triumph for humanity. That's double think, man. That's literally what you just said.
No,
Yeah,
it's
but
not
it's the fact
doublethink,
that we
it's
are an
philosophy.
accident. It's the fact that we are an accident that makes us so valuable.
It's not doublethink, it's philosophy.
Jesus Christ. Now
you're repeating yourself.
I'm a Christian and I'm literally saying Jesus Christ.
Don't
I'm
do
literally
that.
saying Jesus Christ. What the fuck, man? That is doublethink. That is the definition of doublethink.
There is no definition of doublethink.
Opposite, two completely opposite trains of thought at the same time. That is the literal definition. One, we're just a fucking freak accident of nature, and two, but the achievements of said such is so awesome. Like that is the literal definition of doublethink.
No, the definition of doublethink would require a contradiction. Establish your contradiction, and we'll go from there.
Easy.
That would be
Accident.
a contradiction.
Easy.
Yeah,
Okay, no, easy. It's very, very easy to establish a doublethink here. One is deterministic. The other is free will. You're saying we're overcoming shit by free will, and in a deterministic nature, we're just like this fucking massive accident. That is the definition of doublethink. You can't be
never mentioned free
deterministic
will. In
and
fact,
free will at the same time.
I don't believe in free will.
Yeah, me neither. I don't know what you're talking about.
You have no free will. You have no agency. You have no ability to make decisions.
Yeah.
I mean, we can go into that. Like,
yeah,
if we
dude. Here's the thing.
How did you bring up
This answers. Listen, the way you've dug in answers your original question. You said, "Why are they trying to?" I'm paraphrasing. Why are they trying to sell this globe to me if it's not real? That was the original question.
By the way, you've grown on me. By the way, like I won't be.
I don't care.
I won't.
I hate
I
to
won't
break
be
it to you. I don't care. But the thing is, yeah, way to derail my train of thought. But anyways, the whole thing that you've got going on is sort of like you want. I can't remember what I was saying, but
why
to act as if now evolved Pawn Scum is lifting up a trophy in the name of human achievement. It's kind of silly, but yeah, that's the original question is why promote the globe?
Yeah, if you don't know what you're talking about, just quiet.
The answer is to bolster this story that you are more passionate about being an accidental Big Bang product than you are the water ball. It sounds like.
I mean, I think they're both like pretty meaningful. Sure, like if God created me, that's pretty awesome. But like if I am just an accident, that's also pretty awesome. I don't know if one is like worse than the other.
Well, I mean, the argument, Mosquito, was that by presenting us as pond scum, we will be more.
Here's the thing. Your original question is why are they promoting the globe? It gives it. If you take it backwards, it leads credence to this parallel story they have of evolution.
Okay, so
They
why
go
don't you?
hand in hand. So they're trying to like.
Oh, it's about
It's like
evolution.
Big Bang, pond scum, the whole thing.
Do you think like every physicist and astronomer and
Are they
meteorologist?
lying? No,
Yeah.
they're just as equally enamored with the myth that you are.
Okay, but like some of those people
They
like
don't
built
scrutinize. They don't scrutinize the myth. They want to get tenure, and once they get tenure, they want to retire with tenure. They're not going to rock the boat.
They do want tenure. They do want tenure.
Are we sorry, just quickly, are we going into the territory now of why would they lie and how could it be kept secret from so many people? We're actually seeing that right now.
I am curious about that.
Yeah,
if we
because
do
like I feel like if they put so much effort into making such a big lie, like would they like leave little clues for you to like this isn't a treasure hunt? Like what?
Oh, because we're multinational, so there should be people that wish to. There should be nations that wish to discredit other nations. Like there should be someone who's like
What if I told you?
America's lying.
So just what if I told you quickly that there are many, it doesn't matter what field, scientists, doctors, philosophers, etc., that do actually counter the main narrative, but they are actually silenced, cancelled, and
I'd
this is
say you're
not
wrong.
new. This is happening for
I'd say you're wrong.
centuries. This is happening
No,
for
it hasn't.
absolute centuries.
That's not true.
I mean, there is censure in science. Like it happens. Like below the radar. Publishing a paper is hard to do. It's hard to publish a paper. There can be censorship. Let's expand upon that more, Skinny.
I'll give you an example. Okay, I brought this example up a while ago. Scott, please stop interjecting, mate. If you want to deal with me directly, I just want to deal with this lad first. Okay, if you want to deal with me directly, we can do that a bit later. All right, bud. Right. So, for example, and this is not, I believe, violating TOS because it's been brought up many times before. So, the barrier reef is dying apparently, and then there was this one particular professor that brought up that no, it's actually not. He's been studying it for 30 years,
What's his name?
and the people that his name's Dr. Peter Ridd with 2 D's at the end of it, and I actually worked at the university as a security guard while he was there. James Cook University in Townsville. Anyway, he was studying it for 30 years. He's saying, no, actually, the reef is healthier than it has been ever since we first started studying it. He got cancelled. He got taken to court. He got fired. He ended up winning the cases and everything like that, but he still never got reinstated, despite the fact that everything he was saying was correct, and those that had actually researched the people that were saying the reef is dying many of them have never actually been there. Now, I live in a place, for example, where the reef comes all the way up just about to the beach. You go fishing on the rocks here at low tide, you are walking on the fucking reef. It is healthier than it's ever been. But
I'm 100% with you.
went against the convention.
I'm 100% with you that shit happens all the fucking time in science. When we talk about climate change, when we talk about viruses, when we talk about all that shit, there is politics. There's so many politics that go on, and I am not for any of it. Like I 100%
Off topic. But weren't you saying it's so difficult to publish papers? No, it's not.
Okay, so
I'm sure you saw the rat. I won't even the rat with the extreme anatomical part that passed. Yeah, that was published.
Dr.
All kinds of
Peter
bullshit's published.
Dr.
Well,
Peter Ridd
you
is
can
affiliated.
publish anything, but it matters the forum. The forum matters.
Dr. Peter Ridd is affiliated with the Institute of Public Affairs, a think tank with a history of advocating for positions that are skeptical of climate change.
So the forum matters.
Yeah, good. Skeptical of climate change.
So
Now,
there
it's
might be a reason. There might be a profit incentive for maybe being skeptical. Well, what are the odds of that?
But I'm 100% with you that when you push and go against the narrative, especially with shit that goes against a more overarching narrative, like the barrier reef is critically assigned to climate change. So
Give a single example, Cortico. Give just one.
No, I don't have examples. But when
Yeah, I kind of figured you didn't have any examples because there aren't any.
I mean, what do you have, Mackie?
I was in academia until I was 33
I
years
would
old. I
ask
know how
again,
it works.
please, man. We're dealing with this guy at the moment. If you want to deal with me,
I wasn't talking to you, Skinny. I was talking to Cortico. So stay out of it.
Right, just quickly, Cortico. Right, so 1930s, global cooling. 1950s, global warming. 1960s, global cooling. 1970s, global cooling. 1980s, acid rain, hole in the ozone layer. 1990s, global warming.
I agree.
They fixed.
So the point being, the whole thing that what I'm saying is based on, buddy.
No,
Okay,
but like he fixed it though.
just
The problem
because it is the accepted, quote unquote, accepted consensus doesn't mean that it is right, and there is always argument.
Because we fixed it. There was a hole in the ozone layer, and we fixed
agree,
it.
Matt.
We had acid rain, and we moved our factories to China. Now they have acid rain. We fixed it.
I'm curious, Mackie, are you a Glober or a Flurf? Scott?
Flurf? What the fuck is a flurf?
You really have to ask that question? Apparently maybe you've only talked all the time you're here, so you never heard anybody else talk.
Now you go and insult someone on your side. Fucking clap, Scott. Well fucking done, dude.
Loser.
No, I'm curious.
Fucking tell me to shut up, man. Are you fucking serious?
Mackie, are you a flat earther or are you a Glober?
Oh, he's a fucking Glober, obviously.
He's a Glober.
So he
Honestly, I think Scott and Skinny should kiss, but that's just me though.
Scott, I'm a Glober too. Like, I don't know why you're challenging me.
Wait, Scott, well, like you did academia, right? Like, what field specifically?
Political science and political psychology.
Oh man,
that's cool. Well, what happened to the dude that was talking about evolution?
That was old.
Oh.
Old. I can't. Old. Foster Rat.
Yeah, he's got an interesting name, mate. Look, I actually more brought that up than him. He just kind of but where are we going with it, right? Is remember when I was talking about deterministic versus free will?
Yeah,
and
I'll talk about that all day long.
The other guy decided that there's no such thing as free will. Now, look, it's a mixture of both, really, when you think about it.
So,
but
I have the personal belief that free will is an illusion. Like, we do make choices, but those choices are based off of our brain states, what we were born into, those kinds of things. So, free will in the purest sense doesn't make sense to me, and I can expand upon why, but.
No, I know what you're saying, man. Because look, 80% of personality, 80% of your looks, 80% of your IQ is inherited. There are definitely things like this whole fucking libertarian, blank slate fucking bullshit. Like, there's no such thing as a kid that's born evil. I don't believe that at all. I think there are kids that are actually born evil, and I'm a father myself, but I've actually seen that. Kids that are raised right, but they still turn out to be complete douchebags and shitbags. There's definitely 80% of it is deterministic for sure. However, we have something that animals don't. We have agency. We have the ability to make a conscious decision. They don't. We're not crocodiles, man. We don't see something like walking along the side of the water line. Oh shit, that looks like food, so I'm going to go up and try and attack it.
Well, yeah.
We actually have the ability to make a decision.
If by free will you just mean any decision that originates from like inside your mind or something, then sure, we do have free will. But like when we say free will, we mean like something that's not based in like any physical reality. Like when I say that we don't have any free will, I mean like not even our genes. I'm saying like on a physical level, it's just our atoms interacting with each other that
like
make us
clockwork.
Way. Yeah.
Like the universe.
Are we
clockwork.
simply the sum of the parts?
Yeah. So
because, or are we more than the sum?
Okay, so that's where I think you have to go talk about free will, because ideas pop into your head, and you don't pause.
You don't follow them like a robot generally.
Yeah, you
Like,
do.
In my opinion,
wait.
I mean, unless you just never debate with yourself internally.
No. Tell me, give me a single example of something that you've done that wasn't a desire of yours.
And do we choose our desire?
Every time I deny myself.
Well, no, that's just because your desire to deny yourself is greater than your desire
Delayed gratification.
Not necessarily
delayed gratification.
But there is a conflict there. There wouldn't be otherwise.
That doesn't mean you have free will. That just means that you had one desire that was stronger and you followed that desire. You didn't control that desire. Like, where did that desire come from?
And we're back at doublethink.
This is where
we're at. We're back at doublethink.
You cannot reconcile that unless you are just following a singular mode.
What?
That is the only way you can reconcile being like deprived of free will is if there's
because even for both of your desires, the ones
well, it just somehow works out, I guess.
Hold on, Morningwood.
Even
I think it's important to talk about desire. Where does desire come from? Do you control your desire? Are you in?
Pull off topic, fellas. Come on.
Are you in
Thank
control?
you, Jerry.
Are you in control?
Cortico. When you see the water ball Earth on TV, are you making a voluntary or involuntary decision on the validity of that picture?
Involuntary.
Okay, well then stop asking questions. You're unable to make thoughts for yourself at this point.
You're completely misunderstanding what we mean. Sure, the decision to believe in the globe Earth or the flat Earth it does originate from inside of you, but just because it's from inside of you doesn't mean like it's still a consequence of your atoms.
I fully understand what you mean. Hold on, sorry for a sec, Cortico. I wasn't trying to cut you off. I fully understand what you mean. Okay. You think that everything is deterministic. You think that we're just a bunch of organisms and animals, just like evolution teaches and the globe teaches.
Yeah.
Now, I counter that with the fact that we actually, again, I will state yet again, we have agency. And you were asking just previously, not too long ago, ask about decisions that we have made personally that are not deterministic. When you make a decision, for example, to not punish somebody and not hurt somebody that deserves to be hurt, which I've done many, many times, that is an active decision. When things that might be gratifying in the moment, but are going to hurt your wife and children, I don't know if you're a father or not, but I am, and you actually have to suck it up and just eat it up and eat humble pie and deal with it, that is agency. That is free will.
Okay, but like
animals don't have that. Animals act off of instinct and nothing more than instinct. They do nothing more than their father did before them, their father did before them. they act completely off of instinct. We actually have agency and free will.
Is that while animals might act out of instinct or whatever, the only thing that makes you act is desire. And again, you don't control your desires.
That's also a reason why
Yeah,
animals
speak for
aren't held
yourself, no
accountable
queso.
as we are for our actions, because they
Yeah,
have no agency.
You guys sound like you're
Without
like
agency,
in
there
the
is no
wrong
accountability.
forum. But yeah, if you're unable to look at it like the TV when they show you the water ball, if you have no ability to scrutinize it, I mean, where are you? It's funny because someone who stumbled into an involuntary set of beliefs has now stumbled into a flat Earth forum.
Well, when we say
That
voluntary,
riddle me that. How does that work?
Your brain is still able to like make decisions and think about stuff.
You must. No, I'm not talking to you, Milkcase. Milkcase, you've made it clear that you're in La La Land.
No, he's
I'm talking
not.
to the other guy.
Portico. So when we
Cortico. It's funny, Cortico. Someone who is claiming no free will stumbled into an involuntary. Well, you claim to be a flat earther. That was your original stick, remember?
No, I
But
never claimed to be a flat
at
earther. I'm
this
a globe
point now,
earther. I want to make that
at
clear.
this point now, you're like Pavlov's dog. You see the globe on TV, you just start salivating. You have no control over it, and you need if you want to. Where else could you go in this conversation? You're in a state where you're convinced that you're evolved pond scum hurtling through the nothingness of outer space.
So you've asked the
I
question.
mean,
I'll try to give you an
that's
answer.
where
If
you're
you would,
at
do the
right
service of
now.
not over talking me.
Yeah, you have an inability to scrutinize the narrative and the pictures that
Not
they've
true.
presented.
Not
You
true.
just told me when you see the. You said when you
I've
see the
said
globe.
3 words to you, and you just kept
You
over
said
talking
when
me.
you saw the globe on TV, you have an involuntary response to it.
It will always be involuntary because I believe that the universe.
There we go.
You want to hear me?
Yeah, we can.
We've heard you.
Involuntary because you believe. That sounds
The
like a
universe.
contradiction.
No, it's not a contradiction. The universe works like a clock. So matter behaves according to Newton's laws. My brain state accordingly move accordingly to Newton's laws. So there are certain brain states that I have that are involuntary. They just happen because of physical responses. I have
Okay,
no control.
so you have an inability to scrutinize the
You
narrative
keep
that's been given
interrupting
to
me.
you. I'm just pointing out that you
I don't
said
want
you
to
have an
engage with
involuntary
you, dude.
response to validity. Oh, and this is why I don't care what people think of me because it changes with the wind.
Because you like to
Anyways,
interrupt. You like to interrupt.
nah, dude, you like to fucking repeat yourself.
I have not repeated myself. I'm just giving an explanation of my brain.
Yeah, I know. Evolved pond scum up on a soapbox.
You're bad face.
The irony.
You're bad face all day long.
Yeah, I'll just wait 10 more minutes until you get a different point of view.
How about this one, then? Look, okay. You see where I was going earlier with the whole the double think thing, man. Like you're not as bad as anywhere near as bad as Scott or the other guy. Holding two conflicting trains of thought at the same time. Now, determinism and free will are not necessarily a dichotomy. They do meet in the middle, and there are deterministic factors for sure.
There are
But
philosophical answers to determinism and free will. I do agree, but I am a hard determinist.
Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. And what is philosophy? What are the branches of philosophy? Run me through them.
The branches of philosophy? I don't know. I don't have an answer for that.
All right, so it's very easy, man. And this is actually my bread and butter. So metaphysics is the first one. Metaphysics is trying to determine what's real. Epistemology, what's true? Ethics, what's good? Aesthetics, what is actually pleasing? Oh, sorry, no, I fucked that up. Politics, which is human interaction, is another way to put it. How do humans interact with each other? And then you've got aesthetics, what is visually pleasing? So metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, politics, and aesthetics. That's philosophy, and it's a soft, quote unquote, science. It's not really a science at all, and it can actually really become sophistry very easily, and we've seen this throughout history.
By the way, I have a 4-year degree in philosophy, and I couldn't answer that question.
Yeah, so that should tell you all you need to know about your fucking degree, buddy.
Fair enough.
You understand where I'm going with this?
I walked into that one.
Good
So
form,
look, you know,
good form.
Yeah, hopefully you learn to throw a
I'm not giving you
frisbee.
shit.
Yeah, hopefully you learn to throw a frisbee while you're getting that degree.
Cortico, I am not giving you shit, man, because you have been subjected to indoctrination.
No, Skinny Vet, you're my boy. Like, you're my boy. We're gonna have multiple talks after this. We're gonna talk later. We're gonna talk fucking
Nice.
another
The
time.
pond scum is predicting the future. Yeah, all the guys I knew that got philosophy degrees, real good dudes. They had PhDs in frisbee throwing after 4 years.
I mean, I might not be the smartest like tool in the shed, but like I'm an okay guy, right?
Hey, Cortico, I'll tell you this, man. I'm not smart either. I'm an ex-grunt, turned fucking rent-a-cop, turned farmhand, turned recycling supervisor. But, no, dude, seriously, message me. I'm happy to have as many conversations as you like. Message me. All right. I'm not going to be a dick to you.
Hella will.
What I'm simply trying.
No, you're my boy. Like, we're talking.
All right, sweet as. Now, back to the doublethink thing, which is what I got into originally.
Yeah.
Okay. You can't be a 100. You can't be determinist, and yet there is somewhat free will, and it doesn't exist in real life when it comes to humanity. It simply does not. And philosophy decries complete determinism or complete free will.
I think that's true.
It's actually pretty clear.
Well, I think that is true, and that's why I've said that I am a hard determinist. Like, I believe that the universe works under physical laws. Those are described through physics, something that I don't have a proper education in, but I know that there are forces. I think that the universe is deterministic, and we are a part of that universe. Our brain states are deterministic based off of those fundamental forces in physics. I don't think that we have ultimate control over our brain states. I think they happen to us.
Compatibilism.
Good lord, dude, you have issues.
You can definitely marry determinism and free will. It doesn't have to be.
I think that there are ways to be a hard determinist. I think that it's pretty clear that there is philosophical grounding to that position.
I agree with you.
Sam Harris has laid it out pretty succinctly.
I hate Sam Harris, but yeah, I agree with you. It's
Yeah, Sam Harris, Ben Stiller's Downey cousin.
I mean, I'm not a fan of Ben Stiller, but
I agree with you. I'm a hard determinist too. I just think that it's theoretically possible to marry free will and determinism, like
I think that you have to introduce randomness into the universe in order to.
Well, hard determinism is not compatible with God. Why would God create a universe if it's already going to happen? Like, that doesn't even make sense.
Right. I think you have to introduce randomness in order to escape hard determinism.
That's not true because.
So, hold on. What did I think that might have been Scott? I don't know. Did someone just say why would God create the universe and introduce randomness? Is that what was said?
I talked about randomness, Cortico.
No. There was another one, not you.
Who's speaker at the bottom?
Just quickly, sorry. I believe what was said was why would God create the universe and then introduce randomness? Was that what was said?
Why would God create the universe if it was hard determinism? Because then there's no point.
I think that's true. I
There's
think
no
that's fair.
there's no point if the universe is not deterministic. Is that your position?
No.
No,
His
I'm saying
position
if
is
it's hard determined.
If
his
it is
point.
determined, why would he do that?
Yeah, his point is if it is completely deterministic, why would he create us and everything?
Well, look, this is not a server that talks about biblical or religiosity stuff, because there are a lot of flat earthers that are not Christian. Now, I'm Christian. All I will say before I violate TOS is pretty simple. Lack of free will makes people into robots, and it's actually quite clear in the Bible that angels even have free will, that God is not interested in slaves. And
it's different for them.
It is different. It is different.
Because
However,
for angels, they've made their
it is
decision from
it
the
is
moment.
different. It is different. However, we have complete free will, and that's where you get the fall. That's where you get everything like that, and that is what separates us from the animals. That's what separates us from the plants. That's what separates us from absolutely everything. Now, getting back to globe Earth.
There we go. This
The
is super
absolute original one. Sorry, Cortico. The original one. You were asking when I stated how the heliocentric model increases control, and again, it increases control. Again, as we've gone through before, propaganda, making people NPCs, and making people think that they are basically fucking graduated pond scum. It dehumanizes people, reduces the value on human life, reduces the agency of people, and turns them into robots with no free will.
Yeah, and your involuntary acceptance of this water ball on TV is the piece in this whole puzzle. It's funny, you don't realize it. I mean, you answer your own question with this last 45 minutes that's ended in Truth Seeker chiming in. But yeah, you wonder what the significance is of the water ball. Well, it's so you can have this rest of your story that you've been talking about.
I mean, we've just been talking about philosophy. I think philosophy is
Yeah, but now do you listen or just wait to talk? Because you conceded that your acceptance of the validity of this water ball on TV is an involuntary response by you.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where you're at.
And that was based off of me saying that I was a hard determinist.
It doesn't matter what it's based off of. It doesn't matter what it's based off of, dude. It's the condition in which you currently exist in. Who knows the next time you see the water ball on TV? Maybe you'll scrutinize it. But right now, you have an involuntary reaction to accept it.
So
yes.
anyone...
That's what you told us. No need to clarify.
Anyone who holds the position that they are a hard determinist will always say that their position is involuntary. It is a necessary requirement of being a hard determinist. Do you know what a hard determinist is?
Are disclaimers indicators of a hard determinist as well?
So just so we're clear,
endless disclaimers. You're not the only one.
Just so we're clear, what is your idea of a hard determinist? What does that mean to you?
Well, I didn't bring up hard determinist. I didn't bring up free will. What I asked you was, when you see the water ball on TV, are you able to scrutinize it, or is your reaction to it voluntary at all? You told me it was involuntary. So other than that, maybe you need to sort that out. Maybe you need to, when you see a picture of something, you don't just need to accept it because it goes along with the whole other narrative that's going around in your evolved pond scum head.
So you
But
have
that's
no
on
idea.
you. If you can if you want to continue believing what you see on TV, go for it. Don't beg me to believe it along with you.
Okay. Do you know? Okay. So
You're making an involuntary decision upon it, and now you're promoting it.
Okay. So
Makes no sense.
So I've described myself as a hard determinist. Do you know what a determinist is?
Dude, did you not hear what I just said?
A determinist
You're in the
is basically an
state.
NPC.
You're in the state where you're making involuntary decisions. How you know how you're so certain they're involuntary kind of cracks me up. But now what you can do is that if you want to, next time you're presented with this narrative, you can scrutinize it. Now that you know that there might be something to scrutinize. If you still make an involuntary decision to believe it, then you're just not, you haven't crossed that bridge yet to think for your,
So there's a great
not just
debate.
believe what you've seen on TV.
There's a great debate in philosophy between free will and
So
determinism.
you're one of these wait to talk and not listeners.
Do you know
I love
what?
it when the pond scum wants to pontificate.
Do you know what?
Yeah, it sounds like maybe you guys need to find a philosophy server because we're trying to. Yeah, the topic is whether or not the Earth
Well,
is
old
water ball.
Hoss, just like he was programmed to believe in the globe, you're programmed to have to talk about a certain subject. We are all
What subject is
worshiping our own
that?
God.
Old has never taken a philosophy course in his entire life. He has no idea what determinism is.
No, I've read all.
You've read it?
Sell me short if you wish, but yeah, I had to jump through the academic hoops. I read the books about the guys who were convinced they were caterpillar worms. So relax.
Tell us what determinism means.
Cortico, just drop it. Just drop it. It's not worth it.
Yes, in the context of tonight's discussion, apparently your hard determinism is the antithesis of free will.
You have no answer. Go Google it.
And what does that look like? Can you explain that?
You want me to explain what determinism is?
No, I'm talking about old Hoss.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, let's go back to Circle Earth. Flat Earth, because let's get some groundbreaking. We were talking about sunsets earlier. Do we want to continue that?
Like, why do you believe it's a ball? That doesn't make sense.
The sun or the Earth?
So you're a ball earther also?
Yeah, I'm a ball earther.
I'm a baller.
Okay. Well, why? Okay, I'm not on your side either. Then.
No, truth seeker. Like we can be on the same side. We can be truth seekers. We're on the same side of seeking truth, right? We're on the same side. We want to know what the nature of reality is, right? So we're on the same side.
I've heard a lot of your kind, like, I don't know, give arguments as to why evidence of the globe Earth is fake or whatever. But you guys are also making a positive claim. But I've never seen you guys provide any evidence that the Earth is flat. You guys just kind of say that, like, it's just intuition or whatever.
Their job is to dismiss evidence of the globe Earth. There's
It's because it's very rarely people actually come near and ask for it. If you want it, I'll give it to you. It's not a problem.
Oh,
yes,
give
sir.
it. Wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Please.
You can put it
It's
in the
not.
chat. You can put it in the chat, or you can make
I'm talking to you, I'm talking to the other guy.
I apologize.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Thank you. So what was the other gentleman's name? What was the other gentleman's name?
You can just call me Milk.
Well, how about the hard determinalist?
ever apologize.
We had him muted.
So do you have any evidence, or?
I was just sending it to you, but apparently I can't send it, so I put it in the text room. Laser tests beyond laser tests beyond laser tests.
So,
If you
like,
want to direct me, oh God, now he's going to talk.
Sorry.
Wasn't talking to you.
Sorry.
How many times? Do you need the attention or something? I'll get back to you in a minute, Sunshine, if you need the attention.
A YouTube video?
The YouTube videos of people doing things with lasers, yeah.
What do
So
they
something
do?
that you can do yourself. You can go and get a camera yourself. You can go and get a laser aiming device yourself. And when you do these things yourself, you can measure across the surface of water to see if there's any curvature. And you can't observe it and you can't measure it. That's what they're showing you, things you can do yourself.
Okay, so I don't want to watch the entire video. Basically, they shine a laser
Don't ask me
across.
for evidence.
Huh? Well, I mean, I'm talking to you right now. I'm
Don't-
not gonna take like 30 minutes to watch a video. I'll watch it later, though.
Minutes. Okay. You understand the premise then, yes?
Yeah, well, I was just asking you to like summarize it. Basically, they just shine a camera over a body of water and then measure the curvature. Right?
No, not measure the curvature. If the Earth was a ball, then the curvature should interrupt the ability to send a laser from one side to another. You shouldn't be able to see the people. You shouldn't be able to have a direct line of sight because the curve of the Earth is in the way. But what we can see is we have a straight laser shot because you can see the coloured laser and you can see the people on the other side of the lake at a distance of 21 miles away, demonstrating that water that they're looking over is not curving in any way. It should be a horizon 3 miles away, for example, but it's not 3 miles away, it's beyond 25 for 5-foot observers.
Give me a second.
You Googling your response?
Yeah, I am. I'm googling the experiment. Yeah. It's saying that this is just because of refraction.
What type of refraction? Is refraction more effective during the day or at night?
It's saying in this case specifically that the water over the air is cooler, so it makes the
So, like was pointed out in the video, can you tell me where the refraction starts? Can you show it? Can you say this bit here, that's real, but the bit next to it or further away, that's refraction? Can you show that to me? Because every single time we see refraction, that's just a flat Earth. The refraction presents a flat Earth. So show me where the refraction starts.
I mean, I don't know where in the video you want me
Okay.
to. I would
Yes.
assume that you could.
Yeah, exactly that. Yeah. Circle it, underline it, put arrows towards it, say there. That's where the refraction starts.
Sure.
Cool. Awesome stuff. You tell me where you think that your eyes, what you see, turns into an illusion. Underline that for me, please, mate.
Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna watch the video and do that right now, but
No, that's fine. Ask for evidence. I give you it, and then you say I'm not going to watch it. That's fine. No worries.
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna waste 30 minutes watching this dumbass video, dude.
Okay, no worries then. Don't ask me for evidence
Well,
again.
actually, no. That's
Dumbass video. I mean, come on, dude.
I will watch it, but
Okay, guys, we're
I
all
won't watch it
seeking
for
truth
precise
here.
again. It's
Just don't ask for evidence again, dude.
no, dude.
You won't watch it. You won't
I
look
am
at
gonna
it and
watch it.
say
I'm just
don't
not gonna
trust
watch it right now. I'm just not gonna watch it right now.
it. Don't ask. Just don't ask.
I'm not gonna watch it right now. Holy fuck.
Okay, would you like more? Not to watch now, but watch later?
Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Wait, send it in the DMs. I don't want to have to keep going back to this chat.
No, I already tried doing that. You need to accept
No,
the friend.
I added you.
Oh, cool.
Added you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I got a rudimentary video of a time lapse of a ship going over the horizon. We've all seen them. Yada yada yada. You guys want to talk about them? I posted it in the chat.
Yeah, are they going over the horizon at where the 3959 water ball would indicate?
I think it's like a local harbor.
No, I'm asking you.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Are they disappearing at where the geometric horizon is?
Not the geometric horizon. I think it's the apparent.
Oh, okay. Then no need for it. Yeah. So then you answered your question. They're not going over the curve of Earth.
No, I mean like you
Yeah.
will.
So what do they have to do with the price? Or are you a yachting enthusiast or what?
You gonna keep interrupting me?
No, I'm just. You answered your question. There's nothing to discuss if these aren't. If this isn't you presenting evidence of the 3959 water ball obscuring objects, then it has nothing to do with the discussion.
No. So you said the.
What is it you wanted to discuss about them?
Are you going to keep interrupting me?
Maybe.
Please stop.
Hey, Cortico, mate, this is another mod, and again, I would ask you to show respect. I understand you're getting frustrated, but seriously, show respect.
It's in another 10 minutes he's gonna be hyping me, and then it's fine. No, all I was asking him was if he presented these and wanted to discuss. If he's not presenting these as evidence of boats going over a geometric horizon, what did you want to discuss about them?
Well, I mean, I don't believe in proving the globe Earth by the geometric horizon. Like we
because
live
you have
in
because it's involuntary for you, right?
Got him.
No, that's not like a got him. Like so I believe like my
It's a
eyes.
joke. Yeah.
No, it was good. It was good.
Yeah, if you're not presenting these as boats going over the ball, then what in what context are you hoping to discuss this video?
So there's the geometric horizon, and then there's the apparent horizon, right?
Well, that's the thing. There's a claim.
Can I interject for a second, if that's okay? Can I interject for a second?
Yeah, let me talk to Skinny.
Okay, can I interject for a second?
Yeah.
All right, Cortico.
Yo.
What this is, what's going through your head right now? What this is a mixture of confirmation bias and cognitive dissonance. And you study philosophy, man.
Yep.
Do you know what they are?
Yeah. Yeah. In general, yeah.
Okay, we'll start with confirmation bias because one comes from the other.
I'm not going to do a quiz. Like, I posted a video. Like, if you want to talk about the video, we'll talk about the video. Like,
No, I don't care. Sorry, man. I don't care about the video. Do you know what is confirmation bias?
That's not a philosophical idea, though. It's a psychological one.
You're right. In my 4 years of study, we didn't talk about confirmation bias, but I did take a psychological course, and like, yeah, it's when you believe something and then you will have a bias to assert all the facts that tend to
agree with you.
Agree with
Like
you,
an involuntary bias.
and you ignore the facts that don't agree with you.
Yo, there's something you have to that playback.
Yeah, someone's reflecting.
V
The world is
face
round, why isn't Antarctica one big wall? Huh? If I drop my tea on the floor, why does it go?
All right, good. All right, keep
All right,
talking, Sydney.
all right, Bet. Let's keep going.
Actually, I gotta go.
All right. So confirmation bias we've gone through. Okay, you understand what that is. What is cognitive dissonance?
Cognitive dissonance. I would have to Google it. Like, it's a term that like I feel like I should be familiar with, but no, I don't have it ready.
Again, like I told you about before, buddy, this is not your fault, and you've dropped. How much did you pay for? By the way, how much did you pay for your university education in philosophy? If they can't tell you what cognitive dissonance is,
I mean,
it's not your fault.
maybe they did. Like, maybe I just skipped that day. Like, that's not like a philosophical thing.
It most definitely is. Philosophy and psychology actually interact very, very closely. They're both soft sciences, man.
I mean, I know about the interchange between philosophy and psychology. Like, you're making assertions. Like, go ahead and tell me what cognitive dissonance is and why I've asserted to that by posting a YouTube video. Go ahead.
All right, it's pretty fucking easy, man. So, confirmation bias is
We went over
basically
that one.
anything. Oh, yeah. I'm going to go through both because they are both important.
Okay.
Okay. So, confirmation bias is where anything that agrees with your preconceived notions align with what you actually already believe. And then cognitive dissonance is the other side of that, where despite any evidence to the contrary, you still stick to what you believe, even if you are proven wrong.
Okay.
Females do it all the time. Have you ever dated? Like, I'm sure if you've argued with a female, man, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Yeah?
So how is this applicable to the YouTube video I posted, or is this just like a defense mechanism?
A defense mechanism. Okay, now we're going down another path. Do you know what a defense mechanism actually is?
You're 100% on defense. Like, I asked you a question, and you just have more questions.
No, timeout. The original defense mechanism employed was when it was pointed out. You admitted that the boat's going over the curve at the place where the 3959 mile sphere would indicate. That's when you said, "Hey, well, I'm not really in the business of proving the globe," and yeah, that would be a defense mechanism.
No, I said
you know what a defense mechanism is. Let's not all point fingers. I'm sure everyone's guilty, but what?
I said I posted
Yeah,
a video.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to actually fucking deviate from the conversation. I
No,
was just simply saying.
I understand how you're connecting it because he's not pointing to that video as evidence of the boats disappearing at the rate that they would be disappearing if the Earth were a ball. He posted it very vaguely, and whatever he saw in the video confirms the globe somehow. No, I've seen. I haven't. I didn't. I saw the screenshot. I've seen many of these. Okay, what in the video helped bolster your water ball belief or idea? I don't want to be condescending.
No, you're not condescending. You're my brother.
What in the video? What did you find compelling in the video to make you think that to make you think that the globe presented on TV is real?
Bottom up disappearance of the boat.
Yeah, but does it occur at the location that the 3959 water ball would dictate?
I don't know what the 3959 thing
Well,
is.
that would be this geometric horizon. That would be where the Earth where the Earth is a ball. If there's a ball, then it would be curving away.
I agree.
Eventually, if it goes over the curve, it's bye-bye.
Agreed.
So is that are the boats in your video? Are they? Is that where they're disappearing?
If you say that's where they should, then yeah, absolutely. So it's just a video.
Okay,
No,
so that's, I don't know if
why
that's
don't
a
you be quiet
defense
for a second?
mechanism, but that's like an invincible. That's an undefeatable position.
It is an undefeatable position. I agree.
Yeah, you say, "Oh, boat goes bye, therefore 39.59." If you say so, yeah, it must be.
Well,
Yeah,
I
that's the
never invoked
that's the
39.59.
confirmation bias. But anyways, we are full circle. Say that 10 times fast. But that's the confirmation bias. You don't know any of the
Well,
details.
if I may interject, sorry, Cortico and Oldsman. Okay, a defense mechanism. Okay, defense mechanism. One of my best mates bought Flat Earth up with me. Okay, in 2015, 2016, around there.
Yeah.
And one of my best mates. Okay, I spent an hour and a half telling him what an absolute piece of shit, dumb fuck, like everything under the fucking sun. One of my best mates, mind you. One of my best mates.
But why?
Okay.
Why? He's your
That's
best mate.
that's a defense mechanism because he was challenging one of my very closely held beliefs.
Okay.
So
Fair enough.
a defense mechanism is what a defense mechanism actually is when you don't want to get hurt or you don't want what you already believe to be challenged to the point where it actually emotionally and mentally impacts you.
So you're
That's what a
relying on
defense mechanism is.
you're relying on like that fucking like Neanderthal like brain, and you're just fighting against it, no matter whether or not it's rational.
Exactly right. Like it it's to defend you, and it usually comes from trauma, but not always.
I accept that. Like I was a wrestler, and being a wrestler is all about defense mechanisms. Like it's all instinct. I completely rationalize with that argument.
Yeah, there you go. Sorry.
What I presented was just a YouTube video, and I don't need a YouTube video. Like that's just an illustration. Like it's a boat disappearing bottom up. Like I watched a National Geographic experiment with some of the flat Earth kind of famous heads, where they went to like a lake, like out in the Southwest United States, and they sent a boat out. It disappeared over the horizon, and they had a flag, and the flag had stripes on it, and they used cameras to see the.
You've been duped by Netflix. Damage control. This is the damage control that appeals to people searching for confirmation.
It was YouTube. Let me talk to Skinny.
Yeah.
I don't really want to talk to you.
Yeah, let me talk to Skinny.
No. Look, hey, Cortico, Olds is actually right with that, mate. You've been duped, and
okay.
Okay, honestly, you have been duped. Okay, and
my eyes were duped. What about it was duped?
What about it was duped?
Yeah, that whole thing.
So why don't you explain to me how this proves globe Earth, and then we can go from there.
Well, I don't think it proves globe Earth, but it does indicate curvature, right? Like I don't know how else to explain the flag disappearing over the horizon.
Which way is it curving?
Away from the observer.
Up or down?
I would say down.
Down?
Yeah.
Well, in the Netflix thing, didn't they get a hump?
No, it just disappeared over the horizon.
No?
I didn't watch a Netflix thing. I watched a YouTube thing.
Okay.
It's the same one.
So it's the same one or no?
So there
It should be the popular one, yeah.
Yeah, so there were stripes in the flag.
Sorry, my bad. Not to just jump in.
So say.
So sorry, Cortico. Can you explain to me? Okay, what I want to hear is what you saw what you think you saw or what you know from that YouTube video.
Okay, I'll describe exactly what I saw, and we'll leave interpretations to discussion. So they set out upon the water, and they had a flag, and the flag had stripes. I think it had like maybe 7 or 8 stripes, and it went out, it went out, it went out, and then eventually, we started seeing the atmospheric perturbance. It started getting wavy. It looked like kind of like a mirage. But eventually, as it set out, we saw the stripes of the flag disappear. So it was cut off by the water. So you saw the water as the horizon, and then you saw the stripes dip below it, and they counted them. I think it started at like 7 or 8, and then you saw 7, and then you saw 6, and then you saw 5 stripes.
Okay, all right. So what distance, mate? Sorry, what distance?
It had to have been like 10 miles. Like it was a ways out. I don't know. It was a YouTube video.
So
But nevertheless, they disappeared.
10 miles. 10 miles. Okay.
I
10
posted
miles.
skinny. May I?
I'm sorry, man. Go ahead.
At 14 minutes after the hour, I posted a screenshot from the video. Can you point to where the horizon is?
14 minutes after the hour. So that is like 1 minute ago or an hour?
A minute. Just a minute ago. It's like the last one.
That's a really bad picture, mate. Like I
Yeah,
can't.
I know.
I can't
But
resolve
it's
anything.
also from the video, and I took a screenshot.
I can't resolve anything from that video.
Can't tell where the water ends and the background begins.
You're gonna have to do better.
Okay. Here.
Post a better picture.
Well, that's the picture I'm going to give you.
Well, it's not very.
Try to figure out where the horizon.
It's not very persuasive.
Yes, I know it. It's hard fighting cognitive dissonance.
Well, no, it's because he has an involuntary belief, which is a contradiction.
You're gonna keep going back to like my world.
Well, yeah, you don't have a choice. Right? You don't have a choice in any of this. It's just.
Yeah, but I still have thought processes.
You think so?
Yeah, you're gonna keep narking, harking on that.
Yeah, because it's
all right.
because you're being a sophist, dude.
I'm a determinist. It's not a sophist.
No, a sophist is you're talking bullshit.
It's so that is an appropriate picture.
The screenshot that I took was just to the left of. Wait, which was it? Left or right?
You're breaking up.
Left. To the left of that boat. Right. Where's the horizon?
Are you in a car?
Yes, I am in a car and I'm traveling.
You're breaking up. All right.
I'm tracking.
So I see
it'll clear
1,
up, but
2, 3.
Where's the horizon? Point to the horizon.
The horizon is about 40% up from the bottom of the picture.
40% up from the bottom of the picture.
That's the apparent horizon. You're not
the boat.
You're not the guy, man. You're not the guy.
Where's the horizon? Before or beyond the boat?
The horizon, the apparent horizon, I would suspect is before the boat.
We're done.
You're not the guy. You're just not the guy.
Who are you? You're not giving a good testimony on where the horizon is.
Big Coco, you're not the guy.
The horizon is before the boat because they're missing a line on their little flag, and they have it sitting in the water.
You're not the guy.
That line that's behind the boat, that is the apparent conjunction of the ground and the sky, which happens to be a mountain line behind it.
Tap out, brother.
The horizon is behind
You're
the
not
boat,
the guy.
but you don't want to
All right. Any other objections?
Well, how
Yeah,
do you explain it?
How do I
Cortico.
explain the photograph?
How do you explain the boat being cut off, bottom up?
Globe Earth.
Well, yeah, but like, how do you explain it physically? What's going on there?
So that is the apparent horizon.
No.
What we're viewing there. If he
The
would like
boat.
to post,
No, I don't want to post anything. Where
Yeah.
is the boat in relation to you? Is it lower than you?
lower than me. It's not
No,
lower than me.
not lower. Okay.
No,
So
because we're all sitting at a flat elevation. The boat is lower than the apparent horizon, for sure.
no, when the boat gets cut off bottom up, do you
Mhm.
explain it by saying the boat is getting lower from where you are?
No, I don't know what that means.
You don't know what lower means.
I don't know what lower in this context means.
Lower.
Like we are sitting at zero elevation, right? We're sitting at surface level. Everyone is sitting at surface level. We are tangential to the surface, right?
I don't know. Yeah, tangential. I don't. Yeah, that's
You don't know.
gobbledygook. Is the
You
ship
don't know what.
lower than you?
Do you know what a tangent is?
Is the boat lower than you?
No.
Good.
It is
So there's no
tangential to
drop.
the surface.
So there's no drop, is there?
It is tangential to the surface. It is not
So there is
lower.
philosophy.
There is no drop. Then.
That is a mathematical term. It's not a
That was a
philosophical
joke,
term.
dude. I know you're adding some syllables. It was a joke. Relax. It was an involuntary joke.
I mean, have
Yeah,
you never taken a calculus course in your
You
life?
just flat smacked yourself.
Lower than you.
Spoiler alert.
Okay.
I just want to know if you think the boat
No,
is
I've
going
never
lower.
taken that.
No, when you say lower,